This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: How to Treat. In the 105,312th year of the Xianyuan calendar, Kunlun, the main peak was Lingxian Peak. Jiang Lian covered her injured wrist and looked at the group of fellow disciples and elders standing in front of her with a stubborn face. Hiding and forbearing in every possible way still resulted in the development of the plot. Since this path did not work, she would do the opposite. And go. Some time ago, Jiang Lian discovered that she had passed through the book and became the cannon fodder junior sister in the book. The junior sister with good qualifications did not miss her true career. Out of jealousy, she tried every means to target the protagonist, the second senior sister. Every day, her cultivation level did not increase much, but her hatred value was high. Man. In the end, his natal sword was broken by the second senior sister in the secret realm, and he died in the secret realm. At this time, she was in one of the unlucky plots. Her second senior sister, Xiao Miao, was designed by her to fall off a cliff. After all, the protagonist was the protagonist. Feng Ye thought about his mistakes and was tortured. But only Jiang Lian knew that all this was completely different from what was in the book. She did not plan to fall off the cliff. But the second senior sister did it intentionally. Jiang Lian, tell me, was it you who pushed second senior sister off the cliff? Cheng Gaoyan, the true disciple of Shuozheng Peak, had a cold brow, as if he wanted to cut her into pieces. She must have pushed it. Xiao Shangsheng of Wei Yanfeng glared angrily and spoke categorically. He was even very dissatisfied with Cheng Gaoyan's cross-examination. He felt that it was a waste of time and said impatiently, Senior brother Cheng, how many times has she been unfaithful? I attacked second senior sister out of kindness. Isn't that enough? Everyone on the side nodded, and even started to talk about Jiang Lian's past crimes. And there were countless of them that were made out of nothing, to the point of being heinous. Jiang Lian is full of disdain. Man, he loves to take advantage of highs and lows. And his lips curved into a sinister curve. But soon he turned cold again. Do you think I, who is in the early stage of qi refining, can harm a monk who has established the Dzogchen Foundation? You really think highly of me. The irony is self-evident, but it also reveals a lot of helplessness. The original owner was really too lazy and didn't even practice hard. She couldn't understand how her master fell in love with her and accepted her as his disciple. She followed the second senior sister under the master seat and got in. They were not far away from forming pills. And she was in the early stages of qi refining. She was not expelled from the school. And I don't know if it was because her master was too Buddhist or for some reason that he just couldn't bear to give up. Strong words. Jiang Lian, don't think you can use this excuse to get away with it. Have you done many good things in the past? Xiao Xingxing's face was full of indignation. The fire spiritual root created her violent temper, and she suddenly threw out her spiritual power in anger. The completely unprepared Jiang Lian was thrown out. Blood spilled from the corners of her lips, and she was clutching her chest where the blood was boiling. Jiang Lian was really unhappy with Xiao Shangsheng, the heroine who was such a loser. After coughing twice, Jiang Lian calmed down and said in a hoarse voice, What would you have done if I hadn't pushed you? Has senior sister Xiao forgotten the rules of the sect? After taking action, Xiao Shangsheng suddenly realized that she had violated the rules of the sect. It was only because Jiang Lian was so hateful that she wanted to tear Jiang Lian out of her skin. However, she said proudly, If it weren't for you, I would go to the discipline hall. If it were you, I'll let the discipline hall handle it. Before Xiao Shangsheng could finish speaking, Jiang Lian said it directly and looked at the people around her provocatively. What about all the senior brothers and sisters? How about that? The meaning was very clear. She was willing to make mistakes and take responsibility even in the early stage of qi refining. Not to mention her senior brothers and sisters who were higher in cultivation than her. That look was very contemptuous. If we really wronged you, what if we invited ourselves to the discipline hall? If it were you, then don't even think about escaping. Cheng Gaoyan was aroused with anger, but his face was full of determination, as if Jiang Lian's story was confirmed in the next second. Should be guilty. The surrounding senior brothers and sisters all agreed. Jiang Lian was a little skeptical as to whether this was really the world of immortality. Why were all of them such bastards? I really wonder if you are really worried about second senior sister, or if you are just pretending to be worried. People have fallen down and are not ready to look for them. Everyone is here eager to convict people. Shut up. I think you just want to evade your crime here. Xiao Shengsheng was furious and shouted to stop hurriedly, as if Jiang Lian continued talking, the result would be reversed. Jiang Lian did not continue to argue with him. She was just hit by Xiao Shengsheng, causing her to fall not far from the cliff. Looking at the jungle below, Jiang Lian gritted her teeth and said harshly, "Remember what you just said? If it turns out that it's not me, what do you think? To do it?" Before anyone could stop him, Jiang Lian had already jumped off the cliff. Although most of the people present can fly with swords, there is a barrier on the cliff here, so no one can wield a sword below. However, you will not die if you fall, and there will be barrier protection. Xiao Shengsheng gritted her teeth when she saw Jiang Lian disappear. "Damn it! I let her escape." Chum Gaoyan, who calmed down, was thoughtful on the side. At the bottom of the cliff, he closed his eyes and waited for the painful moment of being thrown. But Jiang Lian didn't feel any pain until he touched the ground. Observing the surrounding environment, it was deserted except for trees. The invisible pressure made it slightly difficult for Jiang Lian to breathe. The secret intersection mentioned in the article seems to be just outside the woods. She doesn't expect to enter the secret realm, but she can always wait at the intersection. As long as the second senior sister appears, she will not give her any chance to slander her. Jiang Lian, who was focused on finding the exit, didn't notice that the engagement jade pendant hanging around his neck since he was a child emitted a faint light. The red dot soaked in the other party's blood that had been dripped into the jade pendant moved around in the jade pendant, invisibly removing most of the pressure. There was an eerie silence in the forest. Jiang Lian walked for a long time and found that she seemed to be trapped in a maze, which was constantly circulating. But she could not get out. Jiang Lian was already injured, and the pressure in the forest made her spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a black shadow came fiercely. In an instant, Jiang Lian's neck tightened, and his whole body was carried away for a distance. His feet were off the ground. His back was pressed against the trunk of the tree, and he had difficulty breathing. When Jiang Lian felt that he was about to die, the other party's hand suddenly relaxed a little, and a cough couldn't stop coming from the other party's mouth. Looking around, you can see how handsome he is. His face looks unusually pale because of the cough, and his sharp breath is hard to ignore. Jiang Lian, who was surviving the disaster, was in no mood to admire the beautiful man. Her heart was trembling with fear, but her face was forced to be calm, not daring to show any signs of it. Su Yeshuan glanced at the jade pendant protruding from the woman's neck with unclear meaning. The aura that he couldn't ignore made him understand who was in front of him, and he unconsciously loosened his hand. "Jiang Lian?" Jiang Lian was a little stunned when he heard his name from the man's mouth. How did he know? Although she was confused, the other person's cold and ruthless look made her unable to help but be on guard. "Yes." Chapter 2 Unbelievable. "Ding! What can I do to save you?" My Blackened Fiancé series. Please hug Su Yeshuan once within 20 minutes. If you fail, please accept the punishment of lightning strike. If you succeed, the reward will be random. Fiancé? Jiang Lian suddenly realized something and felt a little unbelievable. There is an unwritten rule in the Jiangsu family. Every time a child is born, his bloodline will be tested. If the bloodline is full, he must get married. Otherwise disaster will come. If there is no match, he will wait. Anyway, there is plenty of time in the world of immortality. She didn't know what the disaster was, but unfortunately, she was the one with full bloodline when she was born. It was said that the person she was engaged to was Su Yeshuan, the seventh master of the Su family. They were about 200 years apart, and they couldn't get the piece around their necks. The jade pendant that came down is the engagement jade pendant. There were fragments about her engagement in her memory. The previous plot about her in the book until her death had not written anything about her fiancé. She thought she would never meet him again. Is the sickly handsome man in front of me the 200-year-old man Su Yeshuan? Although she knew the other party's identity through the system, Jiang Lian did not show it. Instead, she observed the other party. It was not an illusion that she had just been stuck in the neck. Hearing Jiang Lian's answer, Su Yeshuan's cold breath seemed to relax a little, and he frowned slightly, wondering how she entered his inner demon world. How did you get in? Jiang Lian was a little confused. She had been in the sect for a long time, but she had never heard that this forest was not allowed to be entered. The invisible pressure around him didn't dissipate much. Jiang Lian didn't dare to act rashly, and could only answer obediently. I just came in to find someone. Su Yeshuan frowned even more tightly. Who are you looking for? Where to enter? After saying that, he couldn't help but cough again. Seeing him coughing like that, it felt like his lungs were about to come out. Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" I had never heard that Su Yesuan was a sick man before. Old? It looks like this. Can it? Su Yesuan glanced at her, coughing so that he couldn't speak. Look for the second senior sister. She accidentally fell. I'll come down and look for her. Jiang Lian glanced at Su Yesuan subconsciously and said in a low voice, "I'm just injured a little, and I can't fly with a sword. I want to anyway." There was a protective formation at the bottom of the cliff, so I couldn't be killed by falling. So I just jumped down from the top. Oh my god! She was startled by Su Yesuan's eyes just now. If she rushed up to hug her as the system said, would she be shot to death directly? But she didn't want to be struck to death by lightning. Injured? Su Yesuan's cold air leaked out, and the air was a bit colder. How dare he hurt his people? Who is so cruel and brave? Jiang Lian has never met Su Yesuan, but Su Yesuan has met Jiang Lian. Every year, the Jiang family sends someone to record Jiang Lian's image on a video stone and give it to him. So he still knows to some extent what Jiang Lian is like. It's just that he has been in seclusion in recent years due to inner demons, and there is no news about her. He was as cold as Su Yesuan, but when facing this little fiancé, he unconsciously became softer. The spiritual sense explored Jiang Lian's condition and was a little surprised by her physique. Why can't you wield a sword? Jiang Lian couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this question. The disparity in strength forced her to give in, and she replied obediently, "I'm in the early stages of qi refining, and I don't know how to wield a sword." Early stage of qi refining? Didn't the Jiang family tell her about her special constitution? The foundation has been laid, but one does not know it. There was something strange in Su Yesuan's cold eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. With an imperceptible helplessness, his spiritual power cut his finger, and blood flowed out. "Drink. I'll take you out." Ah. Jiang Lian was a little confused about the current situation, and felt even more pressured under Su Yesuan's gaze. Jiang Lian was nervous, and took Su Yesuan's bleeding finger into her mouth. Su Yesuan was surprised for a moment, and the back of his ears was slightly red. He was as cold and aloof as he was, but he didn't stop drinking. He was stunned for a long time before he said, "That's all." Oh! Jiang Lian opened his mouth in a daze, and subconsciously licked the remaining blood on the corner of his lips with his tongue. Although she didn't know why Su Yesuan let her drink his blood, she didn't have the guts to say no, because her life was at stake. With that kind of pressure, Jiang Lian knew that the fiancé in front of her was definitely a big shot. But she still couldn't figure him out, so it was better not to admit her relatives randomly first. "Let's go. I'll take you out." Su Yesuan, who had recovered his strength, turned around and walked straight out of the forest, coughing from time to time, which was alarming. Jiang Lian, who was following behind, was really anxious at this time. She didn't want to be struck by lightning. Time passed minute by minute. Seeing that the prescribed time limit was almost over, Jiang Lian looked at the figure not far away and wondered in her heart. If she fell down directly, she would be able to hug him, right? In order not to be struck by lightning. Jiang Lian was heartbroken, shouted directly, pretended to fall, and rushed straight towards Su Yesuan in front. With Su Yesuan's ability, he could know what the people behind him were doing even without turning around, let alone in the secret realm of his inner demon. Su Yesuan helplessly supported her. His voice was always cold, but with a hint of concern. "Be careful." For a moment Jiang Lian felt that he had recognized his identity. The current situation didn't allow her to think too much. The system's last-minute alarm sounded. Jiang Lian couldn't care so much and just jumped forward and hugged Su Yesuan, and left immediately. Facing Su Yesuan's dark and translucent face, Jiang Lian was instantly frightened. The joy caused by the system completing the task notification in his mind could not resist this fear at all. System: congratulations to the host for completing the mission. As a reward, you will win a lottery and a fragment of the star map. Oh my god. This is really scary. At this time, Su Yesuan had a gloomy face. "Jiang Lian, are you so casual?" Su Yesuan didn't know how she was feeling when she hugged someone she didn't know. Anyway, she felt like she was inexplicably angry. But he didn't want to get angry at her. Jiang Lian felt that she was in danger at this time. If she didn't give a reasonable explanation, would she be finished? In the world of immortality, people are like grass. Gritting his teeth, the ever-flexible Jiang Lian bared his teeth and said, "Are you a casual person?" After saying that, Jiang Lian was a bit broken, and the dog system harmed her. Jiang Lian originally intended to admit it, but Su Yeshuan had no time to wait for her to speak. Bite the bullet. Jiang Lian took out the jade pendant. She was just testing it. She heard that this kind of jade pendant for marriage can last a lifetime. It is only useful if it is dripped with blood and owned by the two people who are engaged. Therefore, she is not afraid of others snatching it. Only then did Jiang Lian realize that the jade pendant was slightly hot, and the red dots on it were traveling along the veins, glowing slightly red. Subconsciously looking at Su Yeshuan, he saw that the other party had regained his composure and said in a calm voice, "Let's go. I'll take you out." Jiang Lian looked at him curiously and hurriedly followed his pace. She stopped reading the novel after the death of the character of the same name, Jiang Lian, and there was no mention of Su Yeshuan in her memory. Chapter 3. The second senior sister appears. "Go out from here and wait at the intersection to find the person you are looking for. Thank you." At this time, Jiang Lian was extremely well behaved. Not at all like he was just trying to complete the task shamelessly. "Wan Yifeng will wait for me tomorrow night." Jiang Lian was a little shocked when he heard the location. Isn't Wan Yifeng the realm of the villain's senior brother? There is a super powerful being in the sect, but no one knows his true cultivation level. Some people say that the senior brother's current cultivation level is higher than that of his master. However, if one person is stationed on one peak, suppressing the monstrous sword energy under the sword tomb and preventing it from leaking out, you will know that he is a ruthless person. Now she is not involved with the heroine's second senior sister. She doesn't want to be involved with the villain. The existence that even the male protagonist Long Outian is afraid of. The law of all things in the book has always been like this. If you are not afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst. The deep tone made Jiang Lian's heart skip a beat. For some reason, he didn't dare to refuse Su Yeshuan's words. He could only grit his teeth and agree. "Okay. Wan Yifeng is so big, so there is no need to worry about unfortunate encounters at the foot of the mountain. According to the plot, she has no contact with the big boss at all, so she should not encounter him." Jiang Lian couldn't help comforting herself. "Go back." Jiang Lian glanced at Su Yeshuan subconsciously. This man was really stunning, and his face was not very pale, which added a bit of Yandra atmosphere to the whole thing. Depending on the meaning of the system, the series of blackened fiancés was also saved. I guess the relationship won't be broken off easily. Taking a step forward, I felt a wave of spiritual power behind me. It seemed that I had passed through a certain barrier. When I looked back, Su Yeshuan was no longer there. You can still faintly hear voices coming from not far away. Jiang Lian suddenly realized something in his heart. He turned around and looked at the forest again, and found that several fellow disciples came out of it. It was not as deserted as before. The new forest is not far from Senior Brother's Wanyan Peak, and wind and rain come from time to time. Even because it is not far from the sword tomb, you can sometimes feel the slightest sword intent in the forest, and the disciples of the sect sometimes enter it to gain enlightenment. It is completely impossible to be as desolate as just now, or even like being trapped in a maze and unable to get out. After looking at the sky, Jiang Lian's eyes sharpened. The second senior sister was about to come out. Looking for the Chinese description in his memory, Jiang Lian walked forward, checked again and again, then stopped and waited quietly. After she calmed down, she was surprised to find that the injury originally hit by Xiao Shengsheng had healed without treatment. It was very uncomfortable just now in the forest, but now I don't feel it at all, and it's even as if I haven't been hurt at all. Is that blood? My heart trembled slightly. But why? Jiang Lian couldn't figure it out, so she didn't think much about it for the time being. Her usual thinking was that things would come naturally, and she would be the one who would feel uncomfortable if she thought about it too much. There was a fluctuation in the air, and the figure of the second senior sister Xia Miao appeared not far in front of Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian hurriedly stepped over, and before Xia Miao could react, she grabbed her hand and said in surprise, "Second senior sister, you finally came out. I was worried to death when you were sucked into the secret realm. Fortunately, you are okay, and you are still alive." Something gained. Jiang Lian's voice was unusually loud, causing people passing by to stop curiously and watch the excitement. When they saw the sharp sword in Xia Miao's hand, they couldn't help but look envious. Look at that appearance. The level is definitely not low. Jiang Lian didn't know that Xia Miao was caught before she knew the external situation. Her instinctive reaction was to fight back, but for some reason, she couldn't release even a little bit of magic power and couldn't hurt anyone. It seemed like there was an invisible force. Coercion enveloped her. Xiao Miao frowned and looked at Jiang Lian standing in front of her intact. Xiao Miao was a little unhappy. What trick did she want to play this time? The original plan this time was to avoid future troubles. But Jiang Lian made him really unhappy time and time again. But now that so many people are watching, and Jiang Lian said this, it seems inappropriate for her to continue to trouble her as planned. In desperation, Xiao Miao could only smile with a sullen face. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. I'm fine. At this time, Xiao Shusheng, Cheng Gaoyan, and others who got the news also arrived. Seeing Jiang Lian standing in front of Xiao Miao, Xiao Shusheng said angrily without asking the reason. Jiang Lian, what do you want to do to second senior sister? The attitude was as if she had already done it, and it was still a heinous act. Jiang Lian stood up innocently and took a few steps away. Second senior sister, you have to prove this to me. All the senior brothers and sisters present are watching. I just saw a second senior sister come out of the secret realm and came forward to show concern. There is no malicious intent. Regarding the importance of Bai Lianhua's disguise, although her moral practice is not profound enough. She has never seen a pig running, but she has eaten pork. In the past, there were so many green tea and white lotus in TV dramas that it was enough to learn 3 or 4 points. Being influenced by Jiang Lian's tea art, Xiao Miao felt depressed. But she still gritted her teeth and explained. Yes, junior sister just cares about me. Xiao Miao didn't want to talk to Jiang Lian anymore. Past experience told her that if she continued talking, she would probably vomit blood. Let's all disperse. Thank you, junior sister, for your concern. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Different from the original plan, Xiao Shangsheng was a little dumbfounded. Cheng Gaoyan, who was standing aside, never said a word from beginning to end. Senior sister, you should have a good rest. You must be exhausted after coming out of the secret realm. Jiang Lian seemed to have thought of something and kindly reminded Xiao Shangsheng and the large group of people. Don't forget to see you in the discipline hall. Looking at those people with different and wonderful expressions, Jiang Lian felt so happy. It was so amazing. Xiao Miao couldn't regain her composure. When she saw Xiao Xingxing's expression, she immediately realized that something was wrong, and subconsciously asked, what is the discipline hall? The ending was changed. Jiang Lian didn't want to talk to them anymore. She smiled directly and said to Xiao Miao, it's okay. This is just a small agreement between the two of us. Second senior sister must be tired, so I won't disturb your rest. Goodbye first. She doesn't necessarily force those people to enter the discipline hall. But those who cultivate immortality have the most important commitments. And a gentleman's words are hard to keep. If you are not afraid of the impact on the tribulation in the future, you don't have to go. Is this possible? Therefore, Jiang Lian is not afraid that they will cheat and fail to fulfill their bet. After walking back to his residence, Jiang Lian collapsed on the bed from exhaustion. Chongyan Peak is relatively quiet today. All the brothers and sisters have gone out. Her master is probably drinking in Wudong Mansion. Master Yan Chong Shenzhen is the master of Kunlin Chongyan Peak, and the master's own junior brother. So Jiang Lian also follows other senior brothers and sisters in calling them second senior sister Xiao Miao. Although Zhenjuan Yanchong is the head disciple, he looks very old. Like an old man. It is said that he was injured on the battlefield between immortals and demons thousands of years ago. It has not healed for a long time, and he often uses spiritual wine to suppress the deterioration of the wound. Jiang Lian, who was unconscious at the time, was actually taken back to the sect by Yin Chongzi and accepted as a close disciple. Rubbing his aching head, Jiang Lian couldn't figure out what the master saw in her. Chapter 4 Goodbye. The second senior sister at the same time had already completed the foundation building process and was about to enter the golden elixir stage. But she was still in the early stages of chi refining, and she herself felt like a waste. But she is not a person who accepts her fate. Now that you've been here, let's have a good time. Little junior sister, come on! Senior sister has brought you roasted chicken. It's super delicious. Hearing that there was delicious food, Jiang Lian suddenly revived with full health, used a dust removal spell to clean himself up, and opened the door. Facing him was a slightly cute smiling face. There are 3 disciples of Zhenju and Yanchong. The eldest disciple Yan 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 was the lovely beauty who appeared in front of Jiang Lian in the middle of foundation building. The second disciple, Sidu Luyan, has completed the foundation building process. He recently took on a mission and is no longer in the sect. The last one is Jiang Lian. a young disciple who has been unable to make any progress since refining his chi. Senior sister, you are back. Yin 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 is kind-hearted and cold to outsiders. But he really loves the little junior sister in front of him. I have delicious food for you. Yin 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 took out a lot of steaming food from the storage bag and placed it on the table, making Jiang Lian salivate. She is still in the chi refining stage. And she has not really been in the chi refining stage. The big pills are too boring. She still prefers to eat normal food. Her master and senior brothers and sisters also dote on her. She has even been in the chi refining stage for many years. They didn't say a word to her and comforted her when she was depressed. Eat quickly! Impressed by his little junior sister's cute appearance, Yin 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 had a motherly look on her face, waiting to see how her little junior sister liked it. When he was almost finished eating, Yin 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 bit his lower lip and hesitated to speak. Junior sister, I heard about what happened today. Are you okay? Perhaps because she had waited too long in the beginning of chi refining, the younger junior sister's temperament became a little weird. Yin 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 glanced at Jiang Lian worriedly, for fear that she would be unhappy. It's okay. Jiang Lian has been in this world for a while. She also knows what senior sister is worried about. So she explains with a smile. Senior sister, you don't have to worry. I have already figured it out. And I won't worry about it anymore. Some are gone. Yin 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 looked at Jiang Lian's expression carefully. And after confirming that the junior sister had really figured it out this time, she said happily, Okay. Just figure it out. I won't pay attention to them. Xiao Miao is nothing. And our Xiao Lian is not bad either. Yin 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 was shocked and relieved when she heard the feet of her junior sister on the way back. She should let those people go into the discipline hall. And one by one, they would know how to bully her junior sister and see what they could do. Okay. So senior sister, don't worry. Jiang Lian nodded with a smile. After chatting for a while, Yin 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 got up and left after seeing that the junior sister had nothing else she needed. Before leaving, she did not forget to tell Jiang Lian, Junior sister, if anything happens, don't bear it alone. You still have senior brothers and sisters. Again, no. There's still a master. The masters, brothers, and sisters really protect their shortcomings. The article describes many times that they are in tit for tat with the male and female protagonists because of their shortcomings. In fact, Jiang Lian in the original work would not be like that if his cultivation had not been in the chi refining period. Anyway, she has a good attitude. Maybe there is some big treasure hidden in her body that is sucking her spiritual energy like in ancient fantasy novels. When the time comes, she can soar into the sky. When he thought of this, Jiang Lian suddenly thought that if the dog system didn't appear, it would be a big one as soon as it appeared. And he didn't know what the reward would be. System. Conduct a lottery. System. The number of draws has been accumulated once. Are they all drawn? Can one lottery opportunity be drawn multiple times? The dog system is indeed a dog system. Yes. Although he was curious, Jiang Lian did not dare to take risks. The things he had drawn from the system before were pretty good. System. Ding. The lottery was successful, and I got a piece of Feiyu's sword. After looking at the things in the space, Jiang Lian was a little uninterested. Except for the space that came with the system in the first draw. The rest were all fragments, and they couldn't be gathered together every time. It was really disappointing. Thinking about Su Yeshu and asking her to wait for him at 1 in peak at night, Jiang Lian's heart skipped a beat. Is it okay not to go? It's unlikely that we'll meet her huddled in Chongyan Peak. Right. After coming here for so long, she was familiar with everyone in Chongyan Peak. Su Yeshuan could not be from Chongyan Peak and would not come here. But why did Su Yeshuan's injuries heal so well today that there were no traces left after he drank his blood for her? After looking at the sky, Jiang Lian was curious and walked directly towards Wan Yanfeng without any further delay. She couldn't fly with a sword, and it was almost night when she reached Huanin Peak at this time. There are 6 major peaks in Kunlun. The main peak is Lingxian Peak, followed by Shuazeng Peak, Huoyan Peak, Kuinyu Peak, Chongyan Peak, and Wanyan Peak. Generally, things in the sect, such as the mission hall, the discipline hall, the treasure pavilion, etc. are all in the main peak, Lingxian Peak. The Shuazeng Peak is mainly used to plant herbs and make elixirs. The Fire Flame Peak is used to refine weapons. The Kuinyue Peak is the most exquisite in talismans. And as for the Chongyan Peak, Yun Lord Chongjin is famous for his Tianjizi. And his most famous one is the art of Tianyin. Although each major peak has its own specialty, It does not restrict its disciples from learning other skills. Disciples from other peaks, who want to learn other skills, can go to the academy on the corresponding peak to learn. In Kunlun, 1 in peak is the most special. One person guards 1 peak. There is a sword tomb under 1 in peak. And there is a seal under the sword tomb. Things that are crucial to unlocking the seal of the demon world are suppressed there. Jiang Lian only knew a little about Wang Yanfeng. And all he knew was that the senior brother who guarded Wang Yanfeng mentioned in the original work was unfathomably powerful. And no one could know his true strength. Despite this, Jiang Lian still sympathized with the senior brother. He suppressed thousands of sword energies with one person's power for many years. And he felt tired just thinking about it. While thinking wildly, Jiang Lian had already arrived at the foot of Wanyanfeng Mountain. Although the sword energy in Jianzhong has been suppressed, the sharp sword energy can still be felt to some extent under 1 in peak. Under normal circumstances, no one from the sect would come here. After all, staying here for a long time would be a torture. Not to mention it is already dark now. Jiang Lian stood at the foot of the mountain and waited for a while, but still saw no one. Could it be that Su Yeshuan was lying to her? System. What can I do to save you? My blackened fiancé? Please ask the host to find Su Yeshuan and express your concern. You can ask for help once. If the task is successful, you will receive a lottery draw. If the task fails, you will be punished by lightning. Jiang Lian froze. Why did he come again? Dog system, this is a task released for Su Yeshuan. It's addictive. I couldn't fart for a long time in the past. But today I had 2 tasks related to Su Yeshuan in a row. What opportunity for help? Can you help me find Su Yeshuan? Jiang Lian was a little curious. Could it be so easy this time? System. Yes. Does the host enable this opportunity? Although she was still afraid of being cheated by the system, her curiosity made her choose yes. Chapter 5 Special Physique. A map of the surrounding terrain appeared in his mind, with 2 red dots flashing on it. The system explained. The one above is you, and the other is Su Yeshuan. Navigation map? Jiang Lian tried to move around, and found that the red dot on the terrain map was moving. Let's go! The dog system threatened her with being struck by lightning every time, which was nothing new at all. She complained in her heart, but she still had no choice but to give in. She was most afraid of thunder. Jiang Lian, who was looking at the terrain map, didn't notice that he was heading up 1 in peak. When she found out, she was already on the top of the mountain, standing in the cold wind, the sharp sword energy making her tremble. Su Yeshuan made an appointment to wait for him at the foot of the mountain. So why did he come to the senior brother's territory by himself? Gritting his teeth, Jiang Lian still walked towards the location of the red dot. This is a cave, which is very wide inside. There are many characters that she doesn't recognize carved on the stone walls. But Jiang Lian faintly feels the spiritual power hidden in those characters. Formation diagram? Without having time to think about it, Jiang Lian soon saw Su Yeshuan. His face was unusually pale at this time. The blood stains on the ground, and the blood on his lips that had not been wiped away made Jiang Lian a little frightened. Vomiting blood? Is there really any hidden disease? Su Yeshuan already knew when Jiang Lian went up the mountain. She originally thought that there was a formation at the entrance of the cave, and she couldn't get in. Unexpectedly, there was no obstacle at all. This silly girl didn't know yet. If the formation was really activated, she would probably have to suffer. Seriously injured. Fortunately, he had just recovered from his inner demons. Su Yeshuan, are you okay? How did you get in? He looked at Jiang Lian, who was a little stupid in front of him. With cold eyes, his eyes flashed with unknown meaning. Because he had just experienced his inner demon, he was relatively weak, and his whole person looked lazy. I remember that when the family asked him to get engaged, they said that his bloodline was full, which would be a perfect match for him. The jade pendant in the world of cultivating immortals is equivalent to the certificate of a Taoist couple. In the eyes of the world, they are Taoist couples who have passed the enlightened path. Jiang Lian was able to appear in front of him twice when his inner demons were offended. Maybe it had something to do with the blood in the jade pendant. Or maybe she had some reasons for herself. Just walk in. This question came up again, and Jiang Lian was puzzled, seeing that the system had not notified that the task was completed. She could only keep up her efforts. Is it okay if you vomited so much blood? Seeing that Su Yeshuan didn't answer, Jiang Lian explained with a flash of inspiration. I just didn't wait for you at the bottom of the mountain. And then the jade pendant kept flashing. So I came here based on my feeling. Right. It also flashed last time. Jiang Lian tried his luck and took out the jade pendant. It did flash, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing. Just wait for me. With Su Yeshuan's level, it was obvious that Jiang Lian had something to hide. But Su Yeshuan was not prepared to get to the bottom of it. Everyone has secrets. Afterwards, Su Yeshuan reminded, just wait inside. It's uncomfortable to stay with the sword energy outside for a long time. Recently, the seals of the demon realm have been loosened, and the sword energy from the sword tomb has become even more fierce. It was also the time when his inner demon was guilty, which made Wang Yanfeng's wind more or less carry the sharp sword energy from the sword tomb, making it even more ferocious than usual. Jiang Lian found a seat and sat down. She has expressed her concern. But why doesn't the system show that the task is completed? Fortunately, there was no time limit this time. Otherwise she would have been in trouble. I couldn't help but look at Su Yeshuan, who was closing his eyes to calm down. I had to say that Su Yeshuan's appearance was particularly outstanding in this world of immortal cultivation filled with handsome men and beauties. He was in a trance for a moment. When he suddenly met Su Yeshuan's open eyes, he was a little stunned, and then quickly concealed his silly smile. Let's go! Su Yeshuan stood up and walked out. Jiang Lian hurriedly followed, seeing him heading towards Wang Yanfeng's palace. Jiang Lian nervously pulled on the corner of his clothes. Don't tell me you're going inside? Su Yeshuan stood in front of her and looked at her doubtfully. Jiang Lian was a little helpless and could only whisper, that is senior brother's territory. Su Yeshuan was even more confused now. Seeing Jiang Lian's cautious look, Su Yeshuan asked tentatively, is the senior brother scary? Jiang Lian was a little confused when asked, and said doubtfully, no. She just doesn't want to have any interaction with the relevant characters in the plot. Then let's go! Seeing that Su Yeshuan continued to walk forward, Jiang Lian said anxiously, it's so late. Let's not disturb senior brother. Where do you live? I'll take you there to rest. Su Yeshuan did not stop, but replied in as gentle a voice as possible. Don't disturb me. Do not bother. Why is this person like this? Does he live here? However, it is said that the senior brother does not like outsiders entering Wanyan Peak, and he is the only one in Wanyan Peak. Su Yeshuan thought this was probably impossible. Big brother will be angry if you barge in like this. Jiang Lian tried her best to persuade him, but the man didn't seem to care. If it weren't for the systematic presence, Jiang Lian probably would have turned around and left. Seeing Jiang Lian getting anxious, Su Yeshuan stopped a little funny, looked at her, and asked, what's the senior brother's name? I don't know. In the book, everyone calls him senior brother, but his name is not mentioned. Despite Su Yeshuan's cold appearance, she still answered obediently. Su Yeshuan couldn't help feeling helpless and amused. He sat directly on the ground and set up a barrier to block all the wind outside. Then don't go. Jiang Lian sat down with him and said with a smile, are you sure you're okay? Although he didn't go in, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Although there was a barrier, it wouldn't be good if he was discovered by the senior brother. It's okay. I'm used to it. Su Yeshuan's heart warmed up when he met Jiang Lian's caring and unfailing eyes. Didn't the Jiang family tell you about the special situation of full bloodline? You must marry the Su family. Otherwise there will be a catastrophe. Jiang Lian asked tentatively. Su Yeshuan's laziness became even stronger at this time, and he looked very good-looking and very eye-catching. Jiang Lian is a super beauty, and she can hardly look away when she looks at Su Yeshuan. Anything else? Besides? Jiang Lian was a little confused. Is there anything else? After getting this result, Su Yeshuan's face became a little gloomy. The Jiang family didn't pay much attention to her. They were engaged to him as soon as he was born, and they even got a jade pendant. She was marked by him in this life, yet they treated her so casually. Doesn't the Jiang family want to live in peace? Facing Su Yeshuan's cold face, Jiang Lian was not afraid of him for some reason, but looked at him curiously. With full bloodline, it is possible to inherit a special physique. Special physique? Jiang Lian was full of curiosity and looked at Su Yeshuan with bright eyes. Is it because of her special physique that she has been unable to move forward for so long? Does Su Yeshuan know something? At this time, she no longer simply wanted to complete the task. Chapter 62. Meeting Jiang Lian's expectant eyes, Su Yeshuan's heart softened for some reason. Both Jiang and Su families are the same, except those with full bloodlines must get married. They have a higher chance of inheriting a special physique. Hearing this, Jiang Lian was no longer in a hurry to complete the task, but asked, what special physique? What's so special about it? Seeing her stupidity, Su Yeshuan couldn't help but ask. Didn't the Jiang family mention it to you? Given Jiang Lian's status in the Jiang family, even though she was the daughter of the second wife in her ancestral land, a emaciated camel was bigger than a horse. And there were many people talking nonsense. No matter how hard the Jiang family tried to bully and hide her, it was impossible for them to get away with it. After years of evolution, the Jiang family is now divided into multiple branches. But they still abide by the agreement they made with the Su family over the years. The Liujing branch of the Jiang family is the strongest, while the ancestral branch where Jiang Lian was born is weaker. Jiang Lian saw that Su Yeshuan had already asked Su Yeshuan for the second time, seeing that this guy had the attitude of having a long conversation. She couldn't help but worry about what would happen if a bad guy happened to meet his senior brother when he came out. It's not a secret, Jiang Lian said directly. The clan suffered a disaster, and I was protected and escaped. I was injured and couldn't remember how to get back, and I lost contact with the clan. Later I fainted. I was picked up by my master and carried up the mountain. So the clan members probably didn't have time to tell me. Is the Jiang family in trouble? Still have memory damage? Su Yeshuan couldn't help but frown. Aren't there any servants following you? Yes, but I ran away from them. It seemed like he had to send someone to investigate. He had been in seclusion for so many years without any contact with the outside world. Yet no one informed him that such a big thing had happened. How many years have you been on the mountain? Jiang Lian thought for a moment and said distressfully. I don't remember much. I was quite young at that time. She really didn't know that although she had inherited all the memories of the original owner, she didn't know the specific number of years. Anyway, she was probably the only one who had been in the early stages of qi refining for so many years. The original owner probably chose not to remember it because he didn't want to mention it. Su Yeshuan didn't ask any more questions, and he would know everything he wanted to know later. It is easiest to inherit the immortal and demonic physique with full bloodline. Immortal and demon body? Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan with some surprise. It was mentioned in the original book that the immortal and demon body is a legend in the world, and becoming an immortal or a demon only takes a thought. The legendary senior brother seems to have that physique. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan fiercely, with an imperceptible tremor in his voice. Are you an immortal demon? Su Yeshuan was a little confused as to why Jiang Lian felt a little scared when he mentioned the immortal demon body. Yes, not only me but you too. Me too. He was so shocked by the news that the shock of Su Yeshuan's identity, which was about to be revealed, was somewhat diluted. Glancing at the palace not far away, I recalled that there had been no one else except Su Yeshuan since they had been up one in peak for so long. With the senior brother's cultivation, it was impossible for them to stay at one in peak for such a long time. Not found. Moreover, when she came up, she could still feel the pain caused by the sharp sword energy. But now she didn't feel it at all. What's wrong? Su Yeshuan couldn't help but ask as Jiang Lian looked a little confused. Jiang Lian has almost determined Su Yeshuan's true identity in the sect, and he feels so depressed. What a crime! Why did she become the villain? Coupled with the threats from the system from time to time, she was sure that she didn't run away. She tried to leave the system, but she couldn't do it. The only way to succeed was probably to disappear from this world. She was afraid of death. I wonder if it would be possible to take the big villain away from the plot. Well, take it one step at a time. Anyway, when the soldiers come, the water will be blocked and the earth will cover it up. No, it's nothing. Jiang Lian said this with a guilty conscience. But Su became calm again. If he didn't tell her, she didn't know. You just said that I also have an immortal and demonic body? What's special about those? I still have some hope in my heart. If I knew my physique, would I be able to advance? Not to mention, it is indeed quite uncomfortable to be in the early stage of qi refining. Do you know what your current level of cultivation is? Su Yeshuan did not answer Jiang Lian directly, but asked instead. It's the early stage of qi refining. Jiang Lian was a little confused. Su Yeshuan seemed to be confused about this question from the moment he met him. Is there a problem with this? Su Yeshuan's expression showed that he knew this. No. You are the foundation establishment Zogchen. What a funny thing it would be if one day you were clearly in the early stages of qi refining, but someone told you very calmly, no, you were in the great perfection of foundation establishment. What's even funnier is that she actually believed it. How did you see it? She couldn't even see it herself. Jiang Lian was so happy that he asked in a sly voice. Not to mention his appearance. He was a bit playful and cute. I am also an immortal and a demon. I am probably the only one in this world who can really see through your cultivation. Jiang Lian was a little confused now. Su Yeshuan simply did not let her bother to ask, but explained directly. People with immortal and demonic bodies can cover the eyes of heaven, change immortals and demons, and can overcome tribulation silently or without thunder. No thunder disaster. What a magical bug is this? So awesome. Somehow Jiang Lian firmly believed in Su Yeshuan's words and had no doubt at all. What she fears most is thunder. In this world, those who are cultivating immortals must experience the thunder and lightning. Every time she sees others going through the tribulation, she becomes nervous. She is afraid that one day the thunder and lightning will strike her head. When I think about it, it feels very unpleasant. Now it's better. She doesn't have any thunder disaster. But that's not right. Why don't I know I'm promoted? Even the spiritual power is still the same. Nothing like the foundation building stage. After hearing Jiang Lian's doubts, Su Yeshuan took out a storage bag from the storage space and handed it to her. Go back and take a look and you will understand. Although he was curious about what was inside, Jiang Lian obediently put it into his storage space. At this moment, Su Yeshuan's spiritual power flashed through his hand, and the fingers of his other hand were cut open. Blood continued to flow out, and the cold breath did not waver. Looking at Su Yeshuan's stretched out fingers with wounds and bleeding, Jiang Lian became even more confused. But when she met Su Yeshuan's eyes, she inexplicably did not dare to refuse. With a day's experience, Jiang Lian still held the bloody finger in his mouth. When it was almost done, Su Yeshuan's cold voice sounded. Go back. At this time, Jiang Lian didn't hold back, but asked directly, Why do you want me to drink your blood? Su Yeshuan looked in the direction of the sword tomb, and his breath became even colder. Go back and look at the jade slips. If you don't understand, contact me again. With a slight raise of his hand, the formation on Wanyan Peak began to rotate, and a light shone at Jiang Lian's feet. And then Jiang Lian, who was still confused about the situation, appeared at the foot of the original mountain. Inexplicable words, inexplicably being sent back. Jiang Lian felt that she couldn't understand Su Yeshuan. Thinking of the storage bag Gong Su Yeshuan gave her, maybe there was an answer in it. Chapter 7 Choose One. The daughter of the Jiang family, whose bloodline is full, has an immortal and demonic body, possesses an ancient seal, and can draw qi into the body to achieve no further progress. After the age of 10, she can submit to the blood of her Taoist companion, and perform the ritual of E or double cultivation, in order to break the seal in the body. The number of times depends on the situation of Zhang's daughter. Jiang Lian used his spiritual consciousness to look at the contents of the jade slip in his hand, which was hard to explain. Drinking the blood of a Taoist companion is too much. No wonder Su Yeshuan fed her blood from the beginning. Fortunately, he didn't suck people dry like a vampire. Otherwise it would be a big tragedy. When she thought of another method, she was a little glad that it was one of the two options. Otherwise she would have given up on it first. An unpleasant feeling suddenly arose when I saw the following small note. Drinking blood is useless, but you can solve it by practicing the ritual of double cultivation. Su Yeshuan had already asked her to drink blood twice. He didn't tell her whether she needed to drink blood again. He just asked her to come back and find the answer on her own. Sighing, Jiang Lian regained her composure. Her character had always been like this, and there was no point worrying now anyway. Looking at the other items in the storage bag, Jiang Lian found that there were quite a few jade slips inside, many of which were about cultivation analysis and were very detailed. Su Yeshuan shouldn't be in a hurry to go back. Right? Jiang Lian calmly resealed the storage bag and stored it in the reward Yunling space drawn by his system. After checking the time, I didn't feel sleepy. Jiang Lian, who was originally leaning on the bed, sat up, cross-legged, with his 5 hearts upward, closed his eyes, and calmed down. He silently recited the training formulas in his memory. To his surprise, the spiritual energy surged around him. The speed made Jiang Lian feel as if he was immersed in a sea of spiritual energy, and his body was like a dehydrated sponge, absorbing the spiritual energy crazily. The sky seems to have been specially designed to cover it, forming a kind of protection invisibly. Everyone around them felt the spiritual energy fluctuations in the air, which became noticeably thinner in a few breaths. The powerful experts in the sect who noticed the strange movement made an investigation, but could not find out the reason at all. Then, they seemed to understand something, and they all looked towards Wang Yanfeng's position. It was probably the one who was responsible. You must know that the one who once had the highest record was to inexplicably gather all the spiritual power of the entire sect. Although they were suspicious, due to the majesty of that person, no one dared to make any mistakes at will. So they could only endure it silently. Even the headmaster and the supreme elders didn't even say a word, saying that it would not affect the interests of the sect. So there was no need to pay attention to it. Unknowingly, Jiang Lian let Su Yeshuan take the blame for her for the first time. She had never had any contact with cultivating immortals in her previous life. But she was very sure in her heart that the speed at which she was absorbing spiritual power was somewhat different from ordinary people. The original owner did not have such a situation in his memory. You must know that although the original owner had completely given up on herself when she had not made any progress in her cultivation no matter how hard she tried, and was ready to eat and wait to die, she at least occasionally absorbed spiritual energy from time to time. But that capacity and speed are completely incomparable. Is it because her seal was broken? I was confused and asked Su Yeshuan another day. The guy said to contact him directly if anything happened. And there was no contact information set on the communication jade pendant. Sadly, she probably had to make another trip to Wanyanfeng. Time passed quickly and bit by bit. When Jiang Lian opened his eyes, it was already bright. He didn't feel any tiredness after not sleeping all night. He was even refreshed and comfortable. Su Yeshuan said that she had completed the foundation building stage. And she didn't know the difference between the foundation building stage and the qi refining stage. Looking at the vast sea in her dantian, Jiang Lian decided to give it a try. The biggest difference between the foundation building stage and the qi refining stage is that you can fly with a sword during the foundation building stage. The storage bag Su Yeshuan gave her contained a tutorial on how to wield a sword. How about giving it a try? Taking out the ordinary wooden sword distributed by the previous sect into space, Jiang Lian tried to control it. The wooden sword on the ground moved slightly. But only slightly. Jiang Lian tried for a long time, but couldn't do anything. Is the method wrong? Jiang Lian took out the storage bag Su Yeshuan gave him, and found a jade slip that told how to wield a sword. System. Ding! Wei Wei is cultivating the path to immortality, and diligently cultivating the Taoist heaven. Please find the host within an hour to find Su Yeshuan and learn sword control and an attack technique from him. Failure will be punished by being struck by lightning, and success will be rewarded with 2 draws. Jiang Lian was a little confused at this time. When did the system become so diligent? He even had someone to urge her to study. He threatens her with lightning strikes every day. And if he has the ability, he will do something else. There was a sudden rumble of thunder in the sky, and Jiang Lian's heart trembled. And he was instantly frightened. Black-hearted dog system. Wait for me. I will cut you up and stew you in soup another day. Helpless, Jiang Lian still succumbed to being struck by lightning, put away the wooden sword, and walked towards Wanyanfeng's position in frustration. Pedestrians hurried on the road. Seeing that Jiang Lian, who was well known in the sect for many years, and was already in the early stages of refining qi, was not surprised at all. At most, he could only sigh in his heart. Ah! She is still in the early stages of qi refining. Oh! Just say she hasn't made any progress. What would happen if one day people in the sect discovered that her cultivation level had changed? Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel awkward. Fortunately, now is not the time to recruit new disciples. Otherwise there would definitely be many people watching, looking up at his classmates who were flying with swords. Jiang Lian suddenly became more motivated when he saw the contemptuous looks they gave him. Snort. She will too later. Without any prompting from the system, Jiang Lian went to Wanyanfeng by the familiar route. The Wanyanfeng protective array surrounding the perimeter fluctuated slightly, then quickly calmed down. Jiang Lian entered Wanyanfeng without any hindrance. Standing on the mountain, the sharp wind brought pain with the sword intent. Jiang Lian suddenly realized that in such a big position as Wanyanfeng, where would Su Yeshuan be? She doesn't know. System, can you give us another positioning? It's a pity that the system will never think about it. What we received was the system's cold rejection. Please host to complete the task alone. Failure will be punished by the 9 heavens thunder tribulation. The black-hearted system threatened her with being struck by lightning. 9 days of thunder tribulation. Those who cultivate immortality must be prepared and worry about being hacked and killed. It is too cheating to use this as a punishment. What do you want from me? Jiang Lian was depressed, thinking about where to look when the cold voice came from behind him. The magnetic and pleasant voice is as cold as coming from a cold pool. Jiang Lian turned her head. Her ink clothes were clean and her appearance was stunning. When she met the cold eyes, Jiang Lian was stunned. Are you okay? The Su Yesuan in front of me is completely different from the one I saw yesterday. Although the Su Yesuan yesterday also looked cold and cold. You can vaguely feel his gentleness and laziness. But today's Su Yesuan only had the coldness of being rejected by others thousands of miles away. No defense. Su Yesuan said nothing more, but looked at Jiang Lian quietly, waiting for her answer. Su Yesuan didn't explain much about the strange movements in the sword tomb and the inner demons at work. In fact, he did not completely tell Jiang Lian about the immortal demon body. He will talk about it later when the time is right. Seeing Su Yesuan like this, Jiang Lian was a little embarrassed to make those requests. System. Beep! What can I do to save you? My blackened fiancé? Find Su Yesuan and express your concern. The countdown to the mission begins. The host is asked to hug Su Yesuan within 10 minutes and show concern. If the task is successful, he will receive a lottery draw. If the task fails, he will receive double the punishment of lightning strikes. Hug Su Yesuan at this time. Jiang Lian felt like she was trembling just thinking about it. And the aura looked even scarier than Su Yesuan's yesterday. Why can the success reward only be drawn once? But the punishment is doubled. System. Beep! The countdown begins. 10. 9. Chapter 8 Flying with a Sword. That's too late. Jiang Lian gritted her teeth and rushed over to hug Su Yesuan as if she was dead. If it weren't for that slightly ferocious expression, Su Yesuan would probably think that this woman had suffered some great grievance and came to him to complain. Nestled in Su Yesuan's arms, amid the system's devilish countdown, Jiang Lian ignored the initial embarrassment and stiffness of his body, and directly patted Su Yesuan's back with a gentle voice. Don't worry about anything. You have me. You should be able to get through these caring words that are so disgusting that even Jiang Lian himself gets goosebumps. Right? She was very soft-spoken. System. Ding! The mission is completed, and the host will be rewarded with a lottery draw. Finally, the hard work paid off, and the system spoke up. Jiang Lian thought this was probably the most beautiful sound in the world. It was so touching that she almost burst into tears. Another dangerous escape. After calming down, Jiang Lian suddenly felt embarrassed. He lowered his head and didn't dare to come out of Su Yesuan's arms. It was so embarrassing. She had only met Su Yesuan twice. So why did she throw herself into his arms? The dog system cheated her. In fact, Jiang Lian didn't know that this was not the first time Su Yesuan had met, but that he had often seen her image since they were married. It could even be said that he had grown up watching her. She was always by his side in the most difficult times. And even the images made her feel warmer in his heart. Jiang Lian, who was in trouble, didn't notice a smile flashing in Su Yesuan's cold eyes above his head. It was quite vivid, and there was a little more light in his lonely life. In this room, Jiang Lian stood stiffly, his head almost bowed down. What do you want from me? Su Yesuan finally spoke. What's the matter? Jiang Lian suddenly realized that she still had one more task to complete. If you can't finish it, you really have to finish it. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Lian jumped out, her face full of indifference, as if the person who had just thrown herself into his arms was not her at all. But the ruddy color behind her ears clearly gave her away. Can you teach me how to handle a sword? She was really afraid that the boss would let her teach herself by looking at the jade slips. And then Lei Pai would really be unable to escape. Her eyes looked at Su Yesuan expectantly, acting coquettishly and cutely. But Loli was the royal sister. And she, Jiang Lian, could bend and stretch. So there was nothing embarrassing about her. Okay. Originally, he would have taught her yesterday if there had been no movement in the sword tomb. After getting Su Yesuan's answer, Jiang Lian felt really happy. What a happy event from heaven. But there are still techniques. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Lian asked nervously. Then can you teach me another attack technique? Worried about being rejected, I had already made up countless reasons in my mind hoping to convince him. Okay, he said, the most heartwarming answer with cold words and expression. Seeing that Jiang Lian was obviously in disbelief, Su Yesuan asked, Is there any more? In the case where the immortal and demon body was not marked, he had part of it. Those who tie the knot will have only one Taoist companion for life. Anyone who violates this will be punished by heaven. And at least 7 or 49 thunder tribulations will be inevitable. Therefore, from the moment they got married, he regarded her as his lifelong partner. Only, Jiang Lian was surprised now. Is the devil-like senior brother in the book fake? Or was she wrong? Su Yesuan was taken in by his senior brother because of his immortal and demonic body? This reason is more convincing than that Su Yeshuan is the senior brother. And the balance in Jiang Lian's heart is a little unbalanced. Considering the system's time limit, I didn't ask for more. The time was almost up. Jiang Lian shook his head directly. No more for now. Su Yeshuan nodded calmly. Do you have a sword? Yes. Yes. Jiang Lian hurriedly took out the wooden sword worth 3 low-grade spiritual stones. He had received a lot of cynicism in order to buy this sword, which was not easy. There was no embarrassment on her face that others might find embarrassing. But she was filled with excitement, because Su Yeshuan was about to teach her how to fly with a sword. Concentrate and calm down, and try to transfer your spiritual power to the sword. Su Yeshuan's cold voice has a unique magnetism that makes people unable to help but be immersed in his words. Obviously the method Su Yeshuan said was the same as the content in the jade slip. But she understood the meaning, and even followed the method he said on the spot. It seemed that the wooden sword had established some kind of connection with her, and she could even control it as she pleased. It's done? Holding her sword, she flew around in a circle and stopped in front of Su Yeshuan. Jiang Lian was shocked and filled with disbelief. Am I really the foundation building Zodchen? The cultivation level in the early stage of chi refining cannot fly. And she just did fly in a big circle. Yes, your dantian is now in a thick liquid form, and it is not far from natural elixir formation. Hearing Su Yeshuan's words, Jiang Lian suddenly remembered that the original work mentioned the identification of dantian with different levels of cultivation. Jiang Lian was completely excited now. She was no longer the forever useless person in the early stage of chi refining. During hesitation, Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan. Then has my seal been completely lifted? Not yet. You must drink it once a month from now on until you feel better. Jiang Lian seemed to be aware of his worry. It won't affect your cultivation. But it's just that the seal is half open now. If you don't drink it every month, it may all the lightning tribulations required to achieve the previous breakthrough in cultivation will follow. What? Jiang Lian was a little confused. It meant that if she didn't drink his blood once, she would be struck by lightning. It has been accumulated many times. The miserable Jiang Lian found that she was either being threatened with being struck by lightning, or on the way to being threatened with being struck by lightning. God is playing with her. It's such a tragedy that I was given a sweet spot, but also had a needle that could prick my butt at any time. Watch it. As he said that, Su Yeshuan directly picked a branch from the dead tree next to him, and his sword energy surged as he walked. The branches that pierced through the air were even sharper than the sharp sword. The sword's power was extremely sharp, and the world seemed to be shattered wherever it passed. Remember? Su Yeshuan stopped and looked at Jiang Lian. His smooth robe was not moving in the wind, as if the person who turned the branch into a sword was not him. Without waiting for Jiang Lian to answer, he said directly, Try. Jiang Lian was fascinated by what he saw. He thought he couldn't remember it, so he walked to the open space bravely. In just a moment, Jiang Lian could not help but think of Gong Su Yeshuan's sword dancing in his mind, and even immersed himself in it. System. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 2 prize draws. She learned it so fast. Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan in disbelief. This is Kunlun's basic swordsmanship. Fuyun swordsmanship. You can familiarize yourself with it when you go back. As he said this, Su Yeshuan turned over his hand, and a jade pendant that was exactly the same as Jiang Lian appeared in his hand. Under Jiang Lian's doubts, Su Yeshuan said, Take out yours too. Although he didn't know why, Jiang Lian did as he was told. The totem on the 2 jade pendants started to swim away when they were put together. After a while, the gaps between the 2 jade pendants automatically came together. The jade pendant turned red. Chapter 9, What is the name of the senior brother? When the red color disappears, the 2 jade pendants naturally separate. If you have any questions in the future, please contact Yupei directly. Jiang Lian took the jade pendant and curiously observed the difference. At this time, she found that her connection with the jade pendant was even closer. Looking at Jiang Lian's appearance, Su Yeshuan knew that she didn't know how to use it. Use your spiritual consciousness to communicate with the jade pendant. You can contact me at any time. If you don't see it in time, it will be stored for later use. Isn't this the same as the communication jade pendant? Doesn't the communication jade pendant also have this function? It has more functions. It has a chance of protection. In fact, it was just a ray of his consciousness that was placed on it. If something happened to activate the jade pendant, he would appear in time. And the jade pendant of friendship can enhance cultivation in a cyclical and gradual manner. So even those who are dedicated to Taoism will at some point want to find a Taoist partner to make progress together. As soon as Jiang Lian came to this world, she knew that she was cannon fodder in the book. She was focused on how to change her destiny, and had no intention of understanding other things in this world. Therefore, she knew nothing about many things except relying on the sparse memory of the original owner or learning from the original work. Thank you. Jiang Lian suddenly felt that it didn't matter even if Su Yeshuan was the senior brother. A cannon fodder is a cannon fodder. Anyway, she hasn't finished reading the original work, so she doesn't know how it will end. She has tried it, but it is completely impossible to change it from the male and female protagonists. So, my fate is up to me. So what if I am a senior brother? She also has a big helper. Isn't it better? He is a marginal character in the book. Anyway, she feels that although Su Yeshuan looks a little cold on the outside, he is cold on the outside and warm on the inside. So he can get along with him. You don't have to be so polite to me. With a cold look but heartwarming words, Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan and suddenly felt that this person was actually not that bad. The current target of the system was probably him. If you can't resist, enjoy it. Why not? Besides, Su Yeshuan looks pretty good. Okay, then I'm going back? She bit off more than she could chew and went back to digest today's things. She had a hunch in her heart that even if she didn't come to Su Yeshuan, the dog system wouldn't let her go. I'll take a mission from the mission hall the day after tomorrow to practice. According to Su Yeshuan's style, he usually doesn't explain much. But when facing Xiao by Jiang Lian, he explained a little more. Cultivation requires practice and solidification. Experience. Can she not go? There are always jokes in the book. Every time she goes out, she will meet the protagonist and something will happen. She doesn't want to have too much contact with him yet. Even if she is cannon fodder, she must be the most powerful. Just hearing the name will give the protagonist a headache for a long time. Exist? Of course. It is impossible to bring a dog on a leash. With a sad face, suddenly a bad premonition came over me. System. Ding! Wei Wei is on the path to immortality, and he is diligently cultivating the Taoist heaven. Please accept the tasks assigned by Su Yeshuan. The tasks in the task hall should be no less than the intermediate level. Failure will be punished by the 9 heavens thunder tribulation, and success will be rewarded with a growth spree. Just know that the dog system will never let her go. Jiang Lian was instantly excited when she heard the growth gift package, and she decided to take on the task. In his excitement, Jiang Lian completely ignored the system's indication that the task level was intermediate, and he didn't know what it meant. Big gift package. Yunling's space was originally taken out of this big gift package. Are there any other good things? Okay. Su Yeshuan was stunned by the look in his eyes. Are you so excited to take on a mission? Su Yeshuan began to think about whether he should call her to do tasks more often in the future. Nothing happened. So Su Yeshuan said, if you want to go back and take a step forward. Take a step? If you take any further step, you will encounter him. What is this operation? Although she had just hugged him, she had never given him a hug without her own will. Is this guy addicted to cuddling? Jiang Lian looked around and said to Su Yeshuan in a low voice, oh no! It wouldn't be good if senior brother finds out that we are here. At this time, Jiang Lian had already rejected the idea that Su Yeshuan was his senior brother. It feels like it can't be. I guess it was because senior brother was bored that he asked Su Yeshuan to accompany him at 1 in peak. Su Yeshuan was obviously stunned when he heard Jiang Lian's words. Emotional girl hadn't figured out his true identity yet. Feeling amused, he raised his hand and tapped her forehead lightly. You really don't know the name of your so-called senior brother? Facing Su Yeshuan's unclear eyes, Jiang Lian panicked. Could it really be? However, Jiang Lian still said honestly, I didn't ask. What is your name? He felt a little guilty for no apparent reason. Could it be that the senior brother was really called Su Yeshuan? Such cowardice offended Wanyan Dabingshan, who suddenly felt like teasing her. Go back and ask. Jiang Lian, who was slightly embarrassed, was no longer shy. She gritted her teeth and took a step forward. Unexpectedly, she returned to the foot of the mountain again. Is there a magic circle around Su Yeshuan? Otherwise, why would she appear at the foot of the mountain with a swish directly from the mountain like this twice? Before I could fully recover from what had just happened, a mocking voice came from not far away. Hey! Who is this? I feel so embarrassed that I am hiding and practicing my sword. Looking for fame, Jiang Lian couldn't help but frown. What happened to Xiao Shengsheng? They are both cannon fodder. So why be so impatient? Xiao Shengsheng originally made an appointment with Miamu to meet up at Dantang. She was anxious to arrive early and pass down one in peak. Unexpectedly, she met Jiang Lian. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Glancing at Jiang Lian's wooden sword, Xiao Shengsheng smiled mockingly. You are worthy of using it like this. After speaking, Xiao Shengsheng apologized hurriedly and said hypocritically, Oh, sorry. You can't use it at all. Looking at Xiao Shengsheng, who was having a lot of fun here, Jiang Lian felt that he needed to show off his power. It's really annoying to hear this noise every time you encounter it. What if I can use it? How about you? Jiang Lian looked at Xiao Shengsheng calmly. Do you want to perform a sword show? After all, he is also a bad-mouthed person, which is easy to digest. Xiao Shengsheng, who had been tricked by Jiang Lian's aggressive skills yesterday, always paid attention to eating rather than beating. It's up to you. The waste material needs to be self-aware. Xiao Shengsheng was so angry that she gritted her teeth when she thought about what happened yesterday. Jiang Lian spread his hands indifferently. You are afraid. If you are afraid, just shut your mouth and don't bark around. It's annoying. You? Xiao Shengsheng was about to explode with anger at this time, and didn't care that Xiao Miao was waiting for her. At this moment, all she could think about was that she must teach this disgusting waste a lesson. Very good. Aren't you competing? I will make it happen for you. If you can use this sword freely and advance successfully in the school year competition next month, I will eat this sword in front of everyone. If you can't, then I have to shout 3 times on stage that you are a big loser. Jiang Lian raised her eyebrows. That's it? Xiao Shengsheng was stunned by her Yun Dan thinking, and she was somewhat sober at this time. Chapter 10 Dasha. After taking a look at Jiang Lian's cultivation across the street, he saw that he was still in the early stages of qi refining and had not made any progress at all. Xiao Shengsheng felt that Jiang Lian was being stubborn. What? You don't dare anymore? Jiang Lian looked at the big fool in front of him, and suddenly he sympathized with the author of the original work. It was really not his fault. It was probably because the girl's character was too bad, so she had to be given a cannon fodder supporting role. This character was really deceiving her to the point of death. Maverick. Dare? Why don't you dare? Jiang Lian replied seriously. I won't take advantage of you. If I lose, I will do it on your terms. If you lose, you will shout 3 times on the stage that you are a big person. Silly. The whole sect can hear it. This loser dares to negotiate conditions with her here. It is really deceiving to insult her like this. Since you agreed, don't regret it. Xiao Shengsheng said with a gloomy face, and the light of challenge oath directly lit up on the ground. After the light dissipated, a small contract totem appeared on the back of both their hands. Jiang Lian was surprised, but quickly calmed down. She knew that Xiao Shengsheng was easily provoked. But this was too easy. He even signed a contract. After looking at the contract, I saw that it was the kind of people with high cultivation who set the terms of the contract. Xiao Shengsheng thought that she was at the highest level, and that the middle stage of foundation building was better than the early stage of qi refining for thousands of years. She could make such conditions at will. Okay. Since that's the case, let's do it. After saying that, Jiang Lian didn't want to stay any longer and walked directly in the direction of Chongyan Peak. Although she knows how to wield a sword, it's good to show off occasionally, so let Xiao Shengsheng be arrogant for a few more days. When she thinks of Xiao Shengsheng shouting that she is a big fool on the platform, she can imagine her extremely angry face. It is probably more uncomfortable for her than killing her. Humph. Jiang Lian's reaction in Xiao Shengsheng's eyes was that she was holding on to save face. And as careless as she was, she never read the terms of the contract again after signing the contract, and firmly believed that Jiang Lian would be unlucky when the time came. Xiao Shengsheng was in a very good mood and then left, heading towards the location of the alchemy hall. She couldn't wait to share the good news with her friends. Being able to groom Jiang Lian is one of her great pleasures. Returning to Chongyan Peak, Jiang Lian was surprised to find that Master Yinchong Xinjin, who had been unable to come out of seclusion, had come out of seclusion because his injuries have not healed for many years. Jiang Lian couldn't help but worry about the originally handsome uncle Yinchong Xinjin with black and white hair, pale face, and coughing from time to time. The world of cultivating immortals attaches great importance to respecting teachers and teaching. In this world, the master is like a reborn parent. Yunchong is almost the father of rebirth to Jiang Lian. If Yunchong hadn't come to save her, she would have died under the giant claws of the monster. Master, You are out of seclusion. For this young disciple Yuncheng, whose cultivation had been strangely stuck in the early stage of qi refining, he did not feel that he had lost face among his fellow practitioners. Everything is predestined. Recalling that he had been in retreat in the cave for the past 2 days, there was something strange in the Tianji array. After some calculations, I was surprised to find that it was related to his young disciple. It simply shows a good omen, which is very good. Well, is there anything you want to eat? Master will cook it for you. Yun Chongzi looked at Jiang Lian lovingly. It seemed that no one in Chongyan Peak looked down upon her, because her cultivation had not improved at all. And they even tried their best to find all kinds of delicious food to feed her, because she had not yet completely repelled herself. After all, Jiang Lian can be regarded as the most favored junior sister in Chongyan Peak. It seems that this is also written in the original work. As long as Master can do anything, Jiang Lian said, sitting opposite Yun Chongzi with a smile, and looked at Yun Chongzi seriously. Master, is your injury better? Much better. The gentle voice was soothing. Obviously Jiang Lian didn't fully believe the master's comforting answer. Now that her cultivation level has improved, can she also learn other skills? For example, making alchemy? She wants to find a way to cure her master. Yen, can Master teach you the art of Tianyin? Tianyin Ju technique, also known as Tianji technique, can be practiced by simply introducing qi into the body. But it also requires talent. Some people are able to possess advanced heavenly magic skills just by virtue of their qi refining period, while some people are not very talented and have only enough cultivation to learn a little bit about it. Is it okay? The most important thing in Tianji's magic is the character of the mind. Originally, Jiang Lian had a distorted Xinqing due to lack of progress in cultivation. Now the master has said that he wants to teach her. Is it because her mentality is different? You must know that all the disciples of Chongyan Peak have to cross the Chichu Exquisite Bridge before they can start to practice the art of heavenly secrets. Therefore, unless someone is possessed by the devil in Chongyan Peak, otherwise, it would be really hard to find someone who would just randomly make trouble for others. However, the disciples of Chongyan Peak are not afraid if others look for trouble. If you want, of course you can. Yun Chongzi's face was full of smiles, and the Kung Fu spirit tea in his hand was brewed. The clouds were misty, and the fragrance was overflowing. Taste it. Looking at the teacup handed over by the master, Jiang Lian happily took it and took a sip. His eyes lit up. Tingshan Yinwu? This is the best of the spiritual teas. I didn't expect master to have it here. Seeing Yun Chongzi nodding, Jiang Lian approached him mischievously. Master, what good thing happened to you today? She was actually willing to take such good tea out for a leisurely drink, and was even willing to share a cup with her. You must know that master is not willing to part with good tea and wine. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just in a good mood today. Yun Chongzi looked calm. Jiang Lian doesn't believe her master is making excuses here. But if you don't want to say it, don't say it. It's definitely a good thing anyway. Master, I may have to go out for a few days and 3 days. And I have to go to the mission hall to receive the mission. Yun Chongzi paused for a moment, pinched his fingers slightly, and small totem patterns flowed across his fingertips. Go! Dodgy. Disciples who enter the sect have limited tasks to complete every year, including tasks within the sect and tasks outside the sect, with varying points. In the past, because Jiang Lian's cultivation level was too low, he only looked for matters within the sect. But now this is the first time he wants to take on a task outside the sect. Thank you, Master. Master is a well-known Tianjizi in the world of immortality. He says good luck means good luck. Although it's good luck, you still have to pay attention to safety. When you come back, go to the Chichiao Linglong Bridge and teach your master your secret skills. Yun Chongzi stood up, touched Jiang Lian's head, and said with a smile, Master, I will cook for you first. The little one who followed him up the mountain has now grown into a graceful young lady. It was also after seeing the master-disciple bond between the two that I decided to bring him back to the sect. And I felt sorry for what happened to this little one. I'm going to help. Jiang Lian stood up happily and followed Yun Chongzi. Master, how many days will you be out this time? Chapter 11 Complete Star Map. Come back tomorrow. This time, I came out to have a look because there was something strange in the Tianji disc. This young disciple was also suffering, and he didn't feel at ease if he didn't take a look. So fast! Although he was a little reluctant, Jiang Lian knew the master's condition. The idea of finding a solution became more determined in my heart. Call me anytime if you need anything. Yun Chongzi's usual gentleness was like a spring breeze, and his movements of cutting the soul bird meat were also particularly beautiful. The faint aroma of spiritual rice in the pot overflowed, and Jiang Lian couldn't help but swallow. Are you greedy? Yun Chongzi smiled even more at his little apprentice's cute behavior. Make a good fire, and you'll be able to eat it soon. Master, what are the benefits of learning how to cook and make fire? Master said that making fire and cooking is also a knowledge, and eating spiritual food is even more important. The control method is very particular, and it is not easy to make spiritual food that is full of color, flavor and fragrance. What she remembers most clearly is that Yun Chongzi said meaningfully, "You will know the benefits in the future. You won't starve to death." The gentle voice told such a cold joke that even Jiang Lian found it a little funny. Then Yun Chongzi continued, "What needs to be controlled in practice?" Yun Chongzi looked at Jiang Lian with a flash of unknown meaning in his eyes. These young disciples had never asked about this before, and they didn't even have the intention to study this. The little apprentice is indeed different. Jiang Lian thought about it carefully and tentatively replied, "Refining elixirs? Refining weapons?" Yun Chongzi nodded. "What else?" Jiang Lian was a little confused and couldn't quite understand after thinking about it. Sword control, for example, is the art of control. The most important thing in the way of cultivation is the art of control. The most important part of Tianyan's method is also the ability to control. The method of extremely subtle control. Jiang Lian was surprised now. Everything is controllable. Yun Chongzi laughed loudly. You can say that. The meal was cooked in Jiang Lian's thinking. Claypot rice in the world of immortality. Looking at the large pot in front of him, Jiang Lian drooled. If she hadn't known that her master was not a time traveler, she would have thought that her master was the reincarnation of some chef god. In fact, it was Yun Chongzi's unique practice. When Yan Yanyan came back, there was only the lingering fragrance in the air, and Yun Chongzi was not seen at all. Junior brother Situ Luyun went out for training and has not returned yet. Junior sister was previously so focused on cultivation that she had no time to think about eating. Now that she has gone out again, she immediately knows who cooked it. Sister, you're back. Jiang Lian was filled with joy when she saw Yan Yanyan. She liked this senior sister from the bottom of her heart. Well, master is out of seclusion? Seeing that Yan Yanyan didn't see Yun Chongzi's figure and looked slightly disappointed, Jiang Lian smiled and nodded. Yes. Master said that you can go to him at any time if you need anything in the future. Usually they would not disturb Master every time he was in retreat unless necessary. This time, they said they could come to him at any time, which meant that they would not be in retreat every day as usual. Thinking of this, Yan Yanyan suddenly smiled happily. Jiang Lian took out another portion of claypot rice that was warm in the pot. Senior sister, do you want to eat it? Master made it especially for you. Although Yan Yanyan has already abstained from food, it is different to have a master who loves food. He does not require them to completely give up their appetites. As long as it does not affect their cultivation, they can do whatever they want. Eat. After hearing that the master had specially cooked it for her, Yan Yanyan took the spoon and started eating. Although the master agreed, Jiang Lian still had to tell her senior sister. It can be said that she has grown up in front of her senior brothers and sisters for so many years. No matter what the situation is, one of Yan Yanyan and her second senior brother Situ Luyun must leave one to look after her. Worried about being bullied. Senior sister, I will take on a mission in 2 days and go out for a few days. Yan Yanyan looked at Jiang Lian in surprise and said worriedly, Can I take over the task inside the door? Only then did Jiang Lian remember that she had been persecuted in previous years and had taken on tasks outside the sect. Senior sister, you don't have to worry. I'm going by myself this time. Master has just calculated it for me. It's good luck. Master agrees? Yan Yanyan was still a little worried and said, Then I will go with you. The junior sister had not left the mountain gate since she went up the mountain. This sudden departure was like this, and she was really worried. Jiang Lian hurriedly waved her hand and said, No, no, senior sister, I can do it myself. I will take over the mission from Tianyong City and won't go far. Yin Yanyan frowned slightly. Are you sure you're only in Tianyong City? Tianyong City is a subsidiary town of Kunlun. It is at the foot of the mountain, and there is generally no danger. Yin Yanyan summoned his heavenly secret, the circling incense Yin, and his spiritual power jumped out. His handprints flew, and the ancient patterns on the circling incense Yin kept changing. After settling down, Yin Yanyan looked at the hexagram meaning above and breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that she doesn't believe in her master's calculation results, but she's afraid that her junior sister will frame her, which she has done before. Okay, then be careful. I'll come find you again tomorrow and give you something. Thank you, senior sister. She readily accepted her senior sister's kindness. She would repay the kindness that others did to her twice as much, and she would not even think about making things easier for those who owed her. After leisure, Jiang Lian called the system. System, start the lottery. Isn't it just for this small benefit and her precious little life that she is worried every day? The total number of draws is 3. How many times will the host draw first? Jiang Lian thought for a moment, but there was no use keeping it. Smoke them all. Hey! Congratulations to the host for getting a fragment of the star map. Completion level 4 out of 5. Hey! Congratulations to the host for getting a fragment of the star map. Completeness. May 5th. Hey! Congratulations to the host for getting a fragment of Feiyu's sword. Although they were all fragments, Jiang Lian looked at the obvious degree of completion with some surprise. The 5 fragments quickly gathered in the space and merged together. The star map was wrapped in light, so that Jiang Lian could not completely see its specific shape, but the power that was faintly exuded can be traced back to ancient times. I've heard of astrology, but not a star map. What's the matter with the combination of these two entities? Jiang Lian subconsciously wanted to take it in her hand and take a look, but the star map turned into bright stars and penetrated into her body the moment she touched it. Jiang Lian was startled and hurriedly looked inside, only to see that Dantian was surrounded by a sea of stars. On the left side of Dantian, a giant blue dragon with gleaming scales and crystal light leaped above it in the clouds and mist. Astrology. Star map phantom star image? This is Qing Long. In Kunlun, every disciple can understand the stars according to the exercises, and most of them can only understand the golden elixir stage. Swordsmanship becomes more powerful with the assistance of different astrology. There is no skill. It just evolves naturally. She couldn't help but praise this operation. After taking a look at the sky, let's go to the library tomorrow to check some relevant information. Otherwise, both eyes will be black. Chapter 12 Three Elders. Jiang Lian went out after telling her senior sister that she was going to the library to check something. The library pavilion is located on the main peak, Lingxian Peak. The disciples in the sect are allowed to enter the library pavilion a certain number of times every year. The floors allowed to be viewed at different levels are even different. Today's gatekeeper is a young disciple. Jiang Lian seems to have enlightened since knowing his cultivation level. He can tell at a glance that the cultivation level of the disciple in charge of registration in front of him is in the middle stage of foundation building. In terms of young disciples, it is considered good to have reached the foundation building stage. Although the registrant in front of her felt familiar, Jiang Lian thought about it and found that she didn't seem to recognize him. 1 hour on the first floor. The disciple in charge took the jade identification tag to register, raised his head and glanced at the visitor. His voice was very cold, and his eyes were full of disdain and contempt. If you don't go to the first floor, go to the second floor. Jiang Lian thought about it carefully again. She had not offended this person and did not know him. Don't like her? Ah! Excellent people are easily jealous. Lu Wenhe was shocked after hearing Jiang Lian's words, and he couldn't stand the person in front of him. If you don't practice hard every day and think about comparing yourself with second senior sister, how can you compare with her little bit of cultivation? Even if a person has no self-awareness, he is still a troublemaker. He is the most disgusted with such people in his life. Ouch! Isn't this junior sister Jiang from Chongyan Peak? In the early stages of Qi training, when you go to the second floor, you don't have to look at your cultivation to see if you can go up. Before Lu Wenhe could answer, the other disciples waiting in line behind him could not help but laugh. Get out of the way quickly! There are many people waiting behind you. Jiang Lian did not answer his words, but looked at Lu Wenhe and waited for his answer. It stands to reason that she is a true disciple of Chongyan Peak. She is allowed to go up to the second level regardless of her cultivation level. After all, the second level is also about heaven. Books on the heavenly derivative technique. While the heavenly derived technique does not distinguish between cultivation level and talent level. Besides, this is also one of the rights of true inheritance. But it was obvious that the person in front of her did not take her. A true disciple? Seriously? According to regulations, it is the first level of Qi refining. The cold and obvious ridicule made Jiang Lian couldn't help but frown. I am a direct disciple of Chongyan Peak. According to regulations, I am allowed to go to the second floor. At this moment, Jiang Lian finally remembered who the person in front of him was. Lu Wenhe, the direct disciple of the great elder Ling Xianfeng, was very rigid. He had scolded her many times for causing trouble to the second senior sister, but he had not done any substantial harm. What kind of person are you? Who has been practicing qi for so many years like you? Lu Wenhe couldn't stand Jiang Lian's point of view, and he didn't even want to let her enter the second level according to the regulations. Jiang Lian had a cold face. She heard what Lu Wenhe meant. He would not give up. The disciples present were even more booing and verbally attacking Jiang Lian. How do you get me in? At this moment, Yan, who was worried, rushed over. He heard everyone's discussion in the distance, and rushed to the front angrily. Lu, don't go too far. You are defying the sect's rules. Do you want to go to the discipline hall? At this moment, Xiao Miao and Xiao Shengsheng came out of it. When the eyes of the two parties met each other, Jiang Lian said in his heart that the laws in the book were really unchanged. If you have something to do, you will definitely meet the heroine. And if you don't meet the heroine, you will definitely meet her bitch. Junior sister Jiang, please don't cause trouble to senior brother Lu regarding your early stage of qi refining. You won't be able to see it even if you go to the second floor. And you've lost an opportunity in vain. So thank you. Xiao Shengsheng looked like she was doing your best. And she felt so happy to be able to confront Jiang Lian. When she thought of yesterday's contract, she felt even happier. Jiang Lian must have been in bad luck recently. She was so happy. Xiao Miao's always cold face showed no intention of participating. But she did not stop Xiao Shengsheng from talking too much. Jiang Lian was also speechless. Why is this guy everywhere? He has such a strong sense of presence. Senior brother Lu, are you planning to use your private power to avenge personal grudges? Lu Wenhe was suddenly trembled by the sight of the junior sister, who was only in the qi refining stage in front of him. It seemed that he was facing a strong person who was much stronger than him. He was always calm, but he was a little flustered and kept his composure on his face. I'm doing this for your own good. Jiang Lian sneered. It's for my own good. You can go in during the foundation building period. Right. Jiang Lian's tone aroused everyone's ridicule again, and no one was spared the sarcasm. She was speechless. Are all immortal cultivators so idle? So idle that it hurts. Junior sister Jiang, you are not thinking of any way to take advantage of the loopholes. Are you? I remind you. We, senior brother Lu, hate these opportunistic tricks the most. I advise you not to be unable to even enter the first floor. Xiao Xingxing's whole body was simply filled with excitement. He is just arrogant, saying he is for your own good. But every word he wants to provoke the anger of both parties. Originally she wanted to wait until the competition to reveal her cultivation. But now Jiang Lian has changed her mind. She really feels sorry for Xiao Xingxing's arrogance if she doesn't give him a good slap in the face. Okay. What if I can go in? There is no violation of regulations. Jiang Lian looked completely calm and relaxed at this time. It was completely different from her in the past, who would get angry and behave in various ways after hearing this. Everyone present was a little surprised by her change. Junior sister John's words are a bit inappropriate. Whether you can go in or not has nothing to do with junior sister Xiao. Junior sister Xiao only cares about you. Xiao Miao pulled Xiao Shengsheng and replied for her. Xiao Shengsheng always followed Xiao Miao's lead. And when she heard Xiao Miao answer for her, she nodded happily. That's right. I just care about you. Jiang Lian looked at her with a half smile. The heroine was indeed a heroine. She was such a big white lotus. Just when he was thinking about how to slap him in the face, a shout rang out. Everyone present saw the visitor and closed their mouths, not daring to say another word. What are you doing here? Zhang Butao, the third elder of Kunlun, the true caretaker of the library. She usually has a good relationship with her master. Jiang Lian grabbed his identity jade token, gave him a respectful, okay, and directly snatched what Lu Wenhe was about to answer. Go back to the third elder. I want to register and go to the second floor. Senior brother is studying whether the talisman conforms to the rules. Lu Wenhe, standing aside, was sweating profusely, feeling that he was going to be unlucky for some reason. The third elder looked over coldly, with obvious dissatisfaction in his voice. True disciples are allowed to go directly to the second floor. What is there to study? After speaking, he took the jade plaque from Jiang Lian's hand and registered it directly before handing it to her. Go in. Don't be blocked here. The others stood there without moving. Zhang Butao's face was full of dissatisfaction, and he shouted loudly. You should go and do whatever you are supposed to do. What are you doing here? He turned to look at Lu Wenhe and said, "Go back. This task is not suitable for you. You can't do anything well with your grinding." Lu Wenhe's face turned red, and he looked at the place where he had reached the door of the library and was about to enter, with an unknown hatred flashing in his eyes. "Jiang Lian, just wait for me." Seeing Lu Wenhe leaving in disgrace, the remaining disciples looked at the indifferent old face of the third elder and did not dare to say another word. They handed over their identity jade tags in an orderly manner and registered to enter. Xiao Miao took Xiao Shengsheng and left calmly. Xiao Shengsheng was angry in her heart. She was not able to see Jiang Lian in trouble this time. She also offended senior brother Lu, which was a bit of a loss. Chapter 13 Dragon Control Technique. Xiao Shengsheng's good mood was not affected much. She was waiting for the annual competition. Jiang Lian will definitely lose face by then. I have been unhappy with her for a long time. Here Jiang Lian entered the library and went straight to the second floor. In fact, there are restrictions in the library. If you don't meet the requirements, you can't go up to the second floor. Therefore, Lu Wenhe's obstruction just now was simply unnecessary. It's amazing that no one can see her true cultivation. But the restrictions don't stop her at all. I'll ask Su Yesu in another day. If it's not visible to the naked eye, but there are no restrictions on formations and magic weapons. Astrology. Jiang Lian looked around and finally saw books about astrology in an area. The capacity of the entire area is quite large. Finally, the initial analysis of the stars was found in a corner. It is reliable to use magic formula to condense the stars. But can it also be condensed through perception? In the entire analysis, there is no mention of the star map condensing the stars. But through the analysis inside, she somewhat understood how to use the stars. Astrology is divided into levels from 1 to 5 stars, with 5 stars being the highest level. Out of curiosity, Jiang Lian looked at the star level she had condensed and found that she couldn't tell at all. I saw that the entire surface of the green dragon was surrounded by light. But there was not even a star. Is there no level? Looking carefully again, Jiang Lian felt a little strange. It stands to reason that the system should not reward very many times. Right? Although he didn't find any level, Jiang Lian didn't dislike it in his heart. It was luck to get it. Next, Jiang Lian looked for ways to use the astrology and found that there was no way to use it alone. He had to practice the astrology according to the relevant techniques and then use it in a targeted manner. In desperation, Jiang Lian could only choose to take it back and study it on his own. To say that rookies are bold. Most people don't dare to adapt it casually, and only people like Jiang Lian don't understand anything. Xingxiang Yuyan, a combination of astrology and Tianyan magic? Jiang Lian is quite interested. Every time he enters the library, he can choose 2 books to be engraved on jade slips and take them out. In addition to Stars of the Universe, Jiang Lian also chooses The Secret of Dragon Control. What is cultivated in Dragon Control Technique is also a dragon-shaped star. Jiang Lian decided to go back and take a look. It would be better if he could figure out how to use Qinglong. It was almost time, and Jiang Lian took the carved jade slip to the previous registration desk to register. What I saw at this time was still the third elder Zhang Butao. Jiang Lian bowed and handed over the 2 jade slips. Zhang Butao's originally expressionless face showed a slight surprise after seeing the content written on the jade slip. But he quickly calmed down. Jiang Lian was a little curious about the third elder's reaction. But when he saw that the other party didn't say anything, he respectfully waited for the registration. That's it. Zhang Butao handed the jade plaque to Jiang Lian without saying anything else. The third elder and her master are good friends, and sometimes they often get together. Jiang Lian has actually met the third elder many times. According to the third elder's character, he had some intention of protecting her from the beginning, but it was not obvious. Thank you, third elder. Jiang Lian bowed respectfully again and then withdrew. Zhang Butao's eyes flickered as he looked at the door, but quickly turned his gaze back, as if he glanced at the door inadvertently. Junior sister, you come out! No one will make things difficult for you anymore. Right. As soon as Jiang Lian came out, Yan, who was waiting at the door, hurried over and looked at her worriedly. Jiang Lian felt warm in her heart. Senior sister, I'm fine. No one is trying to make things difficult for me. She looked around and saw that none of the people who had originally made things difficult for her were there. This has happened before, and she knew that she was driven away by her senior sister. Seeing that her junior sister was intact, Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and then summoned her sword Yinchuang. Sister, take you back. There was a free ride available. Jiang Lian readily accepted it, and stood behind Yin Yan very happily. Although she was already good at flying with a sword, she was still not familiar with it. She had to find time to practice in the past 2 days. Otherwise she might be in danger when she accepted the mission. Senior sister, you don't have to cook for me these days. I want to practice in seclusion. It is not a rare thing to eat food in Chongyan Peak without abstaining from grains. Although Yin Yan has already reached the foundation stage, he still occasionally eats food to make sacrifices. It is estimated that due to the influence of Master Yin Chongzi, food is the only thing in the world that cannot be lived up to. And food is also a kind of enjoyment. Okay. Yin didn't ask much. Besides, the junior sister had just come out of the library, so it was normal for her to practice in seclusion. She just hopes that the junior sister will gain something this time. She is really worried that, like before, every time she came out of seclusion and gained nothing, the junior sister's temperament will change drastically. In fact, even if there is no harvest, they will not dislike her, and will even protect her, as long as she is good. Chongyan Peak arrived soon. After Jiang Lian said goodbye to his senior sister, he returned to his residence and activated the protective circle. In addition to protecting the people in retreat from outside interference, the magic circle in the residence can also withstand certain external attacks and visits. Jiang Lian took out Dragon Control Technique first and fell into deep thought after reading it from beginning to end. The magic formula only assists in condensing the stars, and when the stars are condensed, the magic formula has a controlling effect. Control? Master just said that everything is controllable. Does that mean that she can also use the control method to directly control the stars for her own use, without the need for magic techniques? Jiang Lian tried to mobilize the spiritual power in his body to lead Qinglong. I saw spiritual power surging, and the green dragon also flew into the clouds and became very active. Jiang Lian's eyes lit up. Can! Sitting cross-legged, with the 5 hearts pointing upward, spiritual power is constantly flowing in the body, and the green dragon on the left side of the dantian has a vague posture of breaking through the body and leaping out. If Su Yeshuan were here, he would definitely stop Jiang Lian from doing this nonsense. You must know that Jiang Lian's behavior at this time may cause chaos in the spiritual energy in the body at any time, and directly explode and die. At this time, qi and blood surged, and there was a slight smell of blood in the mouth. Jiang Lian gradually felt the pressure, as if something was pressing down on her to prevent her from being pulled out of her body. Not enough? Jiang Lian gritted his teeth, and his body's ability to absorb spiritual energy became stronger. It felt as if Jiang Lian was directly charged to death. Just when Jiang Lian thought she was about to explode, the green dragon rushed out of her body, flew around her body for a week, and then quickly returned to its original position in her dantian. At this time, Jiang Lian felt that the pressure on his body was relieved instantly. The pressure that was about to crush the person instantly disappeared without a trace, and the person became extremely relaxed. Is it done? Master is so right. Everything is controllable. Although Qinglong only appeared outside the body for a while, Jiang Lian was already very satisfied. After carefully looking at the method in Dragon Control Technique, I saw the above introduction. The power of the stars can be controlled by one's own spiritual power, and the power will be doubled along with one's own moves. Chapter 14 Rivalry from You. Now she can completely control the power of the stars and integrate it into her spiritual power, and then use her own moves to multiply their power. Jiang Lian was a little worried. The only moves he knew were the common Kunlun basic swordsmanship and Fuyun swordsmanship, and he had just learned it, and was not proficient enough. He still had to practice it. In the valley behind Chongyan Peak, this place is relatively close to the cave of the Peak Master Yin Chongzi, so there are generally not many people coming there. In addition, the junior sister's cultivation has not improved in recent years, so this has become a place where the junior sister prefers to be alone. Therefore, no one dared to disturb him. The breeze blows past the clouds, leaving no trace of anything. The wooden sword carried a strong sword energy like a frightening dragon, leaving terrifying sword marks wherever it passed. As the spiritual energy circulates, the green dragon emerges, and the aura on the sword becomes even stronger, destroying everything it passes by. Jiang Lian's eyes lit up. The movements in his hand became even faster, and the sword shadow was smooth. With a swish, the green dragon turned into a green shadow and leapt out with the sword energy, hitting the barrier with a bang. And even the barrier shook slightly. Each training place in the sect has a protective barrier to prevent the building from being destroyed by an inadvertent disciple when the sect is practicing. Jiang Lian was surprised and prepared to stop. But the wooden sword cracked with a squeak sound, and his whole body fell forward due to unstable control. After turning around and jumping up, Jiang Lian finally stood firm. She was a little confused. I was originally glad that Fuyan had become quite proficient in swordsmanship, so that going out to do missions would be less likely to result in a tragic death. The cheating weapon actually broke, holding up the wooden sword with its blade almost split in half. Jiang Lian groaned a little bitterly. It's better to buy 2 spare ones when you go down the mountain. After cleaning up, Jiang Lian put away the broken wooden sword and walked directly back to his residence. It was really hard not to let her show off. She originally thought she would never have to walk again, but the transportation vehicle broke down. At this time, Yin Yan Yan was already waiting for her. When she saw her junior sister coming over, Yin Yan Yan's originally cold face became extremely bright the moment she saw Jiang Lian. "Junior sister, you are back." As she spoke, Yin Yan Yan quickly stood up and put a storage bag in her hand. "No! You take these with you. If you think they are not enough, remember to tell your senior sister and she will give them to you again." Jiang Lian was a little curious as to why the senior sister gave her a storage bag. "What?" "Take a look." At Yin Yan Yan's signal, Jiang Lian opened the storage bag. She didn't know what to look at, but was shocked when she saw it. Jiang Lian was surprised to find that it was filled with various spiritual stones, elixirs, talismans, formation discs, and even several magic weapons. Jiang Lian vaguely seemed to see a ebony sword. The sword was faintly glowing, and the level was obvious at first glance. "Senior sister, did you go and loot somewhere?" Jiang Lian would not offend senior sister's kindness, but it was a bit shocking to have so many things, and she was a little panicked to accept them. Yin Yan Yan was worried that the junior sister would misunderstand and not want these things, so she quickly explained helplessly. "They robbed you." Jiang Lian was a little confused, but Yin Yan Yan said angrily, "You said you had no use for these and gave them to me. I saved them for you at that time, and gradually I saved a lot." After speaking, Yin Yan Yan raised her chin. "Well, these are just a small part. There are still many more at my place." Jiang Lian was a little in disbelief. Looking like senior sister. "You are joking." No wonder she was still surprised that as a true disciple, her master was not stingy with her. But why all her assets were so pitiful that she could only use a wooden sword to pick at her? I tried hard to think back, and finally found a memory that was hard to describe in the nook and cranny of my memory. At first, because she was unable to advance, her mentality collapsed. And then the sad original owner threw all her things directly to the senior sister who loved her. It can be as big as what the master gives, or as small as the monthly benefits given by the sect. Yin Yan Yan had no choice but to help keep it. Looking at his little junior sister's appearance, Yin Yan Yan knew what was going on. "Have you remembered? This girl is really big-hearted. Her things are always up for grabs no matter where they are. Not to mention the Feiyu sword given by master, which is said to be a famous ancient sword. Although the Feiyu sword has gone through many hardships and become less deficient over time, it is still at the level of a mid-grade spiritual weapon it is today." Jiang Lian said a little embarrassedly. "Thank you, senior sister. Okay, it's better for you to be good than anything else." After saying that, Yin Yan Yan said, "There are still some things that I have saved, and some of the sects haven't collected them yet. I will sort them out and give them to you when you come back." Jiang Lian was even more embarrassed now, but she didn't hesitate. "I'm sorry to trouble you, senior sister." After that, she didn't forget to say coquettishly, "Senior sister is the best." Now if she wants to be strong, what she lacks the most is resources. She will not refuse these instances that originally belonged to her, and she will repay her senior sister's kindness. The mission hall was at the foot of Lingxian Peak. Originally, the senior sister wanted to take her there, but Jiang Lian refused. "I got used to it as I walked." In desperation, Yin Yan Yan flicked her forehead. "Okay, it's up to you. I put a lot of food and big pills in the storage bag. If you really don't have anything to eat, don't starve yourself. Take some big pills." Jiang Lian nodded obediently, and finally walked towards Ling Xianfeng with his senior sister's reluctant eyes. This is not the first time she has come to the mission hall. After all, there is a fixed amount of tasks completed every year. The tasks inside the door are received directly in the outer hall, while the tasks outside the door have to go upstairs. Tasks of different levels are on different floors. Jiang Lian walked towards the disciple on duty in the mission hall beside him. "Senior brother, which floor are the intermediate missions on?" Li Jiyuan looked at the junior sister in front of him, who said he was going to take on an intermediate mission, and was a little surprised. But he didn't feel any contempt for her. He had also heard about little junior sister Jiang from Chongyan Peak. After many years of chi refining in the early stages, for some unknown reason, she had not made any progress at all. There were rumors outside that this person only stared at second senior sister Xiaomiao every day and did not want to make progress. But he didn't believe it. Even if you don't think about making progress, as long as you can draw chi into your body, your qualifications are not bad. No matter how you don't think about making progress for so many years, you can't even reach the second level of chi refining. Moreover, Uncle Yunchong is famous for his appetite. Junior sister Jiang is his chosen direct disciple. So spiritual food and spiritual food are absolutely indispensable. According to this situation, no matter how unwilling she is to make progress during the chi refining stage, she still has to advance 1 or 2 levels. Only those fools outside who listen to the wind will think that the rumors are the truth. Junior sister Jiang is also a pitiful person. Although he thought this in his heart, Li Jiyuan had always been stable and did not show it. The expression on his face was the way he usually treated others, without any difference. Junior sister, please come this way. Out of compassion, Li Jiyuan personally took Jiang Lian to the 3rd floor where intermediate tasks were issued. We're here. If you accept the mission, junior sister, you can come to me on the 1st floor and I'll help you go through the formalities. My surname is Li Jiyuan. Thank you. Senior brother Li. Chapter 15, Taking over the mission. This was the first time in this world that a stranger showed kindness to her. Just say it. How can there be so many angry young people in the world who share the same hatred and hostility no matter what? I didn't provoke him and wanted to cause trouble for him. Entering the mission hall on the 3rd floor, there will be much fewer people here than in the hall on the 1st floor. Jiang Lian found that most of them were in the foundation building stage, and some even, she could not see the level of cultivation. In this 3-level foundation building, it is truly a miracle in history to suddenly come to such a person who is in the early stage of chi refining. Jiang Lian looked at the tasks that were constantly refreshing on the task screen very calmly. It seems that the task refresh here will be slower than the one on the 1st level. The intermediate level is definitely less than the one without level. Although her cultivation has now reached the great perfection, it is still impossible to go out too far away. She should try the nearest one first. Missions that are closer should be less dangerous. After searching for a long time, Jiang Lian finally found a mission on the screen for Tianyong City, which is closest to the sect. Mission level, intermediate. Mission location, Tianyong City. Mission content, find the monsters causing trouble in the city and eradicate them. After searching for a long time, this was the closest one. Jiang Lian, a novice on outing missions, decided on this mission without thinking too much. The tasks in the task hall are generally confirmed. After taking the identity jade tag, you select the task from the large row of receiving spiritual weapons in the hall, and the task is accepted. Then take it to the front desk in the lobby on the 1st floor to receive the mission scroll. Those who have mission items will also receive them at the front desk. The disciples who are responsible for registration at the front desk have all signed confidentiality agreements, and the disciples who serve in the mission hall are even more carefully selected. Therefore, there will be no fight for revenge as no one knows who has accepted what mission. When Jiang Lian left the 3rd floor with the identity jade token that had received the mission, in the control room behind where the mission was being sorted out, the disciple in charge of the mission screen was trembling, and he was slightly relieved after the mission was received. At this time, he didn't even dare to look at the person behind him. He didn't know what kind of bad luck he encountered today. This boss who rarely appeared in thousands of years actually came out today, and strangely asked him to change the character on the mission screen. Leave the ones near the mission first, and then put only the one that eliminates demons. That's it. This silly girl is really not afraid of tigers as a newborn. If she were to be so sloppy in taking on the task, she would probably be finished. I thought so in my heart, but the invisible pampering was no less. Looking at the senior brother, who had disappeared from the spot, the disciples in the mission hall did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. They hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully towards the place where he had originally stood. Best farewell to senior brother. When they arrived on the 1st floor, Jiang Lian saw Li Jiyuan at the front desk as expected. There was no one in front of him at this time. After looking at the other places where people were applying, Jiang Lian walked straight towards Li Jiyuan. Have you chosen? Li Jiyuan looked businesslike, and did not show concern because of the pity in his heart. After all, they had not known each other before. And Li Jiyuan was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. Yes. Please excuse me. Senior Brother Li. Jiang Lian nodded with a smile and handed over the identity jade token. This is the token inside the door. And this is the magic-seeking array disc. After these 2 tasks are completed, they must be submitted together with the task. Li Jiyuan took out the relevant task box from the task queue at the back and gave the contents to Jiang Lian one by one. Tianyong City has a gate station. You can go there and ask about the specific situation. They are obliged to assist you in completing this mission. Any helpers? She originally thought she would really have to complete the task alone. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. After taking the mission box, there was actually nothing there. Just the token inside the door, the magic-seeking array disc, and the mission scroll. After leaving the mission hall, Jiang Lian was a little surprised that he didn't meet anyone from Xiaomiao or other characters in the book this time. It was really unprecedented. I don't think it's okay. But when I think about hearing someone discussing Xiaomiao next to me, it's really unbelievable. Have you heard? Second senior sister will form an elixir in a few days. The fellow sect next to him looked envious and excited. I heard that people from other sects will also come to watch the pill formation ceremony. Second senior sister is really amazing. That's right. Second senior sister is a leader among the previous generation. She is able to form pills at such a young age. I don't know how many people are envious of her. These words made the second senior sister Xiaomiao almost feel like there was someone in the sky. Jiang Lian felt a little unhappy. Her senior brothers and sisters are also very powerful. Right? Xiaomiao is the heroine who is relatively high profile. She didn't stop for much. And when she was about to leave, she looked at her classmates flying in the sky. Jiang Lian suddenly thought that there seemed to be a sword in the storage bag given to her by senior sister Gang. She didn't need to buy a wooden sword and could fly with that sword. Already? After thinking about the task, there was no stipulated time for it to be completed. She could go later and look at the sword first. Otherwise she would have to deliver food without a weapon. Returning to the back mountain, he took out the isolation array plate, and then took out the storage bag given by his senior sister. The storage bags have to be arranged separately, which is inconvenient when needed urgently. It is more convenient for her to transfer these things to the Yunling space she carries with her, so that she can take whatever she thinks of at any time. The elixirs include Bigu pill, hemostasis pill, Huiling pill, spirit building pill, etc. There is even a bottle of Shunin pill. Looking at the familiar bottle, Jiang Lian remembered that this was also given by his master. It can be used as a life-saving medicine for serious injuries anyway. Those talismans have various attributes, and the quality is very good. And the formation discs are also good things. Unfortunately, except for the formation discs that isolate the breath, she doesn't know anything else. I'll learn how to set up the formation another day. One more skill and one more guarantee. The mountains of spiritual stones made Jiang Lian's eyes shine. It turns out she is so rich. She was still worrying about the money to buy wooden swords, but now she can buy thousands of them without any problem. When Jiang Lian thought of the wooden sword, she couldn't wait to find the sword in the storage bag. The sword was crystal bright. The sword was transparent, and the lines were soft. But Jiang Lian felt that it was very fierce. Looking at the bare but beautiful sword in front of him, Jiang Lian felt that it didn't look like this. System. Beep! It is detected that the Feiyu sword can be fused. The completeness is 3/3. Is it fused? Jiang Lian was surprised. She suddenly remembered that this sword was originally called Feiyu, and it was given to her by her master at the beginning. It is generally better to carry a weapon with you, as it can form an invisible aura with the owner, making it more suitable for daily use. She didn't know what her state of mind was at the beginning. After being sad, she threw everything to her senior sister, except for the wooden sword that she had laughed at. Then, as if she had been beheaded, she started to find fault with Xiaomiao, the second senior sister of the sect. Every day, fighting against the people around her, she embarked on the path of no return as cannon fodder in the book. Just thinking about it makes me sad. The master seemed to have said that this sword was slightly lacking at the beginning, but the middle-grade spiritual weapon attracted countless people to flock to it. Chapter 16 Treasure Pavilion. Confirm the fusion. She also wondered why the name Feiyu sounded so familiar. It turned out that she had Feiyu's sword, and the system rewarded the fragments of Feiyu's sword twice. Only a beep was heard, and the light prevailed. The entire Feiyu sword was wrapped in the light. When the light dissipated, the crystal light was soft but with an ancient atmosphere. Soft and evil. The hilt of the sword has a colorful crystal core that is shaped like a feather and is seamlessly connected to it. Jiang Lian was very surprised. It is impossible to estimate the rarity of the 5-color crystal core, and it may even be the only one seen in the world. The luster of the sword body was even brighter than before. When the light dissipated, the crystal core on the hilt turned fiery red. The overall appearance is more cold. But she is as coveted as a beautiful girl. Can it be hidden? Jiang Lian could feel that its intangible properties had not disappeared. And it could even be said that it had hidden itself. For some reason, Jiang Lian looked at the sword and felt filled with joy. It was as if she had met a friend she hadn't seen for many years. It was very cordial, and she seemed to have established a connection with the sword. Little did he know that this was the opportunity that he needed to form with his own weapons in the first place. This kind of relationship is very rare. If it can be formed, it will be a great help to the strength. If it cannot form an opportunity, it will not affect the cultivation level. Jiang Lian couldn't put it down looking at the brand new Feiyu sword. Before the fusion, the Feiyu sword was a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Now that it's fused, she doesn't know what level it is. She won't look at it. But it's definitely upgraded. System. The fusion of the ancient Feiyu sword is completed. The lofty path to immortality. The diligent cultivation of heaven. Please host to find the Feiyu sword spirit and return it to its place. And you will be rewarded with a growth gift package. Sword spirit. It means that the Feiyu sword has spawned the sword spirit. But the sword spirit has been lost? At this time, Jiang Lian realized that this time the system did not issue a time limit. And there was not even a lightning strike penalty. It was an unprecedented first time. After trying the Feiyu sword for a few times, Jiang Lian found that it didn't seem to require practice. Her connection with the Feiyu sword was natural. And she was even more comfortable than the wooden sword she had practiced for several days before. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Qishan Town. Jiubao Pavilion. This is it. The quaint building floor had a strong sense of mystery. Jiang Lian walked straight in. When the waiter saw a customer coming, he hurried over to receive him. Your Majesty, please come this way. There are multiple counters here. Jiang Lian was a little surprised by the generosity of this store. There are soundproofing arrays between each counter. You must know that although soundproofing formations are common, they also require a lot of spiritual stones. Jiang Lian nodded and followed the waiter to the counter. Bring me 5 wooden swords. She decided to keep a few of them. Maybe they would be used. Although there is a Feiyu sword, its level is too high. She didn't know why Feiyu sword could hide the existence of the 5 attribute crystal core. But she was sure it was not simple. Why don't you ask Su Yeshuan for help later? Will it not be robbed and used again? We only met a few times. Perhaps because of the marriage contract and the system. Jiang Lian seemed to have an extra dependence on Su Yeshuan. He was the first person he thought of when he needed help. The waiter at the store was not surprised by Jiang Lian's request. He calmly took out the things Jiang Lian needed. Do you need anything else, sir? Since she was going to slay demons, she didn't seem to have anything else she could use besides the demon-seeking array plate she was given when she took on the mission. Is there anything you can use to conquer demons? As a newbie, he really doesn't understand anything. The waiter in the shop looks like he understands everything. This person probably just took the job and doesn't understand anything yet. Their store has been open at the foot of Kunlun Mountain for many years. And such disciples are usually common. Therefore, the waiter in the store introduced Jiang Lian with experience. The store has magic-seeking array discs, magic subduing bags, magic-inducing pills, and related protective gear. The magic weapons are all available, and guests can choose according to their own needs. She has the magic-seeking array, and the magic-bending bag and the magic-inducing pill make her somewhat interested. Take a look at the magic bag and the magic-inducing pill. The waiter smiled and took out the things. Jiang Lian looked at them and found the instructions for using them very thoughtfully. Jiang Lian nodded. I want both. Seeing how cheerful this guy was, the waiter said, Sir, we also have a magic-seeking mirror. Do you need it? Jiang Lian was a little curious. What is a magic mirror? The waiter took out a pair of glasses decorated with feathers and said, Please take a look. Sir, this is the magic-seeking mirror. As he spoke, the waiter in the store continued to explain. As long as you wear this magic-seeking mirror, you can see whether there is magic aura nearby. Not only that, it can also prevent monsters of a certain level from detecting your aura. It can be hidden by itself. It is beautiful and practical. The first function of seeing magic energy is similar to the magic-seeking array disc. but the second function is quite attractive. Is the level of the shielded demon high? After hearing this, the waiter's eyes lit up, and he knew something was up. If you want to shield higher level monsters, you will need other higher level magic-seeking mirrors. But the price will be more expensive. This feature is quite satisfactory. Jiang Lian was a little moved. The waiter didn't waste any time, and once again took out a few magic-seeking mirrors that were somewhat similar to the ones just now, but they looked more advanced than the original ones. Jiang Lian took a fancy to one of the fiery red half-masks at a glance. The shape was very beautiful but full of simplicity. How much does this cost? The waiter was a little surprised that the customer was interested in this one, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, sir. This may have accidentally fallen in when cleaning up. Someone brought it out of the secret realm, and its function is also hidden. But according to tests, it doesn't have much effect. After saying that, the waiter in the store became even more embarrassed and said, It's less effective than the ones just now. As he talked about selling other products, the waiter in the store said, Your Majesty, you can take a look at the other products. These include medium-grade magic weapons and high-grade magic weapons. It's no problem to find the magic general. The levels of weapons can be divided into treasure weapons, magical weapons, spiritual weapons, and fairy weapons. The high-grade magic weapon is really good, but for some reason Jiang Lian still likes that mask better. What level is this? Seeing that the guest in front of him was attracted by it, he explained, This is a low-grade treasure. If the guest officer wants, I can give you 5 low-grade spiritual stones. Jiang Lian held it in her hand, her palms feeling cool. For some reason she felt that this thing was more than this level. Okay, that's it. Plus the wooden sword just now, and the demon-baiting pill in the magic bag. Let's do the math. The waiter at the magic weapon shop didn't think anything of it after the customer didn't buy it, and still helped with the settlement with a smile on his face. Jiang Lian, who spent a total of 2 medium-grade spiritual stones, felt that it was quite a bargain. And the store owner also had a good attitude, which seemed very different from the bad shops he saw in books. Just as he was walking out of the door, a young man wearing a red robe and a golden crown ran in. Fortunately, Jiang Lian dodged quickly. Otherwise he would have bumped into him. So golden. Chapter 17, Don't want to interact more. The other party was irritable and had no ill intentions, so Jiang Lian didn't mind it much. However, the words he shouted to the young man in red, who had just completed the transaction in front of her, made her stunned. Su Heng, I heard that there seems to be a lot of fun in Tianyong City. Why don't we go and have a look? Anyway, second senior sister Kunlun's elixir formation ceremony will take a few days, which is just enough for us to come back after watching the fun. Su Heng, looking at the other party's clothes and status. Jiang Lian's heart froze. Why did he meet the male protagonist in the book? You must know that the male protagonist in the original work is as gentle as jade on the surface. But in fact, he is very cruel and ruthless. After various encounters with Kunlun's second senior sister, the two had similar temperaments, attracted each other, and finally became Taoist couples. According to the plot in the book, this man is by no means a good person, and it would be best for her not to have any interactions with him. Even as a teenager, the boy named Su Heng noticed his gaze and looked over. When he saw that the other person was the true successor of Kunlun, he nodded with a warm and gentle smile. Hu Yunshan saw that his friend did not answer his words, but looked ahead and followed him curiously. Then he remembered that he seemed to have almost bumped into someone just now. This fellow Taoist was reckless just now. The voice was slightly apologetic. Although Hu Yunshan was a careless person, he had a good personality and was very adaptable. In the original work, he and the male protagonist are inseparable. If it were not for the existence of the female protagonist, readers would think that they are a couple. Jiang Lian quickly stopped the random thoughts in his mind, smiled and nodded. No problem. After saying that, Jiang Lian hugged her fists and left. She didn't want to have too many interactions. Otherwise she wouldn't know how she would be killed by the plot. They seem to have said they were going to Tianyong City just now. Hope you don't encounter it. Looking at the Kunlun female disciple, who was walking away, the two looked at each other without saying anything. Hu Yunshan felt a little emotional. They were the two of them who were like luminous bodies in the past. This was the first time that a woman looked at him like this and immediately said something. Left. Tianyong City is in the north of Kunlun, still some distance away from Qingshan town. She should not reveal her wealth when she goes out, unless it is absolutely necessary. She is going to wait for Su Yeshuan to help him see it before using the Feiyu sword. with a systematic attitude. He should be brutal awesome. Let's use the wooden sword now. Summoning the flying sword, Jian Lian flew directly in the direction of Tianyong City. Although it was just a wooden sword, Jian Lian felt as if he could reach a well-off position in an instant as he had a means of transportation. The mission scroll introduced that the personnel stationed in Tianyong City discovered the demonic energy, but they did not find the whereabouts of the demon. Generally, the level is determined by what is displayed on the magic-seeking array disc. Monks with different cultivation levels have different effects when using the magic-seeking array disc. So the people stationed at the site reported it to the sect, hoping to send someone over to take a look. Looking at the impressive station gate in front of him, Jian Lian sighed with emotion. The sects are just different. Even the station is so grand. Are you stupid? Go in. Jian Lian was startled by the sudden sound and turned her head hurriedly. What did she see? Su Yeshuan, dressed in ink and still pale, appeared next to her. Why are you here? Su Yeshuan actually appeared here, at the same time as her, which is thought-provoking. Take you on a mission. Looking at Su Yeshuan, who had already walked in, Jian Lian suddenly felt happy for some reason. The hesitation of taking on the task of killing demons for the first time was swept away, and he hurriedly chased after him. She is a good young man from modern times, and she is not afraid of anyone when she is ruthless. But if she is suddenly faced with the beatings and killings in the world of immortality, she will be somewhat panicked. Excuse me, immortals, for making such a trip. They were greeted by a young disciple wearing a Kunlun Taoist robe. He was very happy to welcome them when they came in. Su Yeshuan didn't waste any more nonsense and went straight to the point. Tell me what's going on. The voice was clear and cold, as if it was about to freeze people, making the disciple couldn't help but tremble. Jian Lian took out the mission scroll, and after the disciple confirmed it, he said, I am Chao Guangji, a former disciple of the Kunlun Outer Sect, who is a permanent resident here. 3 days ago, our leader went out and said he encountered a monster and was going to investigate. As a result, he never came back, and he was followed by 2 fellow disciples, whose destiny lamps were extinguished one after another. Where was it found? When Jian Lian heard that someone was dead, she knew it was not easy. I went to ask the city guard brother, but I didn't see the boss or the others leaving. They should be in the city, but I searched for a long time and couldn't find it. Recently, the magic-seeking array plate has been moving frequently, but the location has not been pointed out. The more Jian Lian listened, the more he felt that things were not simple. Okay, are there any other clues? Chao Guangji saw that the female Taoist friend he was questioning was only in the chi-refining period. Although he had doubts, he did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. The aura of the person next to him knew that he could not mess with him, and the sect would not joke about such a big matter. Therefore, Chao Guangji did not regard Jian Lian as someone who was in the early stage of chi refining, fearing that he had some hidden tricks. And his attitude was very, he said respectfully. No more. That's all. After saying that, Chao Guangji said, okay, and said with a salute. Thank you, immortals. Please go to the backyard and take a rest. No. Let's take a look first. Su Yeshuan, who had been silent until now, refused. After leaving the station, Jian Lian looked at Su Yeshuan with some curiosity. The other party seemed to know what she wanted to ask and replied. Solve it as soon as possible and go back early. Jian Lian replied. Oh, he looks so cute. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, there was a lot of traffic. People were living and working in peace and contentment, and there was no sign of invasion by monsters at all. Thinking of the magic-seeking mirror I bought at the Jubao Pavilion in the morning. Oh, no. It should be a mask. Although the level was very low, Jian Lian had a hunch that something was attracting her. He took out the demon-seeking mask and tried to put it on his face, but there was no reaction at all. Bad? In order to verify the idea in his heart, Jian Lian took out the magic-seeking array plate issued by the sect when he accepted the mission with his other hand. His spiritual power was not absorbed at all, and he could only see the pointer on it spinning crazily. Her intuition was always right. Maybe it was wrong this time? He had no choice but to put the mask away. But one hand held the mask. Jian Lian looked curiously at Su Yeshuan checking the mask, and saw some surprise on his slightly pale face. You Qiongyin? You know it? There are some defects, but the functions are more or less usable. You must shed your blood first to claim the master. Su Yeshuan handed the mask to Jian Lian, but he didn't expect that his fiancé had a good chance. With a flick of his left hand, a concealment barrier appeared, surrounding the two of them. The people around him saw a flash of light, and the two immortals who were standing there disappeared. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. Didn't cause any commotion. Living at the foot of Xianmen Mountain, this kind of thing happens occasionally. Jiang Lian did not hesitate when he saw this. A trace of spiritual power passed through, and a cut was made on his finger. Blood dripped out and fell on the mask. The red light overflowed, and the mask that was originally a little old took on a new look. Delicate and charming, as if it was alive. Only then did Jiang Lian see the totem on the mask clearly. The simple lines exuded a mysterious luster. After recognizing the owner, Jiang Lian seemed to have activated its function. And it was all done with just one click. Chapter 18 My Husband. When the light completely dissipated, the mask disappeared from Jiang Lian's hands and reappeared on her face in an instant. The fiery red half-mask covered the upper part of her face, and was just the right size. As red as fire. Jiang Lian's skin became whiter and more translucent under the mask, and her whole person was as charming as jade. Su Yeshuan looked at Jiang Lian in front of him. His eyes flashed slightly, but he soon became calm again. She didn't know that wearing the mask made her look more mysterious and charming, which was very different. The mask is controlled by thoughts. Jiang Lian discovered that the mask can appear and hide as he wishes. It is also good to use when he doesn't like to be recognized. How do you know this is called Yu Qiangyin? At this time, she was very curious about the history of this mask. Huh? Su Yeshuan raised his eyebrows slightly. His lazy aura was completely different from when he first faced Chao Guangji, and his voice was cool, but did not feel alienating. What are you calling me for? Su Yeshuan. Jiang Lian didn't react. But she didn't need to think too much. The dog system had already asked her to make a choice in advance. System. Ding! What can I do to save you? My blackened fiancé. Please come up with a nickname to express affection for Su Yeshuan within 30 seconds. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with a lottery draw. If you fail, you will be punished by lightning. Jiang Lian is a bit Spartan, and she has reason to suspect that the dog system is not actually a real system, but is aimed at Su Yeshuan and her matchmaker. Look at all the tasks issued for Su Yeshuan. They all seem to be trying to bring her and Su Yeshuan together. But she was powerless, and was forced to succumb to the threat of lightning. A term of endearment. Jiang Lian was a little awkward. The damn system started to count down in his mind. Su Yeshuan was obviously stunned when he heard his full name being called. He was not satisfied with this title. 10, 9, 8. The countdown of the dog system became more and more urgent in his mind. Jiang Lian was so nervous that he didn't know what he was thinking. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes and shouted, Mr. System. Beep. The task is completed, and the reward will be drawn once. Su Yeshuan was stunned for a moment, with a smile on his face, but returned to normal when Jiang Lian opened his eyes, with a serious look on his slightly pale face. All right. Jiang Lian was a little out of state. The damn system was trying to trick her again. Anyway, just shout this once, and the system won't always control how you shout in the future. It's a pity that Su Yeshuan's words made her uneasy. You are allowed to shout like this from now on. Su Yeshuan caught a glimpse of Jiang Lian and was almost blushing to the roots of her ears. He was afraid that she would get into the gap directly. You and I are already married, and we are serious Taoist couples. You can't shout like this. It's too much. This person felt something was wrong. Before Jiang Lian could say what he wanted to deny, the damn system voice rang again. Ding! What can I do to save you? My black fiancé. Please keep the nickname for half a year. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 2 draws. If you fail, you will be struck by lightning twice. If the system had an entity, Jiang Lian estimated that it would have been shattered into thousands of pieces with no bones left. Dog system. Who is your master? You cheat me like this every day. Every time Su Yeshuan was away, the system was still quite normal. But as soon as Su Yeshuan appeared, the system instantly transformed into Su Yeshuan's licking dog, tricking her to death without paying for it. The system seemed to sense Jiang Lian's deep resentment and explained. The host is allowed to occasionally call out names or other things, with a maximum limit of twice a month. Ah! It turns out you are not dead and can still answer. In fact, half a year passes quickly in the world of cultivating immortals. Sometimes, a period of retreat can last for several years. If she wasn't with Su Yeshuan, she wouldn't have to call him. Jiang Lian thought for a while. except for having to drink Su Yeshuan's blood once a month. It seemed that they might not meet much at other times, unless she stupidly sent it to her door. Yu Qiong-yin is a spiritual weapon from ancient times. It may have lasted for a long time, and is seriously missing. A complete Yu Qiong-yin can hide the body shape, isolate the breath, and even change the appearance. No one can detect it. The most important thing is that it will disappear when the demon appears. It can prompt any monster of any level. Su Yeshuan didn't tease Jiang Lian anymore. After the mask disappeared from her face, there was no trace of it. Right now, Yu Qiong is slightly disabled, and her ability is probably just a little bit able to detect the aura of demons. If there is news about other fragments someday, I will help you find it. Defective products? With the precedent of Feiyu's sword, Jiang Lian couldn't care less about being shy and asked hurriedly, "How many pieces is it missing?" Piece. Jiang Lian's mind moved and she shouted directly towards the system. System. Draw. Draw them all. System. The remaining number of draws is accumulated once, and the draw is confirmed once. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of Yu Qiong-yin's fragment. Yu Qiong-yin's completeness 2 halves. Whether to fuse or not. Jiang Lian did not make a choice about the system. Looking at the fiery red fragment that appeared in Yuling's space and feeling speechless. Although the dog system is a bit bad. Every time she encounters Su Yeshuan, she tries every means to bring them together, and even scares her with lightning strikes every day. But the reward is really delicious. Let's do it. Anyway, she didn't reject Su Yeshuan, and he was pretty good so far. For such a fragrant system reward, she decided to temporarily succumb to the threat of the system. Is it this one? Jiang Lian took out the fragment. At this time, Su Yeshuan was surprised. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion at this luck. Yes! This kind of ancient artifact can be directly fused. If you put this piece together with the one you are wearing, it will merge on its own. If mortal objects still need to be operated by a refiner, ancient items such as these are not needed. Jiang Lian nodded and said to the system in his heart, "Confirm the fusion." The moment the fragment touched the mask, the light shone again. Jiang Lian found that she saw some black mist floating in the air suddenly appearing in the air outside. And there were even red dots appearing in the distance. Raising his hand to take it off, the light of the mask had disappeared. Jiang Lian was surprised to find that it was no longer fiery red, but silvery white. The whole thing looked very small, and the totem became more complicated. There is a feather pattern on the left side, which makes the entire mask more delicate and beautiful. At one glance, Jiang Lian was deeply attracted. The style of this mask really pleased her. Putting on the mask again, Jiang Lian found that it seemed that she didn't need to input spiritual power specifically to use it. Even if she needed to input spiritual power, it only required a tiny bit. Huh? Su Yeshuan on the side was a little surprised to find that when Jiang Lian was studying the mask, her cultivation was instantly hidden when Jiang Lian put on the mask. And even he couldn't see through it. What's wrong? Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan, feeling that it must be rare to surprise him. It can hide your cultivation. I can't see through it. Wear it carefully from now on. It can save your life if necessary. Unexpectedly, she missed it. Jiang Lian was so happy that she asked curiously, "Miss Sir, what is your cultivation level?" Chapter 19. What do you think? She has memorized the system's cheating tasks deep in her bones. If she doesn't remember, she will be struck by lightning. Su Yeshuan is very satisfied with Jiang Lian's self-consciousness in addressing her. She has been his only Taoist companion in his life since they met Jade Pei Chiching. He doesn't want her to be afraid of him like others, so it's better to be more casual. Get over the tribulation. Su Yeshuan said it calmly, but Jiang Lian was deeply shocked. The period of transcending tribulation? Jiang Lian didn't ask what level he was in, whether it was the early stage of the tribulation or the great consummation. It was very scary. In this world, the levels of cultivation are divided into qi refining, foundation building, golden pill, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refining, fusion, Mahayana, overcoming tribulation, and immortal. The leader she knew was only in the void realm. Her friend who had read the original work said that the male and female protagonists would be invincible when they reached the Mahayana stage. Now Su Yeshuan told her that his cultivation level is to overcome tribulations. Suddenly I thought of that legend. No one in this world has been able to ascend for many years. The highest level of cultivation is only half-step immortal. Even the most are suppressed in the period of transcending tribulation and waiting for the call of heaven. Could it be that Su Yeshuan was one of them? Yes. Su Yeshuan nodded very calmly. Jiang Lian couldn't react, and said with a smile, Then can I walk sideways in the future? Seeing his fiancé's flattering and cute appearance, Su Yeshuan couldn't help but want to laugh. But he said calmly, It's okay in Kunlun, but barely in other places. It was originally a joke. But Su Yeshuan answered seriously, Isn't it just a half-step immortal? Knowing Jiang Lian's doubts, Su Yeshuan continued, The sword tomb seal cannot be separated from people, and my true body cannot be separated. If the clone is too far away, it will affect the strength. Sword tomb. Are you an elder in our sect? An unknown elder who helps guard the sword tomb? This thought flashed through my mind, and I nodded secretly, feeling that this idea was becoming more and more likely. Su Yeshuan was a little helpless about his fiancé's stubbornness in thinking, with a playful smile on his face. Have you asked the senior brother's name when you went back? From the looks of it, it was obvious that he didn't ask. Jiang Lian was stunned by the question and smiled. I didn't have time to ask. After saying that, Jiang Lian said in his usual silly voice, What's your name? She regretted it as soon as she said it, and she had a vague answer in her heart when Su Yeshuan asked her like this. Su Yeshuan looked at her funny. What's your husband's name? Su Yeshuan. Jiang Lian couldn't keep up with Su Yeshuan's brain circuit and answered subconsciously. Okay, let's get down to business first. This girl was hopeless, but she felt inexplicably happy in her heart. Jiang Lian actually had the answer in her mind. But Su Yeshuan didn't let her call her senior brother now, so she didn't say it out loud. Besides, with the systematic people around, she probably wouldn't think about it for more than half a year. She is probably really inseparable from the original character now. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian is not discouraged. If it doesn't work, he will start working. Who is afraid of whom? Jiang Lian responded obediently. Oh, okay. The barrier disappeared when Su Yeshuan raised his hand, and they returned to the bustling street again. Pedestrians on the street bowed respectfully, and continued with the work at hand. Jiang Lian was wearing a mask, but Yu Qiunin had already hidden herself, and the black fog and red dots appeared in front of her eyes again. Follow the red dot. Jiang Lian nodded, looked at the red dot in the distance, and walked towards it. The clear river water seemed to be still, and many boaters returning from fishing had docked on the shore. Jiang Lian looked at the display on the mask strangely. The red dot disappeared. You figure out how to solve it yourself, and I'll help you watch. The meaning is obvious. Everything is up to you, and he is responsible for safety. Dealing with problems directly by oneself is the best way to grow. Jiang Lian did not refute it. It is better to rely on heaven and earth than to rely on oneself. She needs to grow. He took out the magic-seeking array disc, and the pointer on it was spinning crazily. Generally, the magic-seeking array disc can only measure demonic energy. When I thought about the demonic energy displayed everywhere on the mask, I immediately gave up using the magic-seeking array disc. The red dot pointed here, but disappeared here, and the demonic aura was so strong that they didn't know what kind of demon it was now. Jiang Lian, who was thinking about something, suddenly saw the old fisherman and the old woman in front of him working hard to carry the fish and shrimp they had just caught. They all looked fresh and alive. Thinking about things consumes your brain. Why not buy some to replenish your brain? Jiang Lian would never admit that he was a glutton. Action was better than a heartbeat. So Jiang Lian asked the two of them directly. Uncle and Auntie, do you sell fish and shrimp? Perhaps it's because at the foot of Kunlun, the spiritual energy is abundant, and even the fish and shrimp look particularly bright. For sale. For sale. Hearing that someone wanted to buy, the old fisherman responded excitedly, and the old woman beside him was also full of joy. This immortal can choose whatever he likes. Jiang Lian didn't have the aloofness of some immortal cultivators at all, and said with a smile, Put all this on for me. As he spoke, Jiang Lian took out a large box that usually contained ingredients from the space and handed it over. The old fisherman took it carefully, and the couple helped select it very carefully. Jiang Lian looked at the river in trance, then looked at the old fisherman and his wife and asked, Old man, is there anything interesting happening around here recently? When the old woman saw that the other party was a little girl, she was full of gossip and said in a low voice, It's true. The old Su family got rich by some shit in the past 2 days. They don't want the old house, and they don't even want the boat to eat. As she spoke, the old woman pointed to another ship docked not far away and said mysteriously, That's the one. Jiang Lian looked in the direction the old woman pointed, and saw a red dot flashing past. which was very faint. Then where did they go? Did they catch some big treasure? Seeing that the immortal was also gossiping with her, the old woman became even more excited and said, I must say it is. I often see him holding a big frame and covering it tightly. It's hard to walk. The fisherman on the side couldn't see it and hurriedly called to his wife. Don't talk nonsense. Lao Su has caught the fish. So there is nothing wrong with moving the fish. At this time, the old woman was furious. She forgot that there was an immortal present, and her true nature was exposed. She shouted directly at the old fisherman. Then you know, if he didn't get a good treasure, he would not show it to anyone, and would go to the pawn shop every day. And even he moved to the city in a few days? You are the only idiot who believes his nonsense. The old fisherman was scolded until his face turned red, but his eyes were still full of helplessness and pampering. They are an old couple, and their relationship is real. Jiang Lian is a little happy to see the two of them standing by like this. Grandma, your relationship is so good. Suddenly realizing that the little immortal was still waiting, the old woman couldn't help but blush on her old face. Make the immortal laugh. Chapter 20 Old Shido. Jiang Lian was afraid that the old man would be embarrassed, so she hurriedly changed the subject. Grandma said they moved to the city in a few days? The old man didn't mince words. When he talked about the topic he was interested in, he kept talking. You don't know. My family lived next door to his house. I used to be very poor. I went to the pawn shop every day in those days. And then soon I bought a big house in the city. He was afraid that Jiang Lian wouldn't believe it. That's not an ordinary house. It's the kind of house that the richest man in our town, Mr. Liu, lives in. His relatives are followed by silk and silk servants. So majestic. Hearing this, Jiang Lian realized something was wrong. They chatted with the fisherman for a while, and soon they also packed a large basket of fish, shrimp and crabs. Grandma, do you know where the best seafood in this city is? Maybe you'll get another clue while eating it. After all, people's livelihood is food and daily life. She was originally not good at food, but she has been teased by her master, brothers and sisters in recent years. After this chat, the old woman said very familiarly, My old man said that this seafood is second best, and no one dares to say first. I guarantee that you will want to eat it again. The old fisherman blushed a little when he was told this. Jiang Lian became interested. Will it be troublesome? I originally thought that this little fairy would be disgusted by the fairy spirit, but I didn't expect that the other party was not fake at all. The old fisherman was flattered and hurriedly said, No, no, it is a blessing for me to cook for you. We are happy. If it's too late, why would it be troublesome? The two elderly people were very kind. Jiang Lian thought that she would go to old Su's house to check on the situation. Didn't Grandma just say that it was next door to their house? Saving her the trouble of looking for it, Jiang Lian took a large silver ingot and put it in the old woman's hand. Fortunately, she had not yet been reborn, so her senior sister specially prepared broken silver for her to use in the mortal world. She wasn't quite sure how to divide the quantity, but she remembered it was quite a lot, enough to buy a lot of this kind of seafood. Grandma, this is food money. Have you seen enough? The old woman was a little flattered, and the old fisherman said hurriedly, It doesn't need that much. It doesn't need that much. It doesn't cost much. Seeing that the quantity was enough, Jiang Lian said directly, It doesn't matter. It's enough to pay for the next meal. Su Yeshu had raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. The old fisherman on the side said hurriedly, I can do it for free. The immortal should take it back. It's not much. Just think we hit it off. After speaking, Jiang Lian smiled and said, I'm looking forward to the seafood you cooked. Seeing that he couldn't postpone it, the old fisherman nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll go back and prepare. After saying that, he didn't forget to say to his old wife, You take the immortal and take your time. Looking at the hurried and aged back, Jiang Lian felt that this old man was quite cute. But what can this old man do without seafood? The old woman seemed to realize that her old man was in trouble, and said a little embarrassedly, Don't blame the immortal. Don't blame the immortal. My old man is very happy. I will take you there right now. The old fisherman's house is nearby. It is a very ordinary small yard. There is a grapevine shelf in the old yard. There are stone tables and chairs under the shelf, which looks very comfortable and warm. The old man's seafood cooking was really good. All the freshness and sweetness of the seafood were displayed. The more she ate, the happier she became. Seeing Su Yeshu and sitting aside, Jiang Lian couldn't help sharing. peeled off a shrimp and handed it over. Miss Sir, try it. It's quite delicious. Her adaptability is quite strong. And there is nothing wrong with calling her Mr. Su Yesuan. The old woman on the side was surprised that these two little immortals were actually married. But no matter how you look at them, they match well and look good. Su Yesuan glanced at the corner of Jiang Lian's lips where the soup was stuck to the soup after eating so much, and looked at her smiling face. He had been living without food for many years, and had never been much interested in food. He couldn't help it, and licked the shrimp with Jiang Lian's fingers. Eat it. How is it? Jiang Lian looked at Su Yesuan expectantly, somehow curious about the reaction of the villain boss. Not bad. There was no wave on the indifferent face. But for the next time Su Yesuan thought that his little girl would share the food with him. But he didn't expect that the girl started eating directly and swept away the food on the table. So empty. So enjoyable. Jiang Lian, who didn't realize that someone was waiting for her to feed him, looked up and felt why Su Yesuan's face was a bit resentful. She must have seen it wrong. Delicious? Su Yesuan's cold voice made the old woman beside her feel a little frightened. She felt that this immortal was definitely not easy to get along with. So she couldn't help but move closer to Jiang Lian. Not bad. Come to Wan in Peak later. Go for what? Is there anything to eat? Yes. I don't know if my cooking skills have disappeared. Anyway, I just can't kill anyone. Besides, it is only a matter of time before this girl lives in Wan Yinfeng. Jiang Lemao didn't know that a man was secretly preparing to abduct her. When he heard something delicious, his eyes lit up and he responded with a smile. Okay. After eating, it's time to work. The sky was already slightly dark when he came out of Grandma's house. At this time, Jiang Lian looked inside Yuqiongyin and saw that the black air was even denser than during the day. There are some monsters in the original novel, and it seems to be written in it that the darker the night, the more powerful the monsters are, but the easier they are to find. Glancing at the house next door, the black air inside almost turned into liquid. Jiang Lian pushed the door open and entered, but there was no one inside. Suddenly, a red light leaped out from the water tank next to him. Jiang Lian slashed at it with a wooden sword filled with spiritual energy, but was stopped by Su Yesuan. Jiang Lian looked over doubtfully. Follow it. Oh, I understand. Put out bait to catch big fish. Jiang Lian hurriedly carried the wooden sword towards the leaping red dot. Su Yesuan followed her and stared at the wooden sword in trance. My little girl can't let her be too shabby. I think about what is suitable for the little girl in the storage in my space. If not, I have to find some. Jiang Lian followed the red dot to the outside of a mansion. At this moment, a low voice came from the wall. Sucheng, you promised me that as long as I went out to find those treasures, you would help my son go to a private school and let my wife and children live a good life. What did you do? Are you still a human being if you let him compete with dogs for food? This voice could clearly tell how angry the speaker was. Jiang Lian climbed up the wall curiously and hid in the dark to see what was going on inside. Su Yesuan followed beside him. The person who called Su Changhe was a thin man with a wretched appearance. He did not feel any guilt for the other party's accusation, but said as if giving alms, Old Shiro, don't look at how poor you are. I'm the one who supports you now. It's good if I help you take care of your wife, and also take care of your son. You have a good idea, and you have the sense to keep looking for treasures. Otherwise you won't be able to look good. Old Su's head and face were red, and he was breathing heavily. But Jiang Lian, who was leading Yuqiongyin, was surprised to see that the other party was filled with black mist, and red light was about to break through. Chapter 21 Vampire Mother Goo. Jiang Lian secretly screamed, and red light burst out in an instant. Old Su Tu's originally skinny body instantly swelled up and turned into a stout giant 2 people tall. He looked at Su Changhe with red eyes. You have to do it for you. There's a price for everything you do. Su Changhe was frightened, and the women hiding behind him screamed and wanted to flee. Cousin. Brother. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me. Don't. The terrifying aura emanating from old Su Tu made Su Changhe's legs weak instantly, and he hurriedly cried and knelt down to beg for mercy. It's too late. You all have to die. You all have to die. Old Su Tu, who was controlled by the demonic energy, had completely lost his mind. The red light in his hand was wrapped in the demonic energy and attacked Su Changhe's position. Jiang Lian secretly screamed. The wooden sword in his hand had been taken out, and with the sharp sword energy, he slashed at old Su Tu's arm. With a pop, old Su Tu's arm was cut off by the sudden attack and fell to the ground. The wound was full of white bones, which was very scary. Jiang Lian was startled by the faint red light coming out. Is that the core? But it doesn't look like a monster. Su Changhe was paralyzed by fear and fell directly to the ground. He lay on the ground with his eyes crooked and his nose slanted. And he shouted, but he couldn't say a word clearly. The previous women also fell to the ground in fright, with their feces and urine flowing out. The completely demonized old Su made a strange noise from his mouth, and the originally severed arm actually grew new flesh. And soon a perfect arm appeared again. Can it be regenerated? Jiang Lian recalled the wooden sword, but unexpectedly another cracked wooden sword flew into his hand. Jiang Lian looked at the wooden sword helplessly. Why was the quality so poor? She wants to complain. According to this situation, the only option is to summon the Feiyu sword. This is for you. Jiang Lian looked at the green jade and bamboo in Su Yeshuan's hand and was afraid to take it. Just by looking at the color, you can tell it's not ordinary jade. It would be a pity if it were brittle than wood and would break if touched. Seeing that the little girl didn't answer, Su Yeshuan threw it directly into her hand. Now Jiang Lian asked a little uneasily, what should I do if it breaks? I'll give it to you after I break it. Su Yeshuan was a little surprised why Jiang Lian asked this question. But when he saw the wooden sword she was still holding, he understood. It can't be broken. At least it's more durable than it. Jiang Lian, who originally wanted to take out the Feiyu sword, controlled the Yuzhu sword to attack Lao Su's head with the mentality of giving it a try. I saw the demonic energy in old Su Tu's hand rushing toward the Xuchang River with a red light. With a squeak sound, old Su Tu's arm was broken again. The demonic energy rushing out of his hand showed no sign of disappearing and hit Su Changhe directly. Wrapped in black demonic energy, Su Changhe and several women not far away were instantly turned into black and collapsed bodies. Looking at the few people who lost their breath in an instant, Jiang Lian realized at this moment that this was completely different from the peaceful world in her previous life. I was a little panicked, but before I had time to think about it, the Yuzhu sword had flown back to Jiang Lian's hand. After Su Changhe and others were killed, old Su Tu, who had one of his arms chopped off, transferred all his anger to Jiang Lian, a multi-manager, on the body of Nosy. At this time, Jiang Lian discovered that the arm where old Su's head was chopped off by the Yuzhu sword was faintly flashing with lightning, and no new arm grew. Subconsciously looking at the jade bamboo sword in his hand, Jiang Lian was very sure that this was definitely not an ordinary jade bamboo sword. As soon as his eyes lit up, Jiang Lian slashed at old Su's head with his jade bamboo sword. The breeze blew past the clouds, and everything was merciless. At this time, there was miraculously no fear in Jiang Lian's mind. She could only see the sword and Fuyun sword technique when Su Yeshuan taught her. That figure kept echoing in her mind. The demonic energy of the black mist continued to invade, leaving sword marks on old Su Tu wherever the Yuzhu sword passed. When the tip of the sword penetrated old Su's head and chest, old Su went crazy. His crazy attacks made Jiang Lian retreat. Red light. While dodging, Jiang Lian saw that there seemed to be something else inside the broken chest. Yu Qiunin even showed that there was a big red dot there. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his spiritual power and stabbed towards old Su Tu's chest. A sharp scream sounded, and the arm that old Su Tu tried to resist was cut off again, and the Yuzhu sword passed through the red dot without any resistance. The red monster rushed out, trying to escape, but was trapped by an astonishing spiritual power. The piercing chirping sound was so loud that Jiang Lian couldn't help but cover his ears. Su Yeshuan looked at the trapped red lump. His face was as unhappy as ice, and he frowned slightly. Shut up! The chirping disappeared instantly, and you could even clearly see the red light ball trembling there. Fortunately, Su Yeshuan trapped it. Otherwise it would have escaped. The magic bag. After being reminded by Su Yeshuan, Jiang Lian quickly took out the magic bag and prepared to put it in it. At this moment, Han Duanzi struggled hard, and cries suddenly came from all around. Jiang Lian's expression changed, and she suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly put the red dumplings into the devil-bending bag. After the red dumplings were put in, a yellow unknown object fell down. Su Yeshuan took out another bag and put it away, and handed it to Jiang Lian. Put it away! Jiang Lian obediently put it in the storage bag, and then put it into Yunling's space. His face was full of seriousness. Is this the blood-sucking mother-in-law goo from the devil world? The people around her turned into red dots in an endless stream, running towards them with demonic aura and ferocious faces. This scene reminded her of what was described in the original novel. The male protagonist also met him in Tianyong City. At that time, the male protagonist was not strong enough, and Tianyong City paid a heavy price. In the end, the male protagonist's good reputation was achieved, and he obtained the most precious treasure. She didn't know where the ultimate treasure was, but she didn't want this city where she could live and work in peace and contentment to stop experiencing irreversible pain just for the sake of the male protagonist's good reputation. Yes! At this moment, the monks in the city came towards this side one after another. Chao Guangji, who was stationed in Kunlun, also arrived, followed by Su Heng and Hu Yunshan. Chao Guangji saluted Jiang Lian and Su Yeshuan, and then introduced, "These are two fellow Taoists from the Xianling sect who have come to support this mission." When encountering a situation between sects, they can only participate in the jurisdiction of their sect with consent. Otherwise, even if the other party is about to die, they are not allowed to intervene at will. This is a common agreement among several sects. Jiang Lian nodded coldly. Su Yeshuan didn't care about them at all. A jade bamboo sword appeared in his hand again. It looked longer than the one in Jiang Lian's hand, and the color was darker. Jiang Lian is sure that the two Polygonatum odorata are definitely on the same bamboo. But one is higher, and the other is lower. So the color is darker. If it weren't for the urgent situation now, Jiang Lian would have suspected that Su Yeshuan had a living creature dimension. This bamboo was from his dimension, and he could pick it at will. Watch it! At this time, those who were infected by the demonic energy and turned into Zigu were already approaching. The jade bamboo sword in Su Yeshuan's hand flew up, and wherever it passed, Zigu people would fall. Jiang Lian was surprised to find that Su Yeshuan was also using Fuyun sword technique at this time. But it was slightly different from the previous one, with stronger lethality and more deadly. Jiang Lian was fascinated by the moves without delay, and couldn't help but follow his sword skills with the movements of his hands. On Tianyong City, two figures kept leaping forward, and finally the black figure stopped, only looking at the other figure from the side. The sword light in its hands overflowing, and wherever it passed, the possessed person would surely fall. Chapter 22 Jiang Shaosheng. As time passed, everyone was stunned. There were more and more people who were poisoned in the city, and they were so densely packed that it made people feel numb. The fierce sword energy flew past, and the dried corpses were piled on the ground. The breeze was blowing, and the clothes and hair were flying. Jiang Lian, who was dressed in aqua blue clothes, was looking like a fairy. She was holding a jade bamboo sword and looked very handsome. The posture of being incapable of stopping even 1,000,000 people. The monks who came over were wiped out by Jiang Lian without any need to do anything. Occasionally, if a fish slipped through the net, Su Yeshuan on the side would kill it with a raise of his hand. Slowly, Jiang Lian seemed to have entered the realm of selflessness, constantly killing the monsters possessed and evolved by Zigu. Each sword contained the supreme sword intention. No one dared to step forward. The sudden realization was that the sky was thundering. Not to mention that the man next to her was not a good person. At this moment, a burst of true energy mixed with demonic energy came quickly. Everyone around them felt this extraordinary aura, and they all showed their weapons and looked forward nervously. Tianyong City is only a small city, so there are not many high-level monks in the city. Chao Guangji, who was always ready for war, couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother in charge!" Although the other party is also covered in black mist, his body remains the same as before. Only the expression on his face is very strange and terrifying. It's like the last struggle before death, which makes people feel scared when they see it. The leader's original cultivation level was in the early stage of foundation building, because he was only an outer disciple. His foundation was relatively weak. After his death, his body was taken over by goo insects, and he suddenly became the middle stage of foundation building, which is close to the late stage of foundation building. But it is far from the actual later stage of foundation building. This is the first time Jiang Lian has fought against the foundation building stage. Although she has completed the foundation building stage and formed pills quickly, all her moves are only Fuyun sword technique, so it is still a bit difficult to fight. Jiang Lian, who was still immersed in his epiphany, did not realize that the enemy in front of him was unusual. He kept repeating Su Yeshuan's fierce moves when killing demons before in his mind. Gradually, Jiang Lian's proficiency in Fuyun sword technique improved to a higher level, and he was able to defeat the cruel leader Zigu with only Fuyun sword technique. The master was knocked down with a bang. and red light broke out from his body. He unfolded the magic bag, and the red light was taken in, and the master's body instantly turned into a point of light and dissipated in the air. Chao Guangji couldn't help but look sad. He was brought out by the senior brother in charge. Now that the senior brother in charge has ended up like this, he feels sad. Several disciples who died at the Kunlun station following closely behind him were also instantly reduced to nothing by Su Yeshuan. Time passed, and when all the Zigu in the city were eliminated, Jianglian was surrounded by corpses, and the few scattered ones were also wiped out by Su Yeshuan. At this time, Jianglian had withdrawn from enlightenment and had cleared away all the monsters without even noticing the stars. Fuyun's swordsmanship was even more proficient. Some curious people looked at Jianglian and were instantly surprised. A man in the early stage of qi refining actually destroyed the blood-sucking mother-in-law Gu that could destroy an entire town and cause a huge disaster. This is the fake early stage of qi refining. The magic bag sucked out all the demonic energy, and Su Yeshuan added a restriction on it. Go back and hand in the mission. Jianglian nodded and accepted it. Chao Guangji looked at Jianglian and Su Yeshuan respectfully, completely transforming into a little fanboy. Su Hung on the side still had a calm, gentle look on his face. But he was wondering in his heart, when did such a person appear in Kunlun? Hu Yushan was in disbelief and couldn't help but ask, is Jiang Daoyu really in the early stage of qi refining? Jianglian replied seriously. What do you think? After saying that, he didn't say anything more to Hu Yushan, although he was forced to have a relationship with the villain. The others were respectful and insensitive, and it was better to have less contact. Is this enough? Jianglian looked around. Judging from Yu Qiangyin's view, the demonic energy had dissipated and all the red spots had disappeared. Chao Guangji took out the magic-seeking array disc and found that the pointer was motionless. Yes, the monsters have been cleared now. You can hand in the task. The task scroll has been recorded for you. The original mission was to find the monsters in Tianyong City and eliminate them. Now even the disappeared station disciples know the situation, and the level of completion of the mission has exceeded the standard. Jianglian nodded and pulled Su Yeshuan to leave. System. Ding! What can I do to save you and my blackened fiancé? Host. Please complete a princess hug with Su Yeshuan within 10 minutes. The time should be no less than 10 minutes. Complete the reward draw once. Failure will be punished by lightning. Looking at the people around her who were looking at her curiously like searchlights, Jianglian felt anxious. It was impossible for her to hold Su Yeshuan as a princess, unless she had enough strength to knock him out and take him away. The possibility seemed to be zero. Then she was left to ask Su Yeshuan to hug her. The system reminded me again in my mind that it would take at least 10 minutes to complete it within 10 minutes. This meant that there was no time reserved. Jianglian gritted his teeth and Jiang Ziaozijing came online. His eyes were watering, and his fingers were gently tugging on the corner of Su Yeshuan's clothes. He looked so delicate and charming, but also a little pitiful. Mister, the voice is sweet, cooing and charming. So cute. Everyone was shocked. Su Yeshuan was stunned for a moment, and then quickly regained his composure. The original male protagonist Su Hung, who is known for his gentle expression that remains unchanged for thousands of years, has an expression of disbelief on his face. Where has the heroic heroine gone? Jianglian's voice was not unpleasant, and he was so focused on his mission that he had no time to care about the reactions of the people around him. How to act coquettishly would be useful. Su Yeshuan felt a little funny in his heart, and the expression on his face was much gentler than before. What are you doing? My feet are sore, and I don't want to walk. Everyone fell down. How could this happen to a cultivator? It was an obvious excuse, but Su Yeshuan felt happy. Should I carry you? Listening to the system time countdown, Jianglian gritted her teeth and said coquettishly again, I want to hug. Su Yeshuan had a plain face, but there was helpless doting in his eyes, and he hugged her without saying a word. There was a constant stream of gasping sounds. There were some who were loose and unrestrained in the world of immortality, and there were also those who were spreading dog food. But one moment, they were brave enough to kill the demons that were endangering the whole town, and the next moment, they could confidently pretend to be weak and unable to take care of themselves. It's the first time I've seen someone carrying someone around. As long as you have thick skin, you can automatically block out the surrounding comments in order to complete various strange tasks in the system. Jianglian had a face as good as a city wall, but his face was still slightly red. His face was facing Su Yeshuan's clothes, and he looked more like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. Su Yeshuan couldn't help but feel amused. With a flourish, He hugged Jiang Lian and disappeared on the spot. Everyone exclaimed again. Step through the void. That is a powerful existence. It is truly a blessing in life that they can see such a powerful person coming in person during their lifetime. Looking at the retreating figures, Su Heng was even more curious about who these two people were from Kunlun. But he didn't know anything about them. At this time, Hu Yunshan asked Chao Guangji, fellow Taoist Chao, I wonder which of your fellow Taoists from Kunlun are these two? Chapter 23 can grow. This is our junior sister Jiang Lian from Kunlun Chongyan Peak. I don't know about the other one. Chao Guangji was a little proud. He had heard some rumors about this junior sister in the past. But seeing is believing. Hu Yunshan seemed to have heard of this little junior sister. And he was full of disbelief. Didn't she learn to find fault with the second senior sister of your sect every day? Didn't she also not make progress in the early stage of chi refining for many years? And her cultivation level has not improved at all? Su Heng was equally curious on the sidelines. But his character limited his ability to gossip. So he could only listen to them with his ears straightened. Even fellow Taoists from the Xianling sect said that junior sister Jiang was picking on the second senior sister every day. Chao Guangji was a little unhappy. But because he was a true disciple of the Xianling sect, he said in a good temper, those are all rumors. Seeing is believing. Let's just say that after seeing junior sister Jiang today, do you still think those rumors are correct? Hu Yunshan replied without thinking. No. He even thought that junior sister Jiang was very cute. Wan Yanfeng. Su Yeshuan stepped in, stood in front of the hall, and looked at Jiang Lian with some amazement. His eyes wide open in his arms, and still a little confused. Not coming down? Jiang Lian glanced at the time displayed on the system, and said with a broken voice. Hug me again. Damn the dog system. She is going to become a shameless mangy dog. Every time this happens, it really tests her endurance. Okay? Su Yeshuan, who had a good temper when facing Jiang Lian, was made to laugh. And his voice became gentler. Okay. Jiang Lian was almost dumbfounded. Is this the legendary terrifying villain Big Brother, who is gloomy and extremely powerful? She was sure that he was belittling Su Yeshuan to set off Su Heng. It goes without saying that her fiancé is good-looking. Even though he is usually cold, he is handsome. Now she was even more fascinated when she smiled. Su Yeshuan hugged Jiang Lian and walked towards the main hall. At this moment, Jiang Lian suddenly realized that Su Yeshuan had just taken her back to Wanyan Peak from Tianyong City in one step. She suddenly had a new understanding of the power of the world of cultivation. It is recorded in the book that during the tribulation period, by shrinking the ground to an inch, one can move mountains and fill the sea. And it is not an exaggeration to call the wind and rain in an instant. This step is enough for her to fly for most of the day, which really gives her a new perspective. At this moment, the system beeped and reminded, Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward will be drawn once. Jiang Lian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. We've already arrived. But it's a bit weird to keep holding her like this. At this time, Jiang Lian said with some embarrassment, Miss Sir, you can let me down. Your legs aren't sore anymore? Facing Su Yeshuan's serious question, Jiang Lian suddenly felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly replied, I'm not sour anymore. Although he was a little curious about his fiancé's changes before and after, Su Yeshuan didn't ask any more questions. Okay. Jiang Lian felt a little flattered when Su Yeshuan gently placed her on a chair in the hall. Looking back on Su Yeshuan's attitude at the beginning, it seemed that it was different from the beginning. She actually didn't agree with the term love at first sight. How could anyone fall in love with each other as soon as they met? But she had only met Su Yeshuan a few times, and his indulgence seemed a little too natural. Jiang Lian was a little strange, but he didn't ask any more questions. In order to ease the embarrassment, Jiang Lian gave the Yuzhu sword to Su Yeshuan. Thank you. The jade bamboo sword is quite easy to use, but she has the Feiyu sword. It's time to ask Su Yeshuan. Otherwise it would be really useless to use a wooden sword all the time. If it breaks every time, how many wooden swords should she prepare? For you. Jiang Lian waved her hands hurriedly and said, No, 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 I can use it. With a flash of inspiration, the jade bamboo sword instantly turned into a jade hairpin. And the crystal luster made it clear at first glance that it was not ordinary. Su Yeshuan directly inserted the hairpin into Jiang Lian's hair. Keep it if you need it. It can protect you. Jiang Lian wanted to take it off. You can't wear it on your head. If you lose it and can't find it, you'll be in big trouble. Su Yeshuan chuckled softly. No, it won't fall. How could the sword derived from his life sword fall? It couldn't fall without his permission. Subconsciously touching the hairpin on his head, Jiang Lian did not refuse anymore and summoned Fei Yu's sword. Miss Sir, please help me see what grade this is. Will I be robbed if I go out and use this? Except when she is brave under system coercion. She is relatively life-saving at other times. But if something happens to her, she is really less afraid of death than anyone else. Fei Yu's sword? Su Yeshuan was a little surprised after Jiang Lian took it out. That old man Yun Chong is really willing to give it up. Does Mr. Xian know it? Su Yeshuan nodded. Yun Chong accidentally obtained the ancient artifact. But at that time it was only a remnant. The old man was very precious at first. And he was only allowed to look at it, and was not allowed to touch it. Fei Yu's sword is a female sword. And even a grown man cannot use it. I originally thought it would be given to the eldest disciple Yin. But unexpectedly it was given to the later Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian felt a little guilty. Well, when the master gave it to me before, it was a middle-grade spiritual weapon. I accidentally got its remaining parts and automatically fused it, and it became like this. Have you recognized your master? Jiang Lian tried to recall that she had not been able to use the sword at the time. So she had kept it sealed in her storage bag. In this world, higher-level weapons require contracts. But wooden swords do not. After the contract, no one else can take it away unless the owner dies. Jiang Lian couldn't help but shudder when she thought of this. The old habit of being afraid of death when you have nothing to do comes back again. Will you be killed and cheated? Su Yeshuan couldn't help but look at her one more time, looking at her cowardly look. Are you scared? Jiang Lian said with a smile. That's for sure. Who doesn't like the treasures in the world? If someone strong kills me, then my life will be over. Are you so scared? Su Yeshuan raised his eyebrows, with a rather unclear meaning. This silly girl. As long as he is here, who would dare? Tell me, at what level? Can you easily risk your life? Growth immortal level. Su Yeshuan looked at Jiang Lian in anticipation of the show. Are you afraid? Growth immortal level? Then at least it is an immortal weapon now. As far as she knew, the best in the world were immortal weapons. Thinking of this world where the weak eat the strong. The only way to avoid being bullied is to become stronger? The original owner's experiences over the years were simply due to his lack of strength. Besides, there are also the original cast members, including the male and female protagonists of the original work, who are eyeing it. If she didn't become stronger, her role as cannon fodder would be over sooner or later. As he gritted his teeth, Jiang Lian's hand drew blood, which dripped onto Fei Yu's sword. There was a flash of light on Fei Yu's sword, and a bloodline appeared in the center of the sword, making the whole sword even more powerful. Jiang Lian felt that the connection with Fei Yujian was getting stronger, as if she was connected with each other, and could understand what she was going to do at any time. As soon as the thought passed, the Fei Yu sword disappeared in front of his eyes. A smaller version of the Fei Yu sword flashed in his dantian, and the sword sounded slightly, making him look very happy. Now that I'm not afraid anymore. The little guy in the storage bag has also made a contract. Su Yeshuan's plain tone made Jiang Lian a little curious. Only then did she remember that when she killed the Mother Gu, she dropped a ball of something. Su Yeshuan later put it in a bag and threw it to her. Chapter 24 Divine Branch. Jiang Lian was a little curious about what it was. And just then the system voice in his mind sounded again. Beep! Follow the male protagonist's path and leave the male protagonist with nowhere to go. Ask the host to sign a contract with the God of Fortune branch. Success will be rewarded with a lottery draw, and failure will be punished by lightning. Lucky branch. Wealth beads? She remembered that what the male protagonist got in the book was called a wealth bead. If it hadn't been for the prefix, taking the male protagonist's path, in front of the system, leaving the male protagonist with nowhere to go, she wouldn't have known that the two were related. Besides, it's such a vulgar name. Lucky beads? Jiang Lian tried to ask Su Yeshuan. Su Yeshuan was still surprised when she heard that she knew it without looking. Well, it can be called the Divine Pearl or Divine Branch, and its shape can be changed according to your heart. Jiang Lian was so happy now. His eyes flickered, and he eagerly took out the bag in his hand. Is it okay to still drip blood? The article writes that the male protagonist Su Hung went through great efforts to obtain this treasure, which is a cheating tool for treasure hunting in secret realms. This thing brings supreme help to the male protagonist, and is a very coveted thing. Yes. Su Yeshuan nodded. His fingers flew, and a small barrier appeared. The hand that was untying the bag paused, and Jiang Lian asked Su Yeshuan curiously, Don't you want it? You must know that this thing in the article is a good thing for everyone. And it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a great help on the road to immortality. Looking at the cautious and curious eyes, Su Yeshuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "No, it's not of much use to me." Jiang Lian was a little confused now. "Let's make a contract." Su Yeshuan, who originally had no intention of explaining, said to save her from overthinking. "It is also a growable type, and its current level is not of much help to me." Growable type? Why did she feel that her luck was getting better and better since she met Su Yeshuan? Could it be that a negative is a good thing? It was systematic in the past, but it still couldn't beat Xiao Miao and others who were decent in the book. And she was still insulted and looked down upon by her classmates every day. And she didn't know how many years had passed. She tried to make good friends with Xiao Miao, but it turned out to be of no use. As for making bad friends, she was already a cannon fodder. So wasn't she bad enough? Jiang Lian obediently opened the bag, and a bright yellow ball quickly flew out and tried to escape. Jiang Lian, who was inexperienced at all, did not react for a moment. The bright yellow dumpling hit Su Yeshuan's protective barrier with a thud, and bounced back, and was directly caught by Su Yeshuan. Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan subconsciously, and Su Yeshuan looked back. Contract? She didn't know if Su Yeshuan had any other emotions, but she obediently drew her fingers again to draw blood. When the blood fell on the bright yellow dumplings, the bright yellow dumplings disappeared instantly after the yellow light prevailed, and a red branch pattern appeared on the back of Jiang Lian's hand. It was very small, and the style was somewhat similar to the patterns in Yuling's space. Ding! The mission is completed. The reward is drawn once, and the total number of undrawn draws is 2. Why did it turn red? It was still yellow at first, and the shape also changed into a branch. Its shape can be changed as you wish. It's probably what you want it to be. Jiang Lian suddenly realized that he knew everything. Are you really senior brother Kunlun? Since there is no way to escape, then ask clearly. It is so worrying to guess in your heart. Su Yeshuan was a little helpless. After guessing for so long, he finally remembered to ask. This girl is really tolerant. She was so curious. Yes. Jiang Lian felt relieved now. Right. It's time to correct the attitude of the original characters. Su Yeshuan, who originally wanted to see Jiang Lian's exciting expression, saw the calm look on his face. His fiancé was really interesting. Perform well in the annual competition tomorrow. When it's over, remember to go to the academy to catch up on the knowledge you missed. Jiang Lian went to the academy to take classes in targeted courses at first, but later she gave up on herself after many years of cultivation without changing. Okay. She really had to study hard. Otherwise she wouldn't understand anything. If she wanted to grow, she needed the necessary knowledge. It turned out that she had this idea, so she agreed very readily. Come and ask me anytime if you don't understand. Jiang Lian nodded and asked curiously. Are you really the only one in Wanyan Feng? Su Yeshuan nodded, and a ring with a red crystal stone appeared in his hand and handed it to her. This is for you. Use it after you recognize the owner. A space ring? I have it. She has Yunling space, but her space has become a totem, so she cannot directly show it to others. It has both spatial and defensive functions. Su Yeshuan said with a pale face. This was originally yours. Jiang Lian was a little confused now. I don't remember I have this. Anything that can identify its owner with a drop of blood is not that bad. Not to mention a space ring with protective effect, which is very rare. The Su family's wives all have them. He just remembered it when he was rummaging around to see if there was any Jiang Lian that he could use. Originally, I was going to send it to you after you entered Taoism, but I happened to be in retreat at the time and didn't know you were already in Kunlun. The people who asked people to investigate the Jiang family's situation have reported back. Someone dared to touch the Jiang family and looked at the Buddha's face even if they didn't look at the monk's face. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is an established fact that the Su and Jiang families have been married for generations. When they signed the jade pendant, they held a banquet to inform everyone. Now someone actually took advantage of his seclusion to destroy Jiang Lian's branch. This means he no longer wants to live. I couldn't help but feel distressed when I thought of this little girl wandering alone for such a long time. Thanks to that old man Yun Chon for saving her. He kept this account and took the little girl back to settle the account later. Killing the enemy with his own hands would satisfy his hatred more than anything else. Jiang Lian is either taking it or not, and is a little embarrassed. In fact, she loves money. But it just depends on the situation. We're not married yet. It's also Jiang Lian, who doesn't know much about things in this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have answered like this. Su Yeshuan knew that she didn't understand anything. But he still looked a little sad. If you get the jade pendant, you will be a true Taoist couple. And you will be the wife of the Su family. Of course, I still owe you a marriage ceremony. Jiang Lian was a little confused. But she knew in her heart that what Su Yeshuan said was not wrong. Besides, the system is a matchmaker. And if she hesitates any longer, the system will punish her with another lightning strike. When Su Yeshuan was about to change his face, Jiang Lian took it obediently and cut his finger again to bleed. Fortunately, the wounds of cultivators heal faster than ordinary people. And the wounds that were scratched twice would have recovered a long time ago. Otherwise it would be a sweet burden. After recognizing the owner, Jiang Lian discovered that there were a lot of things inside. How does it feel to suddenly become rich in a day or two? Anyway, she became calm after being confused. The ones inside are also for me? Jiang Lian asked, shaking her ring. Yes, if it's not enough. Tell me. There will be more in the future. Remember to come here once a month. Su Yeshuan's heart relaxed as Jiang Lian did not refuse, but accepted directly. And there was a slight change in the cold heart that had been cold for many years. Chapter 25 is the foundation building period. It sucks blood. She must remember it for the sake of her life. Good. Jiang Lian, who came down from Wanyan Peak, can already be regarded as the invisible little rich woman in the world of cultivation. Not counting those given by her senior sister. There are a lot of spiritual stones and treasures in the ring Su Yeshuan gave her. She still has to find them another day. Time to see what they are. Thinking about the system's mission rewards, she suddenly looked forward to the growth gift package the system said. Fortunately, Su Yeshuan was with her this time. Otherwise she, a newbie, would probably have been too few to deliver food to. You must know that Su Heng described in the book went through a lot of effort when he met him, and was seriously injured as a result. When she arrived at the mission hall, it was obvious that she saw Li Jiyuan, because she had gone through the formalities with him before. Jiang Lian walked straight to her. Senior brotherly, I'll hand over the mission. Li Jiyuan was surprised that she came over to hand in the task so quickly. But he was relieved when he thought that the task indicated that teamwork was allowed to be completed. For so many years, he had to complete tasks every year. So Jiang Lian was very familiar with the tasks and directly handed over the task scroll, the magic seeking array disc, the magic fuming bag, and the identity jade token to Li Jiyuan. The mission scroll automatically recorded all the processes of Jiang Lian's mission. Li Jiyuan was surprised to see Jiang Lian wipe out the entire city's mother-in-law blood-sucking goo on his own. Who rated this as an intermediate task? This is why it was rated as an advanced task. Junior sister. Later, Li Jiyuan went to the back with the magic bag and the mission scroll. Soon Li Jiyuan came back again, holding the empty demon-bending bag in his hand. Junior sister's mission has been submitted successfully. This is your demon-bending bag. After speaking, Li Jiyuan added points to Jiang Lian's identity jade tag and handed it to Jiang Lian. The points have been transferred. Please keep it. Junior sister. System. Ding! The mission is completed, and you will be rewarded with a gift package. Jiang Lian was a little happy, but did not check it hurriedly. He took the jade identity card and was a little surprised by the amount of points on it when he scanned it with his spiritual sense. Did senior brother give it by mistake? It was more than double the points indicated on the original mission, which made her have to suspect that Li Jiyuan had made a mistake. No, this is what junior sister deserves. Junior sister's mission this time can be judged as a high-level mission. She earned more points. In addition, junior sister captured a lot of child and mother goo. She also found the whereabouts of the missing disciples at the station and completed the mission. The level is perfect. Converted into points. That's all. There's no mistake. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Lian did not expect such a result. Is it an advanced task? Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel a little worried. She was really lucky to have a big boss like Su Yeshuan following her. Otherwise she would have really tricked her. After leaving the mission hall, Jiang Lian did not cover up anymore. Directly summoned the Feiyu sword, jumped up and wielded the sword. Soon she returned to Chongyan Peak. Many disciples from other sects in Kunlun were here to watch the second senior sister Kunlun's elixir formation ceremony tomorrow. Then came Kunlun's annual competition. Yan, who was practicing swordsmanship with his junior disciple Situluyuan, seemed to feel that familiar aura, but something was wrong. He hurriedly looked in the direction he expected. At the same time, Situ Luyan also looked over, with more relief and joy than surprise in his eyes. I saw that familiar figure stepping on the flying sword and coming into the wind, leaving behind a fiery red tail light. Dazzling and mysterious. Junior sister? Yin was a little surprised. She hadn't seen her junior sister for 2 days, and she had changed so much. But the most important thing is also joy. Senior sister. After Jiang Lian called Yin with a smile, Jiang Lian happily collected Fei Yu and ran to Situ Luyan. Second senior brother. You are back. Jiang Lian was almost brought up by Yin and Situ Luyan from the time he went up the mountain. The relationship between the two of them can be said to be extraordinary. Faintly, Jiang Lian felt that she was actually awakening the memories of her past life. From those memories that started in the Jiang family to now, she felt that they were her own personal experiences. But she could not confirm it. She doesn't have to worry so much whether she is Jiang Lian in this world or a latecomer. It's okay to be her now. Now that she's here, she'll make peace with it. She wants to live a good life and doesn't come to this world rashly. Well, I heard that Xiao Lur took over the mission alone? Situ Luyan's voice was filled with endless doting. Some classmates said that he treated this little junior sister like a father treats his own daughter. He loved him endlessly and protected his shortcomings. Before Jiang Lian could answer Situ Luyan's words, Yin asked Jiang Lian out of curiosity. Xiao Lur, can you wield a sword? Situ Luyan looked at Yin as if he were a fool. Senior sister, isn't it obvious? Junior sister is here to control the sword. Yin confirmed again. That's right. I just read it right. After saying that, Yin said in surprise. Junior sister, did you get some magical power that allows you to fly with a sword? Or have you improved your cultivation level? Looking carefully, I saw that the junior sister's cultivation was still in the early stage of chi refining. But I was afraid that I might have seen it wrong. Out of too much shock, Yin asked. But her words were still cautious, for fear that the junior sister would be sad if she asked about her cultivation. You must know that when I went out 2 days ago, my junior sister was still in the early stage of chi refining. It would be a joyful thing if one really improves his cultivation level. And it would also be a great joy if one obtains some magical power. Thinking about it, Yin suddenly considered whether he would often take his junior sister out for training in the future. Maybe she would encounter something good again, so that the junior sister wouldn't feel sad and inferior every day because her cultivation level had not improved. Regarding Hu Yunshan, Jiang Lian could confidently say that you see for yourself. But she did not choose to hide it from her senior brothers and sisters who had loved her since childhood. And besides, she had nothing to hide. My cultivation has improved, Jiang Lian said with a smile and explained. By chance, I discovered that I was not actually in the early stage of chi refining, and I don't know why I couldn't see my true cultivation. Listening to the junior sister's explanation, Yin and Situ Luyan suddenly felt that the situation was familiar, but they were not sure. That's a good thing. Yin didn't think much about it. He would know after Master came out of seclusion one day and let him take a look. Yes, Yun Chongzi went into seclusion again. Under the constant influence of old injuries, he had to go into seclusion again. Then the junior sister's current cultivation level is in the foundation building stage? You can make a rough guess by seeing that she can fly with a sword. Based on the qualifications that the junior sister was tested at the beginning, she now thinks it is not an exaggeration to say that she has reached the perfect foundation establishment. Perhaps this is the reason why the younger junior sister was always grudged against the second senior sister, who sat down with the leader. When the two of them entered the door almost front and back, it turned out that the younger junior sister's aptitude was better when tested. But the younger junior sister's cultivation strangely did not improve after she introduced the chi into her body. The rumors from the world and the difficulty in the little junior sister's heart have led to many years of targeting. It's good this time. The junior sister is not really in the early stage of chi refining, so her knot in her heart is gone. Otherwise, seeing her depressed and getting more and more distracted every day would make her worried. Under the gaze of his senior brothers and sisters, Jiang Lian nodded and said, Yes, the foundation building period. Chapter 26 Spiritual Vein Upgrade. Okay. Yin couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. It has been so difficult for junior sister these past few years. On the other hand, Situ Luyan patted Jiang Lian on the shoulder and laughed loudly. I said that junior sister must have accumulated a lot of experience. I was right. She is fine now. After a moment of joy, Yin asked with concern. Junior sister, your mission has been going well these days. Right. Are you not injured? regarding his senior sister's worries. Jiang Lian smiled knowingly. No injuries. Senior sister, don't worry. The task has been handed over. Will you participate in tomorrow's annual competition? Registration for the annual competition is generally voluntary, but it is also a good way to gain experience. Not to mention the winner's reward is quite attractive. In previous years, the junior sister would not participate, and even hid. This time, if her cultivation level has improved, she will go up and compete to let everyone know that her junior sister is not really a loser. Yes, let's participate. There's a bet here. She was still looking forward to the fact that the proud Xiao Shengsheng would admit that she was a fool in front of everyone, which would probably be a lot of fun. Okay, senior sister will go cheer for you. At this time, Situ Liyun couldn't help but pour cold water on him and said, Senior sister, are you also signing up for tomorrow? Yin 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 said strangely. Yes. She participates every year, which is also a kind of trial. Yin 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 soon realized. It's okay. We definitely won't happen to be together. Even if we are together, I will rush to see them as soon as possible. Jiang Lian responded with a smile. Although Jiang Lian has now reached the foundation building stage, they still prepare food for her habitually. In order to celebrate the junior sister's discovery that she has established the foundation, Yin 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 and Situ Liyun prepared a large table full of food. A few people joked for a while, and then dispersed quickly, all having to prepare for tomorrow's game. After returning to his residence, Jiang Lian activated the protective formation, sat cross-legged on the bed, and eagerly took out the growth gift package given by the system. I received a growth gift package. Do you want to read it? The system's voice sounded again, and Jiang Lian was used to it and confirmed it directly. I have obtained a spiritual pulse upgrade. Do you want to start the upgrade? Spiritual pulse upgrade. Spiritual veins contain different attributes, and what affects different people's different qualifications is the level of the spiritual veins. The spiritual veins are divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, and are divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower, with purple being the highest and red being the lowest. Jiang Lian and Xiao Miao are both purple grade and low grade, but Jiang Lian's purity is higher, so Jiang Lian's qualifications are judged to be higher. At that time, 2 purple-level disciples suddenly appeared in the sect and attracted much attention. These were rare high-level spiritual veins that were rare in the world. But there were unforeseen circumstances, and Jiang Lian couldn't make any progress in his cultivation after introducing qi into his body. How much attention was paid to him when he entered the sect? How many people saw the joke later? Everyone couldn't help but compare with the second senior sister who joined her, and therefore Jiang Lian's temperament was slowly and subtly changed. Spiritual veins can be upgraded. Jiang Lian was pleasantly surprised and chose okay. In addition to threatening her, the rewards given by the system were really fragrant. It was really a love-hate existence. When the spiritual pulse upgrade is turned on, the host will enter a dormant state for an hour. It will automatically wake up after an hour. The countdown will be 10 minutes. Please prepare the host. Jiang Lian hurriedly lay down. In fact, she could also sit. She sat while practicing, but she still lay down habitually, which was more comfortable. Time passed by, and soon Jiang Lian fell asleep and lost consciousness. Gradually, black stains were continuously discharged from the surface of his body. When Jiang Lian woke up again, she found that she had been completely wrapped in black mud, and even her hair was beyond recognition, and the stench emanating from it made her gag. Jiang Lian, who almost fainted from the smoke, rolled out of bed and hurriedly performed a dust removal trick. The room was spotless and her body felt much refreshed. But for some reason Jiang Lian still felt strangely unclean. Unable to stand the discomfort, Jiang Lian hurriedly ran to take a bath. When Jiang Lian appeared refreshed again, he had time to check the changes in his body. The person in the mirror has skin as smooth as cream, fair and delicate, and even the hair on his body has become much smoother. His long hair makes people want to caress it. In the world of immortality, people with good appearance tend to be good, but a person's temperament cannot be changed. So temperaments in the world are different. Jiang Lian's appearance was originally on the upper side, but now the cleansing of her muscles and marrow brought about by this upgrade of her spiritual veins has modified her appearance even better. Gorgeous but not seductive. Beautiful but with a fresh breath. Very approachable. Jiang Lian was very satisfied with her current appearance and checked her spiritual veins. It was fine, but she was really shocked when she saw it. I saw that the originally purple spiritual veins turned into silvery white. And even the tendons were covered with a layer of silver. And the silver white spiritual veins? Isn't the tallest one purple? That's because you are ignorant. Your spiritual veins are above Ziji, and you have gold and silver veins. The cold mechanical sound of the system sounded at this time. Jiang Lian had become accustomed to it. And there was even one above the purple level. Is there any gold and silver left? Originally I just wanted to tease the system to see if it would answer. If this cold dog system had been silent in the past. I didn't expect it to answer again. Yes, but you can't use it yet. After speaking, the system said nothing more. Jiang Lian was a little confused. The sensory system knew more than what really existed in this world. And she truly became silver vein. It was as if she had encountered something beyond this world. After trying to use his spiritual energy, Jiang Lian found that the whole process was extremely smooth. Much faster than before. The suddenly enlarged Dantian was filled with spiritual energy. And at this moment, the thick Dantian situation began to change rapidly. The sky was clear. And a thunder sounded in the distance. But it disappeared without a trace. As if there was no target to hit. The great masters who were in retreat looked at the sky one after another. They clearly felt the energy of the thunder tribulation. But it was not like a normal thunder tribulation. Only someone sitting cross-legged on Kunlun Wanyan Peak opened his eyes and looked at the sky. A smile flashed in his eyes. Yen 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 and Situ Luyan, who were closest to Jiang Lian, felt strange movements in their bodies. And the barrier that had isolated them for a long time seemed to be loosened. The solid silver-white Dantian is filled with spiritual power. Is this a promotion? Golden elixir period? Ha! Unexpectedly, there really was no thunder tribulation. When she thought of Xia Miao's pill-forming ceremony, she wanted to laugh 3 times. You must know that pill formation is a hurdle. As long as it is passed, the chances of achieving the Great Road will be greatly increased. How many people in the world are separated from each other, unable to reach the golden elixir in their lifetime? And how many people are prepared for the thunder calamity of forming the elixir, but they fall under the thunder calamity of heaven? Xia Miao had been preparing for the elixir forming ceremony for a long time. For fear of being struck to death by lightning. This physique is really amazing. Chapter 27 Pill Formation Ceremony. The Dantian is becoming more and more rounded. And the green dragon floating above seems to be different. And the dragon's body has turned silvery white. Silver dragon. I don't know if the power has increased. The spiritual power continued to circulate. And the unstable spiritual power factors in the body slowly calmed down and began to operate in an orderly manner. After withdrawing from practice, when Jiang Lian opened her eyes, a silver light flashed through her eyes, and her eyes became clearer and clearer. At this moment, Yen 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 came over to find Jiang Lian, and went to Lingxian Peak to watch the ceremony. Already used to being lazy, Jiang Lian stood directly behind his senior sister, and let her fly over. Second senior sister Kunlun's elixir formation ceremony was very grand, and the scene was enough to show that the sect valued it. The rare purple veins, and the ability to form an elixir within 10 years made the managers of the entire sect happy and proud. And they wanted to show it off to the entire world of cultivation. This elixir forming ceremony is also showing off to the world the new generation of Kunlun people. The rise of. For those who don't know, some people may ask if there is a senior brother in Kunlun. In fact, the entire sect in the world of cultivation more or less knows that Kunlun's senior brother is the one selected by the Su family to guard the sword tomb. It doesn't matter how much cultivation he has. He can only guard the sword tomb every day. Therefore, very few people who have actually seen Su Yeshuan in the world of cultivation know much about him. The Kunlun disciples also acquiesced that the second senior sister was the representative of the entire Kunlun. The senior brother guarded the sword tomb and could not get out. And that position was just a decoration. Only the elders know how terrifying Su Yeshuan is. And I am afraid that even his nominal master is not as strong as him. No one dares to mess with him. The aqua blue uniform makes the originally fair skin look more elegant and elegant. And the jasper-colored hairpin in her hair unexpectedly matches the clothes. The red tattoo on his hand was shining brightly when he raised his hand. Jiang Lian sat next to her senior sister with a calm expression. And her unique lazy temperament seemed to be indifferent to everything. Yen 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 looked at his junior sister with a smile on his face. And sighed in his heart. The junior sister has finally figured it out. Just looking at it makes me happy. This time, the other 7 major sects of the Xinling sect. Wanfo sect. Tianyin Temple, Dan sect, Tianji sect, Spirit Beast Villa, and Baiyu Pavilion sent people to watch the ceremony. and many of them were attached to the Kunlun sect. The small sects and big families also sent people over. Jiang Lian looked at the people present boredly. There were many descriptions of this pill-forming ceremony in the book. The most special thing was that the second senior sister's pill-forming caused the heroes from other sects to break through. Later, many people made breakthroughs in their sparring with Xia Miao. And then a rumor spread in the world that second senior sister Kunlun could help people realize the Tao. And those who sparred with her would have a chance of improving their cultivation. This Dan Dan ceremony is a grand occasion. And I heard that there are strange phenomena in the sky, which is very wonderful. Xiao Shisheng, who was at the position of Wei Yifeng, couldn't help laughing when she saw Jiang Lian being brought over by Yin Yin Yin. The classmates next to her looked at her as if she was a fool, and they were confused. She will definitely win this time. And Jiang Lian will definitely admit that she is a waste in public. So what if he has a genius spiritual vein? After so many years of refining qi, he has not made any progress in the early stage. How could he have broken his cultivation level in just a few days? The mentality of winning made her look at Jiang Lian's position with pride. Seeing Xiao Shangsheng, who didn't know the reason, she thought she was looking down on Jiang Lian. After all, she had the same purple level spiritual veins as the second senior sister, and was even judged by the tested elders to have better qualifications than the second senior sister Xia Miao. And Xiao Shangsheng and Xia Miao are inseparable every day. Some time ago, Jiang Lian was punished by the discipline hall for falsely accusing Jiang Lian of pushing the second senior sister, with Xiao Xingxing's character of seeking revenge. It was certain that she would not like Jiang Lian. But this thief laughter sounded like a conspiracy. The taste of Jiang Lian felt Xiao Xingxing's gaze, but she didn't care. She pretended not to notice, and continued to look at the people on the stage in boredom. An elder from Xianling sect, Su Ling, Hu Yushan and other outstanding figures from the sect came this time. I heard that in addition to watching the ceremony, this time, they also wanted to train the juniors on the way. The 10,000 Buddha sect is a Buddhist cultivator. The bald heads and bright yellow clothes are very conspicuous. Jiang Lian looks at the Buddhist cultivators in this world with curiosity. He feels that the Buddhist cultivators seem to have an aura of transcendence. Stay away from Shenshao and be independent from the world. This time, the disciples from the Wanfo sect came from the Xian generation. Led by the elder Tong Yuan, Jiang Lian remembered that the 10,000 Buddhas also seemed to have disciples who were friends with Xia Miao. It was said that the disciples of the 10,000 Buddhas were the most advanced in this elixir formation ceremony and formed a karmic relationship with Xia Miao. Tianyin Temple focuses on music cultivators, and the physique of the music cultivators is the most outstanding. Jiang Lian can't help but look over at the handsome men and beauties. But it seems that he is not as good-looking as Su Yeshuan. The morbid beauty combined with the cold temperament that repels people thousands of miles away is really memorable in people's hearts. Jiang Lian suddenly discovered that all of Su Yeshuan's characteristics seemed to suit her. At this time, Jiang Lian remembered that Su Yeshuan seemed to have promised her to go to Wan Yifeng to cook delicious food for her. She didn't know what delicious food was. So mysterious. Subconsciously, he looked at the position of the jade pendant on his chest. System. Beep! What can I do to save you? My darkened fiancé? Please ask the host to use the jade pendant to act coquettishly to Su Yeshuan once within 10 minutes. If you fail, you will be struck by lightning once. Jiang Lian felt a little thunderous. And it was a mission with no reward. I really feel more and more that the system has the potential to be a matchmaker. And every time I meet Su Yeshuan, she seems to be particularly positive. If she doesn't do it, will she be struck by thunder in front of everyone? Jiang Lian couldn't help but tilt her head. The people inside the door looked down on her, and saw that she was very lively. It would be quite nice to suffer thunder in front of them. But thinking about the feeling of being struck by lightning, Jiang Lian couldn't help but shudder. So he might as well avoid it. This is the first time Jiang Lian has used the jade pendant for spiritual penetration. It should be used in the same way as the communication jade pendant. Miss Sir, you said you were going to cook something delicious. When will you make it happen? Her voice was the same tone as when she was a demon. It was cooing but not annoying. Her voice was nice, a little coquettish, and a little mischievous. There was no response from Yupei for a long time. And the system did not notify that the task was completed. Nor did it count down. After thinking about it, it should be done. Anyway, what the system told her has been done. So she can just wait. Out of boredom, he couldn't help but look at the other 4 sects again. There are countless alchemists in the alchemy sect who specialize in alchemy. The Tianji sect mainly uses the technique of Tianyin to detect the secrets of the sky. I think back then, the Tianji sect tried their best to lure Yun Chongzi into their door. Unfortunately, Yun Chongzi valued friendship above all else and regarded his master as a family member. He never thought about changing jobs and was not tempted at all. Spiritual Beast Villa focuses on beast control, and Bayou Pavilion Talisman cultivation equipment is the most important. The last 4 sects are all renowned for their outstanding skills in Xianling continent. Each of the 8 sects relies on something, and therefore they are often on equal footing. In every competition, several sects demonstrate their strength and try to overpower the other sects. As the second disciple of the true disciple of the Kunlun sect, and with a purple level spiritual vein, he has the capital to show off like other sects. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel funny. Chapter 28 Thunder Tribulation. A protective formation was set up on the stage, and there were a lot of protective magic weapons placed around it. The energy contained in each item all showed Kunlun's wealth and wealth.
The master is really willing to give up so many good things,
Yin Yin said with a slight curl of her lips. She did complain, but she would not be jealous. After all, her master was also good to them. It was almost time, and Xiao Miao was brought to the center of the stage, wearing the clothes of a true disciple. The aqua blue clothes give off a unique taste, and he walks in a stylish and elegant manner. Jiang Lian sighed in her heart. She was really the biological daughter of Tian Dao in the book. With such an appearance and temperament, it is no wonder that many talents in the book were fascinated by her. Xiao Miao smiled slightly, saluted everyone, and then sat cross-legged in the middle of the stage.
Sister, don't you usually have to choose a quiet place to practice meditation?
Yin Yin motioned to her.
Have you seen those green formation discs on the stage? They can isolate the movement from the outside world, so people can practice with confidence inside.
After saying that, Yin Yin complained again.
That thing is only useful for this kind of occasion.
It is specially used to show off to others. Not long after the people on the stage entered trance, black clouds began to surge in the sky, and the darkness became more and more dense. System.
Alert! Alert! Mission time limit countdown is 3.
Jiang Lian was a little confused at this time. Is the system out of order? She clearly did the task just now. Without any time to think about it, Jiang Lian hurriedly sneaked his spiritual consciousness into the jade pendant of fate again, before he could send a message to Su Yeshuan. The system sound rang again.
Ding! Failed to complete the task. The punishment is to be struck by lightning once, in view of the host's first time. The punishment is warning instead.
Warning penalty? What the H.L. Anyway, Jiang Lian, who was scared to death of lightning strikes, quickly took out a lot of lightning protection charms from the space and put them on her body. Xiao Shusheng, who had been distractedly observing Jiang Lian, couldn't help laughing when she saw her like this.
Hey! I'm afraid of being struck by lightning. It's a pity that junior sister Jiang will never have the chance to enjoy it in this life.
The voice was so arrogant that everyone present could not help but look sideways. The disciples of Chongyan Peak were the most offensive, no matter how useless they were. They were also their younger junior sisters at Chongyan Peak. Others couldn't tell, so they all looked at her angrily. If the situation hadn't been wrong, they would have probably rushed forward to tear Xiao Xingxing's hateful face into pieces. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and suddenly a thick thunder rolled down from the clouds, hitting the stage with great precision. With a pop sound, Xiao Miao still vomited a mouthful of blood even though there was a protective circle blocking her. The heads and elders who were also watching were shocked. Something was wrong. Why was the first thunderbolt so big that even the protective circle couldn't block it? Moreover, no matter how hard Xiao Miao suppresses his cultivation, it will still take a while until now. How can it be so fast? The black clouds in the sky were accumulating more and more with the thunder falling, and the whole sky was dark, as if the clouds were about to fall. The voice of the system in Jiang Lian's mind sounded again.
The punishment is complete. I hope the host will take it as a warning and not do it again.
Jiang Lian was a little dumbfounded. Was that a warning and punishment for her? It hit Xiao Miao, who was making a breakthrough. What should I do if I feel really surprised and inexplicably happy? The system also reminded me very kindly.
Yes, it was just a punishment for the host. I hope you will pay attention next time.
It's okay if I don't remind you. Jiang Lian's temper is going to explode as soon as he reminds her.
That's because you misjudged it. Okay, I obviously completed it as required, and I didn't do it in such a way to scare people.
The cold voice of the system sounded again.
No response is not considered a success.
Jiang Lian was really upset, but she really couldn't help it. Whoever let someone take control of her life could strike her to death at any time with a thunderbolt. As more and more thunderclouds accumulate in the sky, thunder and lightning appear faintly in the clouds. The great elder of Kunlun hurriedly asked the leader,
Master, why is there such a long gap between Xiao Miao's first thunder and the second?
Faintly feeling that something was wrong, but unable to tell what was wrong. The leader Gu Huahai had a serious face. This is not only related to the path of cultivation of his proud disciples, but also related to the face of the entire Kunlun. I originally thought that after so many preparations, everything was foolproof. But I don't know which link has a problem. Sitting in the nearest position, Jiang Lian felt that with the surge of thunder in the sky, the spiritual power in his dantian, which had been formed, began to riot for some unknown reason. Oh my god! How is this going? When the changes in his body were getting bigger and bigger, Su Yeshuan's voice unexpectedly rang in his ears when he was frightened.
Sit there and don't move! I will protect you.
This guy didn't answer when he should have. And now I'm trying to scare him. If she hadn't just been warned and punished, she would have been chopped into charcoal.
Why can't you move?
Jiang Lian, who was used to talking to the system, habitually replied in his mind. Unexpectedly, Su Yeshuan's voice sounded again.
Avoid being struck by lightning.
Silver light flashed, and a thunder fell in the sky, which was thinner than the one just now. But the memory of that thunder frightened Jiang Lian in his heart, and he couldn't help but step back. With a boom, thunder and lightning that had been gathering momentum in the sky suddenly fell down. Jiang Lian thought she was dazzled, and vaguely felt that she moved the thunder, and it deflected a little in her direction. But not much. And it still hit Xiao Miao when it was close to the ground. Oh my god! What's going on today? She sat there not daring to move.
Sit back down!
Su Yeshuan's voice sounded again, and Jiang Lian's suspicion became more obvious. Obediently, he tried to sit back to his original position, and the second thunder followed closely. The thunder struck directly towards Xiao Miao's position without moving any further. Jiang Lian was confused again. Is this thunder still a warning from the system? No way. The system just said that only the first one is a warning. Be careful in the future so there won't be any more lightning strikes.
Did this thunder strike me?
Jiang Lian tried to ask Su Yeshuan. Didn't he say that her special system would not cause thunder disaster?
Just sit there, and it won't hit you.
With Gang's experiment, Jiang Lian, who was afraid of being struck by lightning, hurriedly sat down and even moved closer to Xiao Miao's position. Yin Yin saw that she was almost pressed against the guardrail and hurriedly grabbed her.
What's wrong? Junior sister? Don't get so close. Although there is a protective formation, it is still dangerous. I just want to see it clearly. Maybe I can understand something.
Jiang Lian chuckled, explaining in an awkward but naughty way. The sound was very small, and due to the impact of thunder, only the two of them could hear it. Yin was a little helpless.
Sit tight and watch the same thing here.
Glancing at the thunder in the sky, Jiang Lian asked Su Yeshuan again worriedly.
As long as I sit in the original position, I won't be hit. Right.
Seeing this careful question, Su Yeshuan, who had been paying attention to the movements here on Wanyan Peak, couldn't help but smile.
Yes. Sit there. I'll leave when it's over.
Judging from this situation, it is estimated that the annual competition will be postponed. Su Yeshuan's words made her feel at ease inexplicably. Jiang Lian retreated and sat there obediently, not daring to move. Loud noises kept coming from the sky, and silver light flashed on the stage. Except for the first thunder, all other sky thunders were blocked by the protective formation. However, the clouds continued to gather, which made all Kunlun senior officials slightly worried. Chapter 29 Mountain Protector Beast.
Why do thunder strike me when I leave here? Didn't you say that my physique is special, and I don't have thunder disasters?
Jiang Lian, who was used to thunder disasters falling in the sky, couldn't help but ask Su Yeshuan curiously.
Not long after you broke through, the thunder tribulation was almost dissipated without finding anyone to attack. But Xiao Miao's breakthrough attracted the thunder that had just found its target.
What Su Yeshuan didn't say was that the thunder that had just been found was attracted again. The tribulation may be even more powerful than before. Listening to Su Yeshuan's cool and patient explanation to her, Jiang Lian felt warm in her heart. But the meaning of the words also allowed her to capture the key information.
It means that although my physique will not be struck by lightning, as long as I have someone nearby breaks through and triggers the thunder tribulation, will it trigger the thunder tribulation that has not been struck?
As he spoke, Jiang Lian asked worriedly,
Will those thunders hit me? It won't be like this when the physical fluctuations stabilize. Now you won't be hit within a certain range.
Su Yeshuan looked at the thunder calamities falling from the sky. And the mountain-protecting beasts in the Kunlun abyss had faintly awakened. As long as he won't be hit. Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he sat obediently and looked sympathetically at Xiaomiao, who was sitting in the center of the stage and was being baptized by thunder. Did she indirectly cheat Xiaomiao? Subconsciously looking at the protective array on the stage. Except for the first thunder tribulation. All others were blocked. Recalling that in the original work, after Xiaomiao's golden elixir was completed, the disciples of other sects also broke through one after another. The escorting elders of the various sects did not expect that their own disciples would break through at this time. They really showed their magical powers, and tried their best to protect their own disciples. Kunlun's protective array also played its role at this time. While Jiang Lian was free to watch the excitement, the leader Guohai was really worried. There were originally 27 thunder tribulations in the Jindan stage, but 20 of them had already struck down. And the black clouds in the sky were still gathering more and more, which was so terrifying. This means it hasn't stopped yet. Rumble. People from other sects were even more worried, as the lightning tribulations were stronger than the last. A strong man was about to appear. You must know that the more thunder tribulations you have experienced, the stronger your own cultivation will be, and the better the foundation you will lay. Kunlun Xiaomiao's thunder calamity for advancing the golden elixir this time has almost exceeded the original 27, and has not stopped yet. The elder of Xianling sect looked at Su Heng subconsciously, and the originally uncertain decision seemed to have suddenly come to a decision. I heard people around me discussing that after experiencing so many thunder tribulations, my strength must have become stronger. Jiang Lian couldn't help but worry. She and Xiaomiao were destined to be enemies. If the other party became stronger, it would definitely not be a good thing for her. Then he looked at his unusual silver-white golden elixir. At this time, the entire Dantian had been wrapped in spiritual energy, and the specific condition of the golden elixir could not be seen at all. It was almost the same as when the elixir was formed before. This should be normal, right? Jiang Lian was a little unsure, and he had just contacted Su Yeshuan using the jade pendant. But he didn't respond. Was the method wrong? The spiritual consciousness once again separated out a ray and sneaked into the jade pendant. He followed the method just now and said to Su Yeshuan,
Miss Sir, my Dantian is also fluctuating. It's the same as when I first formed the elixir. Does it have anything to do with it?
Su Yeshuan looked at the clouds in the sky again, a little surprised, and subconsciously touched the jade pendant.
It's a good thing. Just calm down.
Good thing. Jiang Lian was relieved. This guy obviously received her message, but didn't reply to her. She was almost struck by lightning. Jiang Lian couldn't help but tremble when thinking of the thunder disaster that even the protective formation couldn't completely catch. No! She still had to find a way to solve it. Otherwise, if she changed the Tengu system and started the mission on a whim, she would really be screwed. He didn't think too much about anything else. He kept calm, abandoned distracting thoughts, and circulated the spiritual energy in his body. He even ignored the falling thunder calamity ahead. Xiaomiao, who was in the center of the protective formation, was trembling with fear. No one knew that before she was ready, the first thunderstorm fell, causing some damage to her Dantian. I just hope that she will recover naturally after forming the elixir. Otherwise it may have a great impact on her future cultivation path. The thunder tribulations continued, reaching 39 and almost 40. Although all the thunder tribulations were isolated by the protective formation, she was almost scared to death. It feels like the Dantian is just one step away from being able to condense the golden elixir. But it is always one step away. At the beginning, each thunder tribulation had the effect of tempering her Dantian. But as the thunder tribulations got bigger, they seemed to have no other better help for her. Is there something wrong? Thinking about Jiang Lian, who has the same purple-level spiritual veins as her, but is always in the early stage of qi refining. Her heart can't help but tremble. She shouldn't have a problem too. The more I thought about it, the more frightened I became, and my heart became determined. No way. Absolutely nothing will go wrong. She is the second senior sister of Kunlun, with a rare purple-level spiritual vein, a being that everyone looks up to, and there will definitely be no problems. No one noticed that there was something wrong with her condition. At this time, her whole body was surrounded by lightning. The leader, Guohai, and others were filled with more and more joy as they watched the thunder calamity. God bless Kunlun. As time goes by, the thunder tribulation becomes more and more powerful. When the thunder tribulation breaks through to 50, The protective formation has begun to fluctuate. I am afraid that a few more will not be able to sustain it. Although the lightning tribulation that constantly leaked out through the protective array tempered Xiao Miao's body, it also made her extremely uncomfortable. She was not happy in her heart. If this continues, she will probably be dragged down by this breakthrough forever. No one knows the pain in Xiao Miao's heart. She only hopes that the protective formation can hold on for a while longer, and she will have a little more chance of breaking through. Rumbling sounds came one after another, and the protective formation shattered with a sudden click. The protective magic weapon on the stage played a role at this time, but it seemed that it could not last long. If Jiang Lian was distracted at this time, he would be surprised that the protective formation that was enough to support so many people breaking through at the same time could be broken so easily. At this time, Jiang Lian's Dantian area gradually became clearer, and the silvery white golden elixir was faintly visible. But it seemed that its shape had changed, but it was not clear. Bai Qi, the mountain protecting beast in the Kunlun abyss, opened his eyes at this moment, and looked at Ling Xuanfeng's position in surprise, as if he had noticed something. His deep eyes that could see through everything turned to Wan Yetfeng.
Brother Su, protect your own people.
Su Yeshuan's face was cold and full of displeasure. The one who was attacked was not from his family, so he was protecting his own wife. Looking at the thunder calamity that is getting larger and larger in the sky. If this continues, even Kunlun's mountain protecting formation will be split apart by the thunder punishment caused by the anger of heaven. Immortal and demon bodies are the most troublesome. Every time you avoid the thunder tribulation of heaven, if you are discovered by heaven again, the punishment will be doubled. Sighing, the dark body swam up from the abyss. Chapter 30 Forming pills again. Boom, the thunder and lightning in the sky became closer and more powerful, and gradually became more powerful than the first thunder. At this time, Xiao Miao no longer had the original fairy spirit and dignity. The original color of her messy hair and stained robe could no longer be seen clearly. The thunder from the sky landed again. Xiao Miao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood again. At this time, she was already at the end of her strength. She looked up at the sky, her face full of fear. If it doesn't end, she will really die from this thunder disaster. Suddenly, the golden Kunlun mountain protection formation opened at this time, and a huge black dragon hung above it. The pressure made the people below breathless, but it quickly disappeared.
The mountain guardian beast,
the elders exclaimed, full of joy. Fortunately, the mountain guardian beast appeared. Otherwise this rare genius would have perished. People from other sects also marveled when they saw the black dragon. It was indeed the sacred beast that protects Kunlun Mountain. You must know that Kunlun's mountain protecting mythical beast Bai Qi is an ancient mythical beast. It has experienced many catastrophes over tens of thousands of years, but is still able to protect Kunlun safely. This time Xiao Miao's core formation thunder tribulation actually required the mountain guardian beast to take action. How powerful this is! At this moment, the thunder calamity fell again. The golden light flourished, and the black dragon wandered in the sky. The dragon's tail swayed slightly, and it looked at Jiang Lian's position, with words in his eyes. But the distance was quite far, and everyone in the underground thought that Xiao Miao, who was guarding the mountain beast in the stands, was advancing. The leader, Ge Huahai, was trembling with joy. God bless Kunlun. How lucky he is to have such a disciple. Although he has a great reputation in this life, this moment is more honorable than anything else. You must know that it is the sacred beast that protects the mountain. Except for the ancestors and the Su family, there was no one who could make him take notice. Now that his disciple was taken notice of again, how could he not be overjoyed? At this time, Xiao Miao didn't think too much. The mountain protecting formation blocked the lightning tribulation. The pressure on her body was reduced, and she suddenly relaxed. She fell to the ground trembling all over. But she did not dare to relax and hurriedly sat cross-legged, trying to enter concentration. With the mountain protecting beasts by her side, she is not afraid of another thunderstorm. The most important thing now is that the golden elixir in her dantian is already round. But it seems to be a little short of it, and the elixir has not completely formed. At the position of the disciples of Huiyan Peak, Xiao Shangsheng was really honored by Xiao Miao's formation of such a large array of pills. She subconsciously looked at Jiang Lian's position with disdain, and found that she was in meditation with her eyes closed and her legs crossed. She couldn't help but poof again.
A smile. If it weren't for the critical period now, when no one dared to speak loudly, she would have laughed out loud and ridiculed her. With such an early stage of qi refining all the time, it was really naive to want to take advantage of their second senior sister to form pills to advance. Little did he know that at this time, the Dantian in Jianglian's body had become clear, and the spiritual energy turned into spiritual mist. The 2 golden elixirs were looming among the spiritual mist in the Dantian. 2 golden elixirs. Jianglian had never heard of such a thing, and Jianglian was a little flustered. But when she thought about Su Yeshuan telling her that there was something good going on before, but he didn't say what it was, she couldn't help but feel sure that the 2 golden elixirs were not a bad thing. My mind cleared. My spiritual power became smoother. My body's Dantian circulated faster, and the thunder tribulation in the sky became closer and closer. The rumbling sound continued, and the people present who had experienced several heavenly tribulations were a little frightened by the power of this thunder tribulation. Xia Miao's golden core stage was so powerful that it actually caused such a thunder catastrophe. Even the thunder tribulation in the nascent soul stage was not like this. When the last thunderstorm fell, Bai Qilong's eyes narrowed slightly. The light on his body became strong, and his spiritual power once again covered the protective formation. The thunder tribulation fell, and even the protective formation was swaying a bit. Done! Everyone waiting in Kunlun showed joy. The elders of other sects in the audience looked very unhappy. Some even considered the possibility of killing Xia Miao in front of everyone's eyes, and whether there was any possibility of success. Jianglian opened her eyes happily. The 2 round silver-white golden elixirs in her Dantian contained supreme spiritual power and vitality. When I tried to circulate my spiritual power throughout my body, I found that the veins that were originally like a stream suddenly expanded into the width of a river, and the capacity was unimaginable. You must know that her veins at the beginning were already able to withstand the spiritual energy brought by the purple-level spiritual veins. After turning into the silver-level spiritual veins, the spiritual energy was more than a little bit more. Now the double golden elixir is beyond ordinary people. He came out of Samadhi happily, and his spiritual consciousness separated a ray and sneaked into the jade pendant. Miss Sir, is the thunder and lightning gone? Can I leave my seat? Su Yeshuan's unique voice soon came over. Okay. Jianglian clearly felt that he seemed to be in a good mood. Just be in a good mood. Otherwise, she is really worried that the system will suddenly give her a task later, which will be really hard. At the same time, Xia Miao on the stage also withdrew from trance. She was really miserable about the golden elixir in her body that was so ordinary that there was nothing special about it. There were a total of 54 thunder tribulations, twice as many as others, but no one would believe the slightest change in the result. Seeing her master and elders rushing to protect her as soon as she came out of the sect, she knew that things were not that simple for fear of being attacked by other sects. The sect regarded her as a treasure, but she did not have the matching abilities to be called a treasure. No one believes it. After being sought after by others, she didn't want to lose this honor. So Xia Miao looked indifferent and used a dust removal technique on herself, and her image remained dignified and beautiful. After this elixir forming ceremony, Xia Miao's reputation in the world of cultivation became even greater than before. Jianglian, who was accompanying his senior sister, was a little regretful that he could not see the grand occasion of many disciples forming elixirs at the same time. It seems like she was just disturbed by her thunder tribulation. The causes and effects that she owed Xia Miao didn't appear. Xia Miao felt vaguely disappointed, as if things shouldn't have been like this. But she didn't know what it was like. After everyone congratulated, the other sects all left one after another, except for the Xianling sect who stayed. The elder took Su Heng to have a secret talk with the leader, and then a shocking news came out. The second senior sister Xia Miao and the senior brother Su Heng of the Xianling sect were about to become Taoist couples. The wedding ceremony will be held soon, and the date has not yet been determined. I don't know how many Kunlun boys' hearts were broken when this news came out. There are many people who choose Taoist companions after forming a pill in the world of cultivation. This is not surprising. Holding a pairing ceremony and signing a jade pendant is the important Xianling sect attaches to Kunlun Xia Miao. What Jianglian doesn't know is that the jade pendants for bonding are also graded. The white one is next, which just means that the two have a connection. And then the cyan one, the only Taoist companion. But it is not impossible to dissolve it. It can be dissolved with the consent of both parties. Can be lifted without paying any price. In the world of cultivation, most people choose cyan, which is restrained but not too deadly. The most stringent one is the red jade pendant, which is the only one in the world and cannot be betrayed. Anyone who violates it will be punished by heaven. Chapter 31 Food Now. Jianglian didn't know what kind of commitment the red jade pendant on her chest represented. She was very surprised when she heard the news that the two were going to become Taoist couples. In her memory, they had just met each other not long ago, and they hadn't developed any feelings yet. The completely different plot from the original work made Jiang Lian very happy. This is a good thing. It proves that the original plot is not unchangeable. Rejecting the senior sister's offer to take him back, Jiang Lian walked towards Wang Yanfeng's location. This time it was not that she wanted to show off, but that flying swords were not allowed near one in peak, and they were easily affected by the sword energy leaking from the sword tomb. So everyone passed by on foot. But generally no one would come here if nothing happened. The most beneficial area near one in peak is probably Fengyu Forest. But Fengyu Forest is on the other side, so very few people come here. After successfully climbing up the mountain, Jiang Lian stood for a while, and decided to ask Su Yesuan to see where he was. Wang Yanfeng was as big as Wang Yanfeng. I heard that Wang Yanfeng went into battle with many enemies, and those who came up rashly were easily injured. Jiang Lian, who has not finished reading the original work, does not know that although Wang Yanfeng's sword energy is good for practicing, everyone does not come here, but prefers to go to Fengyu Forest. The fact that there are so many protective formations on the entire mountain, and that Su Yesuan, a powerful person in the tribulation period, is required to guard them is not just because of the thousands of swords in the sword tomb, but because there are also unknown things suppressed below the sword tomb.
Miss Sir, where are you? The main hall.
After receiving the reply, Jiang Lian tried to walk towards the main hall. Apart from the stronger wind, there seemed to be nothing special about it. When she arrived at the entrance of the main hall, the door opened automatically when she approached. Nothing is unusual in the world of immortality. Jiang Lian walked in calmly. There was no one in the hall. He wandered around in confusion and curiosity, and tried to look towards the door on the side. In the garden full of spiritual grass at the back, Su Yesuan lazily leaned on the recliner and read a book, his fair face still showing an abnormal sick look. Occasionally couldn't help but raise his hand and clasp his fist to cover the slight cough on his mouth, which made him feel a little sympathetic.
Are you okay?
It seemed that Su Yesuan looked sickly from the first moment he met him. No one could imagine that he was a powerful person in the tribulation stage.
It's okay. I'm used to it.
Facing his young fiancé's inquiry, Su Yesuan couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He seemed to be more patient with Jiang Lian, the person he was about to spend the rest of his life with. Got used to? So it's been like this for a long time? Jiang Lian was a little confused.
Do you need someone to take a look?
Generally, alchemists can help others treat diseases in addition to making alchemy, but they also need to reach a certain level to do so.
No need. It's an old problem.
It seems to have been like this since birth. But it's not that serious. Later, the suppression of Jinzhong was even worse. And now I'm used to it. I used to feel empty in my heart, as if something was lost but not found. It's very strange. After signing the contract for the jade pendant, she felt much better, although she had attacks from time to time. They were not that frequent. Later, after seeing Jiang Lian during this period, except for coughing from time to time, she no longer had any problems in her heart. Okay. Until he forgot the pain before. He remembered that when he was a child, his tribe hired Master Tian Yin to say that this was a destined calamity, and if he met the right person, it would be fine after the calamity was over. Jiang Lian looked at him suspiciously, but Su Yesuan didn't give her another chance to ask. He looked directly at her and said,
Want to eat something delicious?
It was a good thing that Su Yesuan didn't mention this, but when she mentioned it, she couldn't help but think of the threatening warring thunder disaster in the system. Seeing that Xiao Miao was hit so hard that she vomited blood even though she had a protective formation, she couldn't help but be afraid. If she had hit her directly, someone would have died. Although he wanted to change Su Yesuan's behavior of not replying to messages, Jiang Lian was obviously timid without being forced by the system, and did not dare to tell him directly not to do this, but asked cautiously,
Well, husband, next time you see the message, can you please reply and say that you have seen it?
This flattering little appearance, coupled with her beautiful face, is honestly a bit funny. But Jiang Lian didn't know that she was just making a humble request, because Jiang Lian had always been timid when not being coerced.
Good.
Seeing the little fiancé's eyes shining brightly after getting the answer, she couldn't help but laugh too.
The delicious food will be here soon.
Jiang Lian was surprised. Didn't it mean that the eldest brother had always been a solitary person, and Wang Yanfeng even kept away from strangers? Isn't it just the eldest brother who would give him food? Soon she no longer had any doubts. She saw an attendant in a gray robe walking over with a food box. Jiang Lian asked in surprise,
Puppet? Although the puppet is realistic, it is still somewhat different from ordinary people. This is obvious at first glance. In addition to being used to kill people and buy goods, puppets for household use generally have no cultivation level. But Jiang Lian could feel that its cultivation was not low.
Well, if you have anything to do in the future, just tell it. It's good at cooking. Just tell it what you want to eat.
Jiang Lian nodded, his thoughts already attracted by the faint fragrance. The puppet said, okay, and then placed the things on the table in the courtyard. There were vegetables and meat, and Jiang Lian couldn't name them. But judging from the aura contained in every dish on the table, they were definitely extraordinary.
Have I eaten?
She dared to say that she had eaten countless delicacies. But this smell was still very tempting.
Eat.
Seeing that her cautious look was not as proactive as before, Su Yeshuan was a little surprised by her abnormality, and couldn't help but remind her.
You don't have to be cautious with me. You can do whatever you want.
Jiang Lian didn't react. She didn't think much about the delicious food, but started to eat it. While eating, she couldn't help but admire.
Is this what it cooked? I didn't expect that the puppet could cook it so delicious.
It's something that even my master is good at cooking and doesn't have the skill of.
Jiang Lian, who was captured by the delicious food, smiled. She was different from the cunning or cautious before, and was a bit cute. Seeing his young fiancé eating happily, Su Yeshuan couldn't help but smile in his heart. As long as you're happy. It's not in vain that he specially prepared this puppet. Although some details still need to be adjusted. It's almost done. Su Yeshuan would not tell Jiang Lian that he cooked these, and the puppet would have to be perfected before he could cook delicious food. Jiang Lian was enjoying the delicious food. Su Yeshuan, who suddenly noticed the strange movement under the abyss, did not show anything strange. He had no interest in the behavior of the two people and withdrew his consciousness without even looking. Bai Qi noticed something and glanced at Wang Yanfen's position. He felt convinced, and was not surprised by what the boy did. Gu Huahai was excited and took Xia Miao to the formation stage at the abyss and said respectfully, I brought my disciple here to express my gratitude to the immortal. Fortunately, you took action to save her life. Thank you to the immortal for saving her life. The abyss is bottomless, and important matters are usually discussed on the formation platform. Bai Qi can hear it, and it will appear if it is willing to respond. In the Xianling world, although the path to the upper world is blocked for unknown reasons, and even the cultivation level cannot become an immortal, there are several alternative beings in this world, and Bai Qi is one of them. Chapter 32 True Qi turns into demons. Xia Miao followed respectfully and said, Okay,
with a big salute and said,
Thank you, God, for saving my life.
Bai Qi, who was in the abyss, was originally reluctant to go up when he heard their voices. But the girl was also quite pitiful. After this experience, her originally promising future may be greatly affected by the slight flaw in the golden elixir. It is not that kind people are prone to overflowing with sympathy. But this thunder tribulation is partly due to the Jiang family girl. If she can really ascend to the upper world in the future, I am afraid she will be affected to some extent. Forget it. Give the boy from the Su family a favor and help reduce the burden on that girl. Otherwise the wrath of heavenly thunder will be really uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Bai Qi stood up and went up. The huge dragon head stopped on the magic circle and looked at Gu Huahai and Xia Miao with infinite majesty. Getting too close, the pressure of the ancient beast was a bit unbearable for the two of them. But they finally had the opportunity to meet the mountain guardian beast, and they didn't want to give up, so they had to endure it. Bai Qi glanced at Xia Miao and saw that the golden light on her body was so thin that it was almost disappearing. It was clear that luck would eventually come. This was a sign that she was slowly going to be unlucky. As cold as it was, Bai Qi didn't want to say anything more. He sprayed a dragon's breath towards the girl, left a sentence of, practice well, and dived into the lower part of the abyss again. The dragon's breath entered the body and enveloped the Dantian. Xia Miao was overjoyed when she saw that the Dantian, which had been injured due to the lightning tribulation and had not been repaired much even after being promoted, gradually became round and smooth under the influence of the dragon's breath. Xia Miao hurriedly bowed again and said,
Thank you, Lord.
Gu Huahai on the side was brightened when he saw this, and he also saluted. But compared to Xia Miao, who only repairs her Dantian in reality, Gu Huahai has all kinds of ideas. His disciple was spotted by the sacred beast that protects the mountain, and he even gave her dragon's breath as a gift for her to practice well. That was dragon's breath. As an ancient divine beast, dragon's breath is of great benefit to immortal cultivators. not to mention his disciples' good qualifications. The two stood for a while to express their gratitude and then went back, with smiles on their faces. They had different ideas, but they meant the same thing in the eyes of others. Jiang Lian was still unsatisfied after finishing the delicious food. She couldn't help but glance at the puppet on the side. If she had such a puppet, wouldn't she be able to eat delicious food every day? Su Yeshuan's next words made her instantly realize her wish to eat delicious food every day in the near future.
I will come to one in peak to practice during this period and consolidate my cultivation. Isn't there an annual competition?
She was busy with the annual competition and couldn't come.
The annual competition has been postponed.
Those old men wanted to make their baby bump consolidate his cultivation and make it famous. It was a beautiful idea, but it also gave the little girl time to consolidate. Postponed? Jiang Lian knew what was going on when he thought about the content in the original work. In the original work, too many people advanced. So the elders discussed postponing the annual competition to allow the disciples to consolidate their cultivation. After all, the basics are the top priority. The annual competition is not less than a few days away. I originally thought that because Xiao Miao was the only one to advance, the competition would be held as planned. But unexpectedly it was still postponed. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed, and Jiang Lian felt that the wind around him became very strong. Su Yeshuan's breath, which was sitting lazily aside, suddenly became very unstable. He covered his chest with his hands and coughed continuously from the corners of his lips, as if he wanted to cough his heart out, and his face became increasingly pale. Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel worried when she saw him like this.
Miss Sir, what's wrong with you?
The pain in my heart seemed to be missing something important, and the painful feeling in my heart was more intense than before. Jiang Lian's voice gave him a moment of clarity. But then the discomfort returned. The things under the sword tomb were rioting again, causing his inner demons to faintly begin to revive. Jiang Lian squatted next to him and was at a loss. This was the first time she had seen Su Yeshuan like this. Isn't he the villain and the extremely powerful senior brother? How could this be? The voice of the dog system sounded at this time.
Beep! What can I do to save you? My blackened fiancé. Please use the true energy from the throat of the host within 10 minutes to transform the demonic energy. Success will be rewarded with a draw, and failure will be punished. Lightning strikes once.
Does this mean using your mouth? But she understood the meaning behind it. This was a sign that Su Yeshuan was about to become a demon. If she used her true energy to transfer to him, could she save him? Jiang Lian still wanted to struggle and tried to bargain with the system.
Can I directly lose my true energy?
What is lost also goes into the body, so it should be the same. Unfortunately, the dog system didn't agree and started counting down.
Host, please pay attention to the time. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8.
Ya. The dog system wants to trick her again. Her first kiss. The time countdown was almost over, and she was scared to death when she thought about the powerful thunder tribulation. She gritted her teeth. She was saving people. Don't think nonsense. When the system called one, Jiang Lian closed her eyes and met Su Yeshuan's. Su Yeshuan, who was clutching his chest and about to fall into trouble, couldn't find any reason to think about what Jiang Lian was doing. The true energy slowly entered, and when Su Yeshuan was about to fall to the ground, she quickly hugged him. With a boom, the two fell to the ground. Jiang Lian, who had his back to the ground, groaned in pain. Su Yeshuan, who had been transferred to Jinchi, was relieved, but his red eyes indicated that he was not out of trouble yet. Not knowing what was going on, Su Yeshuan looked at Jiang Lian with his misty red eyes and began to taste it carefully, as if he had encountered a supreme delicacy. Jiang Lian, who was still losing her true energy, was crying in her heart. Could she just give herself away like this? The disparity in cultivation made her unable to move and could only be at his mercy. Brother, you have lost your mind. But she is still conscious. The real touch made her shudder. She couldn't help but tremble but lost her self-control. She was sending her true energy, but it was as if she was stuck. No matter how the other party teased her, she couldn't separate. System.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The reward will be drawn once, and the total number of draws will be 3.
Jiang Lian had no time to blame the dog system for its saucy operation. At this time, the other party was no longer satisfied with the delicious food on his lips and left his original position and moved elsewhere.
Miss Sir, wake up!
Jiang Lian could only pray that the true energy would work and Su Yeshuan could wake up immediately.
Su Yeshuan, Wake up!
For a long time. When Jiang Lian thought he was about to break the last line of defense, Su Yeshuan stopped moving and lay motionless. The sharp wind in the air scattered the petals around him on the ground, and his robes were scattered on the ground, which made people think,
Miss Sir, are you okay? Mr. Jiang?
Jiang Lian was a little frightened. At this time, she couldn't move and tried to shout a few times to wake him up. The hand holding her tightened, and someone buried deep in her shoulder said in a low voice,
I'm sorry.
Chapter 33 The Oath of Heaven. I'm sorry. You idiot. What kind of roller coaster of emotions did she just go through? She really wanted to kill the dog system to relieve the unspeakable anger in her heart. Su Yeshuan, who was calming down, was also surprised by her behavior. Did the Jiang family tell her in advance? But it doesn't look like it. There is another reason why the Jiang and Su families must become Taoist couples, because their bloodline is full. Su Yeshuan originally planned to talk to her later when it really got to that point. But now this is the situation. In an instant, Su Yeshuan disappeared from the place and appeared aside, neatly dressed, while Jiang Lian was wrapped in clothes and held in his arms, striding towards the palace. At this time, Jiang Lian's face was as red as a cooked duck. It seems that she took the initiative to talk about this matter. If she wants to blame Su Yeshuan, she seems to be unreasonable and weak. In silence, Jiang Lian was placed on the soft bed and covered with a quilt. Grabbing the quilt, Jiang Lian asked in a panic,
What are you going to do?
Comparing this anxious and nervous look with his incredibly bold behavior before, Su Yeshuan couldn't help laughing, and his face that had not changed for thousands of years finally had an expression.
Why? Where did the courage go?
Jiang Lian, who was not threatened by the system, looked a little cute in Su Yeshuan's eyes. He glanced at Su Yeshuan guiltily, hesitating and not knowing what to say. She dared not speak out in anger, feeling aggrieved and embarrassed.
I'll go out. You pack up, and I'll take you to the training ground.
Knowing that the other party had no other intentions, Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief and nodded very obediently. When Su Yeshuan walked out and closed the door tightly, Jiang Lian peeked for a while, and after making sure that he would not come in, he hurriedly got up and took out the new one from the space. The clothes are put on, and the old ones are put away.
System, are you trying to trick me?
She was sure that this guy was doing it on purpose. He was like this every time he met Su Yeshuan. The system that used to pretend to be dead now said aggrievedly,
I'm really thankless and miserable. Who am I doing this for? If I don't follow the mission, both of us will die and our bones will stink.
No one noticed it.
The whining sound of the machine made Jiang Lian couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. Jiang Lian, who really couldn't bear it, had a straight face and said seriously,
Speak carefully.
As he said this, he couldn't help but ask the question he had always wanted to ask while this guy was willing to chat.
Actually, you are not an upgrade system, but a matchmaker system. Right? A person who specializes in pulling strings to win matches?
The system was stunned by her question, and her voice was a bit fierce.
Is the matchmaker system as extraordinary as me? I am a supporting role reversal system. To tell you the truth, after the accurate matching of the main system, you and the villain, those who are bound together, have the best chance of successful counterattack. So accept your fate.
Supporting character counterattack? So cliché?
Since you can communicate with me, why did you pretend to be dead when we talked before?
It's okay not to ask. But the system continued to complain with its mechanical voice.
I'm miserable. If it weren't for today's special circumstances, I could come out and say a few words. Otherwise it would be suffocating me to death.
If other people's systems are either soft and cute, or cold and reliable, hers is definitely a shady system, intent on cheating her. Jiang Lian was skeptical about the system.
I don't have much time. Anyway, as long as there are tasks related to the villain, you are absolutely right to complete them. As a friendly reminder, if you don't complete the tasks about the villain, the punishment will be the heaviest.
As soon as he finished speaking, the system stopped moving, being interrupted by it. The angry and strange feeling in my heart instantly disappeared. So, dog system, are you just trying to excuse your behavior this time? Jiang Lian is like this. He can bend and stretch very much. She has always been informal. This was to save Su Yeshuan, not because she really lost her virginity. Thinking about this, Jiang Lian felt better. Although she had no choice but to be honest, she didn't dislike Su Yeshuan, and since he would die if he didn't complete the task, she could only collect herself and take a few deep breaths. There are still many things to welcome her. She needs to hang on to her life and work hard to live. She wants to live well, want to heal her master's injuries, and want to change the inevitable ending of the article. When he opened the door, he saw Su Yeshuan sitting on a chair in the main hall, meditating. There were several puppets dressed as waiters standing next to him. Su Yeshuan knew about it as soon as Jiang Lian appeared, and turned to look at her. What happened just now was taken for granted in their relationship, and was not beyond their limits. The red product and the jade pendant formed a contract, and they were a serious couple. However, the little girl was still young. He promised the Jiang family, and also promised to give the little girl a marriage ceremony. I will be responsible. This is his promise. I will take the jade pendant as proof, and I will never betray it. If I violate my oath, I will be wiped out in ashes. There was a sound in the sky. Golden light fell, and the heavenly Tao oath formation lit up between the two, and then disappeared. Jiang Lian was a little shocked that Su Yeshuan would swear. If you know the importance of the oath of heaven to a monk, it is simply a knife hanging above the head. Sighing, Jiang Lian said quietly, "You don't have to be like this. I believe you. It's okay if you don't believe it. The system is watching." Coupled with the past few days of getting along, Jiang Lian knew that he didn't know how, and it was just an affirmation of his character. Seeing her like this, Su Yeshuan walked up to her and touched her hair. "Little girl, do you think you are so cute and stupid and don't know anything? Or do you know everything in your heart?" Jiang Lian was stunned when he asked, "What do you know?" The fiery red jade pendant floated out from his chest, and was caught by Su Yeshuan. Jiang Lian felt that his heart was beating very fast for some reason. Glancing shyly from the corner of his eye, Jiang Lian discovered that there was a golden totem in the center of the fiery red jade pendant. Somewhat stupidly he asked, "Why has it changed? How much do you know about the jade pendant of marriage?" Looking at her stupidity, she knows that this girl probably only knows the basics. She has spent the past few years in Kunlun trying to figure out why she couldn't advance. Jiang Lian said without thinking, "Isn't the jade pendant a token of engagement? Are there others?" Facing the clear and doubtful eyes of his established Taoist companion, Su Yeshuan was at a loss for words for some reason. This girl is really multifaceted. If he was acting like a bully just now, he would not be so dumb and didn't know how to speak. Instead, he would say it in a joking way. "What's wrong? What's so hard to say? Look at her for so long." The jade pendant for bonding is a keepsake between Taoist couples. The jade pendant for bonding in the world is divided into 3 different colors: white, green, and red. The 3 jade pendants are all tokens for Taoist couples. The white grade allows you to take concubines or serve as husbands, and you can cancel it at any time. Cheap and I is a pair, and both parties can be cancelled without any harm. This is the first time Jiang Lian has heard someone mention that there are so many distinctions between the jade pendants for getting married. What color is the jade pendant for getting married to Su Heng and Xiao Miao in the original work? She seemed to have abandoned the article without seeing their marriage ceremony. Chapter 34 Consolidation, etc. A token between Taoist couples? She has heard about this. Those who are interested in becoming a Taoist couple only need to form a token of the contract. Large families usually announce the marriage to everyone through a ceremony. She had never been associated with the jade pendant before, and always thought it was just a token of engagement. This is simply equivalent to the existence of a marriage certificate. Is that why they are now a Taoist couple? Not an unmarried couple? The more Jiang Lian thought about it, the more frightened she became. She got married inexplicably without knowing it. "What about the red goods?" Jiang Lian's voice was trembling at this time. She didn't know what her mentality was when she asked. Sometimes she felt that she was being very duplicitous. She knew she had an answer in her heart, but she had to break the casserole and ask to the end to feel at ease. Su Yeshuan looked at her leisurely. This girl was amused in her heart. The doting in her eyes did not disappear so quickly. She looked at Jiang Lian and said, "The red product is also a pair for a lifetime. Anyone who violates this will be counterattacked." Jiang Lian's originally calm expression turned red because of his gaze. "Since you have a red jade pendant, why do you still swear an oath to heaven? If there is a chance to ascend in the future, it will have a big impact. This is a deep hidden danger. It's a double guarantee." Although Jiang Lian knew that she was destined to be bound to him, she was not willing to get involved in these discussions, and quickly interrupted. "Aren't you going to take me to a place of cultivation?" She actually understood what Su Yeshuan meant. This seemed to be the day when Su Yeshuan talked the most since they met. It was not easy. "Okay." Su Yeshuan picked up Jiang Lian without saying a word, and disappeared from the place with a single step. Jiang Lian, who was nestled in Su Yeshuan's arms,
couldn't help but think of Tianyong City's behavior of pretending that his feet were sore, that he couldn't walk, and suddenly felt a little shocked. Soon, Su Yeshuan took her to an old tree with a crooked neck. Jiang Lian was a little worried that the tree would break at any time.
One side is the sword tomb, and the other side is sitting cliff. Which one do you choose first? Sword tomb. Can you enter it at will?
You must know that it is a fierce place in Kunlun. No one dares to enter, and no one can enter it, while everyone was afraid of it. They also coveted its supreme sword energy that tempered the body. It was a good thing. But everyone in the sword tomb couldn't stand it, so they could only change their target to Feng Yuan.
You can.
Others can't. With him controlling the sword tomb, she could do whatever she wanted in the sword tomb. The sword tomb is not an existence where anyone can enter at will, and will be killed without permission.
When you can't bear it anymore, tell me and I will take you out again. Or you can come out on your own.
Jiang Lian at Shinsi Cliff knew that her senior sister had once said that the sword intent of the ancestors was stored in Shinsi Cliff at Wanyan Feng. But it was not something that ordinary people could enter and comprehend. Otherwise, they would easily become fools.
Okay, then I'll choose the sword tomb. Are there any precautions when going in? There is no need to specifically stop the spiritual energy from washing away the body, except for the Feiyu sword, which can be used. Other protection is not recommended.
Then Su Yeshuan added again,
tempering the muscles and bones.
Jiang Lian just nodded, and was sent to the sword tomb by Su Yeshuan before he was ready. Yellow sand is everywhere. Broken swords are everywhere. Sword energy is raging. And the fierce wind is more violent and uncomfortable than on Wanyan Peak. The chaotic sword energy caused Jiang Lian's blood to surge up, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. She had thought about how terrifying this sword tomb was, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful when being suppressed by Su Yeshuan, who was a strong man in the tribulation stage. The sword energy passed by. Jiang Lian covered his scratched arm and hurriedly called out the Feiyu sword. As soon as Feiyu came out, thousands of swords roared together, and the wind became even more crazy. Many wounds hurt. Jiang Lian hurriedly used his spiritual power to protect his whole body, and his feather sword resisted the sword energy that kept flying by. Even so, Jiang Lian found that no matter how hard she tried, those sword energies could always injure her. Gritting his teeth and trying hard to move forward, the blood flowing from the wound stained the entire aqua blue uniform into blood red. Under the wash of sword energy, his cultivation, which was originally unstable due to 2 consecutive pill formations, became more and more condensed at this time. Gradually I understood its function, and the spiritual energy seemed to run automatically without Jiang Lian's guidance. The physical benefits made Jiang Lian's eyes light up. The more the wound hurt, the more excited she became. The 2 golden elixirs in her dantian became brighter and rounder, and her cultivation became more stable. And there was even a slight upward trend. So fast. Su Yeshuan reminded her that she didn't need to control her spiritual power. But didn't she come in to consolidate her cultivation? Do you just want to make progress by cultivating yourself like this? At first, she would use the Qi Feng Fuyun sword technique to resist. But gradually she discovered that the energy contained in each sword energy was different. It seemed that the Qi Feng Fuyun sword technique had its own rules. Jiang Lian slowly immersed herself in it. No matter what, the spiritual energy flowing automatically, regardless of the surrounding environment, entered a state of selflessness. Su Yeshuan, who was standing not far away and watching her, saw the little girl waving her sword and walking towards the exit more and more freely. Although she was protected by him, she was relieved at this moment when she was still worried. When Jiang Lian appeared at the exit, he was dazzled by the bright sun shining high in the sky. Is she out? Looking back, Jiang Lian found that the sword wind in the sword tomb was like a tornado, raging around everything, and the sound of swords kept ringing. The level was completely different from what she had just experienced. She would probably be reduced to mincemeat when she entered. Thinking of the legendary senior brother who controlled the sword tomb alone. It has been so stable for thousands of years that people have almost forgotten how ferocious the sword wind in the sword tomb was. The breeze was floating in front of him, and Jiang Lian turned his head and looked forward as if feeling something. He saw Su Yeshuan appear there, his robes fluttering, and the black and gold patterned attire made his whole person's temperament even more cold and stern.
Yes, I have improved a lot.
A box of elixir was handed to her.
Take it.
Jiang Lian was not polite to him. When he opened the box, he knew that the spiritual power contained in it was not ordinary.
Is it possible that the material is overused?
In fact, her current injury can be cured by taking ordinary pills.
No, You can eat no matter how much.
Unlike the gentleness he had before, Su Yeshuan's coldness now contained a bit of gentleness toward Jiang Lian, and his words were in line with his character. Jiang Lian didn't hesitate and ate it directly. The elixir melted in his mouth. The wound healed visibly, and the remaining sword energy in his body disappeared into his own power without the consumption of time.
What is this?
Ordinary elixirs have no effect on transforming sword energy.
Jinyu.
I've never heard of it. She really knows too little about this world. She only knew a lot of it after others explained it to her. When the competition is over, I really have to go to the academy to study hard. At this moment, a message from Yan 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 came from the world in the jade pendant.
Junior sister, where have you been? Why haven't you seen anyone in the past 2 days?
Although a monk spends several days, or even months and years in retreat, Yan 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 has become accustomed to having his little junior sister by his side every day. And she still hasn't realized it yet. After not seeing my junior sister back for the past 2 days, I became a little worried, fearing that she would be bullied somewhere else. Chapter 35. The competition is coming. 2 days? No. Didn't she just go in for a while? Jiang Lian was a little strange. But he also returned to his senior sister and said,
Senior sister, I'm going back soon.
Little did they know that there was no day or night in the sword tomb. Day and night were often chaotic. Sometimes it was day or night for several days. And sometimes day and night changed several times in a day. It did take 2 days for Jiang Lian to enter the sword tomb this time. At this time, Su Yeshuan cut his finger and handed it to Jiang Lian's lips. Jiang Lian sucked it in subconsciously, her eyes full of doubts. Is it time? She didn't quite remember it. But it seemed like it was almost there, and yet it wasn't there yet. When it was almost done, Su Yeshuan took back his hand. His eyes flickered slightly, and then quickly calmed down.
Come to Shinsi Cliff before going to the secret realm. Secret realm? What secret realm?
Jiang Lian didn't understand what he was saying.
The postponement of the annual competition coincides with the opening of the secret realm. The 2 competitions will be combined. The top 30 winners can enter the wilderness secret realm to experience
the secret realm of the wasteland. It was a good secret realm. Xiao Miao and Su Heng got a lot of good things in it. Jiang Lian subconsciously looked at the location of the divine branch phantom pattern on the back of her hand. This time, haha, it's time for her to show off her skills. Jiang Lian asked with a smile.
Are you so sure that I can enter the top 30? No confidence.
Although she has never competed with other cultivators of the same level, compared to Xiao Miao, her strength is ranked among the best among the younger generation in Kunlun. Right? In the original book, the impression seems to be that the ranking is still at the top. And she has 1 more golden elixir than Xiao Miao. So her total spiritual power must be more. So she can definitely enter.
Yes. Wait. I'll show you a spot. Well, come to CC Cliff in advance before you go.
While talking, Jiang Lian noticed that Su Yeshuan's face seemed to be paler than before he was demonized in the morning. Even the color of her lips was as white as bloodless. Jiang Lian, who was about to leave, looked at Su Yeshuan worriedly.
Are you okay?
Seeing that the little girl cared about him, Su Yeshuan's cold aura softened a lot due to suppressing the restless factors in the sword tomb.
Nothing. I'll be fine later.
Jiang Lian was suspicious.
Are you injured?
Otherwise, his face would be so pale every time they met. And he would even cough often.
The old problem will not affect me. And it will gradually get better in the future.
Because you are by my side? My recent hidden illnesses have also been relieved. Jiang Lian looked at him for a while. Fine. You said it was fine.
I'm going back then?
Su Yeshuan nodded, raised his hand, and Jiang Lian appeared at the foot of the mountain again. Subconsciously, he raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. This person was really someone who sometimes felt unattainable, but sometimes felt very easy to talk to. Even though he was very cool, he also had a gentle side. Summoning the flying feathers, he leaped up and flew towards Chong'an Peak. From a distance, she could see her senior sister sitting in her yard waiting for her as usual. Now her consciousness can cover dozens of miles, and she doesn't know what others are like. But after entering the golden elixir, not only has her cultivation improved, but her sensitivity, range of consciousness, and other aspects have also improved.
Senior sister.
After taking Feiyu away, Jiang Lian walked to the seat in front of Yan 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 and sat down. As soon as he saw his junior sister arriving, Yan 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 hurriedly filled a bowl of the prepared sweet soup and placed it in front of her, saying,
You still know you're coming back. I was so scared when I found you didn't come back this morning.
Facing his senior sister's concern, Jiang Lian said with a smile.
I forgot about the time.
After speaking, Jiang Lian asked curiously.
Senior sister, didn't we just separate in the morning?
At that time, she told her senior sister that she would not go back with her yet. Yan Yanyan was stunned.
We didn't meet this morning.
After saying that, he couldn't help but touch his little junior sister's forehead to see if she was sick. She was concerned and confused. Jiang Lian was no longer an ordinary monk at this time. The monks in the Qi refining period were different from ordinary people. Not to mention that Jiang Lian could now control the sword flies. Now Jiang Lian also noticed something was wrong.
Then when can we meet?
Looking at his little junior sister. She looks like she did after her master came out of seclusion. She put her head on her forehead and smiled and said,
We separated yesterday morning. Junior sister, must she be so close-minded and stupid?
Yesterday? She actually stayed in the sword tomb for a whole day, Jiang Lian said with a smile.
I forgot the time.
After taking a sip of the sweet soup, my eyes lit up, and my taste buds were filled with delicious food, which made me feel great.
Tomorrow is the annual competition. Junior sister, please pay attention to the time.
Seeing the junior sister eating happily, Yan Yanyan couldn't help but have a smile on her face. Start tomorrow. I originally thought it would take a few days.
Senior sister, please take me there tomorrow.
She was afraid that Xiao Shangsheng would faint if she wielded a sword as soon as she appeared on the stage. Some things are more interesting if you take your time. I'm really looking forward to it. Regarding the mischievous expression on his little junior sister's face, Yan Yanyan knew that someone was going to be in trouble.
Naughty. Okay, I'll take you with you tomorrow.
After the two separated, Jiang Lian went to the back valley again to practice the Qi Feng Fuyun sword technique. She found that this time, in addition to being more proficient, the sword energy was stronger, and it was faintly as sharp as the sword energy in the sword tomb. Recalling the feeling of being in the sword tomb, the gentle breeze blowing in the clouds gradually became less and less like the gentle breeze blowing in the clouds, and became more like a sword of its own. After stopping his momentum, Jiang Lian raised his sword and was filled with joy. It turned out that Kunlun's basic swordsmanship could be so changeable. The practitioner didn't have many moves and techniques at hand. Jiang Lian looked at the sky. He really had to go to Shinxi Cliff. He also went to Tianzangjing Pavilion to see if there was anything suitable. Otherwise, Qi Feng Fuyun might be a bit useless. Although there is a star chart blessing. Although there are still 3 draws in the system lottery, Jiang Lian estimates that the chance of winning the technique is very slim. Looking at the valley that had lost a few leaves next week, Jiang Lian was thankful that she had used an enhanced protective formation this time. Otherwise she would have destroyed all the master's precious tree elixirs. The next day Jiang Lian was still standing behind Yan Yanyan's flying sword, and happened to meet Xiao Shangsheng when he landed. This hot beauty is beautiful, but she has a very bad mouth and is a bit self-righteous. Seeing Jiang Lian's fluttering dress, he said unhappily,
It seems that junior sister Jiang is ready to shout that you are a waste in front of all the brothers and sisters.
Looking at that triumphant look, it seemed that the next moment Jiang Lian was already standing on the stage and shouting 3 times.
Senior sister Xiao doesn't need to worry about this.
Although Jiang Lian entered the school at about the same time as Xiaomiao, her master is the youngest, so she is the youngest junior sister in her generation, and her cultivation seems to be in the early stage of Qi refining. Some monks do not look at age, but at cultivation level.
You keep talking tough even when you are about to die.
At this moment, a Lingxian peak disciple ran over and said to Xiao Shangsheng,
Senior sister Xiao, second senior sister asked you to come over.
Jiang Lian recognized this person. Wang Qian, another loser next to Xiaomiao. This person was introverted, but he could be really ruthless if he was really ruthless. Xiao Shangsheng nodded, not forgetting to snort Jiang Lian.
I'll see you later.
After the two of them left, Yan Yanyan, who had been being held back by Jiang Lian to prevent her from rushing to scratch the other person's ears, asked,
What do you want to do with this bastard? Junior sister, remember to call me in time if anything happens.
Chapter 36 Senior sister got it wrong. Look at the toughness of my senior sister, which is completely different from the gentle and lovely person she usually is. Jiang Lian didn't go out of her way to hide it from the people around her. She took her senior sister's sleeve and told her about the bet. What made everyone dumbfounded was that when Yan Yanyan found out, she didn't scold Xiao Shangsheng for being despicable and shameless. Instead, she raised her eyebrows, stood there and asked calmly,
She shouted that she was a fool 3 times when she lost?
Jiang Lian smiled and nodded.
Yes. I shouted that I was a waste 3 times when I lost.
Yin 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 smiled happily. She was really unhappy.
It's just you who are naughty. Okay. Get ready. It's about to start.
After the two walked away, the fellow students who stood aside and eavesdropped on their conversation were in disbelief. Could it be that the two junior fellow apprentices were so stimulated that their brains short-circuited? Jiang Lian's inevitable outcome actually made the two of them laugh, as if they had taken advantage of it. I'll wait and see if there's something exciting later. I hope these two people will wake up later, and won't be unable to accept it for a while, and then stage a dramatic defense. Everyone had everything they wanted. And the news spread quickly. Standing in the crowd at Lingxian Peak, Xiao Miao got the news, and couldn't help frowning, and looking at Xiao Shengsheng who had already come over.
There is nothing to be afraid of them. There is no need to worry about them like this. Otherwise it will affect the Taoist mind.
Faced with second senior sister's concern, Xiao Shengsheng was deeply moved.
Don't worry. Miao Miao. It won't affect you. I have a bad temper. And I practice doing whatever I want. If I don't find fault, it will really affect my Taoist heart.
Xiao Miao felt more and more uneasy, and she wanted to remind Xiao Shengsheng, but she didn't listen at all.
Oh, Miao Miao, you don't have to worry. No matter how cunning she is, Jiang Lian can't break through in just a few days. It's been so many years. If there was a way, we would have already had it.
Xiao Shengsheng was still indifferent, and she had even begun to imagine in her heart Jiang Lian waited in a miserable state. Xiao Miao was helpless. Wang Qian on the side pulled her sleeve and signaled her that the game had started. Not far away, Jiang Lian and Yin Yin were talking and laughing at each other, which was even more suspicious. The person in charge of this competition was third elder Zhang Bucao. His straight face and serious expression made the disciples below also become serious, and the atmosphere was slightly tense. This time, because it involves secret realm quotas. The competition system has been changed from the simple annual competition in previous years. Each player has to play once, and will be ranked according to the number of games they lasted. The game lasts for 3 days, and the top 1,000 players will be selected to enter the second round. The second round is in a melee mode, with a group of 50 people, and the top 5 remaining will advance to the third round, with a total of 20 groups and 100 people. The third round is still in the melee mode, and hundreds of people enter the trial fantasy world and are ranked according to points. The top 30 sects can enter the wilderness secret realm, and the top 10 sects will have other rewards. The entire competition venue is very large. There are tens of thousands of Kunlun's new generation disciples, except for those who have gone out for training and cannot come back. It is not crowded with so many people present. It is so spacious that it is estimated that tens of thousands more people can attend.
Junior sister, what is your competition platform number?
Yin Yin stood next to Jiang Lian and couldn't help but look curiously at the identity jade token in the little junior sister's hand.
Number 7.
In addition to selecting outstanding disciples, this competition also focuses on experience. Therefore, on the first day of the first round, those with lower cultivation levels will be eliminated. The elimination will be carried out on the second day, and those with higher cultivation levels will be eliminated up the back. Therefore, the competition between Xiao Miao and Xiao Shengsheng and others is not today, and appearing here at this time is just an opening ceremony, just a formality. Situ Liyun didn't come today. Yin Yin came to accompany the junior sister. Number 7.
Is it your turn yet?
Based on previous year's experience, it is estimated that it will be soon.
Well, this morning's session,
some of the surrounding high-ranking monks stayed to watch after the opening ceremony. Jiang Lian walked calmly towards stage 7. Xiao Shengsheng, who was in the audience, saw Jiang Lian under the stand and was about to climb up the stage. In Xiao Shengsheng's eyes, those slow movements were like he was dawdling and not daring to go up as in previous years. The corner of his lips curled up, full of pride. He looked at the opponent waiting for Jiang Lian on the stage, in the middle of qi training. It's still too low.
Elder, the assignment of Jiang Lian on stage 7 does not comply with the rules. Her cultivation level is more than that. She should be arranged in the afternoon.
The people around looked at Xiao Shengsheng as if they were a fool, but she herself didn't care and still went her own way. Xiao Miao, who was beside her, had a gloomy face and said through the voice,
Shengsheng, forget it.
Her hunch was always accurate. Today was not the right day to cause trouble for Jiang Lian. Unfortunately, Xiao Shengsheng always went her own way. She had been holding her breath in her heart, since the last discipline hall incident. This tone made her feel uncomfortable. Third Elder Zhang Buitao's originally serious face became more majestic. He glanced at Xiao Shengsheng and said nothing. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the third elder is dissatisfied with Xiao Shengsheng for causing trouble. But at this time Xiao Shengsheng only wants to make Jiang Lian look good and avenge her punishment in the discipline hall.
Jiang Lian said herself that she can wield a sword and advance to the next level. So I swallowed her.
The wooden sword is enough to prove that her cultivation is not what it seems.
Xiao Shengsheng was so sure of her words that she even tried to convince the elder to believe her about the bet. The third elder was angry at this time.
Nonsense.
He didn't know whether he was talking about Jiang Lian or Xiao Shengsheng. But his stern face became even worse.
The game continues.
Xiao Shengsheng became anxious now. She knew that the third elder was having an argument with Chong and Peak. Seeing Jiang Lian looking at her calmly, she immediately became angry.
Jiang Lian, you are so shameless and don't want to admit it. There is a contract. Even if you want to deny it, you can't.
He even showed the back of the contract totem's hand out of fear that others wouldn't believe him. Xiao Xingxing's behavior was suddenly at a disadvantage. Seeing this situation, Xiao Miao knew that something was going to happen. She wanted to stop it, but was not as quick as Xiao Shengsheng.
Admit it. Why don't you admit it? But did senior sister Xiao make a mistake about the contract?
In fact, she didn't think it was necessary to spend more time comparing the morning sessions. What she wanted to do most now was to test the gap between fellow practitioners. Xiao Shengsheng was stunned by what she said and couldn't help but laugh and taunt.
Junior sister Jiang is hallucinating.
Right? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is Xiao Xingxing's trouble with Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian still looked calm and said with a smile.
No. Senior sister made a mistake. Do you want to look at it again?
As a result, Xiao Shengsheng looked impatient and insisted that Jiang Lian wanted to escape, and kindly extended the contract to her. If it was not completed, she would be punished by heaven. Sighing, Jiang Lian now really felt that even if Xiao Shengsheng didn't call her a big fool in front of everyone, she would still be pitifully stupid. Look at her persistence. Helpless Jiang Lian said,
the content of the contract is that if I can't use the sword freely in the school year competition and successfully advance, then I have to shout 3 times on the stage in front of everyone that I am a big waste. And if I can use the sword freely? If the sword is not promoted, then senior sister will have to shout 3 times in front of everyone that she is a big fool.
Chapter 37 Fight again tomorrow. This oath. Xiao Shengsheng suddenly felt bad and hurriedly looked at the contents of the contract in her hand. Her face turned dark instantly, and she even felt a little flustered. You must know that this contract is based on whose wishes it depends on whose cultivation level is high. Xiao Shengsheng, who didn't want to believe it in her heart, shouted.
Jiang Lian, you are cheating. Don't think that you can break the contract like this. The way of heaven is your proof.
Jiang Lian clearly seems to be in the early stages of qi refining. So why does the contract follow her requirements? It is absolutely impossible that Jiang Lian's cultivation level is higher than hers. She must have used some trick. It must be. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Miao knew what was going on. Xiao Shengsheng was already paranoid and had an argument with Jiang Lian, and she couldn't pull him back. Everyone present more or less saw the problem. Is this something happening? Jiang Lian shrugged and said nonchalantly,
okay, let's cash in the bet. I just happen to be bored today. I just hope that senior sister Xiao will not default on her debt later. Otherwise the punishment from heaven is not just a decoration.
Xiao Shengsheng was furious. A bad feeling that she had never had before came to her mind. She wanted to refute something.
But Jiang Lian no longer gave her a chance to talk nonsense.
First, you can control the sword. Right.
Jiang Lian saw a wooden sword flying out in a swish. And under her control, she flew onto the stage with her whole body.
Second, promotion. Right.
As he said this, Jiang Lian saluted his fellow disciple, who was still standing on the stage, and said,
please give me your advice.
The mid-stage qi training disciple standing on the stage had his arms trembling and trembling. The disparity in strength was clearly displayed. He was terrified, fearing that the strong sword energy of the wooden sword floating in the sky would directly burp him. He hurriedly replied, I admit defeat. That fellow student stepped down from the stage, and all the disciples present who were in the qi training stage did not dare to go up again. It was a joke. The sword could fly, and only those with lame eyes would think that this person was really in the early stage of qi refining.
Which of your fellow students would like to compete?
The clothes were floating. looking so heroic. Su Hung, who had not yet gone back, looked at the woman on the stage, with an unknown meaning flashing in his eyes. Hu Yunshan sighed in surprise.
That's really a fool. If you insist on making a bet. But he's someone who can wipe out the mother-in-law Gu in an entire city.
It's a pity that no one replies to him now. And Hu Yunshan is used to talking to himself. Xiao Shengsheng was in disbelief. Even more shocked than seeing the contents of the contract document changed. Pointing at Jiang Lian with trembling fingers. His voice was full of sharpness.
She is so powerful that she hides her cultivation and bullies her fellow disciples.
As he spoke, he even said fiercely to Jiang Lian,
I'm talking about promotion. Promotion into the second round. This doesn't count as your win.
At this time, Xiao Shengsheng was very panicked. And she even thought bitterly that in the first round, so many people entered 1,000. Which was not a lot. But it was not easy. She didn't believe it. It was strange that Jiang Lian could enter. What she cared about at this time was not that she shouted the words to Shacha, but that her face was being pressed to the ground and rubbed by Jiang Lian. And she wanted to tear her into pieces. Jiang Lian raised her eyebrows and smiled.
Okay, Elder. I'll apply to join the competition tomorrow.
Isn't it just to participate in a higher level competition? She doesn't have to spend another day and energy participating in the competition. You know, it's very tiring to stand on the platform without fighting all day long. She might as well go back and lie down to sleep and still improve her cultivation level. Yes, since Jiang Lian advanced to the Silver System spiritual vein, her Dantian will automatically operate and absorb spiritual energy even when she is lying down and sleeping. This is really the greatest good news for lazy people. The third elder, Zhang Buotao, was originally a rigid person. But he couldn't help but be happy for her when he saw that the disciple, who had troubled his friend for many years, had now broken through the bottleneck.
Chongyan Peak Jiang Lian, are you sure you want to switch to the competition tomorrow?
Jiang Lian nodded, facing the third elder with full respect.
Yes.
Tomorrow. Most of them will be disciples in the foundation establishment stage. The day after tomorrow, they will be the new generation of golden elixir disciples like Xiaomiao, many foundation establishment Dzogchen disciples, and even fellow disciples of the older generation who have finally managed to achieve the golden elixir. They will give their all for the opportunity of the wilderness secret realm a disciple who also wants to advance. She couldn't help but say with embarrassment.
Actually, it would have been the third day as well.
Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. This person must have gone crazy after not advancing for many years. I would feel lucky if I didn't get crushed to pieces on the third day. Xiao Shengsheng could not help but be overjoyed at the sight. Forced by the majesty of the third elder, she did not dare to do anything wrong again, and prayed in her heart that the elder would quickly agree. Zhang Buotao did not agree immediately. He looked at his friend's young disciple in front of him. Although he did not know what her situation was, he did not agree to her subsequent request. Instead, he said in a deep voice,
It can be postponed until tomorrow. It will be over the day after tomorrow.
The matter was settled like this. After Jiang Lian saw that the order of competitions shown on his identity jade tag had changed to tomorrow's games, he respectfully bowed to the third elder and said,
Thank you, Elder.
Then Jiang Lian stepped off the stage, leaving only a stunning figure behind Xiao Shengsheng. Xiao Shengsheng was so angry that her heart and lungs were about to explode. She suppressed her inner anger forcibly. She was sure that if Jiang Lian said another word, she would be unable to control herself and go up to beat her. At this moment, Jiang Lian no longer hid. She directly summoned Fei Yu and jumped forward.
Senior sister, I'm going back. It's my turn to cook a big meal for you today.
Yin 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 laughed and said loudly,
I'll cook it. I'm afraid I'll be poisoned by you.
The exclamations of his fellow disciples were left behind. Sword flying. Jiang Lian can not only control the sword, but can even fly with it. Xiao Shengsheng was trembling all over now, and she panicked when she thought of standing on the stage and shouting those words in front of all her colleagues. Jiang Lian absolutely cannot advance. Absolutely not. With a fierce heart, he said,
Jiang Lian, don't blame me for playing tricks. It was you who provoked me first.
Back at Chongyan Peak, Yin 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 couldn't help but laugh when she thought of Xiao Xingxing's expression just now, which was always aloof and self-respecting. Situ Luyan had just come out of the cave. He originally wanted to ask the junior sister how the competition went today and why it was so early. When I came back, I saw such a scene and couldn't help but ask curiously,
What good thing makes senior sister so happy? Junior brother, You are really at a big loss for not going to Lingxian Peak today. You don't know how shocked those who usually bully the junior sister are. I guess they will feel more scared after tomorrow. It's really refreshing to think about it.
Situ Luyun became even more curious now. Finally, after Yan Yan's vivid explanation of what happened, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, thinking of some things that happened in the past years, he reminded,
Junior sister, you have to be careful about Hui Yanfeng. People make plans.
There will be fights wherever there are people. Not to mention that the first round was really rough, and there was no limit on how many games could be played. So some people were directly kicked out of the circle by others.
Thank you, senior brother. I will be careful.
She is not afraid of wheel battles. If Xiao Shengsheng is really powerful enough to call many golden elixir monks to fight her in wheel battles, then that is her ability. She can't wait to have such a chance to fight. Chapter 38. Who plotted the plot? If Yan and Situ Luyun had known that the only martial art of their junior sisters' association was the Qi Feng Fuyun sword technique, they would definitely not be as leisurely as they are now. The two of them discussed cooking something delicious to celebrate such a good start today. Of course, they would not let Jianlian, a junior sister, do anything. Jianlian, who was doted on by the two, stood helplessly and happily behind the two of them and watched them busy. To be honest, senior brother and senior sister are a perfect match. The more I looked at this sudden thought, the more I felt that there was something fishy between the two of them. But looking at the looks of the two of them, they are probably still lovers, and their friendship is overflowing. Jianlian was thinking mischievously on the side. But Yan asked abruptly,
Junior sister, now that your cultivation matter has been resolved, you can walk on the Chichu Exquisite Bridge.
The Chichu Exquisite Bridge is a prerequisite for their Chongyan Peak to activate the Tianyan technique. In the past, cultivation was a major obstacle for the junior sister. But now that the matter is settled, they can try it. At this time, Jianlian also remembered that the master had said before that he would walk on the Chichio Linglong Bridge after completing the mission. Later, the master went into seclusion again. Thinking of this, Jianlian couldn't help but ask,
Senior sister, senior brother, do you know what kind of injury master suffered?
In my memory, Yuan Chengzi spent most of his time in seclusion, and he didn't really spend much time out. In the past, she was in a state of confusion due to the influence of the original work and her lack of cultivation, so she did not ask her master about the specific situation. The junior sister was stunned by this question, and then they were relieved. Yan explained,
This has to start from history, and it is not a big secret. Back then, the demon clan was in turmoil. In order to trap the demon king, Xiao, the immortal realm, and the demon realm fought for several years. And finally the immortal realm sealed the demon lord at the expense of countless great powers. The demon realm that lost the demon lord was completely at odds with the immortal realm. I heard that the world of immortality was very passive after losing those powerful people in those years. The master was also a high-ranking figure at that time. He was a gentle but frightening existence on the battlefield of immortals and demons. It's a pity that someone later plotted against him and ended up like this.
Jianlian was a little surprised at the result.
Who plotted against it? Has master been seen like this? Is there any way to cure it?
Yan gritted his teeth when he mentioned the plotter, and Situ Luyun couldn't help but clenched his fists.
We don't know who he is specifically, but Qing Xuanzi of Xianling sect is definitely a despicable person. If it hadn't been for him, master wouldn't have ended up like this. All the apprentices at Shuazhang Peak have shown master. It is sad that it can be alleviated, but we have to find a way to cure it.
Seeing the sad faces of his senior brothers and sisters, Jianlian couldn't help but feel uncomfortable after hearing the whole story. Suddenly, Jianlian thought of who King Xuanzi of Xianling sect was. Wasn't he Uncle Su Heng? Now the great elder of Xianling sect. No wonder the relationship between Chong Yifeng and Su Heng in the original work is like fire and water. And they even have hatred for the Xianling sect. Thinking of Su Yesuan's ability, she asked Su Yesuan some other time. Yan patted the back of Jianlian's hand and comforted him.
Junior sister, don't worry. Master is actually much better now than in previous years. Elder Guyu of Shuazheng Peak has already made some progress in researching treatment methods.
Jianlian knew that it was her senior sister who loved her, and was afraid that she would think too much about it.
Thank you, senior sister.
The day passed quickly, and today alone the entire Kunlun sect's Qi training period disciples were screened. In fact, the top few at different cultivation levels will also be rewarded, and the rewards are quite generous. This time, The cultivation range set for the places in the Wasteland Secret Realm is wider, which is indeed unfair to the lower-level disciples. The sect's rewards are also richer, so the disciples do not have any complaints but actively participate. The next day Jianlian followed his senior brothers and sisters to Lingxian Peak. Today there was a huge crowd. Even the disciples in the Qi training period, who had no competition, came to watch. One thing is that it is beneficial to watch the senior brothers and sisters with higher levels compete. One point is the shocking incident yesterday. Junior sister Triumphant, who had spent many years in the early stage of Qi refining, turned out not to be a Qi refining practitioner. Xiao Shesheng, a true disciple of Fire Flame Peak, made a bet with junior sister Jianlian of Triumphant to make a contract of heaven. Everyone was curious about who would lose and who would win, and some even started a bet. Jianlian didn't know about the gambling. Otherwise he would have participated in it, paying a large amount of spiritual stones to make the other party cry. The appearance of several true disciples from Chongyan Peak made everyone's discussion even more noisy. Someone looked at Jianlian, trying to see what her level of cultivation was. But they were surprised to find that she was still in the early stage of Qi refining. Is this using a hidden magic weapon? Or is there any special way to hide it? Everyone had different ideas. But from this moment on, no one thought that Jianlian was only in the early stages of Qi refining. And those who despised and envied him seemed to have disappeared instantly. Yen and Situ Luyan haven't played yet this morning, and they won't play until the afternoon. Soon Jianlian's identity jade plate came up. After looking at the number on it, Jianlian sighed that she was really destined to be number 7. And it turned out to be number 7 again. Looking at the number 7 platform, the competition has ended, and the disciples guarding the ring above are waiting to arrange the next challenger.
Senior sister. Senior brother. It's my turn. I'll go up first. Well,
be more careful. Yen was a little excited, waiting for his junior sister to show off her skills. Although she didn't know the specific strength of her junior sister, she somehow believed that she would be able to shine today. Situ Luyan nodded and said gently,
"Pay attention to safety." "Okay."
Jianlian's heart warmed at the concern of his senior brothers and sisters. He leaped towards the stage. When he stood on the stage, the fellow disciple opposite him was obviously stunned. He cupped his hands and said,
"I'm Kunyu Peak Ninging you. Please give me your advice."
She is a beautiful woman with a very comfortable temperament, but she also has her own unique pride. Kun Yafeng is good at making talismans and weapons, and there are many people who are good at swordsmanship. His overall strength can be said to be strong.
Jianlian of Chongyan Peak, please give me some advice.
Jianlian looked at the opponent's cultivation level, which was in the middle stage of foundation building. Relatively speaking, she seemed to have bullied someone again. Even so, Jianlian didn't care about this and directly summoned the Feiyu sword. On the opposite side, Ningyu also summoned her weapon, which was a half-moon scimitar. The scimitar glowed with dark blue light and floated in front of her. In an instant, the Feiyu sword collided with the half-moon scimitar, and the half-moon scimitar was directly knocked away by the Feiyu sword. Ningyu was instantly affected by the spiritual energy released by Jianlian and fell directly to the stage. Defeated from the beginning, Ningyu gritted her teeth and stood up. The talisman paper in her hand flew out and headed towards Jianlian, forming a talisman paper formation that instantly surrounded Jianlian. Under the attack of the spiritual power formation, Jianlian noticed that the strength in the formation belonged to the great perfection of foundation establishment. Surpassing 2 levels, it seems like a real waste of money. The competition system stipulates that auxiliary items can be used, but life-threatening items cannot be used. The same players compete with each other until they reach the point. Chapter 39 Battle against Li Ji. Jianlian has no intention of getting into trouble. Her goal is to advance, and the higher she ranks, the more opportunity she has. The surrounding wind was surging, and the spiritual power in the talisman array carried an overbearing and destructive energy. If it were anyone else trapped in the array, they would not die or be injured. But unfortunately, Ningyu was facing Jianlian this time. Although the talisman array was powerful, Jianlian could see the flaw at a glance. He concentrated his spiritual power on the tip of the sword and struck at the flaw. The formation shattered. Ningyu spit out a mouthful of blood due to the backlash, and looked at Jianlian in disbelief.
"You? What kind of cultivation level are you?"
Her talisman formation was enough to destroy a half-step golden elixir monk, but Jianlian broke it so easily.
"Yes."
Jianlian smiled brightly and looked at Ningyu calmly. If the other party still wanted to fight again, she would stay with him until the end.
You know the formation?
She can move towards the formation with one move. She doesn't believe it if she says she doesn't know the formation. In the end, Jiang Lian answered sincerely.
No.
After saying that, he asked,
Continue?
It is estimated that Xiao Shangsheng will not let her have too much time today. But she is not afraid. Ningyu couldn't be confident at all. But she felt a little relieved when she thought that someone was born with that talent.
No.
Have you ever thought about coming to Kunyu Peak? Maybe you have a good talent.
She had also heard about junior sister Chongyanfeng, but she didn't quite believe what Xiao Shengsheng and those people told her. Seeing is believing. Unexpectedly, the other party also pried the corner of the wall. If possible, Yan, who was watching from the stands, really wanted to fly up and beat her up. He actually wanted to kidnap her junior sister. She thought her life was too long. Sidu Lun smiled and pulled Yan aside to comfort him. Finally, he let go of Yan after Ningyu got off the platform and walked away. Yan turned around and glared at Situ Luyun fiercely.
Junior brother, why are you holding me back?
Didn't you see that the little junior sister was about to be abducted? Situ Luyun still looked calm.
It didn't work. If they were kidnapped, I would be the first one to snatch them.
In the end, Yan gave up. She cared too much about Jiang Lian. After all, her feelings for the child she had raised since childhood were all there. After Ningyu went down, someone else came on stage soon.
Fire Flame Peak Li Ji. Please give me some advice.
With his burly figure and fierce expression, Jiang Lian knew at a glance that he was looking for trouble. She was very curious about how Xiao Shengsheng arranged her connections to the number 7 platform. Should she tell everyone who was close to her to abuse her on the number 7 platform?
Jiang Lian of Chongyan Peak.
Li Ji did not waste any time. A wide heavy sword appeared in his hand, and under the influence of spiritual power, the heavy sword glowed fiery red. In the later stage of foundation building, what should normally appear in the afternoon actually appeared at this time. Jiang Lian didn't know that it was actually Xiao Shengsheng who knew that Li Ji happened to be on stage 7, and that he was in the middle stage of foundation building, and was about to develop into the late stage of foundation building. So he offered to help him advance. He defeated Jiang Lian in the competition. Li Jika has been in the middle stage of foundation building for a long time, and has been worried about not being able to make any progress. Xiao Shengsheng was a well-known rich lady in their Huoyan Peak, a direct descendant of a family that cultivated immortals, and had countless good things in her hands. So Li Ji agreed, and then the powerful Li Ji became today. A blast sounded in the air, and the heavy sword struck at Jiang Lian at an extremely fast speed. The hot flame breath came towards him with heavy murderous intent. Jiang Lian narrowed his eyes slightly and raised the corners of his lips. He looked a little evil, but also a fleeting moment. Fei Yu faced him. The breeze moved the clouds, and he deflected deadly sword moves with every move, even forcing Li Ji to retreat step by step. Li Ji's originally confident and contemptuous face suddenly turned a little ugly. Someone in the stands exclaimed,
"That's the basic swordsmanship Qi Feng Fuyun swordsmanship. It can actually force the Fire Flame Peak Scorching Flame swordsmanship back."
Maybe there are differences in cultivation, but that's the basic swordsmanship. The lethality is insufficient, let alone the overbearing aura of the burning flame sword technique, which is simply unbelievable. Several elders who came to watch the competition at the same time had different expressions. While Qi Yan, the leader of Huoyan Peak, watched the competition on the stage with great interest.
This girl from the Yun Chong family is quite interesting.
Everyone was horrified and looked at the empty seat on one side, which was the seat that originally belonged to Yun Chongzi. What does Qi Yan want to do? With a flying kick, Li Ji flew out, and his thick body fell heavily to the ground. Hearing the sound, he couldn't help but feel pain.
You?
There was blood in Li Ji's mouth, and his aura was a little confused. He looked at the contract in his hand and felt cruel. Either he would win today, or he would be unlucky. He must win no matter how high the price. A pill appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it without any hesitation. At this time, the aura on Li Ji's body suddenly climbed up, as the heavy sword was swung. It was wrapped in flames, and even the surrounding air fluctuated.
He didn't believe it. He took out everything he had saved to save his life, and still couldn't defeat Jiang Lian. This intimidating posture made everyone in the stands exclaim. Even the foundation establishment Dzogchen below could not help but be surprised. If they had encountered this desperate momentum, their chances of winning would be slim. Even the third elder Zhang Butao was secretly preparing to rescue Jiang Lian if something went wrong. But the person they were worried about looked at them calmly, even with a slight sense of excitement. The hand holding the sword tightened, and his eyes were bright. I was thinking of finding someone to try it out, but unexpectedly someone gave me a pillow as soon as I dozed off. The spiritual power was circulating, and the flying feather in his hand made his sword cry in excitement. In an instant, the épée and feu collided again, and the menacing posture of the épée was instantly wiped out of all its power after hitting feu. Now that you have already reached the level of cultivation, you shouldn't waste it, right? She's not welcome. Jiang Lian smiled evilly, and released 5 points of the cultivation he had been suppressing. Qi Feng Fuyun's sword skills became more and more fierce. The rapid speed made Li Ji retreat. It was not until his feet almost missed that he realized that he had been forced into the battle. On the edge of the stage, Li Ji was shocked and couldn't believe it. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. He has advanced to the late stage of foundation building, and the strength he has gained from this life-saving secret method is not even the slightest. He still can't beat Jiang Lian. The men's actions became more severe, trying to restore the situation. Looking at this scene, the audience was full of surprise, and couldn't believe that the junior sister of Chongyan Peak was not in the early stage of Qi refining all year round. Now, even the strength of foundation establishment Zogchen can be easily dealt with. And Xiao Shusheng, who had been looking forward to Jiang Lian's defeat, was even more crazy, full of disbelief, muttering, "This is impossible! Absolutely impossible!" With a bang, Li Ji was directly knocked away by Jiang Lian's sword energy and flew out of the fighting platform. The damage caused by the retreat of the secret method made him bleed from all his orifices, which was very miserable. Everyone exclaimed. That was the cultivator from Huiyan Peak, who was in the late stage of foundation building. A being who has always had a reputation of being very cruel was defeated by Jiang Lian. The competition between Jiang Lian and Li Ji came to an end when the guardian of the discipline hall, who was responsible for watching the number 7 battle stage, announced that Jiang Lian had won. Chapter 40 Dead. 1. Xiao Shengsheng looked at the game that had ended on the court in disbelief, her eyes full of sinister fervor, and she looked at Jiang Lian's position with heartbroken. Xia Miao on the side when he saw it. This is really too persistent, and it affects the character. Xia Miao wanted to persuade, but it was Xiao Shengsheng who needed to go on stage and say that he was a big fool in front of everyone. If she were in her shoes, she wouldn't be able to bear it. But she couldn't make this kind of bet easily. When Jiang Lian won again, Yin happily pulled Situluyan. "You saw it? Our little junior sister is so amazing. I just said she can't be like that for the rest of her life. That's all." It was as vague as your own Sundra, but you could see the tears of joy hidden in her eyes. The junior sister has been through so much hardship in the past few years, but she finally managed to keep the clouds clear and see the moonlight. Soon people came here again, and there were a few people who felt that they were related to Xiao Shengsheng and committed murderous attacks. But they were all knocked down by her. The difference in levels plus Jiang Lian's own 2 golden elixirs meant that he didn't even need to use his full strength to deal with those in the foundation building stage. Slowly it got dark. "Chongyan Peak Jiang Lian, do you want to continue the game?" Although Jiang Lian still looked at ease, the guardian of the discipline hall still asked according to the rules. There are regulations in the game. If you win a certain number of games, you can choose to continue the game or directly participate in the rankings. According to Jiang Lian's condition, he can rest for 5 hours today before continuing on the stage. After calculating my points, there is no problem in advancing to the top 1,000. If there is an accident and there are not enough points, there will be another game tomorrow. I choose to pause. The guardian of the discipline hall was a little surprised by her choice. Everyone thought that this was the end of Jiang Lian. After all, most people would accumulate more points when they are in the most advantageous situation, just in case. Otherwise, the further back they are, the stronger they will be, making it more difficult to fight. And some may even be eliminated directly. Possible. But Jiang Lian is different. She will be very excited if she needs to go up tomorrow. If not, there will be a second and third game. It was enough for her to hit. When she came off the stage, she happened to meet Xiao Shengsheng. At this time, her face was very ugly, but she still joked. "Isn't it very capable? Why don't you continue?" She was even thinking about whether she should find someone to knock down Jiang Lian's ranking. But after playing for a day, it would definitely not be easy to knock down Jiang Lian's ranking. Jiang Lian smiled like a flower and did not talk to her anymore. Instead, she said with a smile, "Senior Sister Xiao,
Just don't forget to fulfill your agreement.
Xiao Shengsheng yelled like a cat whose tail was stepped on.
Trash. Even if you want me to lose, you should sink in the mud and never come up.
Jiang Lian's eyes flashed with danger. And he was extremely cold.
Very good. Wait.
The people around them couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. You must know that junior sister Jiang is no longer in the early stages of Qi training. She even killed countless foundation establishment Zogchen just now. No matter how powerful Xiao Shengsheng is, she is only in the late stage of foundation building. And there is still some time before the foundation building is complete. Yan, who was competing on a nearby stage, immediately became furious when he heard the noise here.
Xiao, don't go too far. If you have the ability, come up and fight.
While speaking, Yan was hit by an opponent with a bang, and blood overflowed from the corners of her lips. She covered her chest but still looked in the direction of her junior sister, worried that she would be bullied.
Senior sister, don't worry. I will make her look good tomorrow. You can concentrate on the game.
After the sound transmission entered the secret, Yan was stunned for a moment and then quickly reacted. He nodded towards Jiang Lian and hurriedly caught the opponent's unstoppable attack. Because he was injured due to distraction, Yan was already struggling to deal with it. Jiang Lian, who was originally planning to go back, saw that his senior sister was injured and walked towards the stands. He stood there holding onto the fence with a cold temperament. This cold temperament was unexpectedly similar to Su Yeshuan. Yan's opponent in the distance vaguely felt the sight, and couldn't help but tremble. The offensive was affected. The third elder on the side seemed to have sensed something and came over.
Baby, don't do anything illegal.
In view of the third elder's defense of him these times, Jiang Lian waved his hands and said innocently,
No.
She would be really stupid to interfere with the game in front of so many people. There were quite a few big guys present, although not as many as tomorrow. The third elder nodded and left again, with no intention of saying more to Jiang Lian. Zhang Buitao has always been a rigid person, so being able to come over and remind him is his greatest kindness. Yan's game ended quickly. Jiang Lian hurried over to support her senior sister and said apologetically,
Senior sister, I'm sorry.
If the senior sister hadn't been worried about her, she wouldn't have been distracted and injured, and the game would have stopped there. Yan smiled and waved her hands and said,
Senior sister didn't pay attention to herself. I don't blame you.
Seeing that his junior sister was still looking very guilty, Yan hurriedly explained,
Actually, my senior sister was a little exhausted after competing all afternoon. Her results were almost the same in previous years.
Jiang Lian thought about it. And besides, the senior sister already had enough points for 1,000 people, so she didn't worry too much. After looking at senior sister's injury, he took out the elixir from the space and stuffed it directly into Yan's mouth.
Senior sister, take it.
It melted in the mouth. Yan noticed that her injuries recovered so quickly, and knew what it was. She helped to keep those things for the younger junior sister. She probably knew everything about them. She couldn't help but said worriedly,
Sister, this is the injury is nothing. How can you use Shunyuan Dan? Keep this for yourself as a spare.
Jiang Lian knew this would happen, so she said with a smile,
It's okay. I still have it. I unexpectedly got a lot when I went out to do the mission this time.
The lowest level of the space ring Su Yeshuan gave her was the Shunyuan pill, which was a lot of good stuff. Besides, she could exchange the points she got from doing the mission for a few Shunyuan pills without any problem. When Yan came to find Jiang Lian the next day, he brought shocking news. Li Ji was dead.
Why did he die?
She remembered that she did not kill him. Li Ji was only slightly injured when he fell off the platform. At this time, senior brother Situ Luyan also came over. Hearing that they were discussing Li Ji's matter, he told them what he had specially investigated.
The people from the discipline hall have investigated and found that the punishment for dying due to the failure of the contract has nothing to do with junior sister.
Contract? Somehow Jiang Lian thought of Xiao Shengsheng. Hope this is just my guess.
Do you know who the contract is with? The people at the discipline hall only said that they are still under investigation and the results have not been released yet.
After hearing what his senior brother said, Jiang Lian felt vaguely that things were not that simple, and that there might be other follow-up things happening.
Is the ranking list out?
There is a huge stone tablet in front of the Lingxuanfeng competition stage, on which all competition rankings will appear. The results will usually be revealed on the third day, and then the rankings will fluctuate with the competition on the third day. Today is the third day of the competition. Chapter 41, Jiang?
It's out. Junior sister, Do you want to go and see it? Situluyan said excitedly. Based on junior sister's points ranking, it is definitely safe to enter the top 1,000.
Yen said to Yang Yan.
That is, I don't even know whose junior sister it is.
Not everyone can achieve a whole day's performance.
Then go and have a look.
Xiao Shusheng. It was time to fulfill the contract. She originally thought it didn't matter. But this person was indeed very unpleasant. Today's Lingxian Peak is packed with people. Many new generations of strong people will take the stage today. The world of immortal cultivation is always a world that respects the strong. Even those who have been practicing behind closed doors for many years have come out to watch this grand event. In previous years, the highest level of cultivation in the annual competition was the foundation building stage. This time it involved the wilderness secret realm. And the golden elixir stage was also allowed to participate. The golden elixirs, who had not appeared all year round, came out one after another today. And today, we can even see the grace of the newly promoted second senior sister Jean Dan, who has more than 50 advanced thunder tribulations. Purple level spiritual vein. Legendary figure. Jiang Lian also felt that he was more than 1,000. So he had no plans to play another game today, and sat in the stands watching the competition around him. After entering the golden elixir stage, her spiritual consciousness has become wider. And with the blessing of 2 golden elixirs, it is much stronger than others in the same golden elixir stage.
The rumors are absolutely correct. She must have hidden her strength. Otherwise, how could she have persisted for so long? Even senior sister Qingyu of Fire Flame Peak, who is a veteran foundation building powerhouse, was defeated by her.
Another voice responded hesitantly.
No way. If the hidden cultivation level is stronger than the foundation establishment Dzogchen, it is the golden elixir stage. The most powerful second senior sister is just the golden elixir. How could she be the golden elixir?
In yesterday's game, there were quite a few people who had recently advanced to the great perfection of foundation building. But they all failed. This really makes people suspicious.
Who knows? Maybe she used some secret method to hide it. Hiding her cultivation to cheat her rankings will result in punishment from the discipline hall. I don't think she ran away this time.
Those who were participating in the discussion still couldn't believe it.
She would have endured it for so many years? If it is really the golden elixir, she obviously has the golden elixir and still hides her cultivation and is insulted by everyone. Does she have masochistic tendencies, or is she just stupid? Who knows? Anyway, what senior sister Xiao said is absolutely right. She has already reported it to the police. She will definitely feel better later.
With a smug voice, he looked at Jiang Lian's position vaguely. Jiang Lian was startled when she accidentally heard the discussion. Looking at the arrogant look and the hint in his words, anyone with a clear eye could see that he was talking about her. Jiang Lian's eyes flashed with unknown meaning. Xiao Shusheng. I hope you won't be that stupid. Otherwise you will be very miserable. It doesn't matter to her if she goes up to compete again. The competition started soon. And soon it was Xiao Xingxing's turn. Jiang Lian was surprised to find that this person had completed the foundation building process. And there were faint signs of breaking through the golden elixir. At this time, Xiao Xingxing's eyes met Jiang Lian's. And she looked at Jiang Lian with a teasing look. With a coldness in her eyes that made her want to twitch and pull out her bones.
Elder, I am reporting Jiang Lian from Chongyan Peak. She concealed her cultivation level to participate in the competition and violated the competition system. We strongly demand that she be punished.
The voice sounded so conclusive that it sounded so real. Zhang Buotao looked at Xiao Shengsheng unhappily and said coldly to Qi Yin.
Chief Peak Master, should you discipline the people in your peak for disrupting the order of the competition again and again?
Today even the leader Guohuai came. Seeing this scene, he asked,
What's going on?
The third elder was rigid and impartial in his explanations. Everyone heard Xiao Xingxing's words on the spot. But when he heard that Jiang Lian from Chongyan Peak seemed to be in the early stage of qi refining, but had won the foundation establishment perfection, Guohuai couldn't help but feel suspicious.
Last name is Jiang?
Guohuai couldn't help but think of the previous secret agreement. Those with full bloodline of the Su family would guard the sword tomb for Kunlun throughout their lives. The Jiang and Su families also stipulated that those with full bloodline would become Taoist companions. Therefore, the Su family's superiority after arriving at Kunlun, a man named Jiang will follow. In previous years, it was recorded in the name of the headmaster. But it was not under the control of the headmaster. But the ancestors were responsible. Both of these two surnames are powerful perverts with full bloodline. He even wondered why the person in charge of the professor was not the headmaster. And why he had to be named under the headmaster. At this time, Ge Huahai couldn't help but think of his nominal eldest apprentice. He seemed to have made an engagement with Jiang a few years ago and signed the jade pendant. It was almost time to go down the mountain and get married.
Yes. The surname is Jiang. Junior brother Yun Chong picked it up on the roadside back then. Her family background is also tragic. I heard that her entire family was wiped out by her enemies, leaving her alone to escape.
The elder on the side couldn't help it after hearing about this incident yesterday. I think of the Jiang family. But with such a powerful Jiang family, and with the Su family here, no one would be so desperate to provoke the Jiang family. Moreover, if it were true, it would have spread all over the place. And they have not heard any rumors until now. Therefore, it is definitely not from that company. After hearing the great elder's explanation, Ge Huahai didn't think about it anymore. But he was also curious about her specialness. So he said,
"Let them compete, and we will judge. If junior nephew Jiang wins, then keep participating in the competition, and the points will continue to accumulate."
After finishing speaking, he did not forget to remind,
"It will stop when you click."
Even the head of the company supported her idea. And Xiao Xingxing's tail was about to reach the sky. Shi Yan didn't say anything. He was always the most cunning and guarded his shortcomings and sat there quietly this time. His character, the disciple who was exchanged for kindness by others, really needs to be sharpened. Although the temperament of people who practice the fire element is the easiest to express their true temperament, this extremely biased temperament needs to be adjusted. The leader spoke. Shi Yan agreed, and the people around him did not object. The third elder had no choice but to announce that Yun Chongfeng Jianglian had temporarily joined the competition. It's not a big deal to hide your true cultivation level. As long as you hide it secretly enough, everyone will turn a blind eye. It's a pity that Jianglian was curious when he met the leader this time. And everyone was also curious. Jianglian nonchalantly jumped onto the fighting stage where Xiao Shangsheng was. Since she was given a chance to beat Xiao Shangsheng upright, why wouldn't she do it? Yan was full of worry.
"No. I have to tell the master. We can't let them bully the junior sister like this."
Situ Luyuan did not persuade him again this time, and directly nodded in agreement.
"Senior sister, go quickly. I will watch from here."
Their master is just retreating for healing, and he can come out at any time. What's more, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. His master's prestige in the entire sect is needless to say.
"Chongyan Peak Jianglian, please give me some advice."
The voice was cold, but there was a smile on his face.
"Hypocritical. Let's see how you can laugh later."
Thinking of all the money she spent yesterday, she couldn't help but scold those people as trash for wasting her things. Not saying that things were not done yet. Since there is no way for others to eliminate her, then don't blame her for doing it herself. Chapter 42,000 Silk Formation Disc. This time their battle station has attracted much attention. Although Xiao Shansheng is a little stupider, the cultivation level of the followers around the heroine is not much different. The reason why it was arranged on the third day was thanks to her performance in previous years. In the middle stage of foundation building, it far surpasses many foundation building perfections in the sect, and its overall ranking is very high. Is it most enjoyable to hit someone with a weapon or with a fist? If it were Jianglian, she would choose to use her fists, punching to the flesh, without mercy, which is very relaxing. And she doesn't have to worry about accidentally hacking the opponent to death. She took out a pair of red leather gloves from the space ring set with red gems. They were found among the things Su Yeshuan had given her before. They were medium-grade magical instruments. She tried it privately, and it worked quite well. Over there, Xiao Xingxing's long whip hit the ground with a pop sound, and the sound made people's hearts tremble when they heard it. Flame Dragon Black Whip. This is Xiao Xingxing's famous weapon. Xiao Shengsheng comes from the Xiao family, a family of immortal cultivators. Although her family has obtained the position of Huiyan Peak's true successor in exchange for favors, her equipment is absolutely top-notch. And the mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Flame Dragon Mysterious Whip, is extremely powerful. As soon as the guardian of the discipline hall in charge of this battle stage announced the start, Xiao Shengsheng came with the Flaming Dragon Black Whip. Although her cultivation level had improved, her cultivation level of foundation establishment was perfect. Her speed was even more swift and ruthless. But her strength in terms of level the gap made Jiang Lian see through her moves at a glance. In a flash, Jiang Lian came to Xiao Shengsheng. Although there was a big gap in weapons, Jiang Lian simply avoided the Flame Dragon Black Whip and came directly to Xiao Shengsheng, punching Xiao Shengsheng directly in the eye. With a bang, Xiao Shengsheng was hit by the punch and took several steps back. She covered her eyes with her hands, full of shock and anger, and roared angrily.
Jiang Lian, I'm going to kill you!
The whip was swung even harder, wanting to cut Jiang Lian into pieces. Everyone looked at Xiao Xingxing's black and red eyes, and couldn't help but take a breath. How painful it is. Jiang Lian did not attack again, avoiding the flaming dragon black whip and taking advantage of the gap to punch continuously, hitting the flesh. The audience couldn't bear to look at it, and their hearts ached. There was another bang on the fighting platform, and Xiao Shangsheng fell to the ground, wiping the blood stains from the corner of her lips. She took out the medicine from the space and swallowed it in one gulp. After she recovered, Xiao Shangsheng looked at Jiang Lian viciously, took out another medicine and swallowed it without any hesitation. The Jinqi in the body was running wildly, and even the spiritual power around him began to fluctuate.
Xiao family's secret method,
someone exclaimed. Xiao Shangsheng is desperate. Xia Miao's face in the stands was very bad. You must know that the reason why secret techniques are secret techniques is generally a life-saving stunt, which will cause certain damage to the body. Xiao Xingxing's strength can actually easily surpass 1,000 people to enter the second round. But this time it is unwise to directly harm others for Jiang Lian. The refreshed Jiang Lian had a good time watching Xiao Xingxing's cultivation level rising steadily, even reaching the early stage of Jin Dan, and moving towards the middle stage of Jin Dan. Yan Yan, who called Yun Chongzi, looked at the scene anxiously.
Master, please save junior sister quickly.
Yun Chongzi, who had not been out for many years, looked at his junior disciple standing there calmly on the stage, and patted his eldest disciple on the shoulder.
Don't worry. Your junior sister will not be in danger.
Jiang Lian didn't know that her master had left seclusion for her, but her eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Xingxing's cultivation reaching the golden elixir stage in an instant. Seeing that Jiang Lian was not panicked, but was extremely excited, as if she had seen something that interested her. Everyone looked at her as if she had seen a ghost. Fei Yu reappeared, with the sound of sword sound, and the flash of sword light with supreme sword intent. What a baby! Yun Chongzi, who had already been sitting in the stands and greeted everyone, was also a little surprised by the current Fei Yu sword. He nodded with a smile. He recognized the changes in Fei Yu's sword at a glance. This was the opportunity for the young apprentice. What a great thing! Seeing the condition of the young disciple, Yun Chongzi was not in a hurry to remove her from the stage. It is easier for a person who cultivates immortality to grow through hardships. He believed that the young apprentice had a chance of winning. Xiao Shangsheng smiled coldly, and the flame dragon black whip in his hand attacked Jiang Lian with murderous intent, and the burning flames appeared on it. Red Flame Ultimate Kill, Hui Yanfeng's famous technique. Each whip struck Jiang Lian with scorching flames at an extremely fast speed. This time Jiang Lian did not dodge again, but controlled the Fei Yu sword to face him. And her sword skills of Qi Feng Fuyun showed another style.
Junior sister, what kind of cultivation level is this?
Yan Yan, who was originally worried, looked at the competition above in surprise. He didn't expect that the junior sister could even deal with Xiao Shangsheng, whose cultivation level had reached the golden core stage, without falling behind at all. Somehow while watching the game, she had a crazy idea in her mind. The junior sister would definitely win this time. Situ Liyun shook his head.
I don't know.
He was also a little curious about what kind of cultivation the little junior sister had. In this game, apart from Xiao Shangsheng, who was playing against Jiang Lian, the one who touched the most was Xia Miao. Both have purple-level spiritual veins, but they experienced a psychological gap for a period of time because Jiang Lian's aptitude was better than hers. Later, Jiang Lian stayed in the early stage of qi refining. To be honest, she was overjoyed when she got the news, and the feeling of trampling others under her feet was undoubtedly refreshing. But seeing Jiang Lian able to compete with Jin Dan in the middle stage at this time would undoubtedly have the greatest impact on her. Even if Xiao Xingxing's middle stage of the golden elixir was imposed by taking medicine and exercises, it would still be a big stimulus to her. Blessings cultivation also has a time limit. Seeing that it was already like this and still unable to defeat Jiang Lian, Xiao Shangsheng became even more anxious. She forgot the rules of the competition and threw various offensive talismans directly at Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian, who originally wanted to have fun with her, has completely lost his patience at this time. If this kind of person doesn't give her a fatal blow, it will probably make you infinitely sick. During the movement of spiritual power, the power of the two golden elixirs was released, and the swordsmanship in the sword tomb was brought into full play. The sharp sword energy avoided the flame dragon black whip and scraped it toward Xiao Shangsheng. Blood oozed from the wounds. The numerous wounds made Xiao Shengsheng scream in pain, and the whip in her hand became more and more awkward. The fright and fear that she had experienced for many days made her even cry. She still refused to give in with the whip in her hand.
Jianlian, you are going too far.
Jianlian, who was enjoying the fight, expressed his innocence.
You are the one who wanted to sign the contract in the first place. And you are the one who has made things difficult these days. Don't you think you are funny when you say this?
Xiao Shengsheng was almost furious. The clothes on her body were shaved into disarray and dripping with blood. She was so pitiful. But the vicious expression on her face clearly indicated that she was the one who caused the evil.
You forced me.
A blood-red petite formation disc appeared in Xiao Shengsheng's hand. The fluctuations in the air caused the faces of the peak masters and elders in the stands to change. Qi Yin and Yun Chengzi stood up directly and took action one after another.
Thousands of silk formation. What a great gesture from the Xiao family.
Ge Huahai looked very bad. The rules of the competition in the sect are not to harm lives. He even said just now that he will stop at the last minute. He didn't expect the Xiao family girl to be so vicious. Even the 1,000 silk formation disc came out. Chapter 43 Disqualification. The blood-red formation plate glowed with red spiritual power, and blood-red spiritual power threads spread out and rushed towards Jianlian's location. If Jianlian was in the foundation building stage, he would indeed be nailed to the spot, unable to move an inch, and then tortured to death. But Xiao Shengsheng still underestimated Jianlian's true strength. Jianlian jumped up lightly and floated in midair on red silk threads. There were more and more red threads around her, but they never got closer to her. Golden elixir period. This shocking scene made even Qi Yin and Yun Chengzi stop their movements. Everyone around them exclaimed. The difference between the foundation establishment stage and the golden elixir stage is that the dantian in the foundation establishment stage is in a liquid state. It can escape from the valley, double the spiritual consciousness, and has a lifespan of more than 200 years. It cannot escape light and fly, but can fly with a sword for a long time. In the golden elixir stage, there are regular round solid elixirs in the dantian, which have gone out of existence. They can live up to 500 years, and can fly by escaping light. Jianlian just escaped from the light and flew. A proper golden elixir period identification. Xiao Shengsheng was unhappy because she failed to kill Jianlian. But when she saw Jianlian leaping up, she laughed and said,
I said she hid her cultivation. She violated the competition system, and should have all her results cleared.
This person must have been so excited that he went crazy. Jianlian looked down at Xiao Shengsheng as if he were a fool.
Did I say anything about my cultivation?
She didn't hide it at the beginning, and everything was determined by the identity jade card. The rules of the competition system were that using special methods to hide one's cultivation would lead to punishment. But she did not. Xiao Shengsheng was so angry that she almost vomited blood. The spiritual energy rushed towards the 1,000 silk array in his hand crazily. The entire 1,000 silk array turned red and buzzed. The surrounding spiritual energy rippled, and the strangled aura rose violently. At this moment Jianlian noticed the threat, and stood up suddenly, narrowing his eyes, and looking at Xiao Shengsheng dangerously. This person was looking for death, no longer controlling his cultivation. Spiritual power surged, and a giant silver-white dragon suddenly appeared behind Jianlian, with a sinuous figure and a majestic body. His round eyes were not angry and majestic, and he was writhing with supreme majesty, pressing down, looking down on the person opposite, as if everything in front of you is an ant. As the storm surged, her robes flew around. Xiao Shengsheng, who was already confident of winning, felt bad when she saw Jianlian like this. The power forced her to retreat repeatedly. The elder peak masters and leaders present looked at the snow-white silver dragon on the stage in shock. Even Yun Chengzi looked at it in surprise, and then sat there calmly. He said it was a good thing that the young apprentice had another chance this time. There was silence in the audience, somewhat incredulous at this scene. You must know that the star map is not easy to cultivate. Little is known about the star map that was cultivated in the golden elixir period. However, Jianlian possessed the star map without knowing how he cultivated it. The second senior sister at the main peak is only in the early stage of the golden elixir, with the same purple level spiritual veins, but a slight difference in qualifications. Is there such a big difference? There are not a few people who think so, and even more are people who are greatly stimulated. Among these people, there were many who gossiped about Jianlian and compared Xia Miao with Jianlian.
No, no, you are a waste. How can you have the strength of the golden pill or even a star map? You should be a waste.
Jiang Lian had no intention of talking nonsense to Xiao Shangsheng. The Feiyu sword came out, carrying the power of the Supreme Star Map, and rushed straight towards the Thousand Silk Array. The red spiritual threads began to change as if they were alive. The roots were sharp. If without the power of the Star Map, Jiang Lian would have been directly twisted into pieces by those spiritual threads. It's a pity that with the addition of the Star Map, the Feiyu sword went directly towards the Thousand Silk Formation. The Thousand Silk Formation disc fell directly to the ground with a pop sound, and the surrounding red spiritual threads disappeared directly. The originally blood-red and extremely bright Thousand Silk Formation disc became dim at this moment. Xiao Shangsheng was hit by the backlash and fell to the ground. The bloody smell in her mouth kept rising, and a mouthful of blood spurted out with a pop sound.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If you cheat, you should be disqualified from the competition.
Xiao Shangsheng, who had been seriously injured, fell to the ground. At this time, the cultivation level enhanced by the secret method suddenly recovered, and the backlash swarmed Xiao Shangsheng. He even struggled to speak, but he still stubbornly wanted Jiang Lian to be excluded from the competition. This guy really is. At Gu Huahai's signal, the third elder announced that Jiang Lian had won this competition, accumulated points, and asked Jiang Lian if he would continue the competition. After hearing this result, Xiao Shangsheng spat out a mouthful of blood again, and tried to push away the fire flame peak disciple, who came up to help her down. However, she staggered for a while, and fell to the ground again, unable to stand firm.
Jiang Lian concealed her cultivation. Please disqualify her from the competition,
she yelled with her last strength, and finally collapsed in the arms of junior brother Hui Yanfeng. Xiao Shangsheng didn't say this, but it made Gu Huahai's face darken. Enough said. This disciple not only used his killing move, he even used the Xiao family's great killing weapon, the Thousand Silk Formation Disc,
to test the cultivation of Chongyan Peak disciple Jiang Lian. Fire Flame Peak disciple Xiao Shangsheng violated the competition rules, and was disqualified from the competition, and handed over to the discipline hall for disposal.
The first half of what the leader said made Xiao Shangsheng ecstatic. But what happened later about her was like being struck by lightning, and she was powerless to defend herself. Xiao Shangsheng glared at Jiang Lian fiercely before being taken away.
We are not done yet.
The voice was weak, but filled with strong hatred. The presence of the old god Jiang Lian had no influence at all. He even said with a smile,
It's not over yet. I'm waiting for you to come out and shout 3 times in front of all your colleagues that you are a big fool.
After saying that, he ignored Xiao Shangsheng. But Xiao Shangsheng was so angry that she fainted due to the injuries on her body. At this time, the spirit beads for testing cultivation were also sent up. No matter what concealment method is used, this spirit bead can detect the true cultivation level, and it is one of Kunlun's magic weapons. Jiang Lian consciously cut her finger and dripped blood. A very magical scene appeared. The test spirit bead showed the results of the initial stage of qi refining. Everyone was shocked. Gu Huahai looked at Jiang Lian with unknown meaning. There was only one possibility for such a situation in the world.
Xuchang Jiang family?
Jiang Lian didn't react at first to what the leader was saying to her. But then the pressure that fell on her made her breathless and stunned.
Senior brother, look at this child. Since it is confirmed that she has not hidden her cultivation, I will take her back.
As Yun Chongzi spoke, the pressure from the boss on Jiang Lian disappeared instantly. He still gave this junior brother some face. He was already in Kunlun anyway, so he could call him and ask questions at any time. Therefore, Gu Huahai nodded and said,
Well, go back. Junior brother rarely comes out, so let's find some time to talk. Definitely.
Yun Chengzi smiled and left Lingxian Peak with Jiang Lian, followed closely by his eldest disciple Yin 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 and his second disciple Situ Luyun. A group of curious people were left behind. Which mysterious family is the Su Chog Jiang family? The head actually asked him to personally intervene? But this time Jiang Lian thought for a moment and asked Su Yeshuan with the jade sign. Chapter 44. He is here.
Miss Sir, the leader asked if it was the Su Chong Jiang family.
When Gu Huahai asked this question, she felt that it was definitely not simple. But she didn't know the reason. Maybe Su Yeshuan knows.
It doesn't matter if I say it.
With him around, Gu Huahai didn't dare to do anything more. In fact, if the original plan goes as planned, the little girl will be directly recorded in the name of the head of the mountain when she goes up the mountain. As the daughter-in-law of the Su family, she does not need to perform the duty of guarding the sword tomb, and her qualifications can even bring glory to the sect. now that the little girl unexpectedly went up the mountain to pay homage to Chongyan Peak. Guohai might not care about Yunchengzi, but she was definitely very upset in her heart. Thinking of this, Su Yeshuan forgot the location of Xia Chongyan Peak and needed to find time to visit Xia Yunchengzi.
Okay.
With Su Yeshuan's words first, Jiang Lian felt more confident. Back at Chongyan Peak, Yin Yin pulled Jiang Lian and looked left and right. But he couldn't tell her true cultivation level.
Junior sister, is this really a star map?
The little junior sister has become a blockbuster without even saying a word. While people are shocked, they are also happy for her at the same time.
Well, it's a star map.
Jiang Lian replied with a smile, and then said,
Thank you, Master. Thank you, Senior sister. Senior brother's concern has made you worry.
Yunchengzi, who had been unable to leave seclusion, was able to appear in Lingxian Peak in time. Thinking about it, he knew that it was his senior sister and brother who told the master. Although the master's Tianyin technique is powerful, it cannot be calculated at any time. A few people chatted for a while, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Jiang Lian asked Yunchengzi curiously,
Master, don't you ask why my cultivation suddenly changed?
They were originally going to say it, but the three of them were stunned and didn't ask a word.
Silly boy. Is this a good thing for you?
Facing Yunchengzi's loving gaze, Jiang Lian nodded and said,
Yes.
Yunchengzi, a legendary talent from the fairy world, was seriously injured and turned into a rotten old man. Even very old. Jiang Lian has always been brooding about her master. The past events are as if she has experienced them personally. She can no longer tell whether she has forgotten the memories of her previous life, whether she has just remembered it recently, or whether she has traveled directly through time. She also remembered how kind her master was to her. If it weren't for Yunchengzi's presence, she would have been chewed by evil beasts long ago until no bones were left.
Is it the right path?
Jiang Lian even nodded and said,
Absolutely the right way.
She just has a special system. But Yunchengzi didn't let her say it.
My child, since these two items are met, you don't need to worry about it. It's good. And the most important thing is to do what you want.
What Yunchengzi cultivates is freedom and ease. So many things are done spontaneously. Whatever goes with your heart. Yin and Situ Luyun on the side also nodded. Yin even held Jiang Lian's hand and said,
Junior sister, you don't need to think so much. We will support you no matter what.
Situ Luyun is also a free and easy person. But he talks less and has the same meaning. Looking at the three people who had cared about her from the beginning, Jiang Lian was a little moved. They protected her when her cultivation was too low, and she was ridiculed. Now that her cultivation has increased suddenly, greedy people will try to find out the reason, and see if they can learn from it. They didn't get any benefits. They still supported her, as long as she was good, without too much explanation. At this time, Yunchengzi said to Jiang Lian,
Since the second round of competition will not be held in 2 days, Lear will prepare to cross the Chichiu Exquisite Bridge tomorrow. Yes, Master.
Jiang Lian saluted respectfully. And Yin on the side was also very happy. Happy for the little junior sister. You must know that only by crossing the Chichiu Linglong Bridge can you truly learn the unique skills of Chongyan Peak. They could not estimate the junior sister's current cultivation level. But she had not yet learned any of Chongyan Peak's techniques. Recalling the previous competitions, it seemed that after so many competitions, the junior sister only used Kunlun's basic sword technique, the Qi Feng Fuyun sword technique, and the rest were completely unstructured. I couldn't help but ask suspiciously,
Junior sister, do you only know the Qi Feng Fuyun sword?
Yin couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he thought about this possibility. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Lian hesitated and said,
That's right.
The moves I learned in the sword tomb are not complete. I don't know if it will be possible to try it again someday. The three of them couldn't help but be surprised when they heard Jiang Lian's answer. Yunchengzi said amusingly,
Come and look for me after you cross the Chichiu Linglong Bridge tomorrow.
It is said that this little apprentice is lucky. But it is true that his cultivation level has reached such a high level all of a sudden. She even repaired the Feiyu sword completely. But she is also unlucky enough. After so many years in the early stage of Qi refining, now that his cultivation level has improved, he only has a basic sword. The law is close to you.
Yes, Master.
Yunchengzi was forced out of seclusion today. Although there was nothing serious, the injuries in his body were still affecting him. After everyone said goodbye, Yin happily pulled Jiang Lian and said,
Junior sister, let's go! Senior sister will take you to eat delicious food. You will definitely like that place.
Although Jiang Lian's cultivation level can enable him to live without food, it does not affect their ability to satisfy their appetites together. Seeing Yan Yan's intention, Situ Luyan hesitated and said,
Senior sister, it's not easy to go to Snow-Hidden Peak often. If senior brother Sui Yun's spiritual plants are really bald, he will probably kill someone. That's okay. Sui Yun owed me a favor last time, and he said it's okay to do whatever I want.
Seeing Yan Yan's nonchalant and even smiling look, something strange flashed in Situ Luyan's eyes.
Junior sister spent a lot of energy in today's battle. She must be tired. Besides, she has to cross the Chichiao Linglong Bridge tomorrow. It's better to take her there another day when she has free time. I happen to still have the spiritual food I prepared earlier. Why don't I cook it for junior sister first? Replenish your vitality.
After listening to Situ Luyan's words, Yan Yan felt that it was very reasonable, and said with some pity,
Junior sister, senior sister will take you to Shuazong Peak another day, so you can get more rest today.
Jiang Lian nodded with a smile.
Thank you, senior sister. Thank you, senior brother.
Standing aside and watching the two people busy, Jiang Lian felt happy. The second senior brother gang looked jealous. Right? She seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. As soon as the competition here ended, the ranking of 1,000 people appeared on the stone tablet, and Jiang Lian's name was among them. Hearing that the Xiao family caused a big commotion in Huiyanfeng, they tried to take Xiao Shunshun back to recuperate. After all, it was the secret method that damaged the body, and it was not an ordinary injury. The leader of Qiyan Peak did not get used to them. You must know that in Kunlun, Qiyan was famous for being tough, and it was because of the kindness he had shown to the Xiao family before. Under the power of Qiyan, the Xiao family went back with their tails between their legs, and Xiao Shunshun was imprisoned in the discipline hall to receive the due punishment according to the rules. At night, under the stars, magic formations appeared everywhere at the foot of the silent Wanyan Peak. No one has ever dared to enter a place where everything relies on sound transmission. But today it is rare for 2s and 3s to come here. A few people are immortal and have a powerful force of their own. In the world of immortality, a person who would look like they are stamping their feet and shaking the mountains and rivers is standing there, waiting in front of the magic circle for its master to release it. Chapter 45 Chichu Exquisite Bridge. The formation was activated, and several people were teleported directly to the main hall of Wanyan Peak.
Ancestor! Master!
Su Yeshuan saluted indifferently. His voice was cold. His iceberg face that had not changed for thousands of years was completely different from the gentleness in front of Jiang Lian. And his temperament was repellent thousands of miles away. Gu Huahai nodded. He did not dare to touch Xiao in front of this great disciple, and said with a smile,
Yi Sun! We are here today just to ask when we will pick up the Jiang family girl, so that we can settle the matter for you. It's the couple's ceremony. Counting the time limit. It's already here.
Several ancestors nodded. They had watched Su Shiuzi grow up since he came up the mountain. Now the marriage ceremony is a big event. It must be grand and cannot be aggrieved.
Don't rush about the wedding ceremony. I'll ask about it another day.
Normally, all the girls from the Jiang family came up to the mountain to worship the master. No one would refuse a disciple who was a pervert and defiant. Gu Huahai even looked forward to it. But unfortunately, he did not dare to ask any more questions. The ancestors didn't think much about it, and the leader just guessed and wanted to ask. But when he saw Su Yeshuan's cold eyes, he didn't ask. As a master, he actually cowered in front of his disciple. In the early morning, Jiang Lian was brought to the Chichiao Linglong Bridge by his senior sister. The front was misty, with colorful spiritual mist, and it looked very beautiful.
Junior sister, go up. Come on.
Yan Yan said with a smile. The little junior sister has finally waited for today, and she can finally let go of the knot she has been holding in her heart for so many years. Because it was not the peak period for recruiting disciples. There were almost no people here at the Chichu Exquisite Bridge. The disciples responsible for guarding the place couldn't help but be happy for her when they saw that it was their peak's junior sister. After walking to the fog and stepping in, Jiang Lian was brought to the Chichu Exquisite Bridge. 7 colors formed a long spiritual bridge. I wonder if it was for visual reasons. Jiang Lian saw that the clouds in the sky changed colors. A little red and a little yellow. As she walked forward, with every step she took, her mind reviewed everything she had experienced in the past, becoming extremely clear. Towering buildings, busy traffic, and rainbow lights flashing with dazzling light. Jiang Lian felt as if she had returned to her previous life. The days when she and her grandparents depended on each other. Until the accident. She lost them, and she became completely an orphan. Later, with the help of her neighbors, she managed to survive on her pension and was free on her own. Later, she died in an accident. And she came to this world. Everything in the fantasy seems real and fake. And it has been experienced in real life. But it has passed. As time passed, Jiang Lian clearly knew that everything was her. There was no temporary traveler. And there was no original Jiang Lian. It was just that at that time. Due to the influence of the book, and the fact that her original memory had not been restored, she became obsessed with it. Can't get out. I breathed a sigh of relief. As if my depression was relieved. The world's anger, ignorance, anger, love, hatred, greed, and all kinds of life are constantly evolving in the illusion, no matter whether it is related to her or not. It is so real and immersive that Jiang Lian seems to be outside the world, happy or sad. Why is she so awake? Suddenly, she saw the scene of the Jiang family being wiped out. The fiery red light dyed the entire Jiang family. Her parents fought hard to protect her, just to leave a trace of life for her. She was protected by loyal servants and successfully escaped. But when the ancient forest full of ferocious beasts came, the servants left her and fled alone. The helplessness at that moment swept over her, and the endless panic and sadness made her unable to do anything. In the fantasy, she saw her grandparents, her parents, fighting each other, and finally sacrificing themselves to the ancient tree that protects the clan for thousands of years, destroying all the enemies. And their souls were completely sealed, and they became ancient beings forever. Food for the tree. Hatred surged into the sky. Jiang Lian's eyes were red, and she looked into the void, as if her enemy was standing in front of her, eroding her bones and chopping her flesh, until that ancient handsome, but unusually old figure appeared. Meeting those kind eyes, Jiang Lian seemed to see redemption, and tears couldn't help but fall down. Master, my disciple is so hateful. Time passed slowly. Jiang Lian saw Su Yeshuan, and was inexplicably touched on the head by the other party. Jiang Lian looked at his beautiful woman and was stunned for a moment. Silly girl! My husband will take you to avenge the Jiang family. Let you how about destroying the other party with your own hands? At this moment, Jiang Lian's heart was completely at peace. Soon, she completed the entire journey. When she appeared again, Yan looked at Jiang Lian in surprise. Junior sister came out so quickly. It seems that the troubling depression in her heart has been dissipated. This is a good thing. Junior sister, congratulations. Thank you. Senior sister. Jiang Lian didn't know that the time he passed through the Chichu exquisite bridge at this time was faster than that of his senior brothers and sisters, who were excellent in Tianyan magic. As soon as the young apprentice passed the test, Yun Chengzi knew it and informed Jiang Lian to go look for him. When I arrived at Master's cave, I found my senior brother packing things aside. Senior brother? Is the third elder here? You must know that not many people come to visit Chong'an Peak all the year round. The ones who come often are probably the third elder, the master's good friend. Elder Guyu from Shuozheng Peak will also come, since he spends many years studying medicine in seclusion. He doesn't go out often. No. Situ Liyun didn't say much, and Jiang Lian went in without asking any more questions. Outside, Situ Liyun was wondering why the man from Wanyafeng suddenly came to visit, which was very strange. Yun Chengzi was full of smiles when he saw Jiang Lian, and there was nothing strange about him. The Tianyan Kung Fu is divided into two systems. It can glimpse the secrets of heaven and predict the trajectory of all things. The second one is the Tianyan Dharma system. Yun Chengzi said with a smile and said, I have chosen the Feiyu sword as your natal weapon, and it happens to be the Tianyan sword. You can learn the method. Once you enter Tianji and find a suitable Tianji formation disc, you can use Tianyan magic to transform the 10,000 formations. Is it a formation? Master, is it like a 1,000-thread formation? After listening to the master's explanation, Jiang Lian felt that it was more similar to the Shao family's 1,000 silk formation. The Shao family's 1,000 silk formation disc is relatively lethal. The most important thing is that it will only show its true strength in the most critical times. The strength of the operator is also one of the factors. Yesterday, when Xiao Shengsheng controlled the 1,000 silk formation disc, her cultivation was limited, and the secret method could not be maintained for long. More importantly, the girl of the Xiao family did not seem to have fully mastered how to control the 1,000 silk formation disc. Jiang Lian suddenly understood
and listened carefully to his master's explanation. As he spoke, Yun Chongzi handed a storage bag to Jiang Lian.
You can use the formation discs inside first. After you have mastered the Tianyan Qi machine, you can enter the tower to see if there are any formation discs that are more suitable for you.
Jiang Lian had heard of the tower at Chongyun Peak. It was somewhat similar to the sword tomb inside, but different at the same time. The sword tomb is full of evil spirits and is located in the center of a certain ceiling formation. Generally, entry is not allowed. Anyone who breaks in will probably be slapped to death by the sect's senior brother. In the tower, there are Tianji array discs that have been stored for tens of thousands of years. The art of Tianyan peeps into the way of heaven, and the baptized Tianji array has a spirit regardless of its level. Therefore, every time the master of a generation dies, the Tianji array will return to the tower, waiting for the next generation of masters to enter and be selected.
Yes, master.
Jiang Lian bowed respectfully, and when he was about to go out, Yun Chongzi said,
The academy has made arrangements for the teacher. After the competition, go and study hard. Don't let it go to waste.
Yes, master. She happened to have the same intention. I didn't study hard before, but I will take it seriously this time.
Well,
let's go. Looking at the little apprentice going away, Yun Chongzi couldn't help but sigh that this child has grown up and is old enough to get married. For those cultivators, time flies by like a fleeting moment. Very quickly, but not enough. When Yun Chongzi thought about the conversation he had just had with someone, he was so heartbroken that he didn't want to think about it. So he simply respected him. That kid came to Kunlun since he was a child, and I saw him occasionally, and he also knew his bad temper. Yun Chongzi, who had always been good-tempered, would not argue with him, but suddenly found that the child he had raised was about to be taken away. Looking at Jiang Lian's back, Yun Chongzi had mixed feelings, happy and sad. Chapter 46 Tianyan Qi Machine. Back at his residence, Jiang Lian couldn't help but recall what he saw on the Qiqiu Linglong Bridge. The Qiqiu Exquisite Bridge weaves real events into an illusion to test the disciples. Perhaps the past events were too young at the time, or the stimulation was too great, and the memory was a little blurry. But after going through the illusion, she saw everything, and the memory suddenly surged. She doesn't know who wants to destroy the Jiang family, but she will definitely find out. Definitely. After looking at the storage bag given by the master, there were a lot of good things inside. After sorting it out, Jiang Lian took out a small golden array plate from it. Although the grade was not high, the workmanship was fine. Along with the formation disc, there are 3 jade slips. One is the basic Tianyan Kung Fu. One is the Tianyan sword technique, and the other is the Tianyan formation. Don't rush to practice the other 2 techniques now. Follow the basic Tianyan Kung Fu and practice the Tianyan Qi machine first. Jiang Lian calmed down and began to understand the Tianyan Qi mechanism according to the Tianyan Kung Fu method. Dao Tianyan can understand the secret of heaven, while the Tianyan Kung Fu continued to operate. Jiang Lian found strands of golden threads appearing around him, floating in the air and hidden in the aura. Although he was surprised that he could sense Tianyan Qi so quickly, Jiang Lian didn't think much about the reason and took the opportunity to slowly guide those golden spiritual threads into his body. Gradually, the golden spiritual threads entered the body with the spiritual energy, wandered around the dantian, and took up a place in the silver-white dantian. In the hidden part of the brain, a glowing sapling concealed its existence. After the Tianyan Qi machine entered the body, it swayed slightly with pleasure. The rustling sound of the leaves colliding with each other made the Tianyan Qi machine condense even faster. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Lian quit practicing. She found that when she absorbed the Tianyan Qi machine, the golden elixir in her body would also automatically absorb the spiritual energy. In the future, can she not need to practice the Tianyan Qi machine separately, but practice them together? After cleaning up, Jiang Lian came to Lingxian Peak again with his senior brothers and sisters. This time, the number of senior brothers and sisters is less than 1,000. Although the senior sister was a little affected before leaving the battle stage, fortunately she still had enough points to enter the top 1,000. Jiang Lian looked at the contract mark on her hand. She probably had to wait until she left the discipline hall to fulfill her contract with Xiao Shengsheng. Fortunately, she didn't really want to kill them all. It's fun to keep it and play it slowly. With a time bomb next to Xiao Miao, it can be regarded as one of her helpers. The second round was played in scrimmage mode. There are groups of 50 people, and the top 5 in each group advance to the third round. 1,000 people are divided into 20 groups. Jiang Lian took a look at his match. The fourth stage. This time the 20 competitions were held together. Fortunately, Jiang Lian and his senior brothers and sisters were assigned to different battle stages. The battle platform is wide enough to accommodate 50 people fighting. This is a sect battle platform specially designed for large-scale competitions. And it is a world of its own. Jiang Lian came under the number 4 battle platform. The identity jade token was placed on the barrier. His eyes darkened and then lit up. And Jiang Lian appeared on the battle platform. 50 people say it's not too much. But it's not too much. Jiang Lian was standing aside. Since she showed the star map before, most people on the field did not dare to regard her as a target. Looking around at the people on the stage, Jiang Lian found that except for her, who was standing on the side, and no one dared to target her, there was another man standing on the other side of the stage. And the remaining people seemed to have taken stimulants. Usually they start fighting in groups of 3 or 5. Once the entire process is automatically abandoned or seriously injured, it will be excluded by the barrier. Jiang Lian observed carefully. The man was the highest among these people, and was in the early stage of the golden core. Can she see the cultivation level of the same period? Surprised, Jiang Lian found that he seemed to have been promoted to the middle stage of golden elixir invisibly. Is it that fast? It's only been a few days. I used to worry about my lack of progress every day. But now I feel like I'm riding a rocket, and I can't react for a while. The battle ahead was fierce. And gradually, only 4 people were left on the battlefield. Jiang Lian smiled as if there was no murderous aura. He was preparing to operate on her first. After all, the other one was a veteran Jean Dan. Even so, they had not heard about his mid-level advancement. And those 4 people did not dare to be careless. In the end, I chose Jiang Lian, the soft persimmon. After all, the second senior sister Ling Xianfeng, who was at the same time as her, had only advanced to the golden core stage a few days ago. And their qualifications were even more similar. Therefore, several people determined that Jiang Lian would not be higher than the veteran golden core stage. Besides, there are 5 quotas. Even if they fail, 3 of them will have a chance to get the list of the wilderness secret realm. If they succeed, all 4 will enter the finals. And they will not lose. Moreover, the combined formation of their foundation establishment perfection was enough to compete with the monks in the early stages of the golden core. So the 4 of them attacked Jiang Lian with confidence. It seems that the previous games did not have much of a deterrent effect. Jiang Lian, who was just standing aside, also saw the formation of the 4 of them. And she wanted to give it a try. Besides, her cultivation had improved. So she really needed to sharpen it and strengthen it. The battle was about to break out. The veteran Jean Dan in the distance couldn't help but tremble when Jiang Lian looked at him. And looked at Jiang Lian's position in shock. He had also heard of this person. And he had even seen her battle with the true disciple of Huiyan Peak before. Now the other party's pressure could actually affect him. Which was enough to prove that the other party's cultivation level was higher than his own. At this time, he was a little hesitant to step forward and join the battle to help solve the 4 troubles. After Jiang Lian looked at her inadvertently, she no longer dared to act rashly, and stood aside to act as a backdrop. It was important for him to save his life. After all, this junior sister had beaten junior sister Xiao very cruelly before. This time Jiang Lian did not suppress his cultivation, but directly summoned the Feiyu's sword. And the sword technique of Qi Feng Fuyun came up leisurely. In order to prevent his young apprentice from being bullied again, Yun Chongzi came directly to the scene today. He was shocked when he saw the repeated Tianyan auras in his young apprentice's sword skills. He just gave the technique to his young apprentice yesterday. After one night, she built the Tianyan Qi machine. Under the excitement, the originally slightly old figure seemed to become younger at this time. My previous expectation for my young apprentice was just to be happy. But I didn't expect Tianyan's talent to be so good. The peak masters and elders, who were also in the stands, congratulated one after another. The meaning in Guohuai's eyes was unclear, and the guess in his heart became more certain. Looking at Wang Yinfeng's position, he felt heartbroken at missing such a powerful disciple. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile and said, "Congratulations, junior brother, for gaining another disciple." The world of immortality attaches great importance to respecting teachers and ethics. Even if Jiang Lian is from the Su Chongjiang family, there is no way he will let her become his disciple. But why he appeared here instead of following the rules? He would have to ask that good disciple. Thinking like this,
Gu Huahai completely forgot about how he acted like a coward in front of his eldest disciple. Chapter 47 Second Senior Brother Injured. The 4 sharp swords struck at Jiang Lian's position one after another. The formation formed on its own as the spiritual energy surged. And its power was also increased. The Feiyu sword is as graceful as a startling giant. And the sword technique with the breeze blowing over the clouds is as light as floating dust. But it is as sharp as the sword in the tomb. During the collision, the 4 people who had completed the foundation building were repelled one after another. The 4 of them were shocked. They didn't expect to be defeated at the beginning. They gritted their teeth and started to move their swords again. The spiritual storm rose everywhere and surrounded Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the 4 opponents were all at the great perfection of foundation establishment. When combined into a sword formation, they would be so powerful. It was a bit underestimated, but it was nothing to be afraid of. Soon, the 4 of them fell to the ground and looked at each other with difficulty. When the time came, the 4 of them were reluctant to leave directly. They had already agreed that if the 4 of them cooperated, whoever finally stayed and entered the secret realm of the wasteland would share the opportunity together. But when it really came to a critical juncture, none of the 4 people were willing to compromise even though they were equally seriously injured. Jiang Lian stood aside and watched the 4 of them in a stalemate quietly. The veteran Jin Danqi on the side looked at Jiang Lian tremblingly, fearing that the cruel junior sister would have an operation on him if he didn't fight enough. System.
Beep! Turn over and become the master. I am super strong. Please dominate the host and dominate the battlefield. Success will reward you with a lottery draw.
Jiang Lian, who was originally planning to stay idle, was startled when he heard the long-wah sound of the system. He felt unhappy after the dog system had no sense of presence for several days. Anyone with a clear eye could tell that she was a sure winner. But the dog system just made her spend more energy on being the master of the stage. Unexpectedly, today's system actually replied to Jiang Lian.
I don't want free benefits. Are you stupid? You are stupid. Your whole family is stupid.
Jiang Lian asked curiously.
Can you speak again?
2 days ago, she said that she needed to sleep. Her tragic description made her think that she was about to die. But today, she was energetic enough to come out and chat. This is such a changeable dog system.
You can do it from now on. Always on call.
Being immersed in the Tian Chi machine made it feel very happy, which was really an unexpected surprise.
Then everything can be negotiated in the future?
He threatened her with thunder and lightning every day. What if one day she was unhappy and just went on strike to watch it? The system is in a happy mood, and the sound is no longer the mechanical sound of the past. It clearly feels that its sound has become more humane.
It depends on the situation, but you may be able to change it if you work hard to practice Tian Chi machine.
Tian Chi machine. Something that makes the system feel obviously greedy when talking about it is definitely a good thing.
It depends on your performance.
Looking up at the other 5 people on the stage, Jiang Lian shrugged indifferently. Okay. Her hard life is about to start working again. The 4 people were still in a stalemate. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lian's demonic hand stretched out directly towards the nearest person. The man was picked up by his spiritual power, and he was thrown out of the battle platform with a fierce swing. Faced with Jiang Lian's bear operation, everyone was obviously stunned. And then, they were all thrown out of the battle stage by Jiang Lian in the same way. Even the veteran Jin Dan on the side was instantly suppressed by her level, and was unable to move. Go out. Everyone was confused about this operation. On the battlefield, after Jiang Lian kicked everyone else off the stage, the barrier disappeared. Looking at the aqua blue uniform, the stunning beauty stood alone. But the audience couldn't help laughing. System.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward will be drawn once, and the total number of undrawn draws will be 4.
4 times. I'll go back and smoke them all later to see if I can get any good treasures again. When the custodian of the discipline hall announced the end of the competition on stage 4, Jiang Lian stepped down directly and left. Just now she seemed to have seen her senior brother being supported back by her senior sister. When I returned to Chongyan Peak, I saw my master and senior sister in my senior brother's cave, as well as Elder Guyu from Shuezeng Peak. Jiang Lian quickly saluted.
Uncle Gu.
Most people in the world of cultivators have similar appearances, and I have never seen anyone ugly. But Guyu's figure has a bit of intellectual beauty, and she is a very charming beauty. Guyu smiled softly and at first glance, he felt that he was an easy person to get along with.
Xiao Lure is back.
While talking, he took out an elixir from his sleeve and handed it to Yun Chongzi.
It's nothing serious. The injury will be cured after taking the medicine. But it will only hurt the muscles and bones for 100 days. Although we cultivators don't care about this. It's better to be careful. After saying that, he couldn't help but mutter, "That boy Sui Yun is too ignorant." After the master sent Guyu out, Jiang Lian stood aside and watched how wonderful his second senior brother's face was. He was lying on the bed and grimacing in pain, but didn't dare to moan. Then he looked at his senior sister's face, which looked distressed and hated that iron could not be made into steel. "I know there is something inside," Jiang Lian asked with concern. "Senior brother, are you okay?" Although it hurt, Situ Luyun, who had always been taciturn, still comforted him. "Junior sister, don't worry. I'm fine. How could senior brother be injured like this? Who hurt you like this?" Although it was a promotion competition, her senior brother's cultivation would not be so miserable. Situ Luyun smiled awkwardly. And now, he didn't know how to explain it. Yin 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 slapped Situ Luyun bitterly. "Just calm down. Have a good rest." Then he explained to Jiang Lian, "Your senior brother deserves it. He happened to be assigned to a fighting stage with senior brother Yun. But in the end, except for another one plus him and senior brother Yun, there are 3 left. And they can advance directly. But in the end, I don't know why I went crazy. I directly got into a fight with senior brother Sui Yun. And the 2 of them were fighting each other." Listening to the senior sister's explanation, Situ Luyun looked at Yin 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 unconvinced, but was unwilling to explain more. Jiang Lian looked between the 2 of them curiously, feeling that there must be something going on between the senior brother and the senior sister. But she couldn't ask more questions. But thinking of the expression of the second senior brother when the senior sister said she would take her to find senior brother Sui Yun, Jiang Lian couldn't help but curiously asked, "What about senior brother Sui Yun?" Although Ji Sui Yun was an alchemy cultivator and was extremely talented in alchemy, and spent most of his energy on studying alchemy, his cultivation was already at the golden elixir stage. Senior brother Sui Yun was slightly injured and is fine. Thinking about it, it is true that his second senior brother has only completed the foundation building, so he will inevitably be weak in a battle with the golden core stage. Seeing that his senior brother and sister seemed to have something to say, Jiang Lian left and said, "Senior brother, you have a good rest." Yun Chengzi happened to come in at this time and gave Situ Luyun the medicine to take before going out. And Yun Chengzi, who seemed to have seen through everything, looked at Situ Luyun and sighed. "Luyun, be honest. The results will definitely be different if your mentality is different." Jiang Lian and Yin 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 both looked at their master curiously, not knowing what kind of riddle they were playing. Situ Luyun's eyes were slightly dim. And then he said firmly, "It's the disciple who is confused. The disciple is determined. It won't happen again." Yun Chengzi nodded, and then looked at Jiang Lian aside. "Lur may be able to work hard to get into the top 3. The Zongmen Treasure Pavilion is good. There is an intersection leading to the high-rise tower." High-rise tower. When talking about the tower, she knew that her master meant that she could go in and choose the Tianji array. Chapter 48 Tianyan Sword Technique. Masters are among the top 3. Should we lower our expectations? Does her master have too much confidence in her? She didn't know the situation of other people in the sect, and she really didn't know where they would get. Yun Chengzi asked seriously, "Why?" Lyra is not confident. Xian didn't have any confidence or anything, and she wasn't a timid person. But she couldn't afford to go early. It seems that if you get the top 3 rewards, you can enter the treasure house and choose a weapon. It is said that in Kunlun's treasure pavilion, in addition to the tall building, there are many small worlds inside, and there are universes within them. It just depends on personal luck. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian asked thiefly, "Master, what level are the Tianji arrays in the high-rise towers?" Yun Chengzi laughed loudly. "You can have whatever level you want, as long as you can take it with you. The Heavenly Secret Array is a machine that attracts the heaven and generates qi, and it has a little bit of spirit. Once you choose the master, you will recognize him for life. The high tower of Kunlun Chongyan Peak stores nearly 10,000 years of Tianji array discs, and there are even some ancient artifacts in them. They are all waiting for their new owners to bring them back to the light of day." Jiang Lian's eyes lit up, and she smiled and said to Yun Chengzi, "The master is waiting for me to come back with the top 3. Back at her residence, Jiang Lian thought about the next thing and found that her next life was quite rich. She entered the top 3 in the competition, followed by the Wilderness Secret Realm and the Admission Palace Study. Su Yeshuan also asked her to finish the competition. When Wan Yefeng entered Shenxi Cliff, What else will happen? Anyway, there are quite a lot of things to do. But the most important thing is to find the murderer who destroyed the Jiang family and take revenge. And if she wants to take revenge, she must be strong enough. There is also Master's injury. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask the system.
Do you know any way to cure my master?
She just tried to ask. But unexpectedly the system answered.
The host can obtain relevant clues by completing tasks.
Jiang Lian was overjoyed.
What mission?
It would be great if there was a cure.
2 growth gift packages exchange for clues.
Growth gift pack. Every time the task is relatively large, a growth gift pack will be awarded. And this kind of thing is not common. But fortunately it is still available.
Then publish it.
Post it quickly and finish it quickly so you can get clues.
Sorry. Tasks are automatically triggered based on the actual situation. Now there are no trigger conditions. So I can't create another one.
Although she was a little disappointed, Jiang Lian was still happy. At least, she didn't have to be like a headless fly who didn't know where to start.
System. Conduct a lottery.
The total number of draws now is 4. And she is a little curious about what good things she can draw again.
The total number of draws available is 4. How many draws will the host conduct this time? 4 times.
Although it will not expire. There is no difference between leaving it and drawing now.
Hey! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the lottery and getting a fragment of the star map. Completion level 1-7. Hey! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the lottery and getting a fragment of the star map. Completion level 2-7. Fragments of the star map. Are you planning to help her gather the star map to create the 4 mythical beasts? She was thinking this in her heart. But it didn't affect her from continuing to draw.
Hey! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the lottery and getting a fragment of the 10,000 demons token. Completeness, January 8th. Hey! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the lottery and getting a fragment of the universe mirror.
This time he didn't get the complete thing. But Jiang Lian was quite surprised to see the new fragments. It's a pity that the system lottery will only be integrated when the completion level is sufficient. After gathering his thoughts, he took out the Tianyan sword technique. The master said before that you can only practice after cultivating the Tianyan Qi machine. Now the Qi machine is stored in the body. Dao Tianyan is both ruthless and sentimental. The sword is also a source of vitality, but can destroy its vitality. In the valley, Jiang Lian practiced the Tianyan sword technique over and over again. Unlike the Qi Feng Fuyun sword technique, which was gentle, the Tianyan sword technique was relatively casual yet domineering. In the end, Jiang Lian seemed to have entered a state of selflessness. When she drew her sword, she seemed to see a giant tree full of life, exuding golden energy. The sky that was originally dark as evening suddenly became brighter and filled with auspicious clouds. This surprising scene lasted for a long time. Su Yeshuan, who was at Wanyan Peak, seemed to feel something. He looked at Chongyan Peak, frowned slightly, and disappeared in an instant. Appearing again, Su Yeshuan unexpectedly appeared near Jiang Lian. When he raised his hand, the protective formation was instantly reinforced, and the auspicious clouds in the sky disappeared instantly. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Lian finally exited the state. The moment he saw Su Yeshuan, he was a little surprised.
Miss Sir, why are you here?
In Kunlun, everyone knows that the senior brother is always stationed at Wanyan Peak and never leaves. This time plus the one in Tianyong City seems to be the second time. The rumors are indeed rumors. And normally there is a mixture of truth and falsehood.
Remember to use the isolation formation I gave you when you practice in the future.
The voice was rare and gentle, not as cold as before. Jiang Lian subconsciously looked at the protective formation, and then realized that the surrounding protective formation had been reinforced.
Okay.
She must be on guard against others. There was a protective formation here before, so she didn't take out the protective formation disc again. She was careless. She will pay more attention in the future. In fact, the original protective array was enough. Jiang Lian had a special physique and entered a state of enlightenment this time, which is why the vision appeared in the sky through the protective array. By this time, the sky was completely dark. Su Yeshuan looked at Jiang Lian and said,
In addition to the protective formation, I also have matters to discuss with Master Yun in the past 2 days. I'm here to wait for his answer.
These 2 days? Jiang Lian subconsciously remembered that she had wondered before who knew that the master was not in retreat and came to visit her on time. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but wonder if it was Su Yeshuan. Since Su Yeshuan mentioned it now,
He had something to tell her. What's the matter? I mentioned to Uncle Yun that Wanyan Peak is more suitable for your cultivation, and we will live in Wanyan Peak to practice from now on.
Su Yeshuan didn't say it was okay, but he was shocked when he said it. Live in Wanyan thing. Don't scare her. The incident of almost getting into trouble was still fresh in my mind. If they really wanted to live together, it would really be a waste of time. There was no point in shouting that she would break her throat. To be honest, she didn't reject Su Yeshuan, but the fact that they actually became a Taoist couple was enough for her to digest. And now they lived together directly. Jiang Lian asked cautiously,
Does Master know about us?
Facing Su Yeshuan's cold eyes, Jiang Lian felt that if she directly refused him to announce their relationship, he didn't know how this person would react. Looking at Jiang Lian's eyes without any emotion, Su Yeshuan asked,
Do you want to know or not?
For the little girl in front of her. Apart from the recordings of spiritual weapons that the Jiang family sent regularly, the rest is just the past few days of getting along with her. Although the little girl's temperament is changeable, some of it can be guessed. He was willing to respect her thoughts. And if this sudden epiphany had not occurred, he would have specifically asked her about it. At this moment, Yun Chengzi seemed to notice something and hurried towards the valley. Chapter 49 Living in Wanyan Peak.
Uncle Yun.
Su Yeshuan bowed respectfully to the position behind Jiang Lian. He should thank Yun Chengzi. If it hadn't been for Yun Chengzi, he probably wouldn't have known about the disaster to the Jiang family until now. He couldn't even imagine what the little girl's final outcome would be. Therefore, Su Yeshuan, who had a cold face even when facing his master, actually had a good attitude towards Yun Chengzi for the first time. Jiang Lian turned her head hurriedly when she heard the voice. When she saw her master, she seemed as nervous as when her parents discovered her tryst with a man.
Master!
Yun Chengzi nodded, not seeing any difference from usual times.
Thank you, Master Nephew Su, for taking action today.
If it hadn't been for him, everyone in Kunlun would have known about Lear's sudden enlightenment and vision. He has always believed in pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Being too showy can easily lead to crisis.
This is what I should do.
Yun Chengzi sighed and said,
Lur, just follow your senior brother back to Wanyan Peak.
Then Yun Chengzi added,
Come back to see Master and your senior brothers and sisters when you have time. Master, how about I come back every night? I'd rather stay at Chongyan Peak.
Su Yeshuan just said that as she wished. She actually preferred to be with the masters. It's probably because the system hasn't been out for too many days to act like a monster. For a moment, I wasn't on guard against this guy. I just heard the system ding, and the mission of being struck by lightning came again.
Ding! What can I do to save you? My blackened fiancé. Please fulfill the duties of a Taoist companion, and stay at Wanyanfeng for at least 10 nights to watch over Su Yeshuan and prevent him from becoming possessed. Success will reward you with a growth gift package. Failure will accept the punishment of being struck by lightning.
The dog system is not as timely as you. This happens every time at the most critical moment. But she neither dares nor wants to refuse. What a gift package for growth. A rare reward appeared tonight. She wanted to cure the master. And this was the quickest way for her to get clues. The system's ability has always been online. And she is sure that there are no methods that can be found in the world that are more accurate and faster than those provided by the system. Although he was complaining about the system in his heart, he still asked,
What are the duties of a Taoist monk? What about guarding Su Yeshuan to prevent him from becoming a demon?
Su Yeshuan was indeed the villain in the original work. She hadn't finished reading it, so she didn't know what happened to Su Yeshuan. Also, why do you always blackmail your fiancé? At this time, the system said something that made her vomit blood even more.
Oh, this is a mistake of this system. At first, the host thought he was his fiancé. In order to gradually let the host adapt better, this system has optimized the title in a very humane way. Now it's time to make corrections.
There was another ding, and the mission sound sounded before Jiang Lian had time to react.
System optimization is over. What can I do to save you? My blackened husband. Please agree to go to Wanyanfeng as requested by the host. The time limit is 10 minutes. If it is not completed, please accept the punishment of being struck by lightning.
I've never seen her push her nose and face like this, and she can't do anything. Jiang Lian was a little angry. If the system had an entity, then she would definitely grab it by the neck and strangle it to death. The hatred in her heart would never go away. A certain hidden sapling couldn't help but tremble. Hid itself deeper, stretched its small body, and attracted the Tianyan Qi machine faster. At this time, Jiang Lian, whose thoughts were all on the task, did not notice that her dantian was slowly being moistened by golden light. And the Tian Yen Qi machine automatically absorbed the spiritual energy from the outside. Automatic cultivation does not require her to waste any time at all. Yun Chengzi was very pleased after hearing Jiang Lian's words. She still thought about her master, brothers and sisters, but she did not agree.
Practice is the most difficult thing. Lure should live directly in Wan Yanfeng to avoid being too tired. Just come back when you have time.
The Shinsi Cliff at Wan Yin Peak is not easy to deal with. And there are also dangers in it. But it is a good place for training. Wan Yin Peak is not accessible to ordinary people. Jiang Lian finally saluted respectfully and said,
"Yes, Master."
This time, she didn't do it entirely to complete the task, but to obey her master's words. After that, Yun Chengzi went back and faced Su Yeshuan alone. He still looked at her and said,
"If you don't like living in Wan Yanfeng, you don't have to live there. Just go up there and train every day."
He wouldn't force her to do anything. If she didn't like it, he would just send her back for a while. This time, I came here just to ask her what she meant. Unexpectedly, Yun Chengzi directly asked her to make a decision. Jiang Lian smiled and said,
"It's okay."
Doesn't she still have tasks to do that were tricked by the system? Thinking of this, Jiang Lian asked the system calmly,
"System, you haven't answered the question I just asked." "Oh, demonization. Su Yeshuan is both an immortal and demonic body. Only when the immortal and demonic body complements each other can a balance be achieved. Su Yeshuan is also powerful. You were not here before, and the immortal and demonic auras clashed with each other. I was able to hold on for so long without losing my mind. Why do immortal and demon bodies need to balance each other? Also, I am not the only one in the world who is an immortal and demon body."
Jiang Lian was a bit arrogant, so he almost asked him to find other immortal and demonic bodies.
"You and Su Yeshuan are really the only ones in the world who are immortals and demons. That's why the Su and Jiang families have been fulfilling the rule that those with full bloodline become Taoist companions from ancient times to the present.
If they weren't immortals and demons, it wouldn't find them. Hacker.
Why?"
Jiang Lian wondered. Was there something she didn't know? At this time, the system's voice sounded a little serious for some reason.
"The reasons for these have to be told from the ancient world. However, your cultivation level is still low now, and it is useless to know it. I will tell you when the appropriate time comes."
The ancient world? For many years, the path to ascension has been blocked, and no one has been able to ascend successfully. Things in the upper world have gradually become legends or disappeared altogether. There are many things that no one knows. Suddenly Jiang Lian had a bold guess. Could this system be a legacy from the upper world? But such a high-tech thing is impossible. Therefore, Jiang Lian denied this speculation himself. As Su Yeshuan arrived at Wan Yin Peak, Jiang Lian suddenly thought of her master's attitude. Did she know it or not? Su Yeshuan came over without answering the master directly, so she asked again without giving up.
"Does my master know that I am from the Su Chang Jiang family?"
Su Yeshuan nodded, with nothing strange on his pale face.
"I know."
"No." Jiang Lian was shocked. Now that her master knew why he was so calm.
"Are you talking about what he calculated?"
The master's Tianyan technique is so powerful, so it's not surprising that he calculated it.
Both.
In fact, when he went to thank Yun Chengzi that day, he already knew his intention to leave. And as soon as he said it himself, Yun Chengzi also knew the cause and effect. Fortunately, Yun Chengzi was a free and easy person, and he knew his little apprentice very well, so he didn't show the slightest hint of knowing. Su Yeshuan's unique voice sounded again before he came to the room next to him.
"You will live here during this period."
Chapter 50. Are you sure? Jiang Lian rolled her eyes. Since she had to watch Su Yeshuan for fear of him becoming a demon, she might not know what he was doing even if she lived next door. Grit your teeth. Jiang Lian pointed to the room next door and said,
"I live over there."
She remembered that Su Yeshuan seemed to have taken her into the room before, and predicted that it was his bedroom. Su Yeshuan's cold and slightly pale face had a rare smile. He looked at Jiang Lian with a half-smile, and suddenly wanted to tease her.
"You sure?"
This. Jiang Lian's heart trembled when he saw him, and her voice trembled subconsciously.
"Okay. Good.
I originally thought that Su Yeshuan would not agree so quickly, but I didn't expect that he agreed immediately." At this time, Jiang Lian did not react for a while. The dog system picked the time very accurately to find its presence.
Ding! The mission is completed. The lightning strike alarm is cancelled.
Jiang Lian complained in her heart that she couldn't change the threat to punishing her with thunder and lightning every day, specifically picking out the one she was most afraid of. In the past, the protagonists in the novels relied on thunder and lightning to temper their bodies, but they had to be assisted by martial arts. Otherwise, they would be scorched if they could not withstand the lightning strike. People who cultivate immortality go against the will of heaven. The stronger the cultivation level, the more they need to be tempered by the way of heaven. If they pass, then it will admit that the person has gone against the will of the heaven this time, and can survive to the next level of advancement. There are not a few people in this world who have died due to advanced thunder tribulations. And there are also people who were struck by thunder, and had their dantian damaged without sufficient preparation. The head of Kunlun and others had made a lot of preparations for Xia Miao's golden elixir tribulation.
Let's eat!
The puppet came over with a food box, which was still steaming and fragrant. Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel greedy when he smelled it. Jiang Lian glanced at Su Yeshuan suspiciously, not knowing what he was thinking. But in front of the delicious food, Jiang Lian didn't think much more, and was ready to finish eating and then check the situation.
There will be a game tomorrow, so you should rest first. Aren't you going to Shenxi Cliff?
This man was so anxious to call her over to Wanyanfeng. He thought he was so eager to let her enter Shenxi Cliff. I didn't expect there was no rush. Although Jiang Lian was complaining a little in her heart, she didn't show it. But Su Yeshuan seemed to have understood what she was thinking and said,
"Practice at Wanyan Peak on weekdays is good for your physique, and the protection and safety are also higher."
She misunderstood him. Jiang Lian said apologetically,
"Thank you."
After entering the room, Su Yeshuan placed the daily necessities for her on the table and prepared to leave.
"You have a good rest."
I originally thought that this was Su Yeshuan's room. The task of staying in the same room with him and taking care of him for these 10 days could be easily completed. Unexpectedly, the gentleman in front of me suddenly got up and prepared to escape. This is not possible. If you fail, not only will you not get the growth gift package, but you will also be struck by lightning. I feel anxious and my face suddenly becomes thicker.
Then where will you sleep?
Next door. Su Yeshuan didn't think much about it, thinking that the little girl could find him if she wanted to find out where he lived. Damn the system. She really lost her shame. Her ears were red, and she was embarrassed by what she was about to do. But she still said with a serious face,
"It's okay. The room is so big. I don't mind half of it with you."
Su Yeshuan looked at Jiang Lian leisurely, feeling that the little girl was quite cute when she pretended to be calm and made requests. Seeing Su Yeshuan looking at her with a half-smiling smile, Jiang Lian suddenly had the urge to hide herself. But the system mission told her that she must not check out. Otherwise she would be struck by lightning if she flinched. He bit the bullet and said,
"That's it. I'm going to rest first."
After speaking, Jiang Lian didn't dare to look at Su Yeshuan. So she went straight to the bed and covered herself with the quilt, acting like a turtle. I originally thought that I would be too nervous to fall asleep, but I didn't expect that I would gradually fall asleep smelling the cold and unique breath that seemed to be nothing. Su Yeshuan, who was sitting on a chair nearby, looked at the lump on the bed and felt a little funny, but felt warm in his heart. The Su family's immortal and demonic bodies are different from the Jiang family's immortal and demonic bodies. The higher the cultivation level, the immortal and demonic auras compete with each other, and it can only be seen who is the master and who is the second. The Su family, who was lucky enough to have the Jiang family's Taoist monks with immortal and demonic bodies, were fortunate enough to be saved and spend their whole lives in peace. They were also powerful beings in the world of immortality. Although they had to guard the Kunlun sword tomb, it did not affect their lives. Without the Jiang family's immortal demonic body, the chance of being possessed by demons is very high, and they would often even have chaotic auras and suffer torture. On the other hand, the Jiang family's immortal demonic body did not have the complementarity of the Su family's immortal demonic body, so it had a mediocre life and died young. Those who had introduced qi into their bodies did not realize the benefits of their own cultivation. When the immortal demonic body reached a certain level of cultivation and lost control, it was directly struck by thunder from the sky. Death. If there are people around here, they will definitely suffer disaster. There have been incidents where one person destroyed an entire country. In the past few years, the aura of immortals and demons in Su Yeshuan's body began to become chaotic. The inexplicable inner demon fantasy seemed to have been tormenting him for several lifetimes. He couldn't see clearly what it was, but he only knew that his heart was very uncomfortable inside. It's like a piece has been dug out. Jiang Lian in the spiritual weapon video is his salvation. With her company, he feels that the life of controlling his inner demons is not that difficult. He didn't know that the little girl actually experienced the genocide during his retreat. From the first encounter, Su Yeshuan's empty heart seemed to be filled, and the inner demons and hallucinations did not occur so often. Looking at Jiang Lian, who was already sleeping soundly, his spiritual power moved slightly. The quilt slipped slightly, and his covered head was exposed. The still sleeping person was not disturbed at all. The cold and aloof senior brother actually spent the night sitting on the futon on the side, where he usually practiced. At the beginning of the morning, Su Yeshuan opened his eyes, and looked at the little girl, who was still sleeping so forgetfully. He looked at Jiang Lian, whose spiritual power was still flowing naturally in his body even while sleeping, and suddenly smiled unconsciously. This girl has really found her own unique way of resting, which is fine. Casually, looking at her sleeping face, Su Yeshuan felt inexplicably envious. How long has it been since he started practicing in Kunlun that he hasn't slept normally? It seems that every time I just sit on the futon and spend the whole night practicing. Jiang Lian opened her eyes, and was suddenly startled when she met Su Yeshuan's cold and inexplicably doting eyes. She must have seen it wrong. Suddenly all sleepiness disappeared. Blinking again, the doting in his eyes disappeared. But they still remained gentle. This is completely different from the cold and ice-like character in the original work. It is estimated that the author of the original work had some misunderstanding about senior brother Kunlun. Otherwise, how could he be the villain? Wake up! Get up and eat! After the golden elixir period, you can go without food. But you will not be wronged if you have delicious Jiang Lian. When Su Yeshuan turned around and went out first, Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief. She spent the night safely, and 9 nights of trials were waiting for her. After breakfast, Jiang Lian strolled around the main hall for a while, and found that Wang Yanfeng's spiritual energy seemed different from that of the outside world. It was more fierce, with a faint sword breath floating in it. But the Dantian that received the spiritual energy was extremely excited, as if it had absorbed some great tonic. There was no discomfort in the body, but on the contrary, the whole body felt comfortable. So Jiang Lian didn't care anymore. It was almost time, and Su Yeshuan was about to pick her up and use her as a walking machine again. Jiang Lian was frightened now. You want to go to the game too? Chapter 51, Competing in Illusion. You can go. Jiang Lian didn't realize what Su Yeshuan meant. Was it what she understood? Can you go if you want to ask him to? Ling Xuanfeng's momentum today remains undiminished. If you observe carefully, you will definitely find the differences among the elders in the stands today. Each one of them glances toward somewhere from time to time, with a slightly unnatural expression, while the audience is waiting for the game. At first, Jiang Lian looked towards that place subconsciously. That was the tower of the discipline hall. Somewhere on the towering floor, there was a deck chair on an empty balcony. Someone was lying on it with a book in hand and reading. Enjoying himself, Jiang Lian turned around and rolled her eyes alone. Su Yeshuan could obviously come, and he was ready to come, which made her make wild guesses about his thoughts. Fortunately, she was cautious and didn't say anything more. Otherwise it would be embarrassing. The third round of competition is also in a melee mode, and hundreds of contestants directly enter the Final Fantasy world to compete. Everyone enters the Final Fantasy world, which contains a fixed number of crystals. They are ranked according to the number of crystals obtained within this specified time. In addition to these, there are spiritual beasts inside that attack from time to time, and contestants can also rob each other without harming their lives. Participants can withdraw from the competition at any time. There is an illusion entrance condensed above the battle platform. This is a small illusion. The sect usually uses it to test the disciples. There is also a large spiritual screen on the side of the grandstand, which can display the situation of the contestants and the number of crystal stones obtained at any time. At this time, senior brothers and sisters also came over. Uncle Guyu's medicine was indeed very effective. Jiang Lian felt relieved when he saw his senior brother in full swing. Senior sister. Senior brother. She originally thought it was the senior sister who didn't notice her, but the senior sister glared at her. Jiang Lian was dumbfounded and didn't know what was going on. Your senior sister just didn't get used to it for a while. She will be fine soon. Situ Liuyun's explanation made Yan Yanyin glare at him, and said angrily, You are half-weighted. He had already won a good match, but got into a fight and got injured. Situ Liuyun suddenly stood there awkwardly, and secretly blinked at Jiang Lian, snickering in her heart. Jiang Lian moved to Yan Yanyin, pulled the corner of her clothes to please, and said coquettishly, Senior sister, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it next time. Yan Yanyin said angrily, You have another time. No more. No more. Jian Lian hurriedly returned. Yin Yining glanced at her again. Seeing that look, Jian Lian knew that the matter was over. So she said with a smile,
Senior sister, can you tell me where I went wrong?
Situ Luyan, who had always been calm and taciturn, couldn't help laughing. The little junior sister was still so cute. That's awesome. I'm not afraid that their senior sister will just ignore her. Yin Yinan felt that she had the urge to collapse at this moment. Pointed at Jian Lian and said angrily,
You are so stupid. Ha ha ha. Senior sister, don't be angry. Tell me, why did you move out without telling your senior sister?
She was shocked when she learned the news in the morning. And why were you going to Wanyan? It's not a nice place to be. There is only one senior brother in Wanyan Peak. And ordinary people dare not go up there. Moreover, I heard that the senior brother has a Taoist companion. What is going on when he goes to Wanyan Peak to live alone? Jian Lian said to Shini with a guilty conscience.
Isn't it because I thought it would be more sincere to talk to senior sister in person today?
Looking at his senior sister's appearance, Jian Lian was relieved. But seeing her worried look, some words were not suitable to be said here. So she said,
Senior sister, I will explain it to you after the competition comes out.
Yen Yin, the junior sister, looked at her with a serious look. The master only said that the junior sister had moved to Wanyan Peak and would come back occasionally. But he didn't say anything specific. He only said it was a good thing. She wasn't that worried at first. But the junior sister didn't say anything specific. When the junior sister said this, she couldn't help but start to worry again. The competition was soon announced to begin, and the contestants entered the illusion one after another. Jian Lian looked back at the tower of the discipline hall again, feeling that the gaze had been following her, and she was too lazy to pay attention to other people. Is it her imagination? There are also many disciples from Chongyan Peak entering the finals this time. Generally, disciples from different peaks will subconsciously form a group. This is also a battle of different mountains. Every year, resources are allocated according to the proportion of the top 100. Except of course Wanyan Feng. It is precisely for this reason that every time there is a 100-man competition, the battle is very fierce. But the sect rules are followed, and the lives of fellow sect members are not harmed. Entering the territory of Hua, there is an ancient dense forest. Although it is a small illusion, the area inside is also vast. The locations where the illusions were scattered after being teleported in were different. And there were quite a few near Jian Lian. Disciples from different mountain peaks gathered towards their fellow disciples on their own mountain peaks. Several people formed a group, and there were also some who entered the trial illusion alone and then headed directly towards the depths of the dense forest. Jian Lian looked around. She and her senior brothers and sisters entered the illusion at the same time, but they landed in different places. He didn't stay, but headed towards the forest. When they got to a deserted place, Jian Lian turned on Yu Qiongyin. In addition to hiding his cultivation last time, he could also blur his own appearance. The mask itself was directly hidden so that others couldn't see it at all. It was a good thing to hide himself. The spiritual power tried to move towards the divine branch totem in his hand. The originally black and red totem turned bright red, as if it was alive. Originally, Jian Lian didn't know how to use the divine branch, just because he was wondering if the divine branch could be found, such as crystal stones. There are quite a few appearances of the divine branch in the original work, which also proves its treasure hunting ability. Unexpectedly, a scene that surprised her happened. Yu Qiongyin's hidden light curtain reappeared, with golden and red light spots appearing on it. Before, Yu Qiongyin's light curtain appeared when it was used to find monsters. What happened to the light spots that changed colors now? Jian Lian subconsciously looked at the divine branch in his hand and tried to ask,
Is this where the crystal is located?
In the original book, after the Shinji contract recognizes its owner, it seems that it will communicate directly with the owner and tell the specific location. It has been so long since the contract until now. It seems that this totem has occasionally lit up, and I have not heard it speak. The guess was indeed correct. A young voice sounded in my mind.
Yes, Master. Those golden ones are the positions of the crystal stones, and the red ones are the positions of the spiritual beasts. You can also show the location of the spirit beast.
Jian Lian was surprised. His eyes lit up. What a treasure. Unexpectedly, Shinji and Yu Qiongyin could combine automatically.
These are of relatively high levels, and the lower ones cannot be displayed.
There are not many red dots on it, and the low-level Jian Lian is not afraid of dealing with it. What she lacks most now is experience. But the competition is the most important thing. And she also wants to get more resources for Chongyan Peak. There are also the top 3. From what the master said, she is already a little greedy for the treasures on the upper floors of the tower. Chapter 52 Robbed.
Xiao Shiji, were you able to communicate with me from the beginning? How come you didn't make any move before?
It has been a while since the contract began. Shinji's soft and cute voice sounded again. And Jianglian felt that her voice was a little pitiful, but did not dare to say the reason.
I had automatic contact with Yu Qiong before, so I fell asleep for a while.
It is afraid of the terrifying existence inside its master, but it does not dare to tell its master. Jianglian didn't think much and asked happily,
Is this considered an upgrade?
I didn't expect that the two things I got by accident could be used together. It was such a surprise. Jianglian, who originally didn't have much confidence, was now full of confidence. The spiritual consciousness of the two golden elixirs is incomparable to ordinary people. Therefore, Jianglian relied on his extraordinary spiritual consciousness and the schematic diagram of the divine branch appearing on Yu Qiongyin. Jianglian was invincible in the entire illusion of the competition. Everyone was given a jade token before coming in. When they got crystals, they used the jade token to equip them. At the same time, the outside screen also calculated the ranking based on the number on the jade token. Originally, I wanted to use Yu Qiongnin's hidden function to steal others, but now I have the blessing of Shinji, and people outside are watching. Although Su Yeshuan said that Yu Qiongnin could isolate herself from other people's exploration, there was no need for her to take risks now. So Jianlian searched for the crystals openly, and even boldly pocketed most of the human crystals. People outside looked at the numbers on the ranking list and were surprised. While the peak masters in the stands had faces as black as the bottom of a pot, and they all moved toward Yun Chongzi's position to vent their anger. Are their resources going to be taken away like this? While I was anxious, I wished I could just go in and grab the special one myself. The allocation of simple resources is not only related to the number of crystals, but also the ranking. Otherwise, they probably would have gone berserk. You must know that the most important thing for people who cultivate immortality is resources. Yun Chongzi, who was always casual at the side, seemed not to notice the sights at all, sitting there leisurely watching the progress on the screen. His little disciple's fortune has turned around. Okay. On the tower of the discipline hall, Su Yeshuan, who was reading a book but had been paying attention to the battle here, flashed a smile. And then he was still reading a book and paying attention to the progress of the game. With Su Yeshuan's current cultivation level, even if he was in Wan Yefeng at this time, he could clearly know the specific situation of Jianlian in the game, recalling in his mind the way the little girl was nervous in the morning, not wanting him to come over, and pretending that it was okay if he wanted to. He couldn't help but want to tease her. Jianlian, who was happily looking for the crystal, looked at the group of people blocking her in front of her. Jianlian looked at the group of people in front of her strangely, including those from Ling Xianfeng and Hui Yanfeng. In the distance, he unexpectedly saw Xia Miao. It is actually not uncommon for other peak disciples to be surrounded in the illusion and hit until they give up their crystals automatically.
Robbery?
Jianlian's smile continued, and her calm look made a male disciple of Ling Xianfeng in the crowd look at her even more angrily.
Hand over the jade token if you are wise, and take the initiative to exit the illusion.
A disciple of Ling Xianfeng standing in front looked at Jianlian condescendingly, just like he did when he just robbed other people. They recognized most of the people in front of him. Jianlian, the true disciple of Chongyin Peak, was once a waste, but now is a dark horse with an inexplicable increase in cultivation.
What if not?
Everyone looked at her like she was a fool, and the disciple who spoke just now spoke again.
Then you will suffer the pain of your skin and flesh.
At this time, they suspected that this junior sister from Chongyin Peak was not only stupid, but also lame. I didn't see so many people surrounding her. Even most of their elites from Lingxian Peak and Huiyin Peak were here.
I'm looking forward to it. But you may be the one who suffers the physical pain. I advise you to hand over your jade tokens to me now. But I won't hit you for the sake of my fellow disciples.
Jianlian's words had no threatening effect on those people at all, and they all laughed. The man who had been looking at Jianlian with hatred shouted angrily,
That's enough.
Then the sword in his hand pointed towards Jianlian with sword energy.
Jianlian, you insulted my sister first, and today you have to pay the due price for everything you have done.
Jianlian was a little confused.
Who are you?
Who is your sister? She didn't remember having any grudge against this man. The people around didn't laugh either, and someone shouted,
I think she is really stupid. Even our young master Xiao doesn't know it.
Your surname is Xiao?
Xiao Xingxing's brother?
In Jianlian's memory, the only person with the surname Xiao who had a feud with Xiao Shengsheng. Young Master Xiao didn't have the patience to talk nonsense to her anymore, and directly raised his sword and looked at her. The disciples around him knew that this was a personal enmity, so they hurriedly stepped aside and waited for the battle to end. When the other group of people saw that young Master Xiao had begun to fight, they drew their own weapons and headed towards Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian is not afraid of trouble. Even if there is a heroine in the original work, the cannon fodder will suffer more. But I can't help but she doesn't believe it. She can definitely change the ending of the cannon fodder system.
Beep! Turn over and be the master. I am super strong. Ask the host to snatch the jade tokens of everyone present. Success will reward you with a draw, and failure will punish you with 2 lightning strikes.
The ubiquitous system came out to act again, and Jiang Lian was a little angry.
Since the punishment is twice, why is the lottery only once?
Jiang Lian, who originally wanted to get some benefits, did not expect the system to say humbly,
the settings will automatically change when the host becomes stronger. Currently, the system does not have the right to change the task content.
Jiang Lian has some dirty tricks. If you can't control it, how come the time when the mission appears is so coincidental? Black Heart System. Although she couldn't help scolding the system in her heart, this time it was just what she wanted, and there were rewards to be obtained. So why not do it? Therefore, she didn't care much about the system.
Beep! The auxiliary function has been activated. People who need to be aware of the situation have been shown on the diagram. Host, please come on.
At this time, there were many red dots with black circles on Yu Qiangyin's face. One look at Jiang Lian, and he knew that this was the person the system pointed out and needed to know. And it is very obvious that Xiao Miao and others are also included. This means that she is going to have a direct confrontation with the original heroine. At this time, young Master Zhao's sword had already approached her, and the surrounding auxiliary disciples had formed a large formation in an attempt to seriously injure her directly. This large-scale bullying scene suddenly appeared on the screen, and everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Junior sister Triumphant is probably going to die. At this time, the peak masters were overjoyed when they saw Jiang Lian being surrounded. So many crystal stones were finally divided among their other peaks. Ge Huahai, who was sitting in the middle, was not as relaxed as them. He subconsciously looked at the figure on the high tower of the discipline hall. If Jiang Lian's identity was guessed correctly, things would probably be very troublesome based on that person's temperament. Chapter 53, A Near Miss. He caught a glimpse of his junior brother Yin Chongzi's magic formula flowing on his fingertips, and began to calculate his spiritual power floating around. When he stopped, Ge Huahai asked anxiously,
"How is it?"
Everyone was curious as to why the leader was so nervous. Yin Chongzi's originally worried heart relaxed a little when he saw the result.
"It's a near miss but not a danger."
Ge Huahai also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his junior brother's words. He wasn't sure yet, but it was better to take precautions. As long as there are no near misses, that's fine. Yin Chongzi on the side was not surprised why his senior brother suddenly became concerned about other people's apprentices. Here, Jiang Lian's Feiyu sword struck out, and Tian Yan's swordsmanship showed its ferocity. The golden sword light shattered the sword array, and directly and ferociously launched the people in the array far away. She remembered that there were rules in the competition, in addition to the contestants automatically giving up and leaving the illusion. The only thing left was to defeat the opponent. If you lose, the opponent will be seriously injured and leave automatically. This is a special setting of the illusion to avoid the death of the disciple. It is probably impossible to get these people to voluntarily hand over the jade cards. Then the only thing left is to defeat the opponent and make the opponent as miserable as possible. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian showed no mercy. The star map was covered, and Tian Yan's sword skills came out. A strange scene appeared. The originally snow-white dragon was faintly tinged with gold. The looming giant tree behind it was swaying in the wind. Tian Yan's swordsmanship became even more domineering. 2 star map phantoms. The place he passed was like a wreck, looking at his fellow disciples falling to the ground one after another. The disciples watching behind him retreated in panic. Is Chongyan Peak's junior sister so scary? Wouldn't it be overwhelming to face so many people with spiritual energy? After cutting down another batch, Jiang Lian sucked her hand, and the jade tokens that had fallen to the ground were rolled up by her spiritual power and brushed into her own jade tokens.
"Will you hand it over yourself, or should I do it myself?"
Jiang Lian stood there and looked coldly at the people in front of him, who were missing most of them. They were originally going to rob the other party, but instead became the target of robbery. A few people who were far behind quietly prepared to leave. As a result, branches flew towards them one after another with Jiang Lian's spiritual power, and were nailed to the ground. The giant dragon behind Jiang Lian was tumbling, and the dragon's roar in the air made the disciples couldn't help but tremble. This man must be a devil. How could anyone persist in their star chart for such a long time? And it is still in the golden elixir stage.
Jiang, don't be proud. The Xiao family will not let you go.
Young Master Xiao, who was beaten to the ground, showed no fear at all, and the hatred in his eyes almost turned into reality. He looked at Jiang Lian as if she had been cut into pieces. Hearing his arrogant laughter and continuous bad words, Jiang Lian turned to face him, with curiosity but contempt on his face.
The Xiao family? Are they very powerful?
The tip of Fei Yu's sword was pointed downward. Jiang Lian had no intention of using the sword at this time. He stamped his foot, and his spiritual power suddenly surged towards the Xiao family's eldest son, directly flying the Xiao family's eldest son into the air. The black and red glove in his hand punched hard to the flesh, and with the last blow, he hit it directly into the sky, fell out of the illusion, and fell on the battlefield. Looking at young Master Xiao, who was looking green and purple on the stage, the audience exclaimed, "Junior sister Jiang is definitely a ruthless person." In the illusion, Jiang Lian reached out to catch the fallen jade token and looked at Xiao Miao, who stood up.
Second senior sister Xiao also wants to rob?
Nowadays, most of the crystals in the entire illusion are probably on Jiang Lian, but no one knows it. Although Xiao Shanshum didn't listen to the advice at first, she was at least her good friend. She was beaten last time, and this time, she beat Xiao Xingxing's eldest brother in front of her. In fact, she didn't have to get involved, but her natural unwillingness to admit defeat made her decide to take this opportunity to get revenge. And she also got the spar. So why not do it? Even many of Ling Xuanfeng's classmates were kicked out of the battle by Jiang Lian. Yu Li, as the second senior sister, was not the time for her to stand idly by.
So much nonsense.
With that said, he attacked Jiang Lian. Xiao Miao's famous weapon is the green curling sword that she got when she fell into the secret realm. It is green all over and looks very green.
Ah,
a strong female protagonist? Too much nonsense will make you die quickly. Jiang Lian didn't mean to talk nonsense to her, and faced her with the Fei Yu sword in his hand. He headed towards Xiao Miao with his strongest spiritual power. This is her first real fight with Xiao Miao. She does not underestimate Xiao Miao. After all, she is the heroine. Now she does not have the confidence to directly crush Xiao Miao, but she is not afraid at all. The strongest spiritual power surged out when the Fei Yu sword met the Qing Miao sword. It was obviously very powerful, but unexpectedly all the offensive power was neutralized. Jiang Lian, who took a few steps back, was full of surprise. It stands to reason that she could directly defeat Xiao Miao's attack just now. What's going on? After a few rounds, Jiang Lian felt more and more something was wrong. She found that every attack would be resolved by Xiao Miao. Even the opponent's Qin Shao has some intention of controlling Fei Yu. After the blow, the two of them both stepped back and looked at each other from a distance, with defensive expressions on their faces. Xiao Miao was shocked. She didn't expect Jiang Lian to be so powerful. She also noticed the strangeness, and subconsciously sharpened the green sword in her hand. Taking advantage of this situation, she must defeat Jiang Lian before she can think of a solution. Otherwise she will probably end up quitting the illusion like her classmates just now. Thinking about it, Xiao Miao raised her sword and stepped forward. Is there something wrong with the sword? What's the reason? Anyway, in her opinion, there must be something in Xiao Miao that restrains her. Either a sword or a skill. He lowered his head and glanced at the glowing Fei Yu sword, gritted his teeth and gave it a try. Jiang Lian directly put away the Fei Yu sword and raised her hand to take down the Yuju sword that Su Yeshuan gave her last time. Even if she is said to be rich, she is really rich. The space is full of good things. If the outside world knew about her existence, it would definitely cause a bloody storm. But there are so many good things. But none of them can replace Fei Yu's sword. Finding another weapon is imminent. Since the jade bamboo sword can defeat monsters, it must be able to hold on for a while. When he raised his hand, the jade bamboo sword enlarged, and the original size was just right for him. At this time, the Qing Miao sword was already in front of him. Jiang Lian hurriedly reached it, but the Qing Miao sword was knocked back during the collision. Xiao Miao was shocked, and the sword moves in her hands began to change. Ling Xuanfeng's unique skill. Ling Xuan's sword technique. The surrounding area was instantly affected by the cold frost sword energy, and was covered with a layer of white. The two were fighting fiercely, but everyone outside the environment was frightened. Some even stood up in shock, looking at the illusion screen with wide eyes, trying to see whether the weapon in the screen was the legendary one, but praying that it wasn't. Otherwise they would be doomed. The anxiety of the leader Guhuahai is really terrible. Why is it that this time he is facing his precious apprentice Xia Miao? Someone on the tower of the discipline hall, who had a cold face from the beginning, smiled vaguely when Jiang Lian took out the jade bamboo sword. The little girl is quite smart. When the spiritual power with Tianyan's aura poured into the Yuju sword, the originally green Yuju sword turned a little golden and looked very beautiful. When Tianyan's sword technique clashed with Ling Shuang's sword technique, he forcefully knocked Xia Miao back for dozens of steps before stopping. Chapter 54 My Husband. Help me. As the war progressed, Jiang Lian became more excited. The heroine's halo is not invincible. The jade bamboo sword in his hand became more and more brisk. Xia Miao became more and more frightened. Although she was in the early stage of Jin Dan's cultivation, she was better because she had a solid foundation, many methods, and good luck. She was able to surpass the golden elixir before advancing to the golden elixir. What's more, she jumped a level from the foundation stage to the golden elixir. Her strength should not be underestimated. After looking at the time, the illusion also has a time limit. Taking out the spirit-boosting pills, Jiang Lian stuffed a few pills into herself. So many have been eliminated just now. Although there are 2 golden elixirs in the body, there is no shortage of spiritual power now. But time is almost up, and she still has several things to solve. She had to hurry. She didn't want to be struck by lightning. Xia Miao on the opposite side also became fierce. The light of the green curling sword became more and more powerful, and the buzzing sound of the sword was frightening. Jiang Lian's eyes sharpened, and he went up to him again, not forgetting to use his spiritual power to attack the people nearby. People around him felt unconfident when they saw Jiang Lian acting like this. This is crazy. He even fought with second senior sister and tried to kill them. Jiang Lian's 2 Dantian powers were all activated. With a bang, Xia Miao was accidentally hit by Jiang Lian. Xia Miao was shocked. At first, Jiang Lian, who could only use little tricks to stumble them, and then let everyone insult her at will, was now able to defeat her. No! She won't lose. A black talisman pen appeared in her palm. She quickly made the seal with her hand, and the talisman formed naturally and attacked Jiang Lian. When the people standing nearby saw the fellow disciples, who had just been injured by Jiang Lian and exited the illusion, they immediately started to lie. Come together! Someone shouted, and everyone attacked Jiang Lian's position with their weapons. Several people from the Lingxian sect even formed a formation. Xia Miao was the center of the formation, and Xia Miao's cultivation is greatly increased in vain. This is a technique that every Kunlun disciple knows, and each peak has its own unique auxiliary formation. Upon seeing this, the disciples of Hui Yifeng followed suit and formed a sword formation. Although they did not have powerful formation eyes, their strength was enough to make Jiang Lian drink a pot. Originally these formations were used for the battlefield of immortals and demons. Every disciple who goes to the battlefield of immortals and demons can use the formations to gain the ability to fight across levels. And at the same time, it also increases the odds of winning for the positive side. Jiang Lian was unable to move forward because he mistakenly believed that he was the cause of the attack. So his mind was not on the techniques and practice. Today's battle is really stressful. Facing Xia Miao's offensive, Jiang Lian also became fierce. Xia Miao, either you lose or I am struck by lightning. If you don't go to HL, who will? The spiritual power vibrated, knocking everyone away. And the spiritual power in their bodies was also emptied. Jiang Lian felt that she had exerted too much force. She was so weak at this moment that she might collapse to the ground at any time. But she still held on, looking at the people around her with a pale face, and said in a cold and arrogant voice, Now I am willing to give up the jade plaque in my hand. Have you handed it over? Are you ready for me to do it again? There were a few who were afraid of Jiang Lian's power and did not want to be her enemy anymore. So they abandoned the jade token and left the illusion directly. But most of them still looked at Xia Miao's position, with her as the backbone, waiting for the next decision. Xia Miao, who was holding her injured arm and looking at Jiang Lian warily, felt a sense of resentment in her heart. Jiang Lian and she have been compared within the sect since they started, and she believes that after this experience, people will talk even more.
She is very competitive but analyzes the surrounding situation very rationally. It was originally planned to be used in the Xiantian competition, but it seems that it will be used now. The sky was suddenly a fiery red, and a fiery red one bird was looming under Xia Miao's rapid movements. The competition does not stipulate that spirit beasts cannot be used. After all, beast masters and sword cultivators generally use the same training method. Beast masters are rare in the world. If you can become a beast master, your strength will be more than a star and a half higher than ordinary people. When everyone was cheering for the second senior sister, the headmaster and the elders were worried. They were not about to explode. But this little girl from the Jiang family is really capable. With so many people, she didn't show any signs of defeat even under the siege of either the Foundation Establishment Zhaochen stage or the Golden Core stage. The Kunlun formation was even more powerful. But it couldn't hurt her at all. How powerful this is. Gu Huahai couldn't help but feel a toothache when he thought of the Kunlun formation that those disciples had just used. These fools. How come they have never been so united before? They fight like black-eyed chickens inside the door. But they show the power of the formation when they shouldn't be united. It's terrible. On the high tower, Su Yeshuan frowned and watched the development on the display screen. His consciousness had penetrated the illusion and enveloped the area where Jiang Lian was. He would not interfere with her easily. This was another experience for Jiang Lian. But those who wanted to hurt her had to go through him. Cold eyes glanced at Gu Huahai and others in the stands. The elders who noticed that gaze couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. If possible, they really hoped to end the illusion directly. It's a pity that this has been set up a long time ago and cannot be advanced. There is no life-threatening danger in it. The silver spiritual vein is extraordinary. The moment the spiritual power in the body is emptied, the Dantian moves extremely fast, and the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly surges toward Jiang Lian. Xia Miao, who was casting a spell to summon the Fire One bird, stagnated. The figure of the Fire One bird that was about to be successfully summoned disappeared without a trace at this moment. And even the red in the sky faded completely. Everyone looked at Jiang Lian in shock, who was wrapped in spiritual power. Some people wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to attack Jiang Lian. But as soon as they thought about it, there seemed to be a pressure suppressing him. He couldn't move. And even if he moved again, he would be directly killed. It's like pressing it into the soil and burying it deeply. The two Dantians attracted the spiritual energy to gather like crazy. And Jiang Lian suddenly felt as if his barrier had been broken again. Late stage of golden elixir. Jiang Lian opened her eyes shining unusually. Jiang Lian, who was full of spiritual power, looked at the people opposite him with evil intentions. Xia Miao and others, who didn't know what happened, felt that the pressure that had just fallen on them disappeared. As if it was an illusion. Just when the two sides started fighting again, the time of the illusion came and everyone was teleported out. Jiang Lian was a little confused. Why did it end? She hasn't finished her mission yet. Looking at the clear sky, Jiang Lian felt that a huge thunder might fall at any time and chop her into ashes. System, is it too late for me to beat them up now? She felt like crying. Throwing his jade token to the registered guardian of the discipline hall, Jiang Lian hurriedly leaped towards Su Yeshuan's position. At the critical moment, Jiang Lian didn't even realize that the first thing he thought of was Su Yeshuan. System. Ding! Mission failed. Host, please accept 2 lightning strikes as punishment. Dark clouds gathered quickly in the sky, and their power was not inferior to the first thunderstorm that struck Xia Miao before. Jiang Lian, who was leaping quickly, was so flustered. My husband? Help! Chapter 55. Who is this? Junior sister. Wait for me. Yan originally wanted to find his little junior sister as soon as he came out of the illusion. But he didn't expect that this girl flew away as soon as she came out. Soon after, the sky was filled with wind and clouds. The dark clouds blocked the sun, and the darkness seemed to cover the entire world. Everyone was shocked. Who is going to survive the tribulation? After searching around, they finally settled on Jiang Lian, who was flying towards the high tower of the discipline hall. But there was no spiritual power fluctuation. Usually the spiritual power of people who have overcome tribulations is the most active. Looking at this posture, Jiang Lian, who had already flown far away, felt even more panicked. Why did he feel stronger than last time? If only there was a lightning rod. Whimper. Lightning rod. Only then did she remember that she had to quickly get something to block it. Su Yeshuan had given a lot of things to protect her from lightning disasters in the space. They were all good things to prevent accidental lightning disasters, like last time.
At this moment, the figure stepped through the void as expected, wearing gold silk clothes, and the handsome face against the red bottom clothes was even more confusing.
Don't move! Wait here!
Being hugged from the waist, Jiang Lian looked up and subconsciously looked at Su Yeshuan. Jiang Lian lost consciousness for a moment. At this moment, the panicked heart seemed to calm down instantly. What is very magical is that the moment Jiang Lian met Su Yeshuan, the cloud thunder in the sky seemed to disperse. But no one noticed because the thunder in the sky had already crashed down towards Jiang Lian's position with a loud bang. As soon as the thunder and lightning came down, Su Yeshuan raised his hand to block it. The huge spiritual power formation collided with the thunder and lightning, and huge spiritual power fluctuations rippled in the sky. The moment Su Yeshuan appeared, all the sect leaders in the stands stood up. Unexpectedly, this person still appeared. At this moment, the previous suspicion about Jiang Lian's identity was completely proved. As Master Su Yeshuan, Gu Huahai knew his temper even more, and couldn't help but feel his heart tremble when he thought of the many disciples of Lingxian Peak attacking Jiang Lian in the illusion. The leader and peak master of him was almost heartbroken. The disciples looked curiously at the man who dared to block the thunder with one hand. His godlike figure made countless disciples couldn't help but guess his identity. When did their Kunlun have such a person? Or the elders of other gangs who have not left before? But it's unlikely. All the members of other sects, even those from Xianling's sect, have already left. Who is he? He actually helped little junior sister Chang Yanfeng ward off the thunder disaster. Jiang Lian patted her frightened chest, grabbing the corner of Su Yeshuan's clothes. He couldn't help but pull it and reminded.
There is one more!
Su Yeshuan nodded with a grunt. When he was preparing to resist the thunder tribulation again, he looked a little dumbfounded as he watched the thunder clouds in the sky move towards him, and then withdrew the magic circle.
Aren't you going to hack me?
Following Su Yeshuan's movements, Jiang Lian also looked up to the sky. I saw the thunder and lightning in the sky changing rapidly, suddenly changing direction, and actually struck towards Xia Miao's position in the stands. This is very inexplicable, but extremely powerful. Jiang Lian was full of excitement, and tried hard to hide his gloating with a straight face. Fortunately, the leader and other elders were nearby, and the power of the thunder tribulation was also weakened when it changed. With combined efforts to resist, the thunder tribulation disappeared carelessly. It was very inexplicable when it came, and it was also very inexplicable when it left.
Going back.
Su Yeshuan nodded towards Yin Chengzi and disappeared with Jiang Lian, leaving a lot of people in Kunlun guessing who he was. He didn't care about the eldest disciple and left directly. Gu Huahai felt bad all over. He looked at the frightened second disciple and hurriedly came to Xia Miao.
Is there anything wrong with Miaoer?
They were also very puzzled as to why the thunder and lightning struck Xia Miao for no reason. Xia Miao had just advanced to the advanced level and was completely incapable of triggering the thunder tribulation. They didn't believe it was Su Yeshuan and Jiang Lian who caused the thunder tribulation. Thunder tribulation is a test of heaven for cultivators, and thunder tribulation is not on the same level as thunder caused by thunder attributes or magic weapons and strong thunder. Yin Yin watched his little junior sister being taken away by a handsome man, and hurriedly pulled Situ Liuyun's clothes aside.
Junior brother, who is this? When did the junior sister know him? I wonder if there will be any danger.
Anyone with a discerning eye would know that Su Yeshuan was protecting Jiang Lian. But he came and went without a trace, and he didn't know who he was. Still in shock, the discipline hall was indeed someone who was used to big storms and quickly organized the crystal stones points registration. At this time, everyone looked at the ranking on the stone tablet next to the battle platform and were shocked. Jiang Lian's name was ranked first, and the number of crystal stones he accumulated reached a terrifying amount. I guess no one in history has been able to get so many points. Most of the crystals must have fallen into Jiang Lian's hands. Yin Yin looked at the total points ranking of the major peaks. The score of Chongyan Peak, which exceeded other peaks countless times, was really dreamy. After entering the illusion, she was closest to her junior brother Situ Luyun. After meeting, she tried to find a younger junior sister, but she couldn't find her no matter how hard she looked. This situation is also common. The fantasy land is vast, and it is possible to get lost and not encounter it. I didn't expect that the junior sister would find so many crystal stones by herself. And those who were robbed by Jiang Lian were miserable. And some were also angry. Who are these people? It's so inhumane to come and rob them when there are so many of them. If Jiang Lian knew that they thought this way, she would respond with disdain. Are they the only ones who can rob her and not allow her to rob theirs? She just grabbed it. Soon the ranking list came out. Since Jiang Lian found more than half of the crystals, Chongyan Peak accounted for a large proportion of the major peaks. So most of the next resources had to be directed towards Chongyan Peak. Several major peak masters and elders felt their hearts bleed and their whole bodies ached. Some of them were even more dissatisfied and started arguing privately.
Jiang Lian does not belong to Chongyan Peak according to his identity, so the resources cannot be calculated based on this.
He must be in the main hall of Lingxian Peak at this time. Otherwise everyone would be surprised to guess Jiang Lian's identity.
Yes, according to the agreement, she does not belong to Chongyan Peak, but to Lingxuanfeng.
The elders of Lingxuanfeng hurriedly agreed. There were differences in resources in previous years, but not so much. Such competition for resources is partly to encourage the disciples below to work hard. I didn't expect that there would be a scene like this.
Shameless person. Su Yeshuan has returned to Wanyan Peak alone a long time ago. She should belong to Wanyan Peak.
The Peak Master of Kunyue Peak also spoke at this time. She is a charming and stunning beauty. And her every move is. He has a unique charm. But his words are unusually eclectic.
She has already accepted senior brother Yu Cheng as her master. You asked her to change the family because you want the head senior brother to be struck by lightning?
In the world of cultivating immortals, the most important thing is to respect the teacher. And the master is like a reborn parent. There is also a saying that poaching someone from a corner is like lightning. It was true that this was a rough statement. But no matter how Ge Huahai heard it, he felt that he was digging a trap for him. Chapter 56 Food. Yun Chengzi sat there with a smile on his face, and did not express any opinions. He even pretended not to see Ge Huahai's eyes indicating that he should open his mouth to solve this big trouble.
Smiling fox.
Ge Huahai cursed in his heart. His junior brother has always been like this. He usually has a gentle personality that makes you worry that he will be bullied. But when it comes to his own interests, he is so cunning that even Qi Yan's real. All foxes will be tricked. Who made him the leader? This is also related to their Ling Xuanfeng's next resource allocation. He was sure that if he favored Ling Xianfeng this time, his eldest disciple would probably make them pay in blood. Those dissatisfied disciples actually went to besiege others. He didn't even look at his own strength. He was really angry.
You need to ask Jiang Lian himself before making a decision on this matter.
As soon as the leader spoke, everyone subconsciously looked at Jiang Lian's master, Yun Chengzi. The girl said that it was Yun Chengzi who rescued her from the mountain. They had heard about how they had lived in the sect for so many years. The leader was really not good at kicking the ball. Jiang Lian was brought back to Wanyanfeng by Su Yeshuan this time. And she was still frightened. But why did the last thunder hit Xiaomiao? It's pretty cool though. The heroine suffers when the supporting characters, like them, are too European. System.
Ding! The punishment is complete. Please keep up the host's efforts. Turn over and sing successfully.
Jiang Lian finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Why did the second lightning strike somewhere else? Well, if you are within a certain distance from Su Yeshuan, there is a chance that he can help you reduce the punishment.
This time Jiang Lian asked again in surprise and joy.
Can the punishment be reduced?
That's great. But why Su Yeshuan? The system's friendliness towards Su Yeshuan many times made her suspect that Su Yeshuan was the real system owner, and was too biased.
Yes. Will innocent people be hurt?
It doesn't matter if it's just Xiaomiao. But it won't be good if they also attack the senior brothers and sisters.
Won't.
After receiving the result, Jiang Lian smiled brightly.
It's good. Being punished is also more fun. As long as Su Yeshuan is around. The thunderbolt punishment won't be too scary. But what's going on with Xiaomiao today?
Jiang Lian almost didn't laugh when the system's mechanical voice said the words.
She's resistant to hacking.
Very coldly. At this time, Su Yeshuan had brought Jiang Lian back to the main hall. With his hand held by Su Yeshuan, Jiang Lian could clearly feel his spiritual power flowing.
What's wrong? It's okay. Please be more careful if something happens in the future. Safety comes first.
The voice was cold. But Jiang Lian felt concern from it. So Jiang Lian responded very obediently.
Okay. I will pay attention next time. Do you know what's wrong?
Su Yeshuan's sudden seriousness made her stunned for a moment. And then she thought carefully.
The means are not enough. And the confrontation is not sophisticated enough. It needs more experience.
Thinking about it, the skills she knows so far are only the Qi Feng Fuyun sword technique and the Tianyan sword technique. Even if she is stronger, she can only use the star map blessing. If she encounters a heroine like Xiaomiao who has many tricks, she may not be able to stabilize her. When? Su Yeshuan nodded and said,
There is still 1 month before departure to the secret realm of the wasteland. During this time, go to Shinsi Cliff to practice hard. I will have the jade slips of knowledge over there at the academy to be sent to you later. You have to study on your own when you are free. Ask me if you don't understand.
Although the arrangement was very tight, Jiang Lian didn't find it annoying.
You don't have to go to the academy?
Basic knowledge makes Su Yeshuan, a master in the tribulation period, really overqualified.
Yes. There are many types of knowledge in the academy. I will go to the secret land of the wasteland after I return.
Su Yeshuan's attitude of not being able to refuse even corrected Jiang Lian's attitude. She was not an ungrateful person. She knew that Su Yeshuan was doing it for her own good. So she agreed. Then Jiang Lian looked around and didn't find the puppet. So he asked with a smile.
Sir, would you like the puppet to make something delicious to eat? I'm greedy.
From modern times to this world, she has eaten a lot of delicious food. In addition, her master never treats her badly. So she keeps getting good things. But for some reason, I feel that the food cooked by Wan Yanfeng's puppet is the most delicious. And I still miss it even if I'm fasting.
What do you want to eat?
Su Yeshuan's cold eyes were slightly gentle. And he looked at Jiang Lian. The meaning was obvious. I will arrange for you what you want to eat.
Meat?
The cooked meat had an endless aftertaste. She had just experienced a big battle. And then was frightened by the system with thunder. Now she was in urgent need of delicious food.
Okay. Wait.
After saying that, Su Yeshuan walked towards the back. Jiang Lian was surprised. Couldn't the puppet just give direct spell instructions? A special trip? Are you going to get the ingredients? Although curious, Jiang Lian didn't think much. Sat aside and started running with his eyes closed. It was too hurried to advance just now. And the empty dantian was filled with spiritual power again, which seemed a bit chaotic. At this time, she urgently needs to stabilize the spiritual power in her body. Otherwise she will be doomed if the spiritual power becomes violent. After an unknown amount of time, there was a faint aroma wafting in the air. And her stomach, which was not hungry, actually made a growling sound along with the aroma, which clearly meant that she was hungry. Opening her eyes, she saw that Su Yeshuan had come back and sat next to her at some point. When she woke up, he took out the food from the food box next to him and put it on the table one by one. Eat. There were 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. Jiang Lian would ask him twice before if he wanted to eat together. So Su Yeshuan directly prepared 2 portions to avoid trouble. Although people who are cultivating immortals practice fasting to prevent food from affecting their physique, it is not a big problem if they eat spiritual things. And it may even be beneficial to their cultivation. A large plate of braised pork was delicious. Jiang Lian couldn't tell what kind of meat it was made from, but it was definitely much better than what she had eaten before. The high-grade spiritual rice has distinct grains and is full of fragrance and spirit. Served with crisp vegetables to relieve greasiness, it is simply delicious on earth. An ordinary meal really gave me a feeling of incomparable happiness. While eating Jiang Lian, he did not forget to praise.
Miss Sir, the food cooked by your puppet is so delicious that I can't bear to eat it.
Su Yeshuan's eyes flashed slightly as he looked ahead. The voice was inexplicably doting.
I'll cook it for you every day if you like,
Su Yeshuan said.
It's also good to eat more, and it will improve your physical condition to a certain extent.
Jiang Lian didn't pay attention to the meaning of the first sentence. She just thought Su Yeshuan said that she could let the puppet cook for her every day. When she heard that she could improve her physical condition by eating, she couldn't help but feel happy. Being able to accomplish things by eating is really a joy in the world. So Jiang Lian said happily.
Thank you, sir.
Wan Yifeng was enjoying themselves. But the leader was so worried that he forced himself to ask Yin Chengzi to call Jiang Lian to come over to the peak, just in time to explain what should be done in front of the elders of the peak. As a result, Yun Chengzi did not accept this task at all.
My disciple is temporarily staying in Wanyan Peak. If I want to call her over, I will have to tell Master Nephew Su.
Chapter 57 Return to Lingxian Peak. He is not that stupid to call his apprentice to suffer. His disciples, Yun Chengzi, would eat all kinds of delicious food, but they were not allowed to suffer losses. Gu Huahai had once again seen how difficult his junior disciple was, and it gave him a headache to think about the eldest disciple who made him powerless.
You are her master. Use the communication jade pendant to tell her.
Okay.
Dot.
They have all moved to Wanyan Peak. Su Yeshuan has kept this secret very well. The Su Chongjiang family is already in Kunlun. No information is revealed. Yun Chengzi persisted. But in the end, he had no choice but to let Jiang Lian make the decision alone. Gu Huahai said.
Call those two.
Yun Chengzi was satisfied in his heart. Although he was here to protect him. Su Yeshuan, a figure who was not needed in vain, was still here to support the scene. Obviously, Su Yeshuan is not only here to support the scene, but also to take the lead. Jiang Lian, who had been eating happily, was not in a hurry to go there after receiving the news of the summons. It was probably not good to hear what the master meant. It's a good thing that she can think about it. Why did she have to be so anxious? She finished the last bite of the meal before telling the boss Su Yeshuan that he asked them to come together. Su Yeshuan's face turned cold.
Well, I'll go after eating. You don't have to go.
Jiang Lian is his Su family's daughter-in-law. They don't need to look at the faces of those people in Kunlun. Those ancestors only have one condition for him. That is, as long as Kunlun is not destroyed, no one can control him.
It would be bad if you don't go.
Jiang Lian saw for the first time that Su Yeshuan seemed to have a high status in Kunlun. Look at the calm look on her face. It seems that she wants to have something to eat in the evening and cook it for you. She doesn't care about the master's orders at all.
It's okay.
He put a piece of meat into Jiang Li's smoking bowl again and sat there looking at her quietly. Jiang Lian was used to being watched and continued to eat. Her master was still there. It was not good if she didn't go, so she cleared the food on the table. Jiang Lian patted her well-fed belly and praised the puppet for being so considerate and not letting her eat to full every time.
Let's go! My husband, would you like to accompany me?
She was also curious about what she was being called to do. So mysterious. Su Yeshuan nodded.
Okay.
It doesn't matter to him. Whatever his wife decides to do. The puppet would clean up the dishes and chopsticks on the table. Jiang Lian cast a dust-removing spell on himself, and then pulled Su Yeshuan towards the main hall. With Su Yeshuan here, Wan Yanfeng only took a few steps to reach the main hall of Lingxian Peak. Jiang Lian arrived at the destination nestled in Su Yeshuan's arms without disturbing anyone. After only a few times, Jiang Lian found that she was already used to being carried by Princess Su Yeshuan, stepping into the void and moving places. Su Yeshuan didn't go out of his way to hide his whereabouts. People in the palace had already sensed their arrival.
Master!
Su Yeshuan bowed to the leader and then just nodded to the surrounding peak masters and elders before sitting in his unique Wanyan peak master seat. Jiang Lian felt miserable because so many people wanted to salute.
See the leader.
With Su Yeshuan, a cold-faced person here, Go Huahai didn't dare to take it seriously. He nodded quickly and called Jiang Lian to start.
Master!
Yun Chengzi has always been informal and does not ask his disciples to give big gifts. Now it is just right. The others didn't mean to embarrass her at this time and greeted her casually. Yun Chengzi looked at his young apprentice and said meaningfully,
There is no need to come here if you want to retreat properly.
Go Huahai really wanted to shout at Yun Chengzi.
Shut up!
This junior brother is capable of protecting his shortcomings. But it would be bad to directly destroy the matter before it is resolved.
Master! Nothing happened.
After saying that, he said to the headmaster and others,
I wonder what the headmaster and all the masters, uncles and uncles called Li Yan to do.
She doesn't like to talk nonsense in roundabout ways, so it's better to be direct. Originally, he was going to let Yun Chengzi speak first, but Yun Chengzi acted like his own disciple, and he would not be able to say such unethical things. Facing Su Yeshuan's compelling gaze, Go Huahai said,
There's no need to be nervous. Nephew, even if I have something to ask you, it's not a big deal. Please tell me. Master, I will tell you everything I know.
That attitude was really good. If we hadn't seen her act of challenging many people today, everyone sitting here would have been confused by her.
It's not a big deal. But now that you are in Wan Yanfeng, where do you want the proportion of resources to go?
Only then did Jiang Lian remember that he had obtained a lot of crystal stones by relying on the divine branch. This involves the subsequent allocation of resources within the sect, which will not be rewritten until the next game. For those who cultivate immortality, a year just passes by in a flash. But resources do not. Without resources, even a day is a torment. Jiang Lian asked with confusion on his face.
Didn't I fill in Chong'an Peak when I competed before? Can this be changed?
Besides, she was only here for a temporary stay. So why did he ask her whether she wanted to return to Wan Yanfeng or something else? The elder from Ling Xianfeng spoke up.
It can be changed. People are alive, but rules are dead. The nephew can make changes according to his actual situation. This is a special right given to the first contestant.
This was so high-sounding that Jiang Lian felt that this person was treating her like a child. Looking at that expression, I almost asked her to change the mountain she belonged to. Jiang Lian pretended to be embarrassed and said,
This is not good. It's better not to make an exception for me. It's better for us to follow the rules. Otherwise it will be unfair to other disciples.
Think she is stupid. Wang Yanfeng's resources were always provided separately, and the sect did not dare to treat Su Yeshuan badly. If she were to return to Wanyan Peak, the resources she had finally obtained for Chongyan Peak would be gone. In the past few years, no matter how outsiders have ruined her reputation or looked down on her, the brothers and sisters in Chongyan Peak have never looked down upon her in the slightest. On the contrary, they have greeted her with smiles every time, and some have even comforted her. No matter what the future, she would always be their most favored junior sister in Chongyan Peak.
It's okay. It's okay. This is a special privilege given to you.
The elder was really trying to make Jiang Lian change his mind. Yun Chongzi on the side was already a little unhappy. Jiang Lian was also a little unhappy at this time.
Thank you for your great love for Li Yan. For the sake of the sect's rules, I will not break them. Besides, I belong to Yuncheng Peak, and my master is the peak master of Yuncheng Peak. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Even if I get married in the future, I will still be a part of Chongyan Peak.
Seeing that Jiang Lian was unable to take in the oil insult, the elder from Ling Xianfeng turned dark and looked at Jiang Lian with evil eyes. Jiang Lian didn't care and sat next to Su Yeshuan. This was set up by the previous boss. This meant that he was ready to talk well. But Jiang Lian didn't want to compromise. These people really couldn't afford to lose. The unfriendly eyes on the other side made Su Yeshuan's face turn cold. An invisible pressure radiated out. Chapter 58 I'm Scared. The masters of the Void Refining Realm and all the other peak masters and elders of the Divine Transformation Realm and the Void Refining Realm were sweating at the slightest bit of pressure seeping out of Su Yeshuan during this tribulation period. And none of them dared to speak anymore. And the elder of Ling Xianfeng subconsciously looked at Jiang Lian and Su Yeshuan beside her, and suddenly felt his whole body trembling. He actually forgot that this person's backer was not someone they could manipulate at will. Elder Ling Xianfeng, who had always been arrogant and domineering in the sect, felt fear that he had never felt before at this moment. In the world of cultivation, the levels of cultivating immortals are divided into several realms: Qi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, yuaning, transforming into gods, void refining, integration, Mahayana, transcending tribulations, and immortals. Due to the sealing of the outer world, no one has been able to ascend to the upper realm for hundreds of thousands of years. And even the strongest person has stopped at half-immortal level and cannot move forward. The difference between the void refining stage and the tribulation transcendence stage is a world of difference. It is estimated that Su Yeshuan can crush them with just a raise of his hand. Not even the ancestors in the sect knew Su Yeshuan's true realm. But everyone knew that he was very strong. After looking at Yun Chongzi, then at Jiang Lian, they finally chose to give up. There's no way. It can't be done. Gu Huahai laughed and said without even having time to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead.
Yes, then it belongs to Chongyan Peak. I want you to live in Wanyan Peak now. And I just asked you to come and ask if you want. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Seeing the leader like that, Jiang Lian felt embarrassed for him. However, she wondered why she felt as if she had returned to Wanyan Peak since she only went to Shinsi Cliff for retreat and study, and would not live there permanently. Don't understand.
Since there's nothing else, should I go back first?
It's really awkward to face such a large group of people here, most of whom have bad intentions. Of course, except for her master, the third elder Shui Zonfeng, and a few other friendly ones.
Okay. Oh, by the way, nephew, please remember to go to the treasure pavilion tomorrow to find a suitable magic weapon.
Gu Huahai had a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened at all. Yun Chongzi almost lost his eyes when he saw his senior brother, the leader, being like this. Senior brother is really the most suitable person for the position of leader. Fortunately, he refused when the headmaster was choosing a successor. He couldn't do this kind of thing.
Thank you, master.
Jiang Lian was going back, and Su Yeshuan had no intention of staying any longer. He stood up and saluted Gu Huahai again and left with Jiang Lian's cigarette, but without looking back.
Make Gu Huahai so angry. When it comes to how frightened an apprentice master is who is stronger than you but disobedient. He is.
The leader and the others are really weird. Wan Yetfeng has never participated in resource matching. They forced me to go to Wan Yetfeng and brought the resources. Are Wan Yetfeng and the others planning to let Wan Yetfeng join the resource division?
As far as Jiang Lian knows, Wan Yanfeng has always been independent of several other peaks and has independent resources. And no one can pry it away. Or are they spying on Wan Yanfeng's resources and want to take advantage of them? Jiang Lian, who was idle and bored, began to wander randomly. At this time, Su Yeshuan's voice sounded cold and majestic and domineering. They don't dare. The two have returned to Wan Yanfeng. Su Yeshuan did not tell Jiang Lian. Under normal circumstances, the Jiang and Su families formed a jade pendant. If there is no accident this time, Jiang Lian will directly marry Kunlun when he grows up. After holding a wedding ceremony, she would live directly with him in Wan Yanfeng. Of course, Gu Huahai would still be her master in name. But due to unexpected changes, everything will happen slowly. Su Yeshuan didn't mean to rush her. He could wait for her to adapt to it for a few more years anyway. It is getting late. And in the world of immortality, ordinary people will practice at night. Of course, Jiang Lian is an exception. She is a person who can independently practice the movement of spiritual power even after sleeping. It seems that whether she meditates or not only depends on whether she practices while sitting or lying down. After returning to the room, Jiang Lian threw herself directly on the bed. Her good mood for sleeping was not affected by what had just happened in the main hall of Xianfeng. Just when she was about to close her eyes and sleep, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Su Yeshuan didn't come in. How could she look at him before he came in? Although the punishment can be reduced through Su Yeshuan, there is still a chance of being struck by lightning. She had better complete the task obediently. Otherwise she would be afraid of the consequences. She got up and walked outside. She wandered around but couldn't find anyone. Finally, she thought of the other room Su Yeshuan had prepared for her before, and tried to open the door. The exquisite furniture decoration is eye-catching. The room is soft, and it is a very comfortable place. It would be quite comfortable to live here if you didn't have a mission to do. What an evil system. Want to live here? Su Yeshuan's voice sounded outside the door, followed by a cough. Jiang Lian hurriedly turned around and looked over, only to see that Su Yeshuan's face was still pale and very weak. Mister, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Why does Su Yeshuan sometimes look normal, and other times seem to be seriously ill? It's okay. I'm used to it. Looking at Jiang Lian, Su Yeshuan continued, if you like it here, you can stay here. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter Wanyan Peak, and they dare not stay there for a long time. The wind carrying the sword energy is unbearable. But Jiang Lian did not feel uncomfortable at all during this period of time on Wanyan Peak, and his cultivation level continued to rise. After hearing Su Yeshuan's words, Jiang Lian hurriedly said, I still like the one next door. If I moved here, wouldn't the task be impossible? My life would be at stake. Okay. After saying that, Su Yeshuan walked into the room and sat on the bed. Jiang Lian was surprised. What's wrong with my husband? He subconsciously thought that Su Yeshuan would also go back to his original room. Looking at his posture, he thought he meant to live here directly. Nothing. Rest. Facing Su Yeshuan's magazine-free eyes, looking at her coldly and slightly gently, Jiang Lian felt embarrassed for a moment. For the sake of her mission, she gritted her teeth, closed the door directly, got on the bed, picked up the quilt, covered herself and prepared to sleep. Then I'll have some rest. Good night. It's a joke. The mission to get the growth gift pack is definitely a big mission. If you fail, the punishment will definitely not be 1 or 2 thunder disasters. When she thought of that terrifying posture, her heart trembled. In comparison, isn't this just like living in the same room? She is not afraid. At worst, she will be eaten up and wiped clean. Anyway, she signed the red jade pendant, and she can only follow Su Yeshuan in this life. It is impossible to get divorced. Otherwise the backlash is terrible. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian felt that her heart felt relieved and she became bolder. She secretly stretched out a hand from under the quilt and grabbed the corner of Su Yeshuan's clothes. She was afraid that if they left, she would have to face systematic punishment for cheating. Su Yeshuan, who had closed his eyes to prepare for meditation and breath adjustment, opened his eyes when he heard the noise and watched quietly as Jiang Lian closed the door, went to bed, covered herself with quilt, and went to sleep. His little girl always acted out of common sense. Let go! He tugged on the corner of his clothes, not daring to use too much force, for fear of not controlling it properly and hurting Jiang Lian. He tried hard to suppress the chaotic aura in his body, and his face became paler. Chapter 59 Entering the Treasure Pavilion. Jiang Lian giggled, full of flattery. Mister,
I'm scared. Just let me hold you.
The person who answered her was Su Yeshuan's eyes that looked like you were joking. You are usually very carefree. But now you are scared to sleep. This is outrageous. Although he knew that the little girl was pretending, Su Yeshuan did not expose her. He sat there and closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. The higher the cultivation level of the immortal and demonic body, the easier it is to become confused if the spiritual power is not under control. Once it is completely out of control, it only takes a thought to become an immortal or a demon. Seeing that Su Yeshuan had no objection and that his face gradually became less ugly, Jiang Lian fell asleep peacefully. The two people's breaths circulated, and Su Yeshuan, who was adjusting his breath, unexpectedly discovered that the spiritual power that originally took a long time to adjust was no longer chaotic. After a night of silence, Jiang Lian woke up a little happy the next day. Another day had passed, and there were still 8 days left to complete the task. I have never looked forward to completing a task so quickly. Today is the time to distribute rewards. The top 3 are special in that they can enter the treasure house once and are allowed to choose a weapon. Standing together in front of the treasure pavilion at Lingxian Peak, Jiang Lian felt a little emotional that the heroine deserves to be the heroine. Oh, she is so awesome. She has already taken away most of the crystals. Xia Miao can still get the second place. And the other one, Jiang Lian, also happened to know him as senior brother Sui Yun from Shuizong Peak, who was in the middle stage of Jindan cultivation. In the past, Yin Yin often took her to play with senior brother Sui Yun, so the two knew each other. Just after saying hello, the leader came over. Originally, Gu Huahai did not need to come to the treasure pavilion to distribute rewards. He was usually the third elder in charge of the annual competition. In view of what happened last night, out of a psychological effect, at least the eldest disciple showed mercy to the disciples of Ling Xiefeng because he valued him so much, and was not so embarrassed. No matter how bad it was, he could ensure that the second disciple was safe.
You are all our heroes in Kunlun. I hope you will continue to work hard in the future.
After the leader said some inspiring words, 3 jade plaques engraved with the tower of the treasure pavilion emerged from his sleeves.
This is the jade token to enter the treasure pavilion. If you put your spiritual power into it, you can enter.
After the leader finished explaining, several people were eager to introduce spiritual power into the jade tablet. Soon, several people were sucked into the treasure pavilion and found themselves inside. The walls more than 10 meters high are lined with shells, all of which exude precious light. The dim space was illuminated by those lights. After looking around, her master had already told her how to enter the exclusive upper level of Chongyan Peak before entering, so she went directly to the top without staying any longer. The entire top floor was different from the previous floors. It was deserted inside, with different light groups looming in the darkness. Master once said that even if you successfully enter the treasure pavilion, it still depends on whether you have the luck to enter the upper level. Therefore, Jiang Lian activated the Tianyin technique, and the Tianyin aura in his body circulated and gradually became stronger and stronger. In the darkness, a light group originally hidden in the corner became brighter and brighter, and flew towards Jiang Lian's position. Jiang Lian's eyes lit up. The magic formula was flowing again, and Tianyin's aura became even stronger. The sudden light ball came directly to Jiang Lian and enveloped her. After a moment, Jiang Lian looked at the changes in the surrounding environment, full of novelty, but he also observed it carefully. Master has said that the Tianyin aura is more likely to attract the entrance to the upper floors of Chongyan Peak Tower. The array disc inside has a spirit, and it only attracts those who are destined to enter it and have the aura of Tianyin. Once you enter, you need to be very careful. Each array has its own spirit and must not be offended. The giant green tree is full of life, and array discs of different sizes and styles are floating below, each one emitting supreme light. Not far away, there was a high mountain made up of formation discs, which seemed to be sleeping. Formation discs could be seen flying by everywhere in the sky. After Jiang Lian came in, he looked at Jiang Lian curiously, but it did not affect their swimming in the air. Jiang Lian looked at the giant tree carefully, and suddenly felt that it looked familiar. Why does it feel similar to the tree that appeared when she used Tianyin's sword technique before? The entire space is endless as far as the eye can see. With so many arrays, how should she choose? It is unrealistic to pick one by one. After calming down, Jiang Lian closed her eyes directly, and the Tianyin method circulated in her body again. Slowly, there seemed to be a light guiding her in the darkness. Walking towards the light, when Jiang Lian touched the light, she asked,
"Do you want to follow me?"
The light became brighter and brighter. And then a cold female voice sounded at this moment.
Okay, it's you. After so many years, I have almost taken root.
As she spoke, the female voice did not forget to urge.
Ma Lu's bloody contract is suffocating me to death.
The spirit of the weapon, the one who fell in love with her, turned out to be the formation disc that had already derived the weapon's spirit. Jiang Lian was secretly happy.
Okay, I'll make the contract right now.
When Jiang Lian opened his eyes, he saw that his hand was actually placed on the big tree. He was a little confused. He originally thought that what he touched was the formation disc, and he could just drop blood on it. Unexpectedly, what he touched was actually the only tree here. Seeing that Jiang Lian had not acted yet, the other old guys around her were already ready to make a move after sensing her Tianyan aura. The female voice asked again,
"Why don't you still have a contract?"
"Generally, there is only one spot, and if it is taken away by other old guys, she will suffer a big loss."
"Are you in the tree? Where should I drop blood?"
It's terrible to have no common sense. She hasn't found time to read the jade slip of academy knowledge given by Su Yeshuan. If you don't understand it clearly, you really don't understand anything. Jiang Lian was stunned by this question and immediately replied,
"Yes, there is blood dripping on the tree."
This was what she had imagined. In order to ease the aura and prevent it from being too powerful to directly burst the space. If the contract was successful, there would be no need to worry about this. Jiang Lian noticed that several breaths were flying towards her position, and she was a little confused. Just when she was about to break the contract with her fingers, another old voice sounded.
"Baby, don't make a contract with her. Make a contract with me. It is often said that there is a family. If you have a treasure, it will definitely maintain its value."
The other formations that were catching up were hovering around, ready to move. But the pressure from the giant tree made them timid. The formation that turned into a giant tree cursed angrily.
"Old guy,
you are so shameless. Do you have the common sense of first come, first served? Get away."
In terms of qualifications, she has lived much longer than the old thing. But she just doesn't want others to say she is old, let alone admit that she is old.
There is no such thing as first come, first served. There is only fate but not fate. Baby, you and I are destined.
The more the old man fooled her, the more sincere he became. Jiang Lian felt that she would be a great loss to the world if she didn't make the contract. She looked at the giant tree, and then at the array disc floating in front of her that looked like the black and white Tai Chi totem. She felt that the appearance of the giant tree was the most suitable for her technique. But the black and white Tai Chi totem also seemed to have inextricably linked.
How about signing too?
Chapter 60 Choose 2? This idea, the giant tree said disgustedly.
That's not possible. You can only take away one of your jade tokens.
After living together in this space for tens of thousands of years, there is no deep hatred. If this girl really has the ability to take them all out, then it doesn't object. What a big deal. But it must be the main thing. Hearing Jiang Lian's answer, the Tai Chi array glowed with excitement.
Okay, take both of them away. I can hide them.
Jiang Lian was just joking. But he didn't expect that the Tai Chi array disc could actually be used. Can he really take two of them out? But it would be useless to take her out of the sect and say that she will not belong to her.
How about I make a contract first, and come in next time when I have a chance?
This Tai Chi formation plate is no longer useful. How could I miss the opportunity that I have been waiting for so hard? Besides, next time. I don't know when the next time will be. Moreover, it felt the familiarity of the original owner in this person. It couldn't guarantee it. But maybe they have some connection? Jiang Lian didn't want to whisper to it. Anyway, he would make a contract first and wait and see what happened. As he spoke, Jiang Lian directly cut his finger, and the blood flew towards the giant tree. Soon enough, the Tai Chi array quickly flew over to catch the drop of blood and forcibly sealed the contract. The giant tree became angry, and gray clouds began to roll in the originally gray sky.
Old man, you are looking for death.
The light of the contract disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Tai Chi array felt that the giant tree was really angry, and flew directly into Jiang Lian's body. Nestling in the dantian and unable to come out, it was expected that the giant tree would never dare to take action against the little girl. It had been on guard against this girl for a long time. In the past, its owner often acted out of common sense like this, so it was used to it. The ability to adapt to changing situations has been developed. Jiang Lian was also confused at this time. He didn't expect that this seemingly calm Tai Chi array would be so shameless. Just after the Tai Chi formation contract ended, the mountain peak not far away suddenly collapsed, as if it had lost its support. The array formations next to it flew away in a hurry, for fear that they would be buried without enough time to run away in the next second. And those who wanted to get out would have no chance. Even more elusive, looking at the giant tree, she hesitated, feeling in her heart that she would regret not taking the giant tree away this time. Subconsciously, he looked at the red jade pendant on his neck again. Why don't you ask Su Yeshuan? The communication jade pendant cannot be used in the treasure pavilion. I hope the fate jade pendant can. Miss Sir, can I get more from the treasure pavilion? Su Yeshuan, who was not disappointed, replied to her. How many items do you want to take? Jiang Lian's eyes lit up. Is this a joke? I didn't expect that the jade pendant of friendship can contact the outside world. So the jade pendant that blocks communication has little meaning. Little did they know that the red jade pendant for bonding was the most special. In the world of cultivation, the level of trust between two people could be equal to one person. As for the Kunlun Treasure Pavilion, except for opening it once during the competition, the rest are those who have made great contributions. You can trust the sincerity of those who have made great contributions. The top 3 in the competition are usually those who have not yet reached the nascent soul stage, and they sign the red jade pendant at once. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is estimated that only the Jiang and Su families are in this special situation. Of 2 pieces? Could there be more? If she hadn't avoided getting into trouble for Su Yeshuan, she would have wanted to walk around the entire treasure pavilion. Okay, this is not a big deal. Wan Yifeng has the authority to obtain the magic weapon he likes in the treasure pavilion, as long as it is not too much and the people above him have no objection at all. Just 2 things. He still has this authority. Jiang Lian didn't know that Su Yeshuan was as happy in Kunlun as he was at home, and he could do whatever he wanted. So he happily thanked Su Yeshuan. Seeing the little girl standing there without moving, Jiushi panicked a little, fearing that the girl would just take the Tai Chi array away and leave it behind. Girl, hurry up and make the contract. Jiang Lian confirmed again. Did I have 2 formation discs? Can't I only have 1? I have mentioned it before when I talked about Tianyan magic. It has been like this for tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, there would not be so many Tianyan formations producing spiritual energy. If possible, all arrays would be unwilling. After all, the Tianyan breath is limited, and when the master improves his cultivation, they can also use the Tianyan breath to improve themselves. But this doesn't make much difference to old antiques like them. It's okay. Just 2. After getting the answer, Jiang Lian nodded and said, Okay. Without any nonsense, he forced blood to drip onto the giant tree again. Thanks to Gang's miscalculation, the giant tree is on guard this time. Those around them were afraid of the giant tree, so they didn't dare to step forward even if they were greedy. The contract formation lighted up, and the whole world was illuminated. Giant trees rose from the ground, and the space vibrated slightly. The formation discs that were originally around them fled faster. The distorted space returned to calm after the contract formation disappeared, and the surrounding area was gray except for the precious light of other formations. Jiang Lian was slightly shocked. She had directly taken away the 2 biggest contracts of the senior management. To be honest, I feel quite happy. Looking at the giant tree, it turned into a jade-colored array after the contract. It was small, but Jiang Lian knew that the energy inside was extremely powerful, and it was more terrifying than the previous Tai Chi array. I saw the jade-colored formation disc entering the Dantian and hovering directly above the Dantian. Qilong took the initiative to move under the formation disc. The gentle light warmed the Dantian almost as if nothing, making the green dragon below it feel so comfortable that it curled up and was full of energy, as if it wanted to rush out and fight at any time. After the giant tree disappeared, Jiang Lian was also teleported out of the high-rise space at the same time, all the way out of the treasure pavilion. Xiao Miao and Ji Suiyu were already standing aside, and the leader only nodded after seeing Jiang Lian being teleported out and said, We have chosen. That's it. I hope you will continue to work hard in the future. With that said, Ge Huahai took the lead and left. Xiao Miao and Ji Suiyu on the side were a little surprised. When they first came out, the leader took out a book and directly registered what they got. But why didn't Jiang Lian come out? Jiang Lian didn't know that this was happening. She glanced at Xiao Miao coldly. She remembered that in the illusion before, her Feiyu sword was restrained by the Qin Yao sword. She didn't know why. She always had a knot in her heart if she didn't understand this matter. I'll do some research when I get back.
Xiao Miao looked back. She was still dignified and beautiful. But she didn't have a good attitude. The illusion directly broke the superficial friendship between the same sect. And there was no need to pretend. Looking at Xiao Miao, who turned around and left. Jiang Lian choked. Snort. What's so great about it? Be careful if she lets Su Yeshuan go. He will be crushed to pieces. But having said that, she also has to work hard to improve her cultivation. All the characters in the original work are threats. And she also has the hatred of the Jiang family. You must become stronger. Ji Suiyun hasn't left yet. And he doesn't care too much about the special treatment given by the headmaster. Ji Suiyun has a good temperament. So the senior sister likes to take her to play with him.
Senior brother Suiyun, I'm going back first. And I'll come and play with you next time. Okay.
Ji Suiyun smiled slightly, feeling full of sunshine in his smile. She could actually feel that Ji Suiyun was interested in her senior sister. Otherwise her senior brother wouldn't have fought with him during the competition. I don't know who this great beauty, my senior sister, will end up with. Chapter 61. I'm willing to come back. Yu Jian returned to Wan Yanfeng. And Su Yeshuan was already waiting at the intersection.
Why is your husband here?
Jiang Lian found that his cold temperament could always make her lose consciousness for a moment. Su Yeshuan seems to particularly like to wear dark colors. With his pale complexion and occasional coughing, he really has a Yandra demeanor.
Take you up there and memorize the route, so that you don't go wrong by yourself in the future.
Jiang Lian remembered that Su Yeshuan sent her down the mountain before. But didn't she go up by herself every time? In order to let Jiang Lian see more clearly, every time Su Yeshuan took a step, the light of the surrounding arrays would flicker and become vaguely visible. Only then did Jiang Lian realize that there were arrays everywhere when he entered Wanyan Peak. So he hurriedly gathered his mind and memorized it carefully. No wonder she had always heard that Wan Yanfeng could go up if he wanted to. But she hadn't noticed it before. When they reached the mountain, Su Yeshuan asked with gentleness in his cold eyes.
Do you remember?
Jiang Lian nodded and asked curiously.
Miss Sir, why could I come up directly before?
If Su Yeshuan hadn't taken her away this time, she wouldn't have known about this situation.
You can come and go as you please from now on.
Su Yeshuan didn't explain much. And Jiang Lian couldn't ask for any specific answer when he looked like this. Thinking of what he had just asked Su Yeshuan in the treasure pavilion, Jiang Lian said directly,
My lord, how did you solve the problem of bringing two treasures out?
Although she calls her Mr. Su Yeshuan, and knows that she is bound to this person in this life, there are some things that cannot be directly requested. At least she cannot do them. If she asks clearly, at least she cannot let others take advantage of them.
Wan Yanfeng has the authority.
Su Yeshuan's unique voice quality made Jiang Lian feel happy.
No loss of profits?
Permission. I had long heard that Wan Yanfeng was rich in resources, but I didn't expect to directly give him the authority to treasure pavilion.
No loss. It doesn't matter if you get a few more.
Now in the eyes of those in the sect, Jiang Lian has returned to Wan Yanfeng. Hearing this, Jiang Lian said jokingly,
Then I am at a loss.
The world of cultivating immortals is all about chance. Anyway, she has always been very easygoing. If it weren't for the tragic ending of the heroine in the original work, and the system's occasional interruptions, she would have just stayed still.
I'll take you in another day.
Su Yeshuan replied seriously. It looked like he could enter the treasure house and take whatever he wanted. It didn't matter. Even Jiang Lian went in. And indeed it is.
Okay.
His eyes were full of light. And this money-obsessed look made Su Yeshuan smile in his eyes. Originally, Jiang Lian wanted to take out the two array discs to show to Su Yeshuan. But the red jade pendant companion was good for that. And there was no need to hide them.
Uncle Yin Chong is the best at Tian magic. You can go and show him.
At this time, Jiang Lian was surprised to find that Su Yeshuan was not good at it. He had always seemed to be omnipotent in her eyes.
Then I'll go find Master. I'll come back later.
Jiang Lian smiled with a smile in his eyes when he talked about Chong Yunfeng. After walking on the Chichu Linglong Bridge and having all the original memories, Jiang Lian's feelings for Chongyan Peak are different. Perhaps it was because Chong Yanfeng gave her a home when she was most difficult and helpless. When she was verbally attacked by other disciples, Chong Yanfeng still comforted her with the warmest heart, so that she would not be alone.
Okay.
Su Yeshuan was startled when he saw Jiang Lian's heartfelt joy. But he quickly recovered. Judging from the information discovered during this period, Chong Yunfeng did treat his little girl well, and therefore, he was willing to give Yunchangzi, her nominal master, the respect she deserved. Thinking about the reason why the Jiang family was wiped out by Xucheng, it seemed that someone had been covering up the whole truth. Someone did everything deliberately, and even guarded against them. The truth of some facts can be known using some special means. But after many years, people have deliberately destroyed the information about what happened back then. And there is no trace of it. When Jiang Lian left, Su Yeshuan's eyes flashed coldly. Dare to take such precautions. But they underestimated his strength and the little girl's growth ability. And they will definitely make him pay back 100 times in the future. There is no one around at this time. If there is a powerful person present, he will definitely recognize Su Yeshuan circulating spiritual energy and demonic energy mixing and competing with each other, as if fighting for sovereignty. However, this situation was soon overturned by Su Yeshuan. Suppressed. At this time, Su Yeshuan looked calm, as if nothing had happened. When he returned to Chongyan Peak, it was dinner time. Jiang Lian came to the master's cave in search of the scent. He saw stacks of delicious dishes on the stone table in front of the yard. And there was a steaming pot in the middle. Her master, brother, and sister were sitting around the stone table enjoying a meal. Hot pot.
It smells so good,
Jiang Lian said as he came to the stone table and sat down on the only remaining stool. Yin Yin smiled happily when she saw Jiang Lian coming over and took out a pair of bowls and chopsticks from the space. She didn't look like she did before entering the illusion, wanting you to look good without explaining clearly.
Thank you, senior sister.
Jiang Lian took out a piece of cooked meat from the pot with a playful smile. I don't know what kind of spiritual animal meat it is, but the meat is very delicious. It was slightly different from what she had eaten before. Jiang Lian found that the taste of spirit beast meat in this world was really different. Spirit beasts had different tastes. She had the urge to eat all the spirit beast meat in the world. If Su Yeshuan knew what she was thinking, he would definitely say in his unique cold voice,
"It's not impossible to realize it."
When he was almost done eating, Yin Yin said with a straight face,
"I'm willing to come back."
Things have been quite busy these days. And the master also asked the junior sister to tell them herself. Therefore, Yin Yin still hasn't figured out that Wan Yifeng, which originally did not allow outsiders to enter, actually asked the junior sister to go to Shinsi Cliff to study, or live there directly. But what she cares about is not why she can go to Wan Yifeng. Yun Chongzi watched the two female apprentices playing with a smile, and had no intention of interrupting. He has always been like this. Very easygoing in everything. As long as he doesn't touch his bottom line, or touch the people he cares about. Sidu Luyun, on the other hand, had always been taciturn, and just looked at his senior sisters with a smile as a backdrop.
"Hey! I'm back now."
Jiang Lian smiled stupidly, with a flattering look on his face. Looking at the little junior sister's naive appearance, Yin Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud, and her stern face did not tighten.
"Did you have food there? How was your stay? Did senior brother make things difficult for you? Were you injured?"
Yin Yin did not ask why she went to Wan Yin Peak. She only cared about whether it was a good place to go. The most important thing for a cultivator is fate. It is her opportunity for junior sister to go to Shinsi Cliff to study, which is a great thing. Being chased by his senior sister, Jiang Lian didn't feel any disgust at all, but felt warm in his heart. Chapter 62. Each has its own characteristics.
"There is something to eat. The food cooked by the puppet over there is delicious."
When I think of that food, even though I am eating hot pot in front of me, I can't help but salivate. After swallowing, Jiang Lian continued,
"I live well. I'm not injured. And senior brother didn't make things difficult for me."
Yin looked at the junior sister seriously, and felt relieved when he saw that she was not cheating. Seeing that the junior sister couldn't help but get greedy when she talked about the food, she asked curiously,
"Is it that delicious?"
"Can't resist the craving for delicious hot pot?"
"Yes. It tastes very special anyway. How does it compare to this hot pot?"
When asked by his senior sister, Jiang Lian subconsciously replied,
"Of course, each has its own characteristics. They are all delicious."
I was secretly grateful for her cleverness. She really had a good sense of crisis. Otherwise, the senior sister would probably talk about her later. But she felt warm in her heart. After chatting for a while, Jiang Lian took out the formation disc in the space ring that Su Yeshuan had given him before, and turned it on directly, blocking out all exploration from the outside world. I asked Su Yeshuan before how far he can be isolated. He replied that even with his strength, he might not be able to detect it. This is really amazing. Everyone was surprised that Jiang Lian brought out such a high-end formation disc. They were also glad that she had grown a lot and knew that she had to use the formation disc for protection, so she would have less worries when going out in the future. It is impossible to grow without going out to experience.
"Master, I went to the treasure pavilion this morning and successfully entered the upper level and obtained the formation disc.
As she said this, Jiang Lian took out the Tai Chi array. Originally, Jiang Lian wanted to take the jade-colored array that was transformed from a giant tree. However, the jade-colored array told her that it was not recommended to take it out unless absolutely necessary, and that she would use the Tai Chi array normally. The plate is ready. As soon as Jade Formation Disc finished speaking, the Tai Chi Formation Disc flew out and landed in Jiang Lian's hand. It seemed that Tai Chi Formation Disc also agreed with Jade Color Formation Disc's opinion. Soon Jiang Lian verified the meaning of Yu Zhenpan's words from his master's reaction. They were all so surprised when the Tai Chi array came out, and they would probably be even more surprised if the Jade array came out.
Yin and Yang spin.
Yun Chongzi, who was always calm at all times, was shocked when he saw the Tai Chi array. Yan and Situ Luyun didn't know the Tai Chi array at first, but they were surprised when their master told it its name.
Master, do you think what the junior sister got is the Yin Yang spin and the Xian Bao Lu?
In the end, it was Yan who asked first. Jiang Lian heard Xian Bao Lu for the first time.
Senior sister, what is Xian Bao Lu?
This question instantly swept away the solemn and mysterious atmosphere. Yun Chongzi and Situ Luyun subconsciously looked at Yan, while Yan looked at Jiang Lian with a somewhat incomprehensible but fond look.
Zuan Bailu is a record book of all the treasures that once were powerful in Xianing continent. We Chong units in Feng's library. Junior sister, you can go take a look when you have time.
Jiang Lian had no consciousness of being a scumbag and was found not studying well. His face was extremely calm, and he even asked with surprise.
We also have a library in Chongyan Peak. Where is it?
Yan looked like you are going too far. I've never been there, and don't even know it exists, he explained helplessly and dotingly.
The place where you used to be yelled at by your senior sister when you were grilling meat at the door is the library of our peak.
To say that Jiang Lian really didn't know. In his memory, he introduced Qi into his body not long after he went to Chongyan Peak. And then he lived in a hazy life under the control of the original work. It seems that one time she suddenly wanted to eat barbecue, and there happened to be a lot of trees nearby. The branches of those trees were particularly fragrant for barbecue, so she directly found a yard to prepare for barbecue. As soon as the fire was lit, it was extinguished by the senior sister who came over. She was originally in a bad mood and became even worse after being scolded by her senior sister. She did not listen to what her senior sister said at all. It turns out that is the library. When Yun Chongzi saw his young apprentice lost in thought, he smiled and scolded.
You can do this. In fact, each peak has its own independent library. The ones on the main peak belong to the entire sect, so there are relatively more. However, the most complete one is Wan Yanfeng's library.
After speaking, Yun Chongzi reminded,
Lure can go to Wan Yanfeng library to study if you have time. It will be beneficial and harmless.
Going to Wan Yanfeng's library is not a strange thing to Jiang Lian, but it is incredible to Yan and Situ Luyun who are unaware. Didn't junior sister go over there temporarily to study? Why are you even allowed to enter such an important place as the library pavilion? You know that is Wan Yanfeng. The sect has always been a legendary place. Although they were confused, the two of them had no intention of finding out. The junior sister and master who should know would tell them. Jiang Lian on the side didn't know that his senior brother and sister's thoughts had changed 1,000 times. If he had known, he would have explained the matter clearly with a smile. Being engaged to Su Yeshuan and becoming a Taoist couple was not a shameful thing. But she hated hiding it. Knowing that Wan Yanfeng's library was the most complete, Jiang Lian thought of the problems he encountered in the battle with Xia Miao. Maybe he could go back and look for answers. She didn't want to rush to ask Su Yeshuan and her master. On the road to cultivation and growth, she also needed to rely on self-perception. She would find the answer by herself. If she couldn't find it, she would need help. Thinking about Jiang Lian, he returned to the topic and asked,
Then what is the yin and yang swirling in Xian Bao Lu like? Is it very powerful? There are not many records of yin and yang Xian in the records. The most memorable thing is that it was the natal magical weapon of the demon lord and Taoist monks tens of thousands of years ago. It was precisely because of it that Zhou, you became the largest country and became so powerful. All sects are afraid of its existence.
Yin is still responsible for explaining, and they are all used to it. In the past, Yun Chongzi was worried that he would suddenly go into seclusion without anyone to take care of his younger apprentice. So the usual pattern was that the older apprentice would be responsible for explaining, and he would add additional information. It has become a habit over the years. Hearing that there was a demon king and a powerful country here, Jiang Lian became interested and used his spiritual consciousness to communicate with the Tai Chi array.
Are you really Yin Yang Xian?
The old voice sounded in my mind again.
That's right. It seems that my previous name was that. Then what's your name now?
Are there any points?
The past is past. It has been too many years. And I have been drowsy. Now you can just pick one for me.
The old voice reminded Jiang Lian, as if he had seen through Jiang Lian's thoughts.
Baby, I know you are curious. But now my memory is a bit confusing, and I can't remember clearly what happened in the past. I'll tell you about it later when I can figure it out some other time. Okay, that's settled.
Although the gossip failed, Jiang Lian remained curious. Chapter 63 Double Promotion.
There are demonstrations on these. Lure will go back and take a look first. If you don't understand anything, I will explain it to you separately.
After taking the jade slip handed over by the master, I found that it was different from the usual one. It was bigger, like a book, and several large jade slips stacked together looked like a pile of books. Jiang Lian felt as if he had gone back to reading when he was in school in his previous life.
You can watch after inputting spiritual power.
Seeing the little apprentice playing with it, Yun Chengzi thought that she was new to it and didn't know how to use it. So he reminded her.
Thank you, Master.
When the spiritual power was poured in, the jade slip opened like a book. The light enveloped the entire jade slip, and the text analysis above it was suspended. There was a little man holding an array disc beside him, who was demonstrating based on the text. Jiang Lian looked at the words on the jade slip with great interest, and compared it with the evolution of the villain on the side. The more he looked at it, the more magical it became. It can be so precise, and the analysis and evolution of each sentence is also super accurate. Gradually, Jiang Lian forgot that he was with Master and the others at this time, and became fascinated by it. Yen and Sita Luyun on the side were dumbfounded. Can anyone enter samadhi so quickly? It is very difficult in this world to enter a state of concentration and selflessness. Some people may not have the opportunity to enter concentration in their lifetime. But the little junior sister has entered concentration so quickly. Several people did not dare to make any sound. But Yun Chengzi was relatively calm. The two clans of the Su family and the Jiang family had full bloodlines and became Taoist companions. He knew only those who had gone to Kunlun. He had seen such horror before. As the breath circulated, the spiritual energy and Tianyin breath in Jiang Lian's body began to move automatically without even realizing it. Even Situ Luyun and Yen, who were sitting next to her, felt it. That mysterious feeling was felt even by those sitting next to him. And even the breath in their bodies began to flow unconsciously. Yun Chengzi was surprised. Fortunately, the eldest apprentice and the second apprentice both had a solid foundation. They looked at the changes in the sky with joy in their eyes. Yen and Situ Luyun looked at their master at the same time. Seeing him nodding, they understood the situation at this time, and hurriedly entered the cultivation state calmly. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and there was a faint hint of gold. Yun Chengzi hurriedly arranged the lightning protection array that he had prepared before. I don't know how long it took, but Jiang Lian woke up. The dark clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower, and it felt like they were about to hit the ground. Oh my god! This battle. Did something happen that she didn't know about? Then he looked at his senior brothers and sisters.
Master! Senior sisters? Are they about to advance?
A double thunder disaster. Is it too late for her to escape from the scene now? Although she was afraid of thunder, she hesitated at such a critical moment when she thought that her brothers and sisters, who were like relatives, were going through a catastrophe. Subconsciously looking at the formation disc on the table, Su Yeshuan said that if someone happened to be undergoing a tribulation around her, and her cultivation had just passed a major stage, she would take out the things prepared in the space, which would have a protective effect, although the master had already laid out the formation plates. With a dangerous person like her around, Jiang Lian still worried about taking out the formation plates prepared by Su Yeshuan and placing them on them. Arrays within arrays formed quickly, and after the formation disc was opened, the thunder and calamity that was about to fall in the sky began to brew again. Jiang Lian was slightly frightened. Was he preparing for something bigger? The first 2 times I was struck by lightning were all caused by the system. If the system didn't issue a task this time, would it be the same? Jiang Lian, who was worried, asked.
System, won't it cause other thunder disasters this time? Won't.
At this time, Jiang Lian had never felt that the cold sound quality of the system was so beautiful. Jiang Lian, who was relieved, sat there quietly, and the thunder and lightning in the sky kept falling down. Although it was a thunder disaster between two people, the overall power was not as great as that of Xiao before. Every lightning strike was protected by the formation disc. The hood blocked it. Gradually, the power of the thunder tribulation became weaker and weaker. When the thunder tribulation completely dissipated, auspicious clouds appeared in the sky. The thick auspicious clouds contained a slight golden light, and the spiritual power of Yan 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 and Situ Luyun became more and more solid.
These two people are very lucky. There are many benefits in following your sudden enlightenment and promotion when you are in Samadhi.
Listening to the words of Tai Chi array in his mind, Jiang Lian asked curiously,
What are the benefits? The benefits are great. If the prediction is correct, the two people's golden elixirs will definitely contain the golden Tianyan aura at this time, and it will be easier to advance in the future.
Jiang Lian didn't understand this.
Don't senior brothers and sisters all practice Tianyan magic?
Isn't it normal to have Tianyan aura in the body?
Yours is different. I can feel that there is a breath of heaven in your body, but I don't understand why it is like this.
It is also very curious about this. The giant tree boss should know. But after the contract, it gradually falling into a deep sleep. It would not make a sound if there was nothing important. And it did not dare to disturb the boss's rest at will. The breath of heaven. It sounds very cool. When I first read the original work, I said that the male and female protagonists are the darlings of heaven. She, the female partner, has the aura of heaven in her body, which is really intriguing. Soon Yan 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 and Situ Luyun finished their work and opened their eyes full of excitement and joy. After getting up, he saluted Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian was so frightened that she ran away.
Senior sister, senior brother, what are you doing? You can't do it. Junior sister, this is what you should receive. It's a great favor and there's a cause and effect.
Yan 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 was there to persuade. Situ Luyun also nodded with the same idea. Jiang Lian smiled and said,
Brother and sister, even if you are wrong, you have shown me great kindness. Did I salute you? Besides, you are still my brothers and sisters.
As he spoke, Jiang Lian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said mischievously,
Then, if you really thank me, cook a big meal for me next time. I want it to be delicious.
The three of them all laughed at her appearance. And Yun Chongzi spoke.
Follow your junior sister's wishes, and just keep the rest in mind.
The world of cultivation also looks at Xinqing. His 3 disciples have all been tested. Who can say for sure in the world of cultivation? Although I have suffered losses before, I am still willing to believe that these little ones will not betray their trust. Having this kind of kindness may be a good thing.
Yes.
The 2 of them bowed to their master.
Huh?
Sensing that there were outsiders coming outside, Yun Chongzi motioned to Jiang Lian to put away the formation discs first. And he waited for his young apprentice to put away the formation discs before putting away the ones he had arranged. The people who came were the head Guhuahai, Huyan Feng Qian, Zhuzhang Feng Guyu, Kunyu Feng Yingyu, and the 3rd elder Zhang Butao and others. Guyu was the most familiar with Yun Chongzi. He looked at the 3 disciples behind Yun Chongzi and said congratulations with a smile, while others also said congratulations. This Chongyan peak should not be underestimated from now on. Suddenly 2 true disciples advanced at the same time. And the young disciple was Wan Yinfeng's fellow Taoist. Although most of the resources of the major mountain peaks were taken away by Chongyan Peak this time, things have already happened. The peak masters did not do anything to make things difficult. They are all from the same sect and will earn it back next time. Moreover, they also found that their disciples were more diligent. Furthermore, they were willing to give this face to Yun Chongzi for his past behavior. And secretly, Tianyan's skills were somewhat fearful. Chapter 64 Entering the Meditation Cliff. Guhuahai was secretly glad that he was facing his junior brother Yun Chongzi at this time. If he was not offended, he would always be a happy-go-lucky person. A few people chatted for a while, and then dispersed. The rise of a new generation in the sect was a good thing. Several people gave gifts one after another. Jiang Lian did not expect that he would also have one. As he happily prepared to return to Wan Yanfeng, he did not forget to remind his senior brothers and sisters.
Don't forget the big meal.
She is definitely serious about eating delicious food. Situ Luyun smiled gently and nodded. And Yan 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 said in a funny voice,
I know. I won't forget it.
No one will forget you, little girl. It was almost night after experiencing a thunderstorm at Chongyan Peak. When Jiang Lian returned to Wanyan Peak, he found Su Yeshuan sitting at the dining table with the puppets standing beside him. After a moment of confusion, Jiang Lian walked to the dining table with a smile.
Mister, are you waiting for me?
Yeah. The voice was still cold. And then he asked the puppet to put the food on the table. People who seem cold and aloof sometimes make heartwarming actions unexpectedly. Smelling the fragrance wafting in the air, Jiang Lian couldn't help but ask,
Mr. Master, can you let the puppet teach me how to cook some other time? It's so delicious. I'll probably go out to the wilderness secret realm for a long time. If I don't have to eat,
I'll probably do it.
So greedy.
Look at his miserable appearance. As if he would starve to death if he really went out. Su Yeshuan's cold voice still had no waves.
You have to eat.
Jiang Lian's eyes lit up.
Really? Delicious?
She didn't know what Su Yeshuan meant when he said this. But the only thing she confirmed was that it was best to have delicious food. Food soothed people's hearts. Sometimes she felt more at ease after eating delicious food.
So be it.
Su Yeshuan didn't say much. But Jiang Lian began to look forward to the food trip to the secret wilderness. To say that some people's thoughts about the secret land of the wilderness are mostly a vision of opportunity and crisis. But no one has ever turned it into a vision of food, completely treating it as an outing. Are you saying that her newborn calf is not afraid of tigers? Or are you just too careless and happy to take things as they come? After dinner, Su Yeshuan asked her to go to Shinsi Cliff later. It doesn't matter if she goes. But what about her system tasks? In desperation, Jiang Lian showed her 120% acting skills, with tears in her eyes. She blinked twice for fear of getting more tears. Her look was so pitiful that it made people feel distressed.
Will you stay there together?
Su Yeshuan, who had experienced this instant change of face several times, was almost used to it, and replied very calmly.
Okay.
Jiang Lian felt relieved, but still pulled his sleeve and emphasized.
Then it's settled.
Su Yeshuan nodded, still being held by the princess, and stepped directly through the void to Shinsi Cliff. He looked at the dry old tree opposite. It was dark at night, and the wind with sword energy was blowing, making one or two sounds from time to time. In this atmosphere, Jiang Lian, who had always been as bold as an ox, shrank in his arms, looking pitiful, in order to prevent Su Yeshuan from being able to complete her mission if he was not always by her side.
Mister, I'm afraid.
Jiang Lian's coquettishness is not the kind of coquettishness that is disgusting, but rather a naughty look that makes people know at a glance that this girl is up to something again. Su Yeshuan, who had nothing to do, was willing to play with her and did not expose her.
Well, I won't leave.
There is a large cave inside Sitting Cliff. It is empty, but there are many sword marks on the surrounding walls. From those sword marks, Jiang Lian can clearly feel the supreme sword intention contained in them. You must know that the sword marks left by the sword cultivator with the sword's intention are simply an excellent benefit for the sword cultivator. Something that cannot be obtained. There are a lot of sword marks all over the cave. Probably more than a dozen. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Jiang Lian felt the pressure of the sword marks in the cave. The sword energy was fierce and her blood surged. Fortunately, there were jade arrays and tai chi arrays in her dantian, so she would not vomit blood and fall to the ground. Su Yeshuan put her down and took her towards the cave.
Follow me and get used to it first. Yes.
Obediently walked behind Su Yeshuan. At this time, Jiang Lian found that the pressure that had been on her seemed to have been relieved a lot in an instant. But it was not all removed, but was obviously slowly increasing.
Sit cross-legged and take a look first.
Jiang Lian sat down very obediently, but still looked at Su Yeshuan worriedly.
You won't leave?
Anyone who is angry will definitely be annoyed by Jiang Lian. Su Yeshuan was not impatient at all. He nodded and said,
Well, I will stand next to you.
Although she was mostly pretending, Jiang Lian felt inexplicably warm at this moment. She knew that Su Yeshuan would not go back on his promise. So she sat cross-legged with peace of mind, closed her eyes, and began to feel everything around her. The fierce wind made her hurt, and it was difficult to concentrate. It took a lot of effort for Jiang Lian to calm down. As a result, as she prepared to further perceive the selected sword intent, the aura in her body began to surge, and a fishy sweetness rushed up, vomited blood directly. At this time, Su Yeshuan quickly picked her up, dispelling the pressure condensed on her body, and left Shinsi Cliff directly after picking her up. When Jiang Lian returned to the main hall, he breathed a sigh of relief, and the chaotic atmosphere also eased a little.
Where is this?
It's still a room, but the big bathtub in the middle is confusing and even fascinating. The waiting puppet poured buckets of potion made from spiritual herbs into the bathtub. After filling the bathtub, he left the room and even closed the door. Are you preparing for a medicinal bath? Jiang Lian, who didn't think much at first, was stunned by Su Yeshuan's next words.
Take it off.
What? Did she hear it right?
Can't you take a bath with your clothes on?
Jiang Lian's eyes were full of questions at this time, changing her previous delicate demeanor.
No effect.
He gently put Jiang Lian down, but the wound caused by the sword energy was more serious than the last time he was injured by the sword. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he felt a heartbreaking pain, which made Jiang Lian hiss and gasp. Air conditioning. Seeing her like this, Su Yeshuan felt inexplicably depressed. With a cold face, he directly started to do it himself. Although it hurt, she was shocked that Su Yeshuan directly helped her. Although she was beaten by him last time, she was still mentally weak. He said hurriedly,
I will do it myself. I will do it myself.
Facing those cold eyes, Jiang Lian wondered if she was overthinking it. Apart from being able to do irrational things when he is in trouble, when he is sober, his stoic appearance makes people think that it is insulting to suspect that he will do bad things.
Okay.
Su Yeshuan held her with one hand and put the other hand behind her back, preparing to hold her in after she was done. The cheeky Jiang Lian's face was almost as red as a monkey's butt, and even his voice was shy.
Can you turn around?
Chapter 65. Good looking. Seeing her like this, she couldn't move her hands away. Her hands were shaking, and she was panicking. Su Yeshuan nodded and turned around.
I'll just stand here. Don't turn around. Just call me.
With the little girl's current state, he was a little worried about falling down and not getting up. Su Yeshuan's reddish ears, who had his back turned, clearly betrayed his mood, but his calm and cold look was well concealed. In addition, Jiang Lian was too busy taking care of himself at the moment to pay attention to anything else. Even the slightest movement of my hand was excruciatingly painful. How could it be so uncomfortable? After holding on to the wooden bucket with great effort, Jiang Lian felt that her whole body was almost cooked, and she was dripping with cold sweat and felt like she was exhausted. When she first entered Shinsi Cliff, she realized how it could be so serious. With a headache, I looked at the large bathtub half a person's height in front of me, and tried to climb up, but it became even more uncomfortable. Su Yeshuan sighed when he heard the sound, hugged her in, and quickly closed the lid. At this time, Jiang Lian only had his head outside, with a red face.
You, don't change your promise.
Come here.
Got eaten.
As a result, Su Yeshuan said, there is a time limit for the effectiveness of the medicine.
The voice is calm and waveless, and its unique sound quality makes people feel a little chilled after listening to it, and all random thoughts are gone. Jiang Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, Su Yeshuan took out a bottle of medicine and a book, opened the lid and said,
it may hurt a little. Please bear with it.
The pain Su Yeshuan mentioned was probably really painful. Jiang Lian completely forgot about being shy. Besides, the color of the water was so thick that he couldn't see clearly, so he didn't pay that much attention in his heart. He looked nervously at the medicine bottle in Su Yeshuan's hand.
Miss Sir, what does this do? Strengthen the muscles and bones, absorb the sword's intention, and improve the perception.
Their immortal and demon bodies have a special constitution. This method can complete the perception of Shinshin Cliff more quickly than ordinary people. It will only be more difficult, but it is not without other solutions. Method. The jade slip in his hand floated in front of Jiang Lian, and the words on it appeared instantly.
Look at the above formula and enter Samadhi. Enter Samadhi. She had just entered trance during the day today.
Miss Sir, didn't you say that it is difficult to enter trance?
Some people even never have the chance to enter Samadhi in their lives. She remembered that in the original book. Even Xia Miao, who had the luck of heaven, seemed to have a limited number of times to enter Samadhi and achieve enlightenment.
Immortal and demonic bodies are fine.
It's even a state of being able to enter concentration whenever you want. This was a bit unbelievable. But she knew that Su Yeshuan had no need to deceive her, since it was beneficial. He did it. Therefore, Jiang Lian calmed down and gradually emptied his mind, looking at the words floating in front of him. The formula slowly came out, and the spiritual power in his body began to flow naturally. Gradually, Jiang Lian found that she had entered a very mysterious state, ignoring the outside world, and did not even notice that Su Yeshuan poured the liquid into it and closed the lid. The dark blue potion in the bucket turned into gold instantly after the bottle of potion was added. The whole bucket was full of spiritual energy. If you open the lid and look at it, you will definitely see that the meridians on Jiang Lian's body are wrapped in golden spiritual energy. and stripes of gold are all over his body. Su Yeshuan sat aside, after seeing golden lines appearing on the little girl's neck. But she didn't react at all. He took out another book from the space and started reading. Time passed bit by bit. And when Jiang Lian woke up from his trance, the golden liquid in the barrel had turned into water. Crystal clear. My body was numb, but unusually comfortable, as if my whole body was full of strength. I tried to clench my fists, and found that even moving my fists last night made me feel very uncomfortable. But today I felt nothing at all. His eyes were full of light. In just one night, Jiang Lian found that his cultivation seemed to have improved a lot again, and he was probably not far from the perfection of the golden elixir. Then Jiang Lian remembered her mission and hurriedly searched the room. She found Su Yeshuan sitting not far away reading a book, and she was secretly relieved. 3 days have passed since the 10-night mission, and we are one step closer to success. Wake up! With a calm tone, Su Yeshuan put away the books. After a night, the red ears had dissipated and looked normal. Get up when you wake up and get ready to eat. After saying that, Su Yeshuan walked towards the door and closed the door very considerately. Seeing that there was no movement, Jiang Lian tried to push the lid of the bucket and found that it opened easily. The originally thick concoction turned into clear water. Jiang Lian looked at herself. Her skin seemed to have gotten better, and her body's own strength had become stronger. Is this what is called body training in the world of immortality? Looking at the clothes that Su Yeshuan had neatly put on the table aside, Jiang Lian's face was slightly red. There was another set of clothes on the tray beside him, including a red bottom coat, a black robe with gold patterns, and a complete set of clothes. If it weren't for the fact that they were women's clothes at a glance, she would have suspected that those were Su Yeshuan's clothes. He put away his original sex clothes and put on the suit Su Yeshuan had prepared, and found that it fit him surprisingly well. When Jiang Lian was getting dressed, she also discovered that there were protective array totems painted on the clothes, which were floating in the light and hidden in the darkness. It's actually a cassock. The robes distributed by the sect to true disciples are also protective. But judging from the level, this one is definitely better than the one in front of her. She doesn't know the specific level. Thinking of this, she really lacked knowledge, and she would have to supplement this knowledge in the future. After getting dressed, Jiang Lian walked out without hesitation. After searching around, he couldn't find Su Yeshuan. Finally, when he was near the kitchen, he met him coming out. He looked behind Su Yeshuan curiously and found that the back was empty. There was no puppet, and there was no one in the kitchen. Maybe they had just cooked and eaten, and the smell in the kitchen had not yet dissipated. Okay, let's eat. Seeing Su Yeshuan looking at her clothes, Jiang Lian turned around and asked, Does it look good? The whole set of clothes looks good, is not complicated, and is very convenient for movement. Jiang Lian fell in love with it unconsciously after walking around in it for a while. There was gentleness in his eyes, and his tone was softer in comparison. Good looking. She is really good looking. The little girl has a fair complexion and doesn't care about the color. The style of this outfit makes her look more heroic. Jiang Lian smiled happily, with crooked eyes, and didn't even carefully study why Su Yeshuan's cooking puppet wasn't following him. There's no one in the kitchen. Is it packed away? Jiang Lian's doubts arose again until she looked at the puppet standing at the dining table placing dishes and chopsticks. It turns out that the puppets were not put away by Su Yeshuan, but were all busy here. But who cooked this meal? Su Yeshuan? Jiang Lian quickly rejected the idea in his mind. The possibility of this idea seemed to be almost zero. What a handsome person he looks before me. His cultivation level is still so high, let alone cooking. He probably hasn't even eaten like a mortal for decades. Right? Maybe the puppet came out first after cooking? Chapter 66 Two Possibilities. In the world of immortality, her master is probably the most unique. He loves to eat and can cook. When the food was placed on the table, Jiang Lian was attracted by the aroma and quickly stopped thinking about it and started to eat happily. Jiang Lian was surprised to find that even the food that entered the body today turned into huge energy and integrated into every part of the body. Although it could increase before, it was not that much. Don't practice any more before the end of Sitting Cliff. Okay, what about swordsmanship? After the battle with Xiaomiao, she discovered many shortcomings in herself, and she still needed to work hard to improve. At this time, the two people at the dining table were sitting there wearing clothes of the same color, but they seemed to match each other exceptionally well. No, if you're bored, you can go into the library. Now is the time to consolidate. If you practice in other ways, Your cultivation will definitely increase quickly. But this foundation is not solid enough. Their physiques are special. They are not afraid of increases in cultivation, but they are most afraid of a weak foundation. After listening to Su Yeshuan's explanation, Jiang Lian suddenly realized that she had information that she needed to check in the Buddhist scripture pavilion. So it would be right to read more books. Good. After dinner, Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan's clothes of the same style and said with a smile,
Miss Sir, is this Wang Yanfeng's unique clothes?
Su Yeshuan's eyes were slightly startled. And then he said,
That's right.
Wang Yanfeng has always existed independently, and its members are fixed Su family bloodline members and their partners. They are not forced to wear Kunlun's clan uniforms. Since which generation did they both wear the same clothes? He didn't know it. But every time he made cassocks, he would make another set for women as usual.
Doesn't it matter if I don't wear the clan uniform?
Everyone in Kunlun is proud to be a disciple of Kunlun, and it is rare to see someone not wearing the clan uniform.
It doesn't matter. Kunlun Zongfu is not mandatory.
Seeing his little girl asking this, Su Yeshuan looked at Jiang Lian and asked seriously,
Don't you like it?
Jiang Lian smiled and quickly denied.
No. I like it very much.
It's good if there is no mandatory requirement. At worst, you can change back to the religious uniform when necessary in the future. After wearing the religious uniform for so long, it is good to occasionally change the color and style.
Whatever you like.
Su Yeshuan took out a space storage bag and said,
Take these as well. Wear whatever you like.
Jiang Lian took it strangely. And when he checked it, he found that the boxes inside were filled with robes of different colors and styles. The quality level was no worse than the one he was wearing now. And some were even better.
So much.
Don't tell her that these dozens of boxes are all clothes. Then it would take her several years to wear one outfit every day. Not to mention the cassocks. That is a robe that is worth countless spiritual stones. It is obvious at a glance that it has strong defensive power. There are so many of them.
It's okay.
I don't know when it started. Anyway, he has formed a habit since he went up the mountain. As long as his robes are made, he will make them in pairs. After hearing this rule, Jiang Lian suddenly felt a bit like the little girl in ancient times who saved a dowry since she was a child. Under the leadership of Su Yeshuan, Jiang Lian came to the library pavilion and looked at the magnificent building, the protection of the magic circle, and the fluorescent light surrounding the entire library pavilion. Compared with the library above Lingxian Peak, why do you think this place is more prosperous? If nothing went wrong, the little girl would have lived directly in Wang Yanfeng when she came to Kunlun. So the identity jade token belonged to Wang Yanfeng. Now that she has become a worshipper at Chongyan Peak, she has another identity jade token. Jiang Lian was a little confused when Su Yeshuan handed over Wang Yanfeng's identity jade token.
I have the sect's identity jade token.
After saying that, Jiang Lian realized belatedly that she was talking nonsense.
Well, I'll give you this too, so you can use it to enter and leave various places in Wang Yanfeng.
Jiang Lian nodded, and then dropped blood on the jade identity plate. Jiang Lian's name appeared on the other side of the plate engraved with Wang Yanfeng. In Kunlun, the identity jade plaques all have Kunlun's unique totems. And the colors on the identity jade plaques of different peaks are also slightly different. Lingxian Peak is blue, Huiyan Peak is red, Chongyan Peak is gold, and Shuozhang Peak is cyan. Kuinyue Peak is brown, and Wanyan Peak is black with a golden totem, which is a very unique style. Seeing that the little girl didn't refuse, Su Yeshuan put a smile on his face.
Go in and see whatever you want. Remember not to tell anyone.
Jiang Lian nodded. This request is very normal. Every sect and every mountain peak attaches great importance to their own collections. In the world of cultivation, these are indeed rare treasures, and the existence of each sect's heritage. After Su Yeshuan took her into the library, he found a place outside to put on a recliner and read a book. Under the sunlight, Jiang Lian looked at him and felt that his whole body was radiating light. Jiang Lian was stunned for a moment and then shook his head in a funny way. Wang Yanfeng's library is very neat and clean. Jiang Lian understood the key after seeing the unique preservation circle for books on the ceiling. Everything is automated, and with these advanced magic circles, there seems to be no need to worry about the preservation of the books. The entire library was very large, and Jiang Lian searched for relevant books purposefully. He originally thought it would take him a long time to find out about the problems he encountered during the previous battle with Xiaomiao. There are two possible reasons for that situation to happen. One is that the opponent's technique is incompatible with it, and the other is for high-level weapons. That is, The opponent's sword has a sword spirit and can control two swords at the same time. The first possibility was directly rejected by Jiang Lian. Xia Miao's skills were mentioned in the original work, and most of them were Kunlun's skills. Kunlun's skills cannot be controlled by themselves, and others are impossible to control, at least now. The second possibility is that it is extremely unlikely that there is a mark on it, because there are very few people in the world who can produce sword spirits. Or in other words, since no one can enter Time Wation anymore, those who can produce sword spirits are probably those old antiques. But Jiang Lian felt that this second option was indeed the most likely, and she was even sure that she had found the answer. It seems to have been mentioned in the original work when Xia Miao fell into the secret realm and was framed. What Xia Miao got was the sword spirit. A sword spirit that had been sealed in the secret realm for many years was directly stored in Xia Miao's sword. It is not impossible that a powerful sword spirit can control two swords at the same time. But with her feather sword level, no matter how powerful the sword spirit is, it is almost impossible. In order to be afraid that he would miss the real answer, Jiang Lian asked the system, "System, can other sword spirits control Feiyu's sword?" Feiyu's sword seems to have a sword spirit, but it was lost. Only then did Jiang Lian remember another mission issued by the system to find the sword spirit. Maybe she had a direction to look for. "That's impossible. The only one who can control it is its own sword spirit." After saying this, Jiang Lian never spoke again, no matter how he asked other message systems. But the answer in my heart is already looming. And it can even be said with certainty that the sword spirit in Xia Miao's sword is Feiyu's sword spirit. Jiang Lian himself was shocked. Chapter 67 Shy. In this case, it may be necessary to start a robbery. After all, she was the sword spirit of Feiyu's sword, and she had a system mission. If she didn't complete it, he would probably strike her with lightning again. I originally thought that even if Su Yeshuan was the villain, he would not form a deadly feud with the protagonist unless he was forced to do so. But this happened. It is impossible to seize the sword spirit without making enemies. But how to seize it requires careful planning. "System, do you think this is considered a thief?" In the original work, Xia Miao was invincible with her green sword. "No. The sword spirit has already sensed its own body that day, and they haven't formed a contract yet. Before the contract, it is not hers. Therefore, it is not considered theft. This is its maximum disclosure and relief. For the host, it's easy. It's so heartbreaking." Just when the system was talking, the two formation discs in Jiang Lian's body seemed to sense something, and they restrained their breath. As if they were holding their breath. They didn't dare to take a breath. When the system's voice disappeared, the two formation discs slowly relaxed. Fortunately, the Tai Chi formation plate Yin and Yang Xian has a jade color formation plate on it. And the old thing is the most cunning. It knows that since the one who made the contract directly entered the host's body did not come out to stop it, then they are safe, and there is no need to worry. But I also know that in the future, I should protect the host more. In the past, they had always been indifferent. If the current host died, they could still wait for the next host to appear. But it was different now. That person could not let them relax. After sensing the existence of the system, the light of the jade-colored formation disc became softer, and the admiration emitted invisibly. But it did not do anything, but quietly continued to enter a deep sleep. That day is not far away, and everything will return. We have been waiting for hundreds of thousands of years, so there is no rush for this moment. Jiang Lian was extremely surprised when he heard the system's explanation. He hasn't signed a contract yet. Has her chance come? She remembered that Xia Miao, the sword spirit, did go through something in the original work, and that was also one of the important points where her relationship with Su Heng, the male protagonist of the original work, heated up. The location seems to have taken place in a secret realm in the wilderness. Anyway, the tasks previously released by the system had no time limit, so she was in no hurry. The storage capacity of Wan Yanfeng's library is indeed astonishing. Jiang Lian found that there seemed to be no restrictions at all, and even there are indeed many ingredients in this world that can help with body training, but they are all very valuable, and prescriptions are even rarer. In large sects, some disciples are allowed to practice physical training, but most of them don't because it is rare. Even if it is available, the effect is not that good, and it takes a long time. Under Su Yeshuan's gaze, Jiang Lian obediently finished a large jar of medicated food, and then rested for a while, still being carried by Su Yeshuan, directly to Shinsi Cliff. This time is much better than yesterday. When I sit cross-legged and comprehend, I can touch the energy contained in the sword intention, but not much. The sword energy was so sharpened that all the bones in his body hurt even when he moved his fingers. Jiang Lian was still very shy today and insisted on doing it by herself. As a result, she almost lost her breath. Then she was carried into the bathtub by Su Yeshuan again. And the tofu was eaten again. Jiang Lian, who has already experienced it once, is familiar with how to do it. So it is not difficult. However, before closing her eyes and falling into meditation, she still looked at Su Yeshuan nervously, for fear that he would escape if she didn't pay attention. So what happened to her these days? The mission fell short.
I do not go.
After receiving the assurance, Jiang Lian breathed a sigh of relief and then obediently entered meditation. After a silent night, the 4th day's mission was passed safely, and there was still almost half of the time to keep working hard. During the day, I still soaked in the library pavilion. In the evening, I took a medicinal meal and went to Cece Cliff and then came back to take a medicinal bath. On the 4th day of taking a medicinal bath and the 6th day of the mission, Jiang Lian was in so much pain that she didn't want to move, since he almost fainted on the ground before finishing his clothes yesterday. Jiang Lian gave up struggling, held Su Yeshuan's hand, and said tremblingly,
Mister, my whole body hurts. Please help me.
If it weren't for the almost exhausted look and the embarrassed image, one would have thought she was a female hooligan. Although he would get eaten every time in the past few days, Jiang Lian felt a little embarrassed when he actually faced a handsome man taking off his clothes with a cold face. Su Yeshuan's movements were quick, and soon Jiang Lian got into the bath and took a medicinal bath. Looking at the little girl in the barrel, Su Yeshuan secretly gritted his teeth at the annoying little girl. Little did he know that his hands were shaking a little. A dignified monk in the tribulation stage, who has seen a lot of things in the world, was actually cowed in front of the little girl. The normal face was completely different from the original hug directly into the bucket. The picture of just now appeared in my mind. I recited the Qingxin mantra silently in my heart. The book I had not finished reading before appeared in my hand again. After continuous efforts, I finally calmed down again, with what Jiang Lian thought was a peaceful night. The 6th day of the mission was sped peacefully. When he faced Su Yeshuan the next day, he was a little shy at first, but when the other party looked cold and could not see anything unusual, Jiang Lian suddenly felt that he was making too much of a fuss. It is actually very scary for people's habits to become natural. Jiang Lian would still be shy on the 2nd and 3rd days, but after discovering a wonder of the world, he forgot his original reserve and even did not forget to tease Su Yeshuan.
Miss Sir, why are your ears red?
It was the first time I discovered that Su Yeshuan's ears were actually red. Why didn't she notice it before? Su Yeshuan had a straight face, not at all embarrassed about being discovered by Jiang Lian. But Jiang Lian found that his ears were even redder, and it seemed that even his neck was a little red. It turns out that monks in the tribulation stage are just like ordinary people when they are shy. I even think it's a little cute. Su Yeshuan's shy way is really special. There was no scolding at all. After Su Yeshuan finished everything in silence, he still sat aside. He looked at Jiang Lian, who was already entranced with some amusement. This little girl was obviously the one who was being read, but she was the one who made her feel embarrassed. He himself? I originally thought that Coke's night would go by peacefully, but I didn't expect a strange movement to occur in the middle of the night. Su Yeshuan looked at the frequently struck seal deep in the sword tomb. The magic formula in his hand shook, and the seal on the sword tomb was immediately reinforced again. When everything settled down, Su Yeshuan stopped his gesture, and his expression was abnormal. He was pale, and his coughs kept coming out, but he tried his best to hold it back for fear of startling Jiang Lian. Chapter 68: The Risk of Becoming Possessed. The breath became more and more chaotic, and Su Yeshuan had to sit down cross-legged again, trying to adjust his breath to control the violent fairy and demon breath in his body. At this moment, Jiang Lian, who was originally in trance, heard an alarm sound in his mind.
The target of the strategy is in danger of being possessed. Please take corresponding measures in time. Otherwise the series of tasks to save you and my black husband will automatically fail.
5 thunders of punishment.
Jiang Lian, who was not awake at first, was instantly startled awake by the sound of 5 thunders coming from the system's built-in sound effects. If she woke up in time, she would usually be grateful for the system's reminder, but this time Jiang Lian felt that she was almost unconscious from the pain. Gritting her teeth, the endless pain at this time made her whole body numb, and her whole nerves were screaming. Even the expression on his face was distorted. The pain made her want to curse, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. Hoping to be more awake, so she could see Su Yeshuan's state clearly. The pain made her unable to concentrate. But she also saw Su Yeshuan's condition. At this time, his aura was chaotic and even worse than the last time in the pavilion. Jiang Lian was slightly frightened. She felt a little embarrassed when she remembered how she couldn't control it last time. In addition, the pain in her body made it difficult for her to even get out of the bathtub. Remind the host that the Su family's immortal demonic body was banned when they entered Kunlun. Once it becomes a demon, it will be destroyed soon. This is also mutually beneficial. Someone suppressed the seal under the sword tomb and saw the birth of the demon king, while Su those with full family bloodlines were able to survive, and even became a strong backing for the Su family. The system's reminder made Jiang Lian feel uncomfortable for some reason. He didn't think much, and didn't care that he was still in the medicinal bath. He turned over and jumped out of the barrel, and fell directly to the ground. Jiang Lian was so painful that his whole body was rolled up into shrimps. His voice was trembling, and he tried to make his voice louder with difficulty. "Mister, wake up." After shouting several times, just when Jiang Lian thought Su Yeshuan didn't hear, Su Yeshuan opened his eyes. His dark eyes were different from usual, bottomless, and the black aura was floating faintly. He looked at Jiang Lian quietly with his eyes open, with a dazed look that did not reflect what happened at this time, as if he was suddenly overwhelmed by the chaotic evil energy and had not yet reacted. Jiang Lian screamed secretly when she thought that Su Yeshuan might be directly destroyed by the restriction in the body. She couldn't care about anything in her heart. Even the pain seemed to disappear. Holding on to that breath, Jiang Lian threw himself directly towards Su Yeshuan, put his hands on the ground, and spread his breath into Su Yeshuan's mouth. At this time, Jiang Lian couldn't care less about being reserved. Just like last time, Jiang Lian found that she couldn't move, but the pain caused by the medicine did not disappear at all. The pain was so painful that she almost lost consciousness. At this time, Su Yeshuan completely lost consciousness. After an indescribable period, Su Yeshuan looked at the two people facing each other calmly with annoyance on his face. He held Jiang Lian and felt guilty in his heart, but he also felt more sorry for his little girl. Originally, they were supposed to hold a wedding ceremony first. Although he has contracted the jade pendant of marriage and is considered a serious Taoist couple in the world of cultivation, he understands the mistake he made. He promised Jiang Lian, but failed to do it. He was ashamed of Jiang Lian. After Su Yeshuan's breath entered the body, Jiang Lian's condition, which was originally tortured by the drug's effects, gradually improved, and the inexplicable premonition that the troublesome breath would appear if his cultivation level was higher also disappeared. As if everything was smooth. There was no obstacle, and she had a certain connection with Su Yeshuan. "I'll take a nap first. I'm exhausted." It was really difficult for her to be tortured by the liquid, and also tortured by the irrational Su Yeshuan. She was surprised by Jiang Lian's reaction when she saw him wake up, but she felt as if this was the reaction a little girl would have. Jiang Lian slept like this all day and night, and she was still stunned when the system notified her that the task was completed and rewarded her with a growth gift package. After calming down, Jiang Lian sat at the dining table and ate the prepared medicinal meal as if nothing had happened. God knows how long she has been mentally building up. How long she has been secretly shy. How long she has been struggling. And even thought of several plans on how to face Su Yeshuan again. In the end, she decided to let herself go. Not just doing what a couple should do. And it was legal for them. Besides, why is she so shy? Su Yeshuan is probably even shyer than her. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian, who was so shy that he almost buried himself, felt relieved and calmed down. He even paid special attention to Su Yeshuan while eating. "Huh? My face is not red. My ears are not red. And my neck is not red either. Su Yeshuan is not shy anymore? What are you looking at, madam?" Su Yeshuan felt the mischievous malice in the little girl's eyes, and asked a little funny. Jiang Lian was stunned by Su Yeshuan's new title of Mrs. How about we change the title? Although they are a legitimate and serious couple, the word ma'am sounds uncomfortable to them. Then what are you calling? Junior sister? After thinking about it for a long time, Jiang Lian gave up. There seemed to be countless people in this sect who could be called junior sisters. She was not very happy in her heart, but she didn't delve into the reason for her unwillingness. So she rejected it and said, "Forget it, madam. Just Madam Bar." The two of them finished their meal as usual. It was already dark, and their physical condition had recovered after a whole day's rest.
seeing Su Yeshuan sitting aside leisurely. He had no intention of calling her to go to Shinsi Cliff.
Miss Sir, are we still going to Shinsi Cliff today?
Su Yeshuan said last time that the medicated bath will take more than half a month in total and cannot be interrupted. Otherwise you will have to start over. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian instantly grimaced. She didn't want to experience that painful feeling again if she could. But in order to become stronger, she can endure it no matter what.
You don't have to go today. You can rest for 2 days before going there.
Meeting Su Yeshuan's gaze, Jiang Lian tugged at her lips, trying to make herself smile brighter.
Mr. Sir, do I have to start over?
I was looking forward to hearing unnecessary words from Su Yeshuan's mouth later.
It depends on the situation.
At this time, the restriction in the body has been broken. The little girl is the daughter of the Jiang family, and the hidden dangers caused by the full blood have completely disappeared. The ability to withstand Shinshin Cliff must have been improved. And therefore it is still possible. We will decide based on the situation when we get it. But it is certain that we will need to take a medicinal bath again. Jiang Lian slumped down on the chair and lay on the table. Alright. At least it's not a direct decision to start over.
Don't want to continue?
Su Yeshuan's voice was soft at this time, and his eyes were no longer concealed.
That's for sure. TSK. The pain of waking up from trance just halfway through the effect of the medicine is almost as painful as being cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts.
At this time, the feeling of guilt became even stronger. Su Yeshuan touched Jiang Lian's head.
I'm sorry. I won't let you experience that kind of pain again. I promise.
Chapter 69 Incredible. Suddenly facing such a tender Su Yeshuan, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. In the past, he was always cold and cold. Even though she was special, she could clearly notice the difference just because he didn't have a cold face. What a big gap now. Some are incredible.
Then it's agreed.
When I think of the pain before, my scalp feels numb just thinking about it.
It's agreed.
Su Yeshuan replied seriously. Jiang Lian was free for the next 2 days, because she could not use her spiritual power or practice. So she could only play in Wanyan Peak these days. It was natural for the two of them to sleep in the same room. But surprisingly they were just sleeping. It's a stupid system. She said that the mission had a purpose. Look, they will all be together from now on. Only then will the system not even send a mission. In the next few days, Su Yeshuan was like a cold gentleman. Jiang Lian was curious whether he could be so crazy only when his state of consciousness was abnormal. 2 days later in the morning, Su Yeshuan asked her to take the medicinal meal and then informed her to enter Shinsi Cliff again from today on. To be honest, it seems that I have gotten used to the pain. This time Jiang Lian found that he could fully grasp the meaning of the sword and comprehend it. This was a big improvement. But when the first sword intention was about to be comprehended, Jiang Lian spit out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed in Su Yeshuan's arms, and was taken back to take a medicinal bath. Entering the shower room again, Jiang Lian couldn't help but recall that shameful scene. Her first time ended on the floor here. Su Yeshuan may not remember it due to the confusion of her breath. But she was awake and conscious throughout the whole process. Little did he know that Su Yeshuan, who was deemed unable to remember what happened that night, actually had the scene in his little girl's mind appear in his mind at the same time. It was simply a high-definition and uncensored replay. Not to mention that at that time, although he had lost his ability due to the confusion of the immortal and demonic auras, reasonable, but still aware, but all used to suppress the gas of immortals and demons. A short time of preparation before entering the bucket. But the two of them felt like a century. Jiang Lian, who was already sitting in the barrel, couldn't help but wonder, what would Su Yeshuan be like when he was sober? Before she could go too far, Su Yeshuan flicked her forehead. The force was not heavy, but she quickly came to her senses.
Calm down and enter concentration quickly.
Little girl, do you think they will share some ideas after they become husband and wife? Of course, this can be controlled. But Jiang Lian doesn't know and doesn't know how to do it yet. So the fragrant pictures in Jiang Lian's mind also come back to Su Yeshuan's mind. Covering his forehead, Jiang Lian just pretended that Su Yeshuan called him before he fell into trance. He glanced at Su Yeshuan secretly and said,
Miss Sir, you won't be in trouble again tonight.
Right. Although the worst thing is to have sex as a couple again. We are still taking a medicinal bath. It's really scary to temporarily withdraw from meditation.
No.
Su Yeshuan was stunned for a moment, knowing what she was afraid of, and looked seriously into Jiang Lian's eyes.
I promise. There won't be another problem tonight.
Jiang Lian was relieved now and entered Samadhi again with peace of mind. Although she was scared before, her mentality quickly adjusted. Anyway, as long as she didn't quit temporarily, she wouldn't feel the pain. Su Yeshuan looked at Jiang Lian, who was everything normal after entering meditation, and recalled what the little girl was thinking and what she had just asked. It is true that the immortal and demon body can be relieved once it performs Zhou Gong's etiquette, but it needs to be paired with the method of dual cultivation to completely solve the hidden dangers. The current Jiang Lian is not suitable, and she will have to wait until she succeeds in body training. Otherwise, dual cultivation will easily lead to improvement in cultivation, and then it will be troublesome to start from scratch. Jiang Lian, who was entranced on the side, didn't know that she was swaying alone, while her aloof and inviolable Su Yeshuan was secretly studying how to eat her, when to eat her, and how to eat the best. The effect comes. That picture is absolutely mind-boggling. For several days in a row, Jiang Lian habitually fell into trance as soon as he entered the bathtub. Only then did Su Yeshuan realize that the little girl had not looked at him pitifully recently and told him not to leave, saying that she was scared. Are you not afraid anymore? A annoying little goblin. Su Yeshuan was still sitting there reading a book as always, waiting for her medicinal bath to end. Finally, on this day, Su Yeshuan told Jiang Lian that he could stop taking medicinal baths and start practicing. Jiang Lian was still not used to it. She gained a lot from meditating every day. Later, she discovered that those mysterious techniques were the sword intention techniques that she had comprehended, and she could use them more freely and smoothly. Standing in the enlightenment cave of Shenxi Cliff, Jiang Lian could walk freely, and was not even afraid of being injured to the extent that his body was bruised.
Miss Sir, is my body refining completed?
The flexibility of her body has become better, and her strength has become stronger. The energy in every part of her body makes her feel like she is invincible. This kind of inflated complacency must never be allowed. So Jiang Lian specially adjusted himself.
Well, it's done. Although the protection ability is stronger than before, you still have to pay attention to safety.
In fact, with the strength of her body, the little girl could easily knock Jin Danqi away with any punch.
Allah! Although I have become more resistant, I will definitely cherish your life as your wife, and I promise not to act recklessly.
She was used to being called Madam by Su Yeshuan all day long.
Yeah.
The little girl is not a reckless person, so she doesn't say too much. The magic formula in her hand vibrates, and the lines of the magic circle around her light up. After calming down, the sword intention on the wall turns into substance, but it blocks the magic spell. Outside the array,
you can come here every day to practice swordsmanship and use this.
As he said this, a jade bamboo sword appeared in his hand. It was crystal clear, and its level could be seen at a glance. Why do you feel that this thing in front of you is more fierce than the previous one? Jiang Lian said with some surprise.
Mister, no need. You gave me one before. Well, the previous one was for protection, so I took the lead, and this one is used as a weapon.
Seeing Su Yeshuan's calm and gentle look, Jiang Lian became even more curious and asked,
Do you have many of these, sir?
There are a lot of jade in the world, and it is even rarer to find one that is so tough or even of a higher grade than the Feiyu sword she repaired and synthesized. It's not for nothing that she has been hanging around in the library recently. She has learned a lot more about the world. From what she knows, this may be the only one in the world.
Yeah, a big piece.
It means you can use it as hard as you can. But if it's not enough, there will be a lot more. This was even more surprising. But with the lessons learned from the pile of things in the previous space ring and the pile of robes, Jiang Lian quickly calmed down. He took the jade bamboo sword and said to Su Yeshuan with a smile,
Thank you, sir.
That money-obsessed look made Su Yeshuan's eyes filled with smiles. Holding it in my hand, I found that this jade bamboo sword was more powerful when used, and it looked really fierce.
These two have the same origin and can be used as sword wielders. They can be combined to make a long stick and spear.
Sun Wukong's ever-changing golden cudgel? Jiang Lian, who was trying to get rid of the ghost, asked.
Can it also be used as a whip?
Chapter 70. A surprising scene. Su Yeshuan was stunned for a moment, and then said,
If you want a whip, you may need its branches. I will make one for you another day.
Madam wants it. Arrange it.
Branches? It's a tree?
Otherwise, why did Su Yeshuan just say a lot? A large area?
It wasn't before. It hasn't been used for a long time. It grows by itself when inserted into the soil.
Seeing the little girl's curiosity, Su Yeshuan rubbed her hair and said warmly,
Your cultivation is not enough. I will take you to see it when I get there.
The little girl might not be able to bear it if she enters a world with her current cultivation level. So I won't take her there again in the future. If people from the outside world knew that Su Yeshuan was taking Jian Lian, they would think he was crazy. You must know that it is another space in Dantian specially created for the magic weapon of birth. How can outsiders enter? Besides, how could anyone get in? Unless there is another mystery. Next, Su Yeshuan taught how to use the formation in the cave. And then he thought about asking the little girl to learn the formation too? Or other skills. In this way, time can be consumed, and the cultivation will not be unrealistic, because it is too fast. It can also condense and consolidate the cultivation. Su Yeshuan withdrew, stood at the entrance of the cave, took out a chair, and sat there reading a book to pass the time. Behind him, Jian Lian was wielding the Yuju's sword. After each sword skill became proficient, the corresponding sword intention would enter the formation through the formation, transforming into a human-like light group, holding a lightsaber to fight Jian Lian. Originally, Jian Lian subconsciously tried to fight Qi Feng Fuyun sword against Tianyan's sword technique, but found that it was completely useless. Even the swordsmanship he had learned before was not enough. Jian Lian's eyes lit up when he used the same swordsmanship. Is this a targeted swordsmanship exercise? It's so powerful. At first, Jian Lian would be knocked to the ground because he was not familiar with swordsmanship. Later, he gradually became proficient and began to be able to handle it. Only then did Jian Lian truly realize that such a powerful sword energy didn't hurt her at all. The results of the physical training were really shocking. And the pain on her elbow told her that it was not because the formation reduced the damage. It's really gratifying. The hard work these days has not been in vain. In the following days, Jian Lian would come over to practice swordplay during the day, and she would definitely take some time to read in the library. The more she understood the world, the more she wanted to know more. And every time Su Yeshuan would follow her, inseparable, almost becoming her exclusive accessory.
Miss Sir, aren't you busy?
Su Yeshuan's eyes left the book in his hand and looked at Jian Lian. He looked calm and answered without thinking.
I'm not busy. Then you can do other things. You don't need to protect me. I will stay at Shinsi Cliff and the library pavilion and won't run around.
It would have been more dangerous for her on One in Peak if it were like in the past. The wind like a razor blows every time. You have to worry about getting hurt or scratched a few times. But after completing the physical training, Jian Lian found that wind was not a threat at all. And even more blows could temper the strength of the body again. Now she can wield a sword against the wind without any problem. Apart from the inaccessible sword tomb, she probably also visited the entire One in Peak.
Well, what do you want to eat later?
Jian Lian became happy when he talked about eating.
Anything is fine.
Jian Lian came up to Su Yeshuan and asked expectantly.
Mr. Sir, can I not take any medicinal food? Don't you like it?
He looked at Jian Lian's expression seriously, for fear of missing her true thoughts.
There's nothing I don't like. I think it's quite delicious. But it would be even better if there were other delicacies.
Ever since she came to Wanya Feng, she felt like her mouth was being teased. Even the medicinal diet is not bad. But after eating the same medicinal diet for so long, I still miss other foods.
Good.
Su Yeshuan left, and Jian Lian didn't think much about it. Although he still wondered if the puppet could directly send messages through the air and order the other party to perform certain actions. Or is Su Yeshuan still going to deliver the ingredients? After continuing to practice swordsmanship at Shinsi Cliff for a while, Jian Lian didn't know the specific names of these swordsmanships. Anyway, the more she learned, slowly, she found that many of them could be mastered. From the great to the simple, she felt like she was about to touch it. There is a certain threshold, but it's just not fully understood yet. She put away the jade bamboo sword, and she didn't know if it was an illusion. But she found that she and the jade bamboo sword seemed to have a better understanding now. But this is not her contract. And such a situation is impossible under normal circumstances. When she learned that the sword spirit on the Qing Yao sword had no contract, and she could get it back at any time, she asked Su Yeshuan what she would do if someone else took advantage of Kai and snatched the jade bamboo sword away. As a result, Su Yeshuan told her no. Even if she lost it, she would automatically return to her. Although he didn't know how Su Yeshuan did it, Jian Lian was relieved. While I was talking, I quite enjoyed using the Yuju sword. After a while, I returned to my residence and smelled the aroma of food from a distance, which was different from medicinal food. Saliva rolled in his throat, and he started to be greedy before eating it. He couldn't wait to find the smell, and came to the kitchen. She was about to leave for the secret wilderness in a few days. Did she need to learn something? No matter how much you rely on others. Relying on others is the most reliable thing. Although Su Yeshuan said she didn't have to worry about food, she felt insecure. She has never cooked anything in this life. But at least, she has a certain foundation in the previous life. In addition, Chinese cuisine is not limited. She feels that she will definitely be able to cook delicious food after learning. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is very hard. Jiang Lian is about to face her first Waterloo on the road to gourmet food. Entering the kitchen, Jiang Lian looked at the scene in front of him in shock, blinked his eyes, and felt unconfident. What did she see? Su Yeshuan was actually cooking, and his movements were extremely skillful. The entire kitchen was very clean, and the puppet was not there. Jiang Lian almost thought he was hallucinating. She knew that Su Yeshuan was omnipotent, but even cooking the food so delicious was too much. Although her master is also a good cook, and her senior brothers have also been trained by the master to be good at cooking, they also have shortcomings. They are not as versatile as Su Yeshuan. They seem to know everything and know many things. Jiang Lian couldn't think of any adjectives to use to describe Su Yeshuan, but her impression of him was that of a flower on the high mountains. Cool and inviolable. And she had never thought about such earthly and down-to-earth things as cooking. It will be something he can make. But looking at Su Yeshuan cooking at this moment, Jiang Lian wondered why this person was so suitable for cooking. It feels particularly eye-catching. Jiang Lian, who was staring blankly at Su Yeshuan for a moment, didn't notice that he had stopped and looked at her. "You can eat. Let's go," he said, and put the food on the plate one by one. This time Jiang Lian still couldn't tell what the specific ingredients were, but there was no doubt about the spiritual energy contained in it. Just like a person who likes to eat tomatoes has never seen a complete tomato. If you go to the vegetable market and really want to buy a tomato, you don't know what it looks like. She has seen a lot of ordinary ingredients. But these Su Yeshuans are definitely not ordinary ingredients judging from the amount of spiritual energy in them. Chapter 71 Together. Jiang Lian was thinking wildly, and was speechless all the way until she took the first bite, and the familiar taste from this time filled her taste buds. Same taste. Even if the same ingredients and the same dish are cooked by different people, the taste will definitely be different. Therefore, Jiang Lian quickly recognized that Su Yeshuan had cooked it all this time. "Miss Sir, was it not the puppet who cooked it from beginning to end? But you?" Su Yeshuan nodded calmly. Their immortal and demonic bodies were different from others. In order to prevent their cultivation from progressing too fast, they had to find things to occupy their time on weekdays. I happened to find a bunch of related books in the corner of the library one time, so I read them without any trouble. It was only after I discovered that the little girl kept the habit of eating that she started to practice it. Jiang Lian was almost starry-eyed. "My husband? Can you teach me how to cook it?" This is the second time the little girl has asked him. The first time she mistakenly thought the puppet cooked it. And this is the second time. "Really want to learn?" Su Yeshuan continued. "Don't worry about not having food to eat when you go out. I will help you arrange it. Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Lian shook his head. "I still want to learn. There are so many skills that I can't bear to overwhelm myself." Not only can you learn cooking skills, but you can also watch Su Yeshuan cook, which is the best of both worlds. "Okay." Next, Jiang Lian looked at the half-cooked and somewhat dark pieces of meat, wondering whether he could really cook before. "You need to learn to control fire first." After Su Yeshuan's explanation, Jiang Lian finally understood the truth. Spiritual food is different from ordinary ingredients and requires the control of spiritual power. Even the pot is specially made. Jiang Lian looked at the pots in the kitchen, probably using them as magical tools. "Do you still want to learn?" His wife raises her own food. In fact, even if the little girl doesn't know how to cook, he is still there. But her interest in learning something is also very important, and he doesn't want to dampen her fun. "Learn." Jiang Lian was inspired to fight at this time. Cooking was a trivial matter in her previous life, so there was no way she would starve to death in this life. As long as you work hard, there is no embroidery needle that cannot be sharpened. Looking at the wasted ingredients, Jiang Lian felt a little painful. It would definitely be delicious if cooked. "Sir, how about I start making it with ordinary ingredients?" It is indeed difficult to practice such high-level spiritual beast meat from the beginning. "Okay, but you have to fight it yourself. Make it yourself." "Does that mean you prepare the ingredients yourself?" "Well, it's getting late. I'll take you to Thunder Goosen tomorrow.
You can choose what kind of meat you want to eat.
Thunder Ancient Forest. The ancient forest closest to Kunlun has a vast territory and contains countless high-level spiritual beasts. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard about Thunder Ancient Forest. In addition, thunder and lightning are active in that area from time to time, so ordinary people dare not enter at will. Su Yeshuan, are you serious? Aren't you afraid that your wife will be raped by a terrifying spirit beast? Directly die in a foreign country? Jiang Lian complained in her heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Although her current level of cultivation is relatively low, and she is no longer a rookie, Thunder Gusen is a bit beyond the standard. She feels that it would be better if her level of cultivation is higher.
Mister, why don't we look for ingredients somewhere else? I'm afraid that I won't be able to cook the meat from Thunder Gusen.
Although Thunder Gusen also has lower-level spirit beasts, there are rich species in it, and some even live in groups. If you really want to kill any little ones, if there are a lot of old people coming, it will definitely be a tragedy like poking a hornet's nest.
You can do it. You can get some food and get some exercise at the same time.
Although the little girl has fought countless times in the meditation cliff during this period, they were all dead animals. She was really asked to go outside and fight against living creatures. Which one? It's not a life and death game. It's better to practice more. Otherwise she won't be able to follow him when she goes out to practice in the future. And there are many dangers outside, so unexpected situations may happen, and she needs to improve her abilities. Knowing that Su Yeshuan was doing it for her own good, Jiang Lian agreed directly without refusing.
There are relevant recipes in the library, including methods for processing the meat and ingredients of various spiritual beasts in this world. If you like cooking, you can go find them and watch them.
There are even recipes. The library is really all-encompassing. However, she was still quite interested, so she agreed with a smile. The two chatted and walked, and soon arrived at the room. Jiang Lian was going to throw herself on the bed and fall asleep as usual. There was nothing more comfortable than practicing while sleeping. As a result, Jiang Lian unexpectedly found a book on the bed.
Practitioners must first understand the true function of internal and external yin and yang. Then it is very easy to succeed when you go to work at home. Only by cultivating both life and life can you become a heavenly being.
The method of dual cultivation? Jiang Lian looked at Su Yeshuan subconsciously. It turned out that this person was not a stoic, but a coquettish one. This book was not placed by her, but by Su Yeshuan.
Madam, you can appreciate the inner magic.
What? TSK? I used to wonder how this man could be so stoic. Even his wife had gone away. Why didn't he react at all? So she was waiting here. Su Yeshuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked extremely lazy, completely different from the previous flower of the high mountain.
Ma'am, would you like to practice dual cultivation together?
The tone of these words sounded a bit like teasing her, and it was refreshing. Isn't Su Yeshuan shy when the old tree blooms? Looking at Su Yeshuan seriously, he found that he was not shy at all. Jiang Lian, who deliberately teased him, raised her eyebrows, which was even more embarrassing. She hooked his chin with her fingers and said with a smile,
"What's wrong with such a beautiful man?"
That little look really deserves a beating. If it weren't for the height difference, Jiang Lian would have been right next to his face. And her voice was flowing and charming. By the way, in the world of cultivation, will she still grow taller at her age? Although it is quite high, it will not be drowned in the crowd. But standing next to Su Yeshuan, there was still a head and neck gap. And I was afraid that I would be suffocated to death if I hugged him. It's not that she is too short. It's that someone is too tall. Su Yeshuan's heart was agitated by what the little girl did to him, but his face remained unchanged. These days have been magical. Are you really not shy anymore? Out of curiosity about the book, Jiang Lian couldn't wait to read it. But what she didn't know was that after she turned around, someone's ears turned red, and he quickly retreated. People who cultivate immortality have extraordinary memories, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they can never forget anything they see. After flipping through the book, he quickly remembered it. He closed the book and was about to receive it in his own space. However, Su Yeshuan caught it with quick eyes and hands and put it away himself. Jiang Lian was a little dumbfounded.
"Such a good book. Keep it for me to collect." "No, this is not suitable for Madam's collection."
Looking at this righteous speech, Jiang Lian complained in his heart. It's not suitable for her to collect and show it to her. She also wants to practice double cultivation with her. It's very boring. What a shame. Such a great book. It's rare to see interesting things in this world. The pervert Jiang Lian didn't show any weakness at all. She put her hands on her waist and said with a straight face,
"Why can't you just watch it and not collect it?"
Chapter 72. This was the first time Su Yeshuan saw Jiang Lian looking so menacing. He raised his hand and touched her head and said comfortingly,
"You are about to go on a long journey. This kind of thing takes up space. If you have it someday, we can divide it up.
What do you think?"
Ouch. Look what this says. What an old gangster. But she likes it. Let's do it.
She either didn't insist on leaving the book, or just wanted to tease Su Yeshuan. But I am really curious about whether there will be such good things in the future. He hooked his fingers, signaling Su Yeshuan to lower his head. Su Yeshuan didn't know what she was going to do, but he obediently lowered his head and looked at her.
"What's wrong, ma'am?"
The early morning sunshine tried hard to see through the cracks to see the indoor scenery. Su Yeshuan hugged the person in her arms. Her face was full of soft colors, and her face, which had always been cold and sleepy, became unusually handsome and beautiful with the color.
"Ma'am, are you up?"
The sleepy Jiang Lian turned over and hugged her tight waist, nestled in his arms and muttered,
"Sleepy."
Then she continued to sleep again. He looked at her fondly, looked at the sky, and decided to postpone his plan to go to Thunder Goosen until tomorrow. She tucked in the corners of the quilt to cover her proud snow-skinned skin, and then closed her eyes. This was the first time that Su Yeshuan laid down to rest since he came to practice immortality. In the past, he would sit on a futon and practice all night. Originally, he was just going to hold his little wife in his arms and wait for her to get enough sleep before getting up together. But he didn't expect that he would also sleep soundly. When he woke up again, he saw the little girl holding her hands and looking at him curiously. Jiang Lian found that this person looked like she had not slept when she woke up. Her eyes were bleary, while Su Yeshuan's eyes were clear.
"Madam is awake."
The crazy man before was so serious for a moment that she thought it was an illusion. So Jiang Lian's eyes flashed cunningly, looking at Su Yeshuan, and said in an unusually seductive voice,
"Mister." This kind invitation made Su Yeshuan laugh out loud.
"Yes."
Before Jiang Lian could recover from his smile, he was holding her and changing her position, standing in the clear water full of spiritual energy. The water temperature was moderate, and the white jade pay pool was added to the color by the sudden appearance of the two people, surrounded by a faint mist. Jiang Lian asked in surprise,
"There is such a place in one in Peak."
She thought she had visited all the sites, but found that there were still others she had not been to.
"Well, it's next door to the room. If you want to take a bath in the future, you can come over."
Jiang Lian took a dip in the pool for a while, and he felt a lot happier instantly.
"Miss Sir, when are we going to the Thunder Forest?"
When the two of them were sitting at the dining table, Jiang Lian remembered that she had agreed to go to the Thunder Forest to experience and choose ingredients. Although cooking spiritual food in this world requires skills, and her first attempt ended in failure, she will not give up easily. Now, with her cultivation level, she has completely gone without food. She can't starve to death without eating, but she definitely loses a lot of fun. Therefore, for the sake of eternal happiness in the future, she still studies hard. Isn't it the Forest of Thunder? No matter how ferocious the spiritual beast is, it will be stewed in a pot one day. So there is nothing to fear. With this thought in mind, the original fear of the Thunder Forest disappeared. Therefore, the potential of foodies is unlimited. It is said that her cultivation has improved recently, and now she has reached the perfection of the golden elixir. Such speed.
"Well, I'll go after a short break."
The Thunder Forest is located in the south of Kunlun. In terms of distance, it is the closest ancient forest to Kunlun, but it would take several days for Yu Jian to reach there.
"Can your husband go so far away?"
The Thunder Forest is much further than Tianyong City.
"Okay."
The seal has just been strengthened, so it's okay to leave for a few days. If the aura of the immortal and demon is usually chaotic, it will definitely not be able to leave. Now that the immortal and demon body has stabilized, the situation is much better than before. The Forest of Thunder is vast, and Jiang Lian originally thought that Su Yeshuan was as far away as Tianyong City. Su Yeshuan was still holding him, and he stepped directly through the void, and soon arrived at the Thunder Forest.
Towering trees, fresh air accompanied by the fragrance of green grass, and the smell of sunshine fill it. There were the chirping of insects, the chirping of birds, and the roar of beasts in the distance. This was the second time she came to the ancient forest. The last time was when she was on the run. And it was also when she got redemption and met her master. Su Yeshuan was holding him and floating in the sky above the forest, surrounded by protective barriers. Other immortal cultivators passed by with their swords, but they didn't notice their presence at all.
The Gale Rabbit is a 3rd-level spiritual beast with fresh and tender meat. Qing Pig is a 4th-level spiritual beast. The meat is relatively hard, but it is still delicious. The Flaming Snake, a 4th-level spiritual beast.
Su Yeshuan showed the spirit beast around, and listened to his explanation of the quality of its meat, and how it should be cooked. Jianglian felt as surprised as if he had seen him know how to cook. Spiritual beasts are generally divided into grades 1 to 9. After transforming, they become kings, become immortals and gods, but often fall at the last step. Just as human monks cannot become immortals and enter the outer world, the same is true for spiritual beasts.
Mr. Sir, how about we try something with a lower level?
She felt that it was a bit too high to practice directly with 3rd and 4th level spiritual beasts from the beginning. The 9 realms of monks: Chi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refining, body integration, Mahayana, and transcending tribulations also correspond to the 9 stages of spiritual beasts. Now that her cultivation level is perfect, the corresponding golden elixir is a 3rd level spirit beast. And spiritual beasts have strengths and weaknesses, so Jianglian cannot judge whether she can defeat level 3 or above.
No, you can control it, and you can also practice actual combat.
In the end, Jianglian chose the Gale Rabbit. Although it was a 3rd level spirit beast, it was known for its fast speed, and its strength was not inferior to that of a 4th level spirit beast. The most important thing is that it tastes delicious. My senior sister bought this before, and it was quite delicious. Not far from the Gale Rabbit, Jianglian asked Su Yeshuan to put her down, while Su Yeshuan was still watching from above, to take out the jade bamboo sword. She must first be proficient in using the jade bamboo sword. Otherwise, if she encounters Xiao Miao after entering the wilderness secret realm, her Feiyu sword will be inconvenient to use. Enemies had been formed during the illusion trial, and she didn't think they could still coexist peacefully in the wilderness secret realm. Besides, she is planning to get back the sword spirit. Hearing the fighting sounds of other monks not far away, Jianglian thought for a moment and activated Yu Qiongyin's face-hiding function. At this time, the girl was wearing a dress with a black background and red embroidery. Her long hair stood up high, making her look even more heroic, although the mask on her face obscured her appearance. It was unforgettable. We should pay close attention to its stunning appearance. After hiding, Jianglian calmed down and headed towards the Gale Rabbit. Chapter 73: What Inheritance? The Gale Rabbit is extremely fast. Although it is a 3rd level spiritual beast, its strength is no less than that of the 4th level. Jianglian's body has become stronger after physical training, and his speed has also improved. With a wow sound, the speedy rabbits dispersed in a swarm and disappeared. Jianglian, who couldn't control his strength for a moment, was a little dumbfounded, but he quickly chased after him and flew towards the nearest rabbit. As a result, he was panting before he caught one and quickly restrained it with his spiritual power. Really good at running. Originally, the strength of the Gale Rabbit was beyond the reach of ordinary people, unless the level difference was too big. But Jianglian used his strong body strength to hold on tightly, and the Gale Rabbit couldn't escape, no matter how hard he ran. The round rabbit eyes looked at Jianglian in horror. Why is this human power so terrifying? He actually grabbed it with his bare hands, which showed his unique talent for escaping. But he still couldn't escape. The blue spiritual power fiercely attacked Jianglian's face. Jianglian resisted out of instinct. As a result, the spiritual power was too strong, and the Gale Rabbit burped. Yes, she could attack from a distance and directly kill the Gale Rabbit. So why did she waste so much effort chasing and catching the rabbit? Won't these eventually become meat on the chopping board? No need to capture them alive at all. Due to the inertial thinking of the previous life, Jianglian simply habitually thought that when obtaining food, he had to catch rabbits first, then kill them, pluck them, and put them into the pot. I forgot that I was already in the world of cultivating immortals. Fortunately, I didn't choose a very ferocious spiritual beast this time. This Gale Rabbit is more than 5 times the size of a normal rabbit. It is all white and looks fierce but not cute at all. In addition to running fast, the attack power is really not good. And it is also very fragile. It can kill you with one hit. There were still a few escaping in front of them. Jianglian took out a few small flying knives from the space, poured spiritual power into them, and shot them towards the wind rabbits ahead. Since it was the first time I used this method, the effect was not increased, and I only hit 2. Fortunately, I killed them with 1 hit. Otherwise, I would have been afraid that the opponent would be injured and leave. When there were no more gale rabbits around, Su Yeshuan came down, but he was still invisible.
Have you discovered your shortcomings?
In this way, in a few days, we will go to the secret realm of the wilderness. There are many dangers there. In addition to the evil cultivators, you also have to face the indigenous spiritual beasts in the wilderness secret realm. The ferocity of those is 100 times more dangerous than the wind rabbit. Jiang Lian put away the rabbits on the ground, in order to prevent the animal blood from staining the space and making it difficult to clean. He took out another storage bag and put it in the space. After thinking about it carefully, Jiang Lian said with shame,
"Well, the speed is not good. There are many shortcomings.
Now, in addition to finding more attack weapons, you also need to enrich your attack methods and experience. In particular, inertial thinking needs to be changed." Just as he was about to ask Su Yeshuan if he knew any speed-up techniques, he heard voices not far away and heard footsteps walking in their direction. Jiang Lian was directly enveloped by Su Yeshuan, and their figures disappeared. After a while, a group of men and women appeared in their sight.
"Senior sister, I don't know if it's true that there is an immortal cave here,"
the female disciple in aqua blue Kunlun uniform asked quietly to another disciple next to her. But she was still heard by Jiang Lian, who was hiding aside. The person called senior sister was clearly Xia Miao herself. Before Xia Miao could answer, the long-lost voice of the system sounded in Jiang Lian's mind. There are systems that haven't issued tasks for more than half a month, and then a big one comes.
"Hey! Turn over and become the master. I am super strong. Please give priority to the host to find the immortal cave and obtain the corresponding inheritance. Success will reward you with a lottery draw. If you fail, please accept the punishment of lightning strike."
There really is a fairy cave. Thunder Forest. Xia Miao. Immortal Cave. Inheritance. Jiang Lian tried hard to recall the plot of the original book in her memory. She had not reached the point of the wilderness secret realm yet, so she must have read it. Although Xia Miao has an elegant temperament, she easily looks unattainable. She has the style of a master and a heroine, but everyone is willing to become her licking dog. It can be said that the heroine has abused me thousands of times. I treat the heroine as if I were in first love, with a cool and charming appearance.
You'll find out if you check it out.
Looking at the map in his hand, Xia Miao couldn't help but frown. It was not easy to enter that place. There were not just 1 or 2 high-level spiritual beasts deep in the ancient forest. If you wanted to avoid them and enter the cave in the picture, I'm afraid the location is difficult. A few people walked away slowly. Jiang Lian looked at the people walking away and asked Su Yeshuan,
"Miss Sir, can you see the location of the immortal cave on the map?"
She tried hard to recall the description in the original book. She didn't know the specific location, but she only knew that there was a big black bear guarding it nearby, and the level was not low. Although Xia Miao in the original book was lucky enough to avoid all dangers and entered the cave to receive the inheritance, she was seriously injured by a big black bear when she came out, and she managed to escape successfully.
"Want to go?"
He actually knew that cave, and it was possible to go there.
"Yeah, I want to go."
It's necessary. If she didn't complete the system's task, she would be struck by lightning. Moreover, this was the Thunder Forest, and there was always the danger of thunder. If the deceptive system punished her with another thunder and lightning, she would probably be burnt.
"That's okay. It doesn't matter if you use the inheritance inside to play with it."
That Yun Danfeng was as light as taking your own little girl to get a small toy. It was not difficult at all. Jiang Lian was surprised that Su Yeshuan knew.
"Where has my husband been?" "I know. I haven't been in there before."
As he spoke, Su Yeshuan had already started flying towards the depths of the forest.
"Does your husband know what the inheritance is?"
It was written in the original book, but she didn't remember it very clearly, so she couldn't remember what the inheritance was for the moment.
"Rune formation."
"I really know." She remembered that Xia Miao had a talisman pin. According to the original book, she entered the secret realm and received the inheritance of the rune formation, and the talisman pin also advanced accordingly. In the last illusion, Xia Miao took out a dark talisman pin. That's probably the one. Even if the heroine suffers a big loss, she has to work hard to accomplish it even if it's not for the sake of the system. Jiang Lian was very motivated at this time, and his ability to draw the talisman summoning formation was quite impressive. Soon they reached the depths. From this distance, Xiao Miao, and the others probably wouldn't be able to reach them if they didn't have half a day. What's more, the deeper they go, the more powerful the spiritual beasts become. A roar of a giant beast came, and the low-level spiritual beasts in the forest fled one after another. Jian Lian was startled and moved toward the roar. A big black bear of the 6th level stood in the way. It gathered its spiritual power and called them clearly. Leave. The menacing look was indeed extremely ferocious, and the fluctuations in spiritual power around him seemed very scary to Jian Lian. The 6th level spirit beast is equivalent to a monk in the void refining realm, and there is a Kunlun leader. Xiao Miao was able to evade its protection and even escape from its claws. Her ability is indeed amazing. It's a sigh of relief. This life is destined to be a sword-to-knife existence. Just think about it. There is no need to praise or admire him. Su Yeshuan stood in midair and made a sound transmission. Spiritual power sealed deeper into the forest. Soon a distant voice came from deeper.
Come from afar. Rare visitor.
Chapter 74 Old Man Bai. Su Yeshuan's expression did not change when he heard this voice. But the big black bear blocking the middle of the road trembled and moved away. Jian Lian looked at the big black bear with wonder as he stood aside respectfully. The fierce look was gone, and he even felt a little flattering. The expression was very strange. Deepest. An old man in a gray robe stroked his white beard and put his other hand behind his back with a smile.
I haven't seen you for many years. How are you?
Then he looked at Jian Lian with a kind face.
This is your little lady. A perfect match. A perfect match.
Jian Lian was a little confused about the situation, but looking at the old man's appearance and Su Yeshuan's attitude, he knew that they were familiar with each other.
My wife, Jian Lian.
After Su Yeshuan spoke, Jian Lian confirmed whether the other party was a friend or an enemy, and saluted to the old man.
I have met the senior. Okay, let's play with this little thing. You're welcome.
A white spirit beast egg appeared in the old man's hand and floated directly towards Jian Lian. Jian Lian quickly caught it and subconsciously looked at Su Yeshuan. An extraordinary person who could survive in this depth and still make 6th order spiritual beasts obey. Su Yeshuan cupped his hands, although there was not much change on his face. Jian Lian clearly felt that Su Yeshuan was very satisfied.
Thanks, old man. Bye.
This old man is really willing to give up his clan's unborn cub. A high-level tiger beast spirit egg. The tiger beast itself is a high-level one. The minimum aptitude at birth is level 6, with the 7th and 8th levels the most. Unfortunately, the higher the level of the spirit beast, the worse its reproductive ability. I heard that there are only 2 spirit beasts born in the tiger clan over the years. The one in front of me is probably one of them, and the energy and qualifications it contains will definitely not be low. The best thing about the Beast Master's contracted beast in this world is that the contract starts from the spirit egg period. This kind of contract is the most tacit understanding and the most loyal. But how many people in the world can obtain high-level spirit beast eggs? Low-level spirit beasts can't get egg ribs from high-level ones, so most of them are directly captured ready-made for domestication. Old man Bai? What is this name? Jian Lian also bowed and thanked.
Thank you, Mr. Bai.
At Su Yeshuan's signal, Jian Lian followed the method given by Bai Lao and directly performed the "okay" contract with blood. Soon, 2 giant golden magic circles enveloped her and the spirit beast egg. After the light passed, the spirit beast egg was a golden contract formation appeared, and Jian Lian also had an additional contract formation in his body. As soon as his consciousness moved, the spirit beast egg disappeared from his eyes and appeared in the spirit beast space in the contract circle. Looking up, Jian Lian found that Su Yeshuan and Old Man Bai were already sitting on the stone table beside them, with wine and food placed above them, making them look like they were having a fight. Seeing that Jian Lian had completed the contract, Old Man Bai pointed to a cave entrance not far away and said,
The entrance to the cave is from there. You may have to go in alone. You may have to go in alone. What kind of opportunities you can get depends on you. You're home, Mr. Su. Just stay and have a drink with the old man.
After speaking, the old man waved his hand, and a small white tiger appeared in front of her.
This can guide you.
Originally I thought Su Yeshuan would follow him in, but Jian Lian didn't feel anything. Instead, he was full of excitement. This is a serious matter of seizing the opportunity of being a female host, which is really exciting. Su Yeshuan stood up and walked to Jian Lian, touched her head and said warmly,
There are level restrictions inside. If you go in alone, I will wait for you here. There is no danger in entering from this intersection.
Because it is an inheritance, in order to prevent monks with too high levels from entering and not disdain the inheritance. They would directly seize the treasure and leave. So there were level restrictions. Jianlian smiled and said, "Okay." As the little white tiger entered the cave, he found that there was a cave inside, with red flowers and green willows, and even a small stream flowing slowly. Looking at the rich spiritual power inside, it turned out to be a spiritual stream. When the little white tiger saw Jianlian looking at the stream, he explained,
"Only those who have inherited the spiritual stream can take it away."
Jianlian was surprised that the white tiger could speak. Only then did Jianlian take a serious look at the tiger cub in front of him. It turned out to be an 8th level spiritual beast. Jianlian did not look down upon her because she was a cub, and said with a smile,
"Get a big inheritance." "Right."
In the original work, Xiaomiao never got this Lingxi.
"Yes. The things in this fairy mansion are only given to those who are destined."
After saying this, the little white tiger looked at Jianlian without hesitating to speak.
"What do you want to say?"
Jianlian asked warmly after seeing Xiao Baihu's hesitation.
"Will you treat your brother well?"
Little white tiger gritted his teeth and asked as if he had made some decision. Younger brother? Jianlian thought of the egg. The only spiritual beasts that could be related to her were the spirit beast egg and the newly harvested gale rabbit meat.
"Is it the one who just made a contract with me? Is it your brother?" "Yes. It's my younger brother. The ancestor said he would recognize you as his master."
No one dares to go against the ancestor's words. The ancestor has calculated that this is the way out for the White Tiger clan. The ancestor has not said what the future turning point will be, but they firmly believe it.
"Yes, I promise."
The little white tiger smiled after receiving Jianlian's affirmation. Its snow-white hair alternated with black lines. The cute look on the young face made Jianlian want to lick it. Since the white tiger in front of her was an 8th level spiritual beast and not an ordinary white cat, she refrained from taking action. Suddenly I was looking forward to the breaking of the spirit tiger egg.
"Do you know when your brother will break out of his SHL?
Most spiritual beasts are born in eggs. They are subject to natural selection. There is no guarantee whether they can break out of their SHLs. But Old Man Bai would not normally give her a bad guy as a greeting gift.
"It's coming soon. I don't know exactly when."
The two walked along the path for a while, and soon arrived in front of a palace. The little white tiger let out a rhythmic roar, and a groove appeared on the back door. I saw the little white tiger put his front feet on it, and the groove sank. After a bright light, the sound of gear rotation was heard, and the closed door opened at this time.
"I can only bring it here. I can't enter inside. I will automatically teleport you out after the inheritance is over."
The little white tiger stood there and looked at Jianlian reluctantly. But Jianlian knew that it was actually reluctant to leave his brother. He knelt down, looked at the little white tiger seriously, and said softly,
"Don't worry. I will take good care of it. When it hatches, I will bring it back to see you."
No one can predict anything in this world. Jianlian can't guarantee when she will have time to come to the Thunder Forest again, but she will definitely bring them here so that they can meet.
"Really?"
The little white tiger's eyes were bright, and then he saluted Jianlian and said,
"Thank you."
After completing his mission, the little white tiger went back. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Jianlian that his name was Bai Qi. When Jianlian walked into the main hall, the back hall door closed automatically. The original sound of gears turning when opening the door sounded again. Jianlian looked back, but couldn't see anything through the heavy door. Knowing that there was no danger, Jianlian walked in alone. And somewhere in the forest, Xiaomiao, who was struggling to kill the fire-breathing rock pig, suddenly felt empty in her heart. A bad premonition made her tremble, as if something important would leave her if she didn't leave here quickly and go to the general. The green sword in his hand was swung more fiercely. The fellow students who were struggling on the side were frightened by the second senior sister's fierceness, but they also worked harder to kill the fire-breathing rock pig. Chapter 75 Special Conditions. There is a giant golden coffin placed in the spacious hall. The hall is surrounded by shells, and the treasure above is filled with light. Some people who come in will definitely go towards those treasures. Jianlian came here for the sake of inheritance. So facing the giant coffin was a ceremony of apprenticeship. Although the world of immortality respects teachers most, it is also allowed to have multiple teachers. The etiquette was over, and Jianlian was about to stand up, when unexpectedly a light and shadow appeared on the giant coffin, and the figure of a charming woman appeared in front of him. Fortunately, it was just a projection. Otherwise, Jianlian would have been frightened to death.
"Now that you've finished the apprenticeship ceremony, Don't leave.
The charming woman looked at the girl in front of her carefully, couldn't help but utter a sound of surprise, and murmured,
It turned out to be the reincarnation of that person. God will not let me down.
Ah! I finally waited for it. Finally I waited for it. Jiang Lian pays homage to senior.
Although he couldn't hear clearly what the woman in front of him said, Jiang Lian saluted again. There shouldn't be any danger. But I don't blame Li Duo. Not to mention that I am still thinking about her things.
Come here and put your hand up.
The woman looked at Jiang Lian seriously, as if she wanted to combine the figure in her mind. Unfortunately, their temperaments were different. Jiang Lian looked at the giant coffin in front of her and walked over obediently.
I will pass on all my life's work to you, and you will take away all the things here. I am not worthy of your master and disciple. I just need to wait until you go to Tianwei to help me ask that old boy from Huntian. Is it true? No hard. How about that?
Heaven beyond heaven. Jiang Lian hurriedly explained.
Senior, I don't know. Now that the outer world is closed, no one has been able to go up to Xianming continent for tens of thousands of years.
After hearing this, the woman didn't feel anything strange, and even said ferociously,
Yes, as long as one day you go to the outer sky. You need to help me find Hun Tian and ask him for me.
After a pause, he seemed to be perfunctory and said,
If you can't go up, you don't need to do anything. These are still yours.
The world has been waiting for this person for too long. It is impossible for Tianwei to shut her out. They are waiting there to wake everyone up. She has appeared. So the other one should also exist. So good? Jiang Lian couldn't believe it, fearing there was a trap. But Fu Gui found something in danger and sensed everything in the coffin, but found nothing unusual.
Okay, I promise you.
As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't even ask for an oath of heaven. The woman's spiritual body gently raised her hand, and Jiang Lian was carried into the air to touch her hand. A stream of golden spiritual energy flew out from her forehead. A steady stream of news entered Jiang Lian's mind. At this time, Jiang Lian found that he could not move at all, and countless things seemed to be forcefully poured into his mind, which was extremely confusing. Gradually, Jiang Lian's consciousness entered another world, where the secrets of all rune formations were constantly evolving, and they were exquisite. The memory and learning ability of the immortal demon body are definitely far superior to ordinary immortal cultivators. So Jiang Lian, which ordinary people need to absorb for several days, is quickly absorbed. Time passed by minute by second, and when he opened his eyes, the woman who had a solid spirit body was now erratic, and her thin spirit body seemed to be disappearing at any time. With a hook of her hand, all the treasures disappeared on the spot, and a ball of light appeared in the woman's hand.
Blood contract.
The pattern of the divine branch in her hand was bright. The divine branch had reminded her in her mind that the treasures around her were real, and now all the treasures were in that ball of light. There are even more than just those in the main hall. Jiang Lian did not hesitate and directly dropped the blood on the light ball. The light ball turned into light points and rushed towards the space ring in his hand. It seemed that there were many more connections. At this time, the woman's spirit body was close to the state of nothingness. She looked at Jiang Lian with a smile and said,
Remember, my name is Yu Xianji.
After finishing speaking, Fairy Yu's shadow turned directly into nothingness and dissipated in the air. In the blank space in the center of the palace, a giant portrait of Fairy Yu slowly unfolded, lifelike as if the person in front of her had not died. At this time, Jiang Lian was teleported directly and stood in front of the big black bear. The notification that the system had completed the task had already sounded in her mind. She quickly took out the jade bamboo sword and looked at it warily without even having time to respond. Just hearing a beast's roar, the black bear rushed forward fiercely. It looked extremely angry, as if something had seriously angered it. Jiang Lian held up the jade bamboo sword and looked dumbfoundedly at the empty place, feeling relieved, although the big black bear was respectful when Su Yeshuan took her there.
Su Yeshuan was not here at this time. From time to time, the sound of fighting and the angry sound of the big black bear could be heard in the distance. From the first listen, you can tell that the fighting is very fierce. At this moment, a figure ran toward her position in a panic. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the scoundrel next to Xiao Miao. His name seemed to be Wang Qian, an inner disciple of Ling Xian Peak. There is someone in front of you. Wang Qian's eyes lit up, as if she had seen a savior. Although the other person was not wearing the Kunlun sect uniform, the person who could get here must be a fellow Taoist cultivator. So he hurriedly shouted,
Senior, please help me. Senior, Kunlun, will definitely thank you very much.
Jiang Lian was indifferent and couldn't help but sneer.
How do I know that you are not pretending to be a disciple of Kunlun? Moreover, you can represent Kunlun by yourself? Let Kunlun thank me again.
What a big face. Such a big statement. Wang Qian, who had always been arrogant and put on a straight face all day, was blushing at this moment. But the situation was urgent, so she could only continue to persuade.
Senior, there is the second senior sister of my sect, the proud disciple of the leader. If I am saved, I will be very grateful.
Jiang Lian didn't want to get involved. Not to mention that saving the heroine was not in line with her character. Be careful of being bitten by a snake, losing your wife, and losing your troops.
You just think I'm a human being? Not a spiritual beast?
Leaning on a big tree nearby, Jiang Lian looked at Wang Qian calmly.
Lie to her.
Second senior sister. The distance was enough for her to see clearly who was there. But Xia Miao was not there at all. The stunning face was hidden under Yu Qiong's cover, and the corners of her lips were slightly raised, full of disdain. Yu Qiong's face was blurred. Her appearance was clearly visible, but it was hard to remember. But Jiang Lian felt that this was not enough. So he communicated with Yu Qiongyin with his spiritual consciousness.
Can you help me change my face to look more like the king of spiritual beasts?
Jiang Lian didn't get a reply, but the face on his face suddenly became clear to everyone. It was Tao Yao, the lonely king in the Thunder Forest. Facing that charming face, Wang Qian stood frozen on the spot. Spirit Beast King. This person is already well known in the Thunder Forest, and no one will forget this face. Before any newcomer enters the Thunder Forest, they will be recognized by the portraits of several Beast Kings whose faces have been announced. Wang Qian didn't think much about why she couldn't see the other person's face clearly at first. But now she could see it clearly. She just thought it was because she was dazzled and didn't pay attention. Looking at Wang Qian, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, Jiang Lian asked coldly,
"What treasure did you take from my little brother? Return it back like crazy. I don't have time to waste time with you here."
Chapter 76 Pulling the Backrest.
No. No.
Wang Qian's eyes flashed slightly, but she still gritted her teeth and refused to tell the truth. She did not doubt that the other party's Spirit Beast King was fake, but she really couldn't tell the depth of the other party's strength, and even felt that this person was very dangerous. Jiang Lian sneered.
"Okay, then you can have some fun with my little brother,"
he said, and walked towards the depths without looking back. At this time, the suspicion in Wang Qian's heart deepened. Wouldn't the Spirit Beast King shrink to an inch and disappear? Why is this person walking? After thinking about it, she realized that she could not defeat the pressure that had been released invisibly. Therefore, Wang Qian gritted her teeth and stood up, looked at the battle situation behind her that was already heating up, and hurriedly ran towards the exit. Originally, I wanted to recruit one more person to help resist, so that I could delay the second senior sister's time. But now this person delayed my escape. Damn it. If you are just pretending, don't let her meet you in the future. Otherwise you will make her look good. Not long after Jiang Lian left, Xia Miao appeared where she had been standing with bloodstains all over her body. She was so angry. Who got the inheritance first? It was fine when she went in, but suddenly everything inside disappeared, and there were many dangers. If she hadn't run fast, she would have died on the spot. The black bear turned around and changed its attack target after Xia Miao appeared. But Xia Miao was seriously injured at this time, and hurriedly flew away with his sword in panic. However, the movement ability of a 6th level spirit beast is definitely not comparable to that of a golden elixir stage. The approaching big black bear's spiritual power fist brought space fluctuations, and was about to crush her. Xia Miao gritted her teeth, and called out the shift talisman from her arms, her face full of pain. She didn't get the inheritance. She only found a bunch of junk in the black bear cave. As a result, she was so injured that she had to use this rare teleportation talisman. She would have to spend a lot of spiritual stones to buy it in the future. Now she herself is completely can't draw it. At this time, the black bear's spiritual power squeezed Xia Miao until she vomited out another mouthful of blood. At the critical moment, the teleportation talisman directly took Xia Miao thousands of miles away. Compared to the 6th level black bear, this was only a short distance. So Xia Miao did not dare to relax at all. Even though the injury was serious, her internal organs seemed to have been severely injured, and she felt uncomfortable all over. But he also hurried on, fearing that he would be overtaken by a black bear and die immediately. Jiang Lian walked back to Old Man Bai's place in a good mood. He saw that Old Man Bai was already drinking and lying on the table, while Su Yeshuan was sitting there with clear eyes. If it weren't for the smell of wine emanating from his body when he was close to him, Jiang Lian and everyone would think that he didn't drink at all. But that Old Man Bai was drinking by himself. Seeing his wife coming, Su Yeshuan stood up, looked at her lovingly, and said warmly,
"Are you ready?" "Yes,"
Jiang Lian said.
"Let's salute."
Towards Old Man Bai's position.
"Thank you, Old Man Bai."
The Old Man Bai was in a daze, not quite sober. He waved his hand and said,
"You're welcome. Come and play often when you have time."
With that said, he lay down again. Su Yeshuan picked up Jiang Lian and turned around to leave. A barrier appeared in the place where they left, hiding the stone table and Old Man Bai. The little white tiger sat next to Old Man Bai, lying on the ground watching Jiang Lian and the others disappear. "Brother, I'm waiting for when we meet again."
"How many more days can you practice here?"
Su Yeshuan stopped in front of an open space and asked softly.
"Okay."
She also had this intention. Her actual combat ability was too weak, and she had to practice in many places. In addition, the Tianyan formation disc that Master gave her before can also be used to kill enemies in addition to calculations. But she has not yet practiced it. After counting, in addition to swordsmanship, she also has the Tianyan formation disc. And now she has the ability to draw talisman to summon the formation. It had only been a few days since she left the secret realm of the wasteland, and she had to take this time to get acquainted with it. At this moment, Su Yeshuan took out an exquisite mini courtyard from the space, which was very compact in his hand. Su Yeshuan's handprints on his other hand were seen flying out of the small courtyard. His palm became larger and then landed in the open space. Seeing my daughter-in-law looking at the small courtyard with bright eyes, she said with some humor,
"You have some in your space too. My husband helped you put them in before. There should be two. Remember to recognize the owner before using them."
He seemed to have thought of something again and said,
"Do you like the style? If you don't like it, my husband will help you make another one."
Only then did Jiang Lian remember the too many houses he had seen in the space before. So that's what it's used for.
"Are these two?"
Jiang Lian took out the two small models. Each of the exquisite pavilions and buildings is very majestic. With this proportion, the one transformed in front of Su Yeshuan's eyes may become a luxurious pavilion. Another golden treasure house looked so golden that Jiang Lian originally thought it was a trinket carved from gold. I was thinking of just collecting it. But with this golden light, you are not afraid of blinding the enemy when you go out?
"Mr. Sir, are there any that are more low-key?"
This kind of portable is really good. But these are too high-end and are inconvenient when you occasionally show off.
"Easy ones?"
Because he didn't know the girl's preferences before, he gave them to the best too. At this time, Su Yeshuan took out several other yards.
"Where are these?"
Jiang Lian looked at the small models with joy. They were all small courtyards. Simple but fully equipped and safe enough.
"This is okay."
I didn't expect that my wife would like this. He refined these in his spare time. Although they are all good, he still needs to be more refined when using them for his wife. Otherwise, he would not be at ease when he is alone outside.
"Okay, I'll give it back to you."
Jiang Lian didn't think much and happily agreed. Then he looked at Su Yeshuan curiously.
"Miss Sir, how much did you drink from Mr. Bai?"
They were all so drunk.
"It's not much. Old Man Bai is good at wine. I happen to have a bottle of immortal brew here, so I got drunk without any special resistance."
The higher the level of cultivation of immortals, the less likely they are to get drunk. Unless they like the hazy feeling of drunkenness and deliberately do not resist the drunkenness. Entering the yard, Jiang Lian found that the facilities inside were all available. Not much different from an ordinary house. Perhaps because of drinking, Su Yeshuan was lazily leaning on the bed. Jiang Lian was a little obsessed with the picture of a beautiful man.
"Miss Sir, please rest first. I'll sort out today's inheritance first. By the way, will this space ring be upgraded?"
When I first picked up the two houses, I found that they had more than doubled in size. And there was an area inside that was still there. There are more Lingxi and Lingqi. The trees are lush. And there is even an extra house next to it. And the original things have also been put into another house. Next to it are two large Lingxi mountains that are incredible. Without looking at the contents inside, Lingxi Mountain shocked her for a while. What Su Yeshuan gave her was shocking enough originally. But obviously what Yuxinji gave her today was even more terrifying. After summarizing, Jiang Lian came to the conclusion that her fortune has been strong recently.
"Oh, upgraded?"
Su Yeshuan was also a little surprised. But not surprised. It seemed that this was within the normal range. But his wife's luck is indeed good. Chapter 77 Luofu.
Well, after I received the inheritance in that cave today, the space has changed. It has become bigger. And there are many more good things. But I haven't had time to sort out the details.
The multi-story house is quite extensive. So I really need to tidy it up when I have time.
It's a good thing.
Although my daughter-in-law has good luck, she still has to support herself and be rich.
Remember to tell me what you are missing.
Well, let's go back and think about what is suitable for the little girl. And give it to her directly. This girl is very confused sometimes. If she had waited for her to make the request, she might not even think about it for 1,000 years. In this way, Su Yeshuan fell into deep thought. And even his spiritual consciousness directly entered his own space and began to sort out all the things that were useful to his wife. It's just that there are so many things that I have forgotten some of them. On the other side, Jiang Lian sat on the futon, calmly, and began to digest today's inheritance. The art of talisman also requires a solid foundation. Although it has inheritance, it still needs practice. I didn't expect that the inheritance memory would even include the usage of the gifted items, which was a big surprise. His spiritual consciousness entered the space and found a jade-colored talisman pin that was completely emerald green and had a golden pattern inside. Luofu, Yu Xianji's natal magical weapon. Because Jiang Lian did not have a contracted talisman pin and had never learned how to make talismans. For some reasons, Yu Xianji directly passed Luofu to her. When Luofu appeared outside, the spiritual energy around him suddenly stagnated, and then returned to normal. Sensing the change, Su Yeshuan's consciousness immediately withdrew from his own space, looked at Fubi Luofu and paused slightly, with a smile on his face.
The level has been reduced. But the Lingbao is not bad. The level has dropped? Is it the same as the Feiyu sword?
However, the level of the Feiyu sword has dropped due to its lack. It seems that these historical weapons will have some minor problems.
It's different. It increases with your level. If it was an immortal before, and it changes to a new owner, it will increase or decrease with the new owner's cultivation level.
After hearing this explanation, Jiang Lian smiled and stroked the Luofu pin.
That's such a good treasure.
I have to buy some low-level talisman papers for practice when I go back another day. The ones given by Yu Xianji in the space are all high-level ones, which are not suitable for a beginner like her who is a prodigal. Looking at the sky outside, Jiang Lian put away the rover pin, stood up and said,
Miss Sir, I'll go out to practice again. Just wait for me.
Su Yeshuan handed over a storage bag again.
These are for you.
What? Jiang Lian took a look at it curiously and found that it was another pile of good things. There must be a lot of spiritual stones, talisman protective array discs, protective magic weapons, and the like. What surprised Jiang Lian the most was there is actually a set of small throwing knives, which are also top-notch magical weapons. The best magic weapon in the world is already very good. Jiang Lian took it out and asked Su Yeshuan,
Miss Sir, can this flying knife come back after it flies out?
It would be a shame if it was a one-time thing.
You can do it after recognizing the master. Combining it with exercises can increase its power.
Su Yeshuan asked.
Do you like this? Yeah.
Jiang Lian was even happier knowing that he could fly back. Compared to melee combat, Jiang Lian preferred long-range attacks. Swordsmanship is most popular in Kunlun, and it can be said that the sect has strong swordsmanship, no matter what their major is. Most people know swordsmanship. For example, they're Chongyan Peak majors in Tianyan magic, but they also have a set of Tianyan swordsmanship. So are the other peaks. Whips. Flying knives. Su Yeshuan seemed to realize something.
You don't like using swords?
It seems like I need to prepare some more weapons for my wife.
I like it, but I feel that remote-controlled flying knives are safer. If they can reach the enemy, they will already be injured. If the enemy is close, it is not too late to use melee attacks. Silly girl. If the enemy is too fast, why don't you rush to change weapons?
Su Yeshuan touched Jiang Lian's head and said with a smile.
It's okay if you like it. Anyway, we have relatively more time to practice other things. Practicing different types of weapons can also condense our cultivation. We are all perfect. Then I won't worry anymore.
It sounds reasonable. But has she dug a hole for herself? We can obviously win. But now we have to work hard for it. Seeing her grimace, Su Yeshuan comforted her.
It's a lot of fun. You can try it.
Fine. This way of comforting people is a little different.
But Jiang Lian became more motivated again. It doesn't matter if you have one more skill. And you should do it slowly, and not in a hurry. In the following days, Jiang Lian was still looking for targets in the forest to kill spiritual beasts. At first, Su Yeshuan was worried and would still watch. Later, Jiang Lian gradually became familiar with them, and they were all nearby. There was not much danger. So Su Yeshuan he started refining weapons for Jiang Lian. And then Jiang Lian discovered that Su Yeshuan was also a master of weapon refining. The screens of the spirit beasts came one after another, and the Tianyin aura blocked the entire area, forming a giant magic circle, covering all the flame silver wolves within the range. Flames were everywhere. Jiang Lian controlled the Tai Chi array in his hand, and the constantly evolving Tianyin aura controlled the entire array, while the Luofu pin continued to replenish the array patterns on the side. The wooden thorns broke out of the ground with infinite power and spread in the formation. Although fire can defeat wood, the wood element around it is the strongest. The flames of the silver wolves trapped in the formation were unable to withstand the attack of the wood in the formation, and they died on the spot one after another. The 4th level flaming silver wolf, a social animal feared by people in the world of immortality. Once it encounters a pack of wolves, it will definitely make even the monks in the transformation stage worry. And they are all destroyed in Jiang Lian's formation. After breaking up the formation, I counted the bodies of the flaming silver wolves on the ground. There were 11 of them. A great harvest. Turn the Luofu pin into a small ornament and hang it on your waist. And the yin and yang will return to the dantian. Take out a red storage bag from the space. This is a storage bag that Su Yeshuan specially made for her recently. It can keep food fresh. Food comes out the same way it goes in. Jiang Lian was so happy holding the flame silver wolf. He didn't expect that the combination of the Tai Chi array plate and the Luofu pin would be so powerful. I was already familiar with the Tianyin technique and the Luofu pin, so I tried it on a whim, and was shocked by the result. Nowadays, her sword skills are versatile. She is also proficient in the Tianyin Ju technique and the Luofu brush. And she has gradually become familiar with the method of cooking ingredients with spiritual fire during this period. Although she is just a beginner, she can still eat it without getting burnt. Happy to return to the small courtyard and prepare to share his small achievements with Su Yeshuan. He suddenly found that his face was unusually pale, and he kept coughing. He hurried over and said, "Miss Sir, what's wrong with you?" Su Yeshuan hasn't been like this for a long time. Even though he was so uncomfortable, Su Yeshuan gently comforted him. "It's okay. Girl, we may have to go back. Is it because of the sword tomb?" Jiang Lian was full of guilt at this time. Seeing that he didn't mention it during this period, she thought it was fine. "I'll take you back." With his current condition, she worried that it would be difficult to even go back. Chapter 78 arrangements are in order. "No, I'll do it," Su Yeshuan said as the coughing had subsided a little. But his face was still very pale. They picked up Jiang Lian and walked outside, and the small courtyard behind them disappeared instantly after they left. Jiang Lian was so worried that she could only bury her head in his arms to prevent Su Yeshuan from being distracted from taking care of her. Since we met, I have never seen Su Yeshuan so eager. In the past, he was calm and leisurely. Soon Wan Yanfeng arrived, put her down, put a wooden box in his hand, and disappeared, leaving only one sentence. "You play first. I will be back later." The wind at this time was stronger than usual, and Jiang Lian looked worriedly in the direction of the sword tomb. Is there something wrong there? After trying hard to think back, I found that the original work I had read did not describe the Kunlun sword tomb at all, and I only knew that senior brother Kunlun was stationed at the sword tomb all year round. Looking down at the wooden box in his hand, Jiang Lian hugged it and sat on the stone steps of the hall. Although it is morning now, the sky is slightly red, which is very unusual. A long time passed and Su Yeshuan still hadn't come back, making Jiang Lian even more worried. I wanted to check on him, but I didn't know the details. In anxiety, Jiang Lian couldn't help but chatter to the system. "System, don't you rush to issue tasks every time Su Yeshuan is in trouble? Why is there no movement today?" Now I suddenly feel that the system's tasks are sometimes quite good, although the punishment is frightening. The dangers and benefits coexist. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. "You can't go to that place until you get stronger," the system said faintly. That voice. If the system had an entity, Jiang Lian guessed that it would glance at her at this time, and then feel particularly sad. It actually wanted her to go. What a great opportunity. "Don't worry. You won't die.
The system's comfort did not alleviate much, and Jiang Lian felt that he had no intention of doing anything else. Her feelings for Su Yeshuan are very strange. They are not yet lovers, but they are already husband and wife. In her opinion, it is not love, but she is very worried about him, which is particularly contradictory. If the system in the dark knew what she was thinking at this time, it would definitely feel that her efforts were not enough and that she needed to keep up her efforts. Opening the wooden box Su Yeshuan gave him before leaving, he was surprised to find a set of very exquisite flying knives lying inside. A medium-grade spiritual weapon. It is inlaid with 5 elements crystals. With this grade and material, it will definitely arouse the greed of many people outside. This was something Su Yeshuan had recently refined. She knew it. She had asked her before what function she wanted for the flying knife. She said it without thinking too much, and the result was what she saw in front of her. In addition to the throwing knives, there is also an exquisite golden bracelet inlaid with gems, which is very beautiful. As soon as Jiang Lian saw it, he remembered the function mentioned before. You can put the flying knife inside, and the flying knife can be launched with spiritual power. There is no need to find a temporary space. After completing the mission, the flying knife will automatically fly back. Jiang Lian sat down again holding the wooden box. He would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. Now he was even more worried about what to do. Simply, Su Yeshuan came back before Jiang Lian was rushed to death. Coming against the light, he is full of elegance. Although his complexion is poor, he can't conceal his handsome appearance. Jiang Lian stood up in a hurry and ran towards Su Yeshuan.
Mister.
No problem.
Regarding the riot under the seal, it is time to study how to solve it once and for all. Facing Su Yeshuan, Jiang Lian looked at him seriously and found that his expression was slightly calmer than when he was in Lei Gusen. He said guiltily, Sir, I'm sorry. If I hadn't been with her for so long in Thunder Gusen. Su Yeshuan could tell what his wife was thinking at a glance. He rubbed her hair and said warmly, Silly girl. This happens every once in a while. You don't need to mind it. Does that hurt you? Jiang Lian suddenly thought that he had been doing this often since he met Su Yeshuan. I thought it was due to physical problems before, and I thought I was cured. But now I guess there are more factors than that.
Don't worry. You won't hurt me.
After saying that, Su Yeshuan looked at the wooden box left on the stone steps and asked warmly,
Don't you like it? No. I like it.
She knew that Su Yeshuan wouldn't say much about the sword tomb, and the system also said that her level there was not high enough, so she would not get to the bottom of it. Even knowing her wouldn't help at this point, as long as she knew it wouldn't hurt her. Thinking of Jiang Lian, she smiled and said,
It's better than I imagined. I like it very much.
In this way, in the next few days, Su Yeshuan gave her one jade-colored whip one after another. The material was the same as the jade bamboo sword, and there were 2 small courtyards of different types. Jiang Lian checked it. One is very low-key, just like the ones bought in stores outside, but its defensive capabilities are surprisingly strong. The other one is relatively larger, and seems to be of good quality, but not too much. The previous one was very suitable for showing off, but this one is more normal. There have been a lot of surprises lately, but are weapon refiners so productive? The level is not bad either. The time passed with Jiang Lian doing training while working hard to learn relevant knowledge. Tomorrow we will gather to set off to the secret wilderness. Suddenly, I feel a little lost, but also a little longing. Facing a lot of delicious food prepared by Su Yeshuan, it suddenly didn't seem so fragrant.
I have prepared food for you in this. You can use it directly.
Seeing that the little girl was not in the right mood, Su Yeshuan did not give much comfort. All he could give was to prepare everything. Looking at the exquisite food box that appeared on the table, Jiang Lian checked it out of curiosity. Once again, he was shocked to find that the large space inside was filled with shells. The delicious food on them was steaming, and the aroma was overflowing, but there was no odor at all.
Miss Sir, how did you do that?
After some research, I found that it still works the same way you put it in and take it out. This thing is a very rare thing in the world. Su Yeshuan is such a talent. I started refining it a while ago, but it's been fine recently. The food should be enough to last for a long time. If it's not enough, don't waste the spirit stones.
After speaking, he took out a palm-sized jade man from the space and handed it to Jiang Lian.
Put this away. It can accommodate my clones 3 times. Take it out when you are in danger. Do you understand? Can Mr. Xian control it from such a distance?
If you want to know the secret realm of the wasteland, the Kunlun spacecraft will have to fly for several months. It is probably difficult to control it from such a long distance.
The clone is fine, but the cultivation level will be reduced.
After saying that, he rubbed Jiang Lian's hair and asked in a warm voice,
Do you still want to eat?
The separation was imminent. To be honest, Jiang Lian didn't have much appetite. And with her current level of cultivation, she was completely fasted. So she didn't feel hungry at all. He shook his head and said,
No. Okay. Then come with me.
Seeing Su Yeshuan's leaving figure and the puppet preparing to dispose of the food, Jiang Lian put all the dishes into the food box that Su Yeshuan had just given her without even thinking about it. When Su Yeshuan turned around, his eyes flashed when he saw the scene. After being discovered, Jiang Lian smiled and said,
My husband cooked it. I don't want to waste it.
It hasn't been moved much. And it's still warm. What a waste. But it is still spiritual food. Chapter 79 Challenging the Bottom Line. Su Yeshuan didn't say anything, but he began to think about whether the prepared ingredients were enough. It seems a little missing. The dignified boss in the tribulation stage actually forgot that the little girl, who was already close to the nascent soul stage, would starve to death if she didn't eat for several years. And he became worried about this. As Su Yeshuan came to the room, he stood in the room with a sudden look on his face.
Take off your shirt.
Jiang Lian was a little confused. When did her Su Yeshuan become so open-minded? Is it because she is going on a long trip tomorrow? Sensing the random thoughts in his wife's mind again, Su Yeshuan helplessly flicked her forehead and said,
What are you thinking about?
This was originally something that had to be guarded against. If possible, no one would want to take that step. But this girl's random thoughts broke the guard.
Okay.
Jiang Lian was also frightened by his seriousness just now. Jiang Lian grinned mischievously.
Well, sir, shall I start?
His voice was cooing, and he winked at Su Yeshuan mischievously. He lightly ran his fingers across his clothes. He looked like a small timer, completely challenging Su Yeshuan's bottom line. Su Yeshuan smiled helplessly and picked up her belt.
How about I help you, husband?
Ouch. Such a boring show. Unexpectedly came out like this. He hooked Su Yeshuan's neck with both hands, raised his toes, and said with a smile on his face,
Okay. I'm sorry to bother you.
His stomach was slightly cold. The formation's light lit up, and Jiang Lian felt warm in his dantian. Looking down in confusion, she saw Su Yeshuan's broad palm with a flash of light, placed right on her dantian. Under normal circumstances, dantian is the most untouchable, but they are different. So there is no danger to life. The light dissipated, and only a small formation pattern appeared in her dantian 3 inches below her navel, which was full of light. Looking at Su Yeshuan in confusion, he saw that he was full of seriousness.
If so,
after a pause, Su Yeshuan continued with difficulty.
If you accidentally die, this can help you escape. Remember to come back.
Suddenly becoming so depressed, Jiang Lian couldn't laugh anymore and looked at Su Yeshuan seriously.
Don't worry, sir. It will never come to that point. Well, it's best. I hope I never need to use it. But do you remember? If that happens, remember to come back, and I will help you reshape your body.
Faced with Su Yeshuan, who was so serious and could not make any mistakes. No matter how shocking this method was, it was still his concern. Jiang Lian corrected his attitude and said,
Okay. Remember it. Remember it firmly.
In the world of cultivation, death is not impossible. There are many dangers outside. If you return safely this time, what about next time? I don't know how many monks die in battles every moment in this world. Although the cultivator can be reborn, she has been separated from the ordinary world. She kills people and steals goods, and fights openly and secretly for treasures. Even she has not forgotten her other identity, the cannon fodder female supporting role in the original work. Danger is everywhere, but Jiang Lian secretly made up her mind to become stronger. So strong that no one can threaten her. After kissing Su Yeshuan, Jiang Lian comforted.
It's okay. I'm not the rookie I used to be. I know how to deal with danger. Don't worry. I still have you.
Then he took out the red jade pendant and shook it.
Then, I will really hold a grudge if you don't reply to me next time you talk to me.
Su Yeshuan didn't reply in time the first time she used it, and she was punished as a result. Fortunately, the thunder struck Xia Miao in the end. Jiang Lian couldn't help but feel happy thinking about this. Su Yeshuan obviously didn't know when what she said happened, But he seemed to have a reply when he remembered it. But the wife said that he was wrong, and she must pay attention to this in the future. So she said,
"Okay, I will definitely come back."
Jiang Lian was satisfied now. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became ambiguous. In the early morning, when the sun shone into the room, Su Yesuan was no longer there. After getting dressed and putting on the Kunlun Zone uniform-style robe again, I felt like I hadn't seen him for a long time. It's just that this body still has another characteristic of Su Yesuan. The defensive ability is much stronger than the original one, and he even prepared a few more sets to prevent damage. After searching around, I finally saw Su Yesuan in the kitchen. He stared blankly at the busy man inside, as if the moment was frozen. He put the last prepared food into the food box beside him, turned around and called Jiang Lian warmly.
"Are you awake?"
Fortunately, when I made the food box, I was not satisfied and made another one. The original failed product can be used normally.
"Yes."
At this time, Jiang Lian was smiling and looking as relaxed as possible.
"My husband has prepared something delicious again."
Su Yesuan handed the food box to her.
"That's all."
After saying that, he worriedly handed Jiang Lian a storage bag again, which contained a pile of elixirs, talismans, and many spiritual stones. Jiang Lian looked at the contents in the storage bag and was silent for a while, thinking of the 2 piles of untouched spiritual stone mountains in my own space. I felt like I had too much money to spend. This was not over yet. Su Yesuan took out another jade pendant, with a dark Su character in the middle of the special pattern.
"Don't be reluctant to part with the flowers. If you don't have any, take this jade pendant to Su's trading company. They'll prepare it for you."
From all the preparations at the beginning, Jiang Lian suddenly realized that Su Yesuan was worried about her, and worried about her. He wished he could go out with her as usual, but he had no choice but to go out. This may be another tragedy of being in Wanyan Peak. It wasn't until Yan Yanyan sent a message asking her when she would go there that Jiang Lian knew she had to leave. After saying goodbye to Su Yesuan, Yu Jian arrived at Chongyan Peak. Many of Chongyan Peak's top 30 people can go to the wilderness secret realm this time. In addition to Jiang Lian and other 3 true disciples, there are also 4 inner disciples. There are 7 people in total, and the 5 major peaks divide 30 places, with an average of 6 per peak, and Chongyan Peak accounts for 7, which is more than in previous years. The 7 people said goodbye to Yun Chongzi together and headed towards Lingxian Peak. The outside of the square was full of people at this time, and the arrival of Jiang Lian and others aroused many envious eyes. But they were also full of reverence. Although they fought hard during the game, they were all from the same school, not mortal enemies, so some of them greeted each other. At this time, Jiang Lian was surprised to find that Xia Miao's face was slightly pale, and she seemed to be in poor condition. Something strange. Jiang Lian did not hide her gaze. Xia Miao quickly noticed it, and gave Jiang Lian a cold look without any intention of paying attention. Ah! Still very much a heroine. When Yan Yanyan saw her junior sister looking at Xia Miao, she spoke to Jiang Lian in a secret voice.
"I heard that those few people ran to Thunder Ancient Forest some time ago, and were seriously injured. Except for these 2 who came back. All the disciples who followed are dead."
All dead? But think about it. That is a big black bear of the 6th level. I took a look before, and found that most of them are in the golden elixir stage. It would be strange if they are not destroyed. By the way, I didn't see Xia Miao at that time. Could it be that she got something good again? Otherwise, why would the big black bear be so angry? Chapter 80. Jiang Lian glanced at the other party curiously, but didn't see anything. The cultivation level is still at the early stage of golden elixir, and there is a faint tendency to break through to the middle stage of golden elixir. What about the injury? Although her face looked pale, she didn't seem to be much different. If any of the supporting characters who want to die now appear and take the opportunity to cause trouble, they will probably be slapped in the face. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian stopped looking at Xia Miao. She didn't cause trouble, but no one should mess with her. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to live well. The people responsible for sending them to the secret realm of the wasteland this time were the leader of Huoyan Peak and the 3rd elder Zhang Guocao. The 2nd elder Huang Huazhang happened to be on business nearby and took the downwind spaceship. She really didn't know who the 2nd elder was. At this time, Jiang Lian discovered that it turned out that the main hall of Lingxian Peak wanted her to return to Wanyan Peak that day. So Chongyan Peak's resources did not require so many Lingxuanfeng elders. One look at this old man's face, and it's clear that he is not a good person. He is very bad. Over there, I saw a miniature ship appearing in the hands of the red flame peak master. Looking at the configuration on it, I could tell that it was very high-end. He held the miniature ship with his spiritual power in his left hand and made a fist with his right hand. The ship flew up into the air and turned into a huge spaceship. The disciples around him exclaimed and were very curious. Next time, Gigi decided to have a showdown so that he could get on this boat and have fun. He had already seen Su Yeshuan change the yard of his residence, so Jiang Lian didn't find it novel. At Qi Yan's signal, 30 disciples jumped onto the ship with him. The ship set sail. Jiang Lian looked at Kunlun, which was getting farther and farther away. The peaks were towering into the clouds. The spiritual power was abundant, and the immortal energy was misty. It was a holy land for cultivating immortals with outstanding people. At this moment, Jiang Lian seemed to notice something. She looked towards Wang Yanfeng's position, but couldn't see anything. After all, she couldn't see such a far distance with her cultivation level. But Su Yeshuan can. Su Yeshuan? Is that you? It is said that the spacecraft is controlled by magic circles and crystals, so it does not require much manual operation. There are enough rooms in the ship, and each disciple has one this time. Jiang Lian was assigned to a seat on the side, next to his senior sister. This trip will last for more than a month. Jiang Lian thought that he would study the talisman formation on the boat and enhance the Tian formation. A few days ago, she specially prepared a large number of various learning tools in the space, and the space was large enough, so she was not afraid to put them. This time, she was studying in her room anyway, preparing to capture the sword spirit. In this way, Jiang Lian stayed in the room for more than half a month. With the inheritance and her own talent, she had no problem drawing intermediate talismans at this time, and she began to be familiar with the formations. The door rang at this moment. Jiang Lian, who was leaning on the recliner and reading a book, saw through the door that it was his senior sister, and quickly put away the books and the recliner. She had Su Yeshuan make this recliner, so she couldn't throw away such a useful treasure. Senior sister, you're here. Seeing Yin Yin Yin, she actually felt a little guilty. During this period, she chatted with Su Yeshuan every day, occasionally flirted with him, and the rest was spent studying. When she was greedy, there was no shortage of snacks in the space food box, and she completely forgot that her senior sister had told her to come and find her when she was bored. Yin 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 was curious about what her junior sister was doing when she stayed in her room for most of the month. The junior sister, who had always been a food-oriented person, suddenly stopped discussing food with her and didn't pester her to eat delicious food. She was really not used to it. I'm going to bake something. Do you want to eat it? When she entered the room, she found that the setting inside was the same as hers over there, and the room was very neat, and there was nothing strange about it. Junior sister, are you practicing obediently during this time? Yin Yin Yin's status as a senior sister, and the heart of an old mother, are as if the child has grown up and is no longer attached to her, and she has a complex feeling of loss and relief. When Jiang Lian talked about eating, a bright smile appeared on his face. He happily pulled his senior sister's sleeve and said with a smile, You still love me, senior sister. Poor talk. It turns out that this little girl has not changed her gender. I thought that going to Wang Yanfeng had cured my gluttony. The long-lost intimacy made Yin 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 smile knowingly. Let's go! Go to my room. I'm ready. Okay. This is the first time Jiang Lian has stepped out of the room in more than half a month since he came to the spaceship. Unexpectedly, the door opposite opened as soon as I left the room. Wang Qian, Xiaomao's follower, didn't expect that it was her who lived across the street. The other party still had a straight face, as if everyone owed her something and no one was as powerful as her. In the original work, Xiao Miao's followers seemed to be very arrogant. However, he does have the capital to be arrogant. Either his strength is top-notch among his age group, or his family background is good in all aspects. Xiao Shengxin is the latter, but her character is also bad enough. The Wang Qian in front of her is strong enough, but it seems that this person is also scheming enough in what happened to Lei Gusen last time. She hasn't met any other bad guys yet, but they are not good friends. These days are becoming more and more colorful. Jiang Lian didn't look at Wang Qian, and followed her senior sister into the room next door without even turning around. Her spiritual power moved slightly, and the door was closed tightly. Wang Qian, who unconsciously looked at Jiang Lian, frowned. Why did that figure on the back look so familiar? I tried hard to recall that it was a bit similar to before, but it was impossible. Although Jiang Lian was no longer in the early stage of qi refining recently, He definitely did not have the strength to come and go freely in the depths of Thunder Ancient Forest. Without thinking any more, she closed the door and left without worrying too much. Even Jiang Lian was just a clown in her opinion. As soon as Jiang Lian entered the room, he saw the table by the window, with everything on it ready.
Sister, how can you be so awesome?
Eating and cooking is definitely the best way to pass the time. And the most important thing is that this stuff is delicious. If other people knew Jiang Lian's thoughts, they would be sick to death. This old Versailles would be so angry that they would not pay for their lives. People are eager to break the time into several halves and use it. But she still has to kill time, which makes people envious and jealous.
Have you finally thought about seeing your sister?
Yin 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 sat down and used magic to light the charcoal. The aroma of food, sitting by the window, eating while looking at the scenery outside, is really comfortable. Although the scenery in the distance is blurry, and even most of the clouds can only be seen. But the beauty of the scene is that the atmosphere is good.
No way. I have always missed seeing your sister. But I just don't want to disturb seeing your sister's practice.
Jiang Lian smiled, picked up a piece of grilled spirit beast meat, and ate it in one gulp, filling his mouth with the aroma of meat. Seeing his junior sister eating so happily, Yin 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 smiled fondly and scolded.
You are the only one who talks so much. Senior sister, if you don't feel disturbed, I will come here every day to disturb you.
How can we be in such a good mood without a drink? Thinking about it, Jiang Lian took out a pot of fruit wine from the space. This tastes absolutely good. The temperature is not high. The spiritual power is still sufficient. And the cultivation level is improved. She got it from Su Yeshuan through hard work. In fact, Su Yeshuan had a lot of them. But because he was going on a long trip, he was worried that drunkenness would cause problems. And his cultivation would affect her ability to consolidate her foundation. So he only gave her 5 bottles to satisfy her cravings.